Li Shun, an ordinary person in modern life, was chosen by the villain system. When he opened his eyes again, he actually became the young master of the Li family, the most top-tier rich second generation in the Dragon Kingdom. However, at the very beginning, they faced their first Lady of Destiny. Li Shun. The investigation bureau will not let you get away with this. You will definitely be punished for what is right. Punishment? Come and hold her down. At his command, the stunningly beautiful women in black stockings swarmed around him. Ah! No! I was wrong. Please let me go. People value order. But order is established by people, and when the evil in human nature begins to swell, a new life begins with becoming a villain. Master, be gentle. Li Shun. Those who follow the trend will prosper. Those who rebel. Sorry, then bury it. Chapter 1 Reborn as a villainous rich second generation. Am I dreaming? Li Shun looked at the aloof woman kneeling before him. She was wearing the Bureau of Investigation uniform, and half of her delicate face was visible under the brim of her hat. Delicate willow leaf eyebrows, deep-set eyes, a high-bridged nose, and sensual red lips. Her full and tall figure was accentuated by the black uniform that hugged her graceful curves, showcasing her alluring femininity to the fullest. Li Shun. Don't even think about getting anything out of me. The investigation bureau won't let you get away with this. You will definitely receive the punishment you deserve. Ah! At this moment, a woman wearing black stockings walked up to her, pressed her head down, and forced her to lower her arrogant attitude in front of Li Shun. Behave yourself to the young master. Li Shun couldn't help but look to both sides. There were more than a dozen sexy women standing around, all dressed in black standard suits. Young master, what should we do with this person? A woman with delicate features walked over and asked respectfully. Li Shun glanced at it and then looked away. If I'm not mistaken, he seems to have time-traveled. Before this, he was a member of modern society, or rather, at the very bottom of the food chain. Oxen and horses. The father was framed, and the mother, after failing to collect the debt, also jumped off the building. Therefore, he dropped out of university to work on a construction site, planning to jump off the building with his heartless boss one day. Let these people know what punishment is. But that day, for some reason, he felt extremely dizzy and his heart was throbbing with pain. The intense tinnitus, like jumping from a height of 10,000 meters, and the immense feeling of weightlessness caused him to faint immediately. In his hazy state of consciousness, he heard a voice in his head. Are you satisfied with your current life? When Li Shun opened his eyes again, he saw the scene before him. And that voice. As a model young man in modern society, he had naturally read the novel. System. Heifers are like gods. Li Shun never imagined that one day he would actually obtain a system. But after the system sent him over, it issued a message saying, "Dimension locked," and then went completely silent. This really worried Li Shun. What is dimensional locking? Did the system send him here, but then it couldn't find its way? This is outrageous. Faced with the bureau chief's most beautiful woman and the women around her who were clearly part of the Black Rose faction, he could figure out what was going on even with his toes. But he's not the young Master Li they're talking about. Just then, a mechanical voice suddenly rang in Li Shun's mind. Dimensional lock successful. Villain system successfully bound. The original owner's memories have been updated for the host. The host has already integrated 2 lifetimes of physical bodies. New player gift pack has been distributed. The system shop is now open. Female lead detected, Jiang Yuyan. A destiny mission has been issued to the host. Mission name, Stealing Luck. Mission objective, seize the destiny of the chosen one of this world. Mission reward, obtain corresponding villain points based on the luck value plundered. Note, during the mission, the system will block the target's influence on the host's luck. Currently, Jiang Yuyan's luck value has been plundered, 0%. Li Shun suddenly stared blankly, feeling a sense of familiarity. He knew that his body from his past life was merging with his body in this life. At the same time, the original owner's experiences flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. The young master of the Lee family in Kyoto, and the sole heir to the Tianyu Group. Tianyu Group is a world-leading imperial enterprise, ranking among the top 10 in the world. It has actual control over almost every industry you encounter in daily life, making it a behind-the-scenes big boss. Why would the investigation bureau target Lee Shun, who has such a background? Because the original owner of this body was a madman. At least that's how Lee Shun sees it. He possesses wealth and power that a normal person could never have in a lifetime, or even in dozens of generations, yet he insists on engaging in businesses that cannot be discussed publicly. If that's all there is to it, then the investigation bureau wouldn't dare to target him, since he has connections. They are still incredibly powerful and influential. But that's where the original owner went crazy. He directly rejected the power of his family and came to High City alone with a group of beautiful girls. This is absolutely insane. Although he had thought about jumping off the building with the landlady in his arms before he transmigrated, he couldn't help it then, unlike the original owner's crazy behavior. Moreover, Lee Shun felt that there was another important reason why the original owner was crazy: their different life beliefs. What is it that people pursue in this life? Money? Status? Women? In Lee Shun's view, what is the ultimate goal of possessing countless riches and wielding immense power in the court? Isn't it all about enjoying life? How should a man enjoy life? Woman. The most beautiful, most alluring, most sexy, and hottest woman. But the original owner was like a cold and aloof man, guarding this group of beautiful girls, not going crazy when he should, and going crazy recklessly when he shouldn't. At this moment, Lee Shun, having regained his senses, turned his gaze to the beautiful woman in black stockings beside him. Shan Yu. Yes, young master. After regaining his memories, he looked at the beautiful woman and called out her name. What do you suggest I do with this woman? I'll do as you say, young master. Seeing her honest appearance, Lee Shun turned his gaze to the female lead. You just said I would be punished. That's right. The investigation bureau will definitely not let you get away with those shady things you've done. Justice will surely bring you to the punishment you deserve. Even kneeling on the ground, Jiang Yuyan's expression remained aloof and arrogant. She seemed like a goddess high above, utterly unafraid of life and death. Ha, ha, ha ha ha. Hearing her righteous words, Lee Shun couldn't help but burst into laughter. Justice? Ha ha ha, I haven't heard that word in ages. After he finished speaking, he walked up to Jiang Yuyan. You're talking to me about justice, then tell me. Lee Shun grabbed the other person's delicate chin, pulled him close, and said, What is justice? Facing this legendary heroine. He originally intended to treat them well, at least to give them face. But seeing her proud and confident demeanor, it was as if they didn't care about dying in the line of duty for the sake of justice in their hearts. This also reminded Lee Shun of his past experiences. An uncontrollable, overwhelming rage arose. Chapter 2, Roaring Against Fate, using the new player gift pack. You're the kind of person who can't understand justice. Jiang Yuyan glared at him fiercely, her face showing obvious disgust. I don't understand? Ha ha ha. Lee Shun stood up, covered his face with his hands, and burst into laughter. His unrestrained laughter echoed in the room. The overhead light cast a long shadow of him, and with each laugh, the shadow projected on the wall appeared both lonely and exaggerated. Justice? Many people have done wrong, but your investigation bureau turns a blind eye. This forces the victims to live in misery for the rest of their lives. Even worse, you just watch them jump off the cliff. Tell me. What did they do wrong? Even worse, the hospitals and doctors you support refuse to treat patients who are dying. They only care about money, not about the patient's condition. If you don't have money, they won't treat even life-threatening illnesses. In the end, you watch your patients die right before your eyes. Tell me. What exactly is wrong? What did each of them do wrong? Lee Shun grabbed the other man by the collar and yanked him up from the ground. Tell me. What is justice? What is punishment? His eyes were already filled with a deep crimson as he roared in fury. A sense of desolation and indignation emanated from him, and a suffocating pain and oppression enveloped him tightly. This made Li Shun's figure appear even more obsessive and insane under the lights. Jiang Yuyan watched as he grabbed her hand, his knuckles turning a ghastly white from the force. Everyone was shocked to see Li Shun looking like a wounded beast. As the saying goes, there's always a reason why someone is pitiful. But the next sentence is: the most hateful people must have some tragic suffering to endure. They never considered why young Master Li was so cruel, or why he was so terrifying. It turns out he has such a perception of reality. Bang! Li Shun slammed Jiang Yuyan to the ground, his heavy breathing making him extremely agitated. Take her away and wash her clean. Upon hearing his command, the two girls beside him dragged Jiang Yuyan, who had collapsed to the ground, to her feet. After washing it clean, hang it in the cold storage. Li Shun looked at the other person's somewhat panicked face and spoke in a cold voice. Cold storage? The two girls dragging Jiang Yuyan were stunned for a moment, then followed his orders. Although I don't understand, the consequences of disobeying the young master are very serious. There was once a girl who was thrown into a snake pit by the original owner of the body because she was disobedient. They watched as the snakes, their tongues flicking, gradually crawled all over the girl's body. They were so frightened that they couldn't sleep for 2 days afterward. As soon as I closed my eyes, that tragic scene and the girl's screams seemed to reappear before my eyes. System, open the newbie gift pack. Li Shun, half reclining in the chair, began to mentally invoke the system. New player gift pack is now available. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Eye of the Mysterious Netherworld. Congratulations, host, you have received 100 million in cash. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a physique enhancement agent, beginner. Eye of the Dark, forged by an evil demon eccentric, it can greatly enhance eyesight and is imbued with the dark power that penetrates the heart. Physical enhancement agent, beginner, can provide a small boost to physical fitness and repair and enhance the activity of internal organs. As the system notification sounded, Li Shun felt a strong burning sensation in his eyes. This made him unconsciously strain his whole body, trying to resist the burning pain. Half an hour later. As the pain in his eyes gradually subsided, Li Shun released his grip and slumped into the chair. The system uses a physique enhancement agent. Physical enhancement agent, basic, has been used. At this moment, he felt a distinct coolness throughout his body, as if he were soaking in a comfortable hot spring, which made him feel warm and pleasant. In an instant, even the pain in my eyes was completely washed away by this coolness. After calming down, Li Shun got up again and led his men toward the underground cold storage. Ding! As the elevator descended, the group arrived at a door emitting a chilly aura. The thermometer hanging on the wall shows 13 degrees below zero. Strangely, he didn't feel cold at all, in fact, he felt a little hot. Li Shun couldn't help but recall the physique enhancement potion he had just used. Although the system rated it as basic, in the real world, it must be god level. He took off his expensive suit and casually tossed it to the shivering girl next to him, telling her to put it on. In this temperature, they were still wearing short skirts and stockings, which were no longer suitable. Thank you, young master. The beautiful woman quickly put on the suit designed by a famous designer and worth more than 20 million yuan, and instantly felt much warmer. The girl behind her, who was also shivering from the cold, could only grab a coat from the side and put it on, casting an envious glance at her. Chapter 3, Trying to Tame the Female Lead and Seize Her Destiny. A booth in the cold storage facility. Jiang Yuyan was suspended from the load-bearing beam above, her aloof head drooping limply. When Li Shun arrived here, seeing the female protagonist's prisoner-like state, she asked the system a question. How can one be considered to have plundered their luck? Subduing, occupying, taming, and killing all count as successful plundering. Upon hearing the system's voice, Li Shun couldn't help but frown. Those who do these things are all villains. He's a model citizen, how could he do such a thing? A skilled, active, and adhesive person, these qualities make them a three-good youth. At this moment, Shin Yu moved a chair over and placed it next to him. Li Shun looked at her beautiful figure, then turned around and glanced at the beautiful woman behind him. A decision was made in an instant. In the face of reality, as long as you succeed, who the hell cares how you succeed? Adults only care about results. After making his decision, he sat down in the chair, and Shinyu, who was next to him, came up behind him and gently massaged his shoulders. I must say, although I wasn't tired, seeing a beautiful woman do this definitely improved my mood a lot. Who tied her up? He asked, pointing at Jiang Yuyan, who was suspended in midair. Young master, it's me. A beautiful woman next to him immediately bowed to him and spoke in a very humble manner. Are you deaf? Don't you want your ears anymore? Young master, spare my life. Upon hearing his emphasized tone, the other person's long, slender legs buckled, and she immediately knelt at his feet. That's exactly what I said. The girl quickly thought for a moment, then asked uncertainly, after washing it, should I hang it in the cold storage? After you wash up, you'll put on clothes. I'm sorry, I was wrong, please give me another chance. Besides. Li Shun watched the girl keep bowing her head and continued speaking in a cold voice. Do you even know what cheating is? He stood up from the chair and picked up the iron hook next to him, which was stained with blood. With a loud metallic clang, it was slammed into the ground. The beautiful woman stared at the vibrating iron hook beside her face, only centimeters from her head. At this moment, the resonance of the metal seemed to make her delicate body tremble uncontrollably. Whoosh! Li Shun looked at the black stockings under her short skirt. The color was noticeably darkening. At the same time, an unpleasant odor wafted from my nose. This made him glance at the temperature display next to him with a puzzled look. No problem, it's tens of degrees below zero. Logically speaking, in such a low-temperature environment, the smell shouldn't dissipate so quickly. Then he glanced at the iron hook on the ground and saw that cracks had appeared on the marble floor. Keen senses. Formidable strength. Physical enhancement agent. After Li Shun understood, a strong desire for villain points immediately arose in his heart. No one can resist being a superhero. What are you still standing there for? He sat back down in his chair and spoke calmly to the beautiful woman lying on the floor. Yes. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. The woman was overjoyed, but when she got up, she didn't notice that she had stepped in frozen urine. Bang! Li Shun looked at the woman lying on his expensive crocodile leather shoes, and his eyebrows unconsciously lowered again. I'm sorry, young master, please give me another chance. Get back to work, and clean up the ground. After he finished speaking, he lay half reclined in the chair, his eyes slightly narrowed as he carefully examined Jiang Yuyan. A clear look of fear appeared on the other person's face. His eyes flashed with panic, like a frightened little white rabbit. Actually, he did that scene on purpose to show the other party. Because he wanted to win over this female lead. This way, he can acquire villain points from the system and exchange them for non-human items in the shop. He had also looked at the shopping mall system while he was enjoying himself upstairs. Superpower Awakening, Hulk Bloodline, Resurrection Pill, Soul Control Technique. The treasures inside are absolutely all-encompassing. They include items from all sorts of worlds. But the required villain value is also incredibly expensive. If you want to redeem it, you'll need the heroine's luck points to help. And luck. In fact, every person, no, every living being, has it, it's just a matter of how much or how little. Those who are less fortunate may encounter misfortune halfway through and have to pack up and leave the scene hastily. A normal person could live an ordinary and mediocre life without experiencing great wealth or fame. Those who are slightly more likely than average should meet someone they like, have helpful people throughout their lives, and avoid any misfortunes. As for anything more, it can be described in just 2 words. Rich woman. Antiques. Sudden wealth. Things that ordinary people would never encounter in their lifetime have a high probability of happening to such people. If there were more, so much that the world would bless her, like the world's illegitimate daughter. These are the chosen ones. Faced with such extraordinary luck, Li Shun didn't want to confront it head-on, even with the system's protection. because the shield only blocks the impact on him, not the female lead's luck. There is a fundamental difference between the two. The other party can use the chi luck as usual, which won't affect him, but it can affect some armed forces. At that time, they can directly launch a nuclear peace ship. He'd start cursing. Therefore, destroy the female protagonist's mind, cause her beliefs in life to collapse, and make her lose hope. In his view, this kind of attack method, which comes from the inside out, is the best choice. After all, someone who is so lucky must not have suffered any hardship or torment. There's a saying that goes something like this: a hopeless case. If you're not good enough, even a perfect start can ruin your game. Conversely, you can become emperor even from a single piece of land at the start. The same applies to luck. If you encounter someone who doesn't want to work hard, even if God chases after them and tries to feed them, they won't get any food. Wait, Shun shouted. At this moment, he got up and came to the two of them. At this moment, Jiang Yuyan's expression no longer reflected her previous fearless attitude towards life and death. People are like that, they often spout passionate rhetoric about shedding blood and tears, and sacrificing their lives. They could really hold a gun to your head. Will you still threaten to die like before? Li Shun stands in front of Jiang Yuyan. After glancing at the other person's figure a few times, I couldn't help but admire how perfect they were. Actually, if it were the original owner. Faced with this heroine who possesses such good fortune, one might actually feel pity for her. After all, according to the normal logic of a villain meeting the female lead, he is more likely to let Jiang Yuyan go, and then, like a tree that has never seen another bloom, he will pursue her again. Then you'll encounter. The male lead? Chapter 4, the heroine, hoarse and desperate, can never go back to the way she was before. Li Shun remembered the male lead she had forgotten. It seems the chosen ones aren't just female, there are males too. Damn it! I subconsciously forgot about him. As a normal man, here are some questions that come to mind when I arrive in a strange place. There are definitely no girls around. Or maybe there are a few girls. Surely no one would ask about the number of men, right? In Li Shun's opinion, such a person shouldn't exist unless he's gay. Otherwise, the focus will be a bit off. Thinking of this, Li Shun said to Shinyu beside him, contact Tanya's branch in Haishur and have them find a group of hackers. Now he's the heir to one of the world's top 10 companies, so why not take advantage of this opportunity? After all, he doesn't act independently like the original owner of this body. Without special abilities, this behavior can only be described as a mental illness. And a serious one at that. After he finished speaking, he squatted down and looked at Jiang Yuyan's pretty face, which was pale from the low temperature. I hope you'll remember this lesson in the future. Seeing the devilish smile on his handsome face, Jiang Yuyan said with some fear. What do you want to do? Don't worry, I won't touch you now, but I also want you to remember me in the future. After Li Shun finished speaking, he waved to the person next to him and whispered a few words in their ear. Soon, Jiang Yuyan was dragged away. Despite her painful struggles and constant wailing, she kept praying for a miracle. But faced with Li Shun's villainous system, the miracle she longed for. Ultimately, it can only be a pipe dream. Where are you taking me? I was wrong, I was really wrong. Please let me go. Just now, Jiang Yuyan vaguely heard Li Shun say two words. Obey the slave. She didn't know where she was being taken, but that didn't stop her from being scared. A workshop in the villa. The tattoo artist who was summoned looked at the unconscious Jiang Yuyan and couldn't help but reveal a strange expression. After a long while, when Jiang Yuyan regained consciousness, she stared blankly at the two tattoos. A pair of bright, big eyes. Gradually losing its luster. This experience has left an unforgettable mark on her heart. Oh, no, it's not just in my heart. From this day forward, she will no longer be the aloof and powerful phoenix of the investigation bureau, nor the dream girl of countless boys. Instead, these two words will stay with her for the rest of her life. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuyan couldn't help but burst into tears. She felt that everything from the past was slowly drifting away from her. Cold machines, desperate cries. The female protagonist's proud self-esteem and strong psychological defenses have been completely destroyed by Li Shun. Bedroom. Li Shun lay in bed, suffering from insomnia, mainly because it was the first time he had ever slept in such a bed. Those things lying haphazardly. He coughed, found a better angle to lie down, and used his mind to access the system notification he had just received. Due to the host's ruthless actions, the female protagonist Jiang Yuyan's defenses have been breached, resulting in the theft of 10% of her luck value. Because the host left behind indelible memories, the female protagonist Jiang Yuyan's beliefs collapsed, and 80% of her luck points were stolen. System, where are the mission rewards? You must plunder over 100% of the luck value to submit the mission and receive your reward. 100%, more than? Li Shun frowned and pondered for a while after seeing the system's notification. That's true. He hasn't even gotten Jiang Yuyan's first blood yet, so the current progress is already 90%. Normally, achieving this progress would require a series of procedures. For example, making the female lead fall for you, touching her heart, and so on. But Li Shun is a rich second generation. He's surrounded by women, so why would he waste time doing something so boring? Not to mention he now has another identity. Villain. Although he didn't want to admit that he was a villain, since the system had already given him that name, he might as well accept it. It's all the system's fault anyway. As a villain, should he still pursue the woman he likes? Ha, what a joke. They just robbed it directly, okay? How about we go and win over Jiang Yuyan tonight? Li Shun lay on the bed, muttering softly to himself. Based on the impression he has left on Jiang Yuyan, she probably wouldn't dare to resist. But if I go? Young master, are you tired? Yuer can massage your head to relieve your fatigue. Young master, Zhouer can massage your feet. Xiao Yuan can massage the young master's legs. Chapter 5, First Test of the Mysterious Eye, preparing to make a move on the woman. The next day. Li Shun woke up on the large bed in the bedroom, his half-open eyes revealing a look of confusion. Actually, he has a problem, which you could call being grumpy when he wakes up. When I wake up from not getting enough sleep, I feel inexplicably angry, but when I get enough sleep, I have a short period of amnesia. I never expected that even after he was reborn, this problem would still come back with him. Coming to his senses, Li Shun rubbed his eyes. Looking at the luxurious decor of the room, many luxury items were displayed in exquisite glass cabinets. He's sick, he muttered softly. He genuinely couldn't appreciate this style of decorating the bedroom like a display case. Perhaps their level of understanding isn't that profound. I got out of bed and went to the window to look at the view of the villa outside. Taking a few deep breaths of the fresh air, I felt my mind gradually becoming clearer. He did not go to see Jiang Yuyan last night. It's not that I don't want to win him over, but I'm finding this kind of life a bit too much to handle. Facing that group of high-quality beauties completely washed away the unease and panic he had felt after his rebirth. From today onwards. He looked out the window at the sky and said, I am now the new Li Shun. Since we're here, let's make the best of it. Dwelling on the past is not his style. Life is short, only a few decades, why make things difficult for yourself? Knock knock knock. Young master, may Yuer come in? Upon hearing the knocking at the door, Li Shun's eyes narrowed slightly. How did she know she was awake? Based on the impressions left by the original owner, disturbing his rest would be a terrifying thing. The eye of the dark. As he silently recited the mantra, Li Shun's pupils instantly contracted and rotated, becoming incredibly deep. Like a mysterious black hole, it can devour the surrounding light, yet endless dark currents flow within it, carrying an indescribable chill. Once activated, everything around him became incredibly clear in his eyes. He could even see Xinyu outside the door, what clothes she was wearing, and what breakfast she was carrying. Finding nothing amiss inside, he turned his gaze to the window. So that's how it is. With his soft murmur. The investigators at the villa complex were all filled with a strange sense of dread. It felt as if they were being targeted by an unknown beast. The intense gaze they felt made them feel as if the beasts were breathing right next to them. Their hair stood on end, and they struggled to lift their heads to look at the source of the gaze. Yes, it's young master. How is this possible? Young master's eyes, they look terrifying. It seems that the young master's cultivation level is far more unfathomable than we imagined. After retracting the Shen Ming eye, Li Shun raised his hand and gently rubbed his sore eyes. I didn't expect to feel a slight swelling and pain after using it for only a short while. Yuer, come in. He called out to the door after sitting down. Young master, do your eyes hurt? When Shinyu came in, she saw him sitting on the edge of the bed rubbing his eyes. She quickly put down the plate in her hand and rubbed her two little hands together. Only after she felt the temperature rise did she place her hand on Li Shun's eye socket. A warm touch, accompanied by the girl's delicate fragrance. This instantly made Li Shun's eyes and mood feel very comfortable. Sure enough, women are the cure for his ailments. If it were the female lead, the medicine would probably be more effective, right? How is Jiang Yuyan now? They arranged for us to stay in the villa next door. Is the tattoo done? It's all taken care of. We found a tattoo artist last night and had him customize it for her overnight. Well done. Hearing his praise, Shinyu felt as if she had eaten candy, and an excited expression appeared on her face. Is there anything else today? We have already found a group of hackers in High City, but they have expressed a desire to meet with the young master. See me. Upon hearing this, Li Shun opened his eyes, and after a moment's thought, he understood what was going on. A mocking smile appeared on his lips as he muttered to himself, that woman surnamed Lu, she still hasn't given up. After chuckling twice, he continued. Have those hackers investigate the orphans in Haishur, find out those who were doing really badly before but have recently started to turn their luck around. Yes, young master. Is there anything else? Let's talk about it all at once. A group of rich kids from High City want to arrange a time for you to go out and have fun together. It's led by young Master Fun. The goods that were seized yesterday have been returned today. I heard it was Sister Mo Shui who did it. The batch of supercars you purchased earlier have all arrived today, including the Black Knight voice. It was all coordinated by Zhang, one of Longxing Enterprise. Looking at Shinyu's sexy little mouth, which kept uttering various arrangements, Li Shun simply reached out and blocked her hand. All the arrangements made before are no longer necessary. From now on, focus on Jiang Yuyan and the orphans I'm looking for. As for the rest, unless it's something very urgent, like what happened last night, then you can talk to me again when it gets to that point. When the other person heard him mention what happened last night, a strange look appeared on his face. Yuer understands. But what should we do with that batch of goods? Upon hearing this, Li Shun unconsciously lowered his gaze, and a hint of coldness appeared in his voice. I already told you, don't worry about things from the past anymore, didn't you hear me? Hearing the change in his tone, Shinyu quickly lowered her head and admitted her mistake. I'm sorry. Please forgive Yuer. Yuer dares not do it again, please, young master, give Yuer another chance. Looking at her pitiful appearance, Li Shun couldn't help but recall the events of last night, the scene of giving his all even on his first try. He began by saying, this will not happen again. Thank you. Thank you, young master. Shinyu was overjoyed and instantly relaxed, which caused tears to well up in her eyes. Alright, let's go see Jiang Yuyan. Yes. After wiping away her tears, Shinyu quickly got up. Li Shun looked at her tearful appearance, her hair still wet with tears and stuck to her forehead. He picked up the white shirt next to him and wiped her face with it. Young master. Shinyu stared blankly at him, feeling the touch on her face, and couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Young master, you're being so gentle all of a sudden. Alright, as one of my people, you'd better watch your image when you go out in the future. Only I can bully my people. Yes. Yuer understands. Li Shun put down his shirt and turned to walk towards Jiang Yuyan. He plans to complete a task first. After all, it feels a bit awkward that a villain doesn't have any villainous stats. As for whether it's day or night now? He's the villain. Would the villain even care about this? Chapter 6 wins over the female lead. Hanhai Villa. This is a premier large-scale villa in Shanghai, covering a vast area, and every landscape feature was personally designed by a renowned designer. In that green space, the buildings, like pearls, exude luxury and exquisiteness, allowing people to experience an ocean of art. Of course, Shun didn't care about any of that. He believes that houses are for people to live in, and the most important thing is whether they can be lived in comfortably. Otherwise, no matter how good it is, it will only imprison people like a luxurious cage. Jiang Yuyan's residence. When Shun arrived, he saw the other person lying on the bed, seemingly still unconscious. That's really good. Her smooth, peach-shaped buttocks were tucked between her legs, and she was also holding a pillow in her arms. Seeing the other person's comfortable sleeping posture, Shun couldn't help but move closer. Just then, a faint fragrance wafted over, making him unable to resist taking a sniff. It smells so good. As expected of the female lead, I didn't notice last night because there were so many people around, but it wasn't perfume, it was a natural body odor. It is said that a young girl who has never spent the night with a man will have a special fragrance. When this subtle fragrance combines with the heroine's unique body scent. Shun smiled inexplicably, reached out and brushed aside the long hair that had fallen across her forehead, revealing her delicate features. Judging from her appearance, she is as pure as a sleeping fairy, exquisitely crafted and untouched by any dust. But as the gaze slowly moves downwards, two clear characters abruptly shattered this beautiful visual experience. Obey the slave. At this moment, Jiang Yuyan uttered a soft murmur in her sleep and slowly opened her eyes. There were still a few streaks of bloodshot eyes in her eyes. Ah! When she saw the figure beside the bed, she immediately let out a high-decibel scream. Then, she immediately wrapped her body in a sheet, leaving only her terrified little head sticking out. The demon in my dream last night. They actually appeared right in front of me. This made her body tremble involuntarily, and her already bloodshot eyes began to redden again. Did you sleep well last night? Seeing her appearance, which aroused a man's protective instincts, Shun couldn't help but smile even more deeply. Let me go, please, let me go. Jiang Yuyan shook her head, and tears began to stream down her face in despair. Let you go? What would I get in return? Upon hearing this, she immediately crawled over and tightly grasped the other person's hand. I'll give you anything, really. You can have anything you want, just let me go, okay? Afternoon. Shun went to the living room of the main building to have lunch. Good. He picked up the bird's nest soup and took a sip. It was delicate and elegant, with a subtle sweetness amidst its freshness. For someone who was once a beast of burden. Forget it. I'm not going to talk about it anymore. It completely ruins the mood for enjoying food. Young master, Miss Jiang has already left. Just then, a beautiful woman dressed as a maid walked over and said something. Since they already knew that a relationship had occurred between the two, their way of addressing each other naturally had to change. Shun glanced at her. She was a girl named Wancho, who had massaged his feet the night before. But looking at it again today. After she changed into the maid outfit, she looked incredibly cute, with a soft, adorable face and big, watery eyes. Like a loli in a comic book. That impressive bust, that youthful face. Furthermore, her fair legs were covered with 2 white stockings. It perfectly fulfills all my fantasies about Lolis. She was actually able to walk out on her own. It seems she recovered quite quickly. Miss Jiang, she climbed out while holding onto the wall. Climb. Shun was taken aback upon hearing this, then chuckled softly. It seems she's really afraid of me. Has the orphan been found? Wancho picked up the notebook on the table, opened her email page, and placed it in front of him. 692 of them meet the requirements. So much. Surprised, Shun couldn't help but look at the screen. The information displayed inside showed people from all sorts of industries. There are even people who have won the lottery. But the prize money is only 100 yuan. This made Li Shun's expression grow increasingly somber. This is the information the hacker found. When Wanqiu saw the change in his expression, she immediately bent down and lowered her voice unconsciously. As if afraid of displeasing the other party, he said softly, "Yes, young master." "Where are they?" "Technical Department of Heisher Branch." Li Shun got up and came to her, gently lifting her small face. Her large, watery eyes had become even more moist. "This is not your fault, you don't need to be afraid." "Okay, Wanqiu isn't afraid." Seeing her still tightly pursed lips, Li Shun took her hand and said, "Let's eat together. Have a meal." Wanqiu, who had just sat down at the dining table, looked at him with an incredulous expression. She actually sat with the young master. "Just eat your meal properly." Li Shun glanced at her shapely buttocks and noticed that she was only sitting on a quarter of the chair. He then picked up a bowl of bird's nest and placed it in front of her. "If you don't sit properly, believe me, I'll force this bowl of bird's nest soup and all, down your throat." "Yes, Wanqiu knows." Wanqiu quickly sat up straight, picked up the bird's nest soup in front of her, and drank it. She secretly glanced at Li Shun's profile. "Young master, you've become so gentle." After taking a small sip, her eyes gradually curved into crescent shapes. She swore. This is absolutely the best bird's nest soup she's ever had. Chapter 7: Beginner's Lottery, Demonic Talent. The business district in the center of Shanghai. A black Rolls-Royce Cullinan slowly drove through the street. Li Shun sat in the back seat, enjoying Shinyu's massage while looking out the car window. All around, countless tall buildings stood, their glass curtain walls gleaming in the setting sun. The streets were bustling with people, with commuters hurrying home from work. Looking at them, Li Shun couldn't help but be somewhat lost in thought. For a fleeting moment, it seemed that one of the figures in the group overlapped with him. "System, why did you choose me?" In each era, the system randomly selects one being from billions of beings to become the host. It's random. So what's the problem, I heard? The system cannot forcibly select a host, only life forms dissatisfied with their current lives and yearning for a completely new one can be selected. Can't it be forced? You're supposed to be the villainous system, yet you care about other people's attitudes? That's strange. Thank you for the compliment, host. The newcomer lottery feature has been enabled for the host. Note, this feature is an exclusive reward for new users, and you only have one chance to participate in the draw. Looking at this, Li Shun's eyes suddenly became somewhat sharp. This system. That's a bit dishonest. He didn't believe that the system had enabled the lottery function because of any praise. It's clearly stated in the instructions. Exclusively for new users. You err, press harder when you massage, I feel a bit of a headache. Yes, young master. Li Shun, leaning against her, felt her softness and continued communicating with the system. System, open the new user lottery. After he finished speaking, a giant spinning wheel appeared in his mind. There are many different colored areas on it. Bloodline, supernatural abilities, cultivation techniques, elixirs, combat skills, spirit beasts, innate divine powers, rare treasures. When Li Shun saw what was inside, his breathing became rapid. He originally thought that the newcomer reward wouldn't be anything special, since it was for newcomers. Result. He actually saw a lot of things from a fantasy world inside. Phoenix power. The great demonic sacrifice technique. It even contains the Shangqing Kung Fu and the Zhuxian sword formation of the Tongtian sect leader. Wow, this system is that powerful. Etc. Isn't he in the urban world? Can things in a fantasy world really be extracted? Host, rest assured, the system will 100% redeem the items you draw. Regarding the world's problems, please refer to this system and the chosen ones of destiny, who are not human. Li Shun recalled the novels he had read before. A miracle doctor who lives in the dead, a tycoon who flaunts his wealth, and a special forces king who can withstand a nuclear bomb. It seems there's nothing wrong with it. Each of these male protagonists, if taken individually, would need to be dissected and studied. They are simply not like normal people. Okay, let's start the prize draw. With his thought, the pointer on the turntable began to spin. With each turn of the pointer across a region, his heart couldn't help but race. At last, the pointer stopped on the innate supernatural abilities. Then, the content on the turntable began to zoom in. Within the locked, tiny area, the innate abilities drawn were also revealed. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the innate divine ability, Demonic Descent. Passive, Demonic Descent, Seal. The Darkin race possesses a unique innate ability that allows them to sense the demonic thoughts within living beings. Active, Demon Descends, Devour. When enough demonic energy is absorbed in the sealed form, it can be unleashed, releasing a power that erodes everything. The system's voice had just finished speaking. Shun felt a bone-chilling cold rising within him. Like an endless dark sea, deep, silent, and cold, devoid of any warmth of life. At a certain moment, he even felt his heart turn black. After a long time, he finally broke free from the deep sea and gradually adapted to the power of the demonic descent. When Shun opened his eyes, Shinyu was carefully massaging his acupoints, as if afraid of waking him. She sat up from his embrace and glanced at the scenery outside the window. It was in an underground parking lot. How long have I been asleep? Shun asked. 3 hours. Looking at the young master's appearance, although there was no change in his appearance, Shinyu had a colder intuition. This made her a little curious. What just happened? 3 hours. Just as Shun finished reciting, he suddenly heard a muttering sound in his ear. I want to possess the young master, he's mine. That damned Wancho actually dared to have dinner with the young master. Tonight I'm going to go back and tear her mouth apart. At the same time, Shun also felt a trace of demonic thoughts gathering in his heart. The passive effect of Demon's Descent, Seal. Wancho is here to have dinner with me, so do you also want to tear my mouth apart? What? Upon hearing this, Shinyu covered her mouth in shock, her pretty face filled with disbelief. How could you ever possibly lay a hand on you? No, how did young master know? Once she came to her senses, her first reaction was to explain, and only then did she realize the problem. She wanted to expose Wancho, but she hadn't told anyone. How did the other party find out? Are you asking me a question? No. Only then did Shinyu realize that in her shock, she had blurted out some things without thinking. Yuer was wrong. After Shinyu finished speaking, she lowered her head in dejection. Looking at her attitude of being at his mercy, Shun reached out and put his arm around her slender and sexy waist, then whispered in her ear. You're envious of Wancho, aren't you? She drank bird's nest soup today, so you're being punished by drinking her seafood soup. Upon hearing the voice beside her, Shinyu's face instantly flushed crimson. But this is the young master's order. She could only pout and nod, whispering, okay. Seeing her adorable appearance, Shun couldn't help but smile slightly. He wouldn't get angry about such jealousy, in fact, he quite liked it. So he decided to add fuel to the fire. Let's watch something even more interesting. Let's go check out Tianyu Group in Haishur. Shun pinched her small nose, his voice full of playful laughter. Seeing his expression, Shinyu naturally understood that he wasn't really angry. Young master is bullying Yuer. She gently bit her lip, her voice as soft as if she were being coquettish. So you like being bullied by me? I like you no matter what. As long as it's you, Yuer will like you. Xiao Yuan likes it too. Tang Xiaoyuan, who was sitting in the driver's seat, hurriedly turned around and called out. Shun glanced at the sweet-looking girl and said with a strange smile. Okay, then you can come along tonight too. That. Upon hearing this, the other party showed a shy expression, glanced at the young master, and then spoke. All right. At this moment, she was holding the hem of her skirt in her hand, and she couldn't help but curse inwardly. Xiao Yuan. Why did you turn back? Great. Wancho's got a good deal. No, I have to grind my teeth tonight, I can't let her have her way. Chapter 8 What is punishment? A man who doesn't know his own fate. When is this person finally arriving? It's almost 9 o'clock. Is this young master from the Lee family playing a trick on us? Damn it! We're not waiting anymore. Let's go. A hacker like us can't put up with this kind of treatment. Inside the brightly lit office building, bursts of cursing could be heard coming from the technical department's room. A group of hackers sat at the table, their faces filled with displeasure. They were all invited by Tianyu Group. Just for that reputation, they turned down their usual clients and waited for him here in a sorry state. And then, this person did just well. They've been waiting since 6 o'clock. The flowers have all withered and died, but we haven't seen a single person yet. Let's wait a little longer. I saw Mr. Liu in the office when I went to the restroom. Sister Lin, you're the only one who's alright. We still have a bunch of clients to deal with. One of the trendy girls had a lollipop in her mouth and her two long, slender legs propped up on the desk. I'm fine. You don't want your IP anymore, do you? No, Sister Lin, beautiful Lin, I was just joking with you, huh? Upon hearing this, the man's expression changed rapidly, and he finally scratched his head and laughed. Come and see. I've tracked down young Master Lee's address. At this moment, another man picked up his notebook, a smug look on his face. They tracked him down? The heir of Tianyu Group, is his security really that bad? The group sat down around it. On the electronic map on the screen, a conspicuous red dot was flashing. This location isn't it this building? It's true. That guy surnamed Lee was playing us for a fool. He arrived a long time ago, but he just wouldn't come up. This is outrageous. I turned down a major client from country A and waited here, and this guy is just messing with me. Okay, let's not tell anyone. I'll secretly leak his location to the dark web. I saw the bounty was $30 billion that day. Alright, we'll split the bounty. As the sole heir to the Tianyu Group, Li Shun has no shortage of people who want him dead. There are too many rival companies, foreign forces, and even people who were suppressed by the original owner. As for such a high reward, why don't ordinary passers-by report it? Please, use your brain. Do normal people know about the dark web? Even if there's a very small chance you'd find out, do you have an account? Even if you have an overseas account, will people trust you? A completely unregistered account like that wouldn't believe you even if it were worth 30 billion, let alone 30 yuan on Xianyu, a second-hand marketplace platform. Moreover, do you think a rich second generation with this kind of status would just wander around the streets all day with nothing better to do? As for those rich kids of the same level, everyone has access to the dark web, this unspoken rule is common knowledge. At this moment, Lu Lina got up from her office chair and walked over to the group with her long, slender legs. After glancing at the location on the computer, he muttered to himself in confusion, this young Master Lee. Is he really a madman? He's here. He's coming up. Suddenly, the man pointed at the moving dot on the screen and shouted. When Li Shun got into the garage elevator, the security guard on the ground floor also said through the walkie-talkie, young Master Lee has gone upstairs. Quickly notify General Manager Liu. Go to the technical department. Tang Xiaoyuan, who was about to press the elevator button, paused and changed from the 36th floor to the 33rd floor. The 36th floor is where the general manager's office is located, and the 33rd floor is where the technical staff work. It seems the young master is not in a good mood. Xinyu recalled that the young master's face had been very gloomy after she finished reading the information at noon. Ding dong. As the elevator doors slowly opened. After Li Shun came out, he walked straight towards the technical department. Although he had never been here before. Under the perception of the demon's arrival, ceiling, the dazzling demonic thoughts, like fireflies in the night, made him know exactly where the technology department was. Only. Hearing the muttering sounds coming from beside him, a cold smile crept onto his lips. This group of people actually wanted to expose his location. Do you want to kill him? If it weren't for the original owner being a madman who turned off satellite blocking after arriving in Haishur, his location wouldn't have been so easily discovered. But since we've enjoyed the original owner's convenience, we must naturally bear the corresponding risks. Once his location is exposed, he won't just sit idly by and wait to die. If you want his life, go ahead. Come prepared to die. Bang! With a loud bang, the door to the technical department was kicked open. Li Shun glanced at the handcrafted crocodile leather shoes on his feet and revealed a satisfied expression. These shoes are great, they don't hurt my feet at all when I kick the door. Who are you? The boys inside, seeing Li Shun suddenly barge in, all stood up and questioned him. Who am I? Aren't you looking for me? Looking at that face with its perfectly sculpted lines, everyone realized something. Young Master Li. After he walked in, Shinyu, with her long, slender legs encased in black stockings beneath her short skirt, moved an office chair and placed it in front of him. Young Master Li, we know you are a distinguished person and usually very busy. But aren't you a little too late today? Li Shun looked at the man who had spoken. He was dressed in a black shirt and suit pants, with silver studs in his ears, giving off a very intimidating vibe. Judging from the demonic thoughts in his heart, it was this man who just revealed his location. And he glanced at Shinyu beside him. Today she wore a very sexy two-piece skirt suit with a side slit, and the front and back pieces of the skirt were tied together with thin rope. When she went to get the chair, the movement caused a part of her skirt that resembled an absolute territory to appear. This girl's got guts, walk a little faster. Almost there. It looks fucking tempting. This gave the other person the urge to pin Shinyu down. The person who exposed his location and tried to suppress him instantly flashed a cold, murderous aura in Li Shun's eyes. His dark, inky pupils stared at the other person with a chilling smile. Do I need to explain to you? The man was startled when he saw the cold look on his face. Noticing the crowd around him and the surveillance cameras on the roof, he couldn't help but laugh and say something. Ha, young Master Li certainly has quite the airs. Is this the upbringing of the Li family in Kyoto? Ha ha ha. Li Shun was so angry that he laughed, got up and walked towards the other person. Bang! The man was caught off guard and was kicked away, crashing into countless tables and chairs along the way. Cough cough, young Master Li. Do you have a death wish? The man who climbed up from the table and chairs cursed at him viciously. When dealing with this kind of person, Li Shun had lost his patience to speak. At this moment, the man's adrenaline was surging as his bleeding instincts were aroused. For a moment, he forgot the pain he was in and the other person's identity. He stood up and charged straight at Li Shun. The man's movements, like a helpless roar, were utterly futile. In an instant, Li Shun grabbed him by the neck. Then, like a dead dog, he was dragged to the window. Bang! With a deafening crack. The transparent tempered glass was shattered by Li Shun's punch. Feeling the cold wind blowing in from the window, the man was also grabbed by the neck and dragged out. No! No! Help! Young Master Li, please don't kill me. Please. Save me. The man gripped Li Shun's hand tightly, with his feet dangling in mid-air, as if from an abyss. Everyone inside the house was so frightened by what they saw that they didn't know what to say. Li Shun looked at the man struggling and spoke calmly. How can someone like you even live? Help me. Don't kill me, young Master Li. Unfortunately, the man was so terrified that he lost his last chance to live. A pitiful scream rang out. The man's figure quickly disappeared into the vast night. Chapter 9, The Choice Between Revenge and Family. The technical department was eerily silent. Everyone stared at Li Shun sitting there, too intimidated to utter a sound. Young master, the bandage is finished. Tang Xiaoyuan put down the medical kit, her pretty face still showing obvious heartache. He raised his right hand, which was wrapped up like a rice dumpling, and waved to her. The other person immediately came over after seeing it. Oh dear, young master. Li Shun gave her a light tap on the head, though he didn't use much force. With his current strength, enhanced by the physique enhancement agent and the passive effect of the demonic descent talent, he is already extraordinary. Young master, everything has been taken care of. At this moment, Shun put down the phone and said in a very calm voice. What's the reason for arranging it? As Li Shun spoke, he moved his slightly itchy right hand, seemingly able to feel the cells repairing rapidly. An accidental fall. Upon hearing this, he stood up and then glanced at the panicked crowd in the room. That's not good. Let's change it to an accidental fire. No one in the technical department survived. After saying that, he turned to leave. Wait. Young Master Li. Hearing the sound behind him, Li Shun didn't even stop walking. What a joke. Why should he listen to a bunch of dying people talking? I know Mo Shui. Upon hearing the name Mo Shui, he abruptly stopped and turned to look at the girl who had spoken. The other party also rushed to Li Shun's side. He looked the girl up and down. She was wearing a dark-colored dress and black boots, and was about 168 centimeters tall. What's most eye-catching is the dark punk-style leg ring on her leg. The left side is metal, and the right side is genuine leather. They are tied to the thighs of women wearing fishnet stockings, creating a cool and mature style. You know Mo Shui? Yes, she's my best friend. Yes, best friend, we get along really well. Li Shun noticed her evasive gaze. Although the demon's passive ability cannot perceive this lie, it does not belong to the type of demonic thought. But it's obvious from their appearance that they are lying. Do you know the consequences of lying to me? Hearing his cold voice, Lu Lina's fair neck trembled involuntarily. I really know Mo Shui. She is the eldest daughter of the Mo family in Kyoto, and she is engaged to you. Upon hearing this, Li Shun narrowed his eyes and looked at her. After a while, he instructed Shun, who was standing next to him, let's say it was an accidental fall. You are very lucky. Looking at the girl's beautiful face, he turned and left the technical department. Call. Lu Lina stood there, patting the area below her neck repeatedly, her face showing an expression of relief at surviving a close call. Sister Lin, you saved us. The people behind her expressed their gratitude to her, feeling relieved. But she paid no attention to it, her mind filled with the image of Li Shun staring at her earlier. I can't quite put my finger on what it means. But I have a creepy feeling about me. 36th floor. As soon as Li Shun and his group stepped out of the elevator, they heard the clattering sound of high heels. Young Master Li, you've finally arrived. A woman dressed in a business suit, wearing open-toe high heels, and with long hair cascading over her shoulders walked towards them. Mr. Lu. Upon seeing this woman, Li Shun suddenly gave a cryptic smile. Please come in quickly. Lu Jia took a small step back to the side and extended her hand in an inviting gesture. General Manager's office. The two people sitting at the tea table sized each other up. Young Master Li, I didn't know you'd heard of. I have one condition. Li Shun picked up the teacup in front of him and interrupted the other person in a cool and indifferent voice. All right. As long as you can help me, young Master Li, I'll agree to anything you ask. Seeing Lu Jia's resolute attitude, he took a small sip of tea. The other party's affairs are not exactly a secret. It can be summarized in one sentence. My husband ran off with someone else. She wanted the other party to pay the price and lose everything they had. Even if it's your daughter. Upon hearing this, Lu Jia immediately tensed up and said in a deep voice, Young Master Li, don't joke around. If I'm not mistaken, that girl downstairs with the leg ring is your daughter, isn't she? Seeing the nervous look on her face, Li Shun knew he had guessed correctly. He felt that the girl looked somewhat familiar when he looked at her earlier. Then consider who hired the hacker and where this place is. The girl's identity is naturally quite clear. That's why he said the other person was lucky. I don't care what your intentions were in arranging for your daughter to meet me, but you shouldn't have let her ruin my plans. Seeing his noticeably somber expression, Lu Jia also wore an unpleasant look. She could hear noises coming from downstairs just now. She knew exactly what had happened. Faced with this ruthless rich kid, she was at a loss for what to do. I'll give you a multiple choice question. Li Shun got up, slowly walked to the window, and looked at the cars with their lights flashing below. Your husband and your daughter. You can only choose one. After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked to the other person's side, smelling the fragrance coming from the tip of his nose. You want to get revenge on your husband, right? Then let me see your resolve. Li Shun patted her trembling shoulder. With a mocking smile on his lips, he quietly waited for her to make a choice. Time passed second by second. The office was quiet except for the occasional sound of him drinking tea. Young Master Li, do I have a third option? Lu Jie looked pained, her voice filled with difficulty. One was the man who abandoned her. One is her biological daughter. She couldn't choose between revenge and family. What do you think? Li Shun put down his teacup and looked at her with great interest. If you use me. Upon hearing Lu Jie's words, he couldn't help but take a closer look at the woman in front of him. She was in her 30s, but her skin was extremely well maintained, fair and delicate, making her look like she was only about 25. Combined with her strong, elegant, and sophisticated aura, it definitely adds a lot to her appeal. Only. Li Shun suddenly smiled and waved to Xing Yu and Tang Xiaoya behind him. Xiaoya, show her what you have to offer, and make this woman wake up. Lu Jie looked at the two young women's faces. The narrow short skirts perfectly accentuated their alluring figures. Her full bust, her long, beautiful legs encased in stockings, and her slender waist that could be grasped in one hand. All of this made her realize that the other party had no shortage of women. There's no shortage of women like her who have given birth. Unless. At this moment, Li Shun toyed with the teacup in his hand and spoke with a playful smile. If you can convince your daughter to join, I can offer you a third option. Chapter 10, The Mother Who Gave Up Revenge, and the Male Protagonist's Profile. After a painful struggle, Lu Jie gripped her delicate hand tightly, her nails digging deep into her flesh. I can't give up on my daughter. After shouting, she seemed to lose all her strength and slumped helplessly against the back of the chair. Snap! Li Shun suddenly clapped at her. Good, you haven't been blinded by revenge, and you still remember that you are a mother. A look of pain crossed his face, as if he were recalling something from the past. If his mother. I've done you a favor. I'll bring the man you want over. Li Shun got up and walked towards the door. No matter what happens, never forget your identity as a mother. There are people at home waiting for you to come back. Li Shun, who turned to look at her, had a lonely look on his face. Like a child who can't find his home. As he left the office, a tearful thank you came from behind him. Some things. For a mother seeking revenge, that's true. But it's also true for children. People value order, but what if order can no longer protect them? The light should be extinguished. But when darkness falls, everyone fears becoming an outcast. But someone always has to make a change. Because the game has already started. Underground parking lot. Li Shun took the elevator downstairs, and after he got into the car, he asked Shinyu. Is Mo Shui still in Kyoto? Yes, young master, Miss Mo has been staying at the Shumo Manor in Kyoto. Tell her I need Wang Haitao from Genyu Group to send him to Haishur alive. Yes, young master. Everyone knows that Tianyu Group and Genyu Group are mortal enemies and two major business giants. It was precisely because of this that Wang Haitao went to Genyu Group after offending Lu Jie. But what they didn't know was Li Shun, the heir of Tianyu, and Mo Shui, the eldest daughter of Genyu, were actually already engaged. Sometimes, people think what they see is the truth, but little do they know, it's just what others want them to see. Lu Jie somehow managed to find out about this, though she didn't know what connection she had. Therefore, for her, Li Shun was the only hope that could help her take revenge. That orphan. Li Shun hesitated for a moment, then said, Ask my mother about Skynet. Never mind, I'll ask myself. As Tianyu Group is one of the world's top 10 companies, his mother's status is naturally not low. The chief scientific researcher of the Dragon Kingdom has invented several international patents and can be considered a national treasure of the Dragon Kingdom. It's hard to imagine that a woman who was only 38 years old could achieve this level. And Skynet was in her charge. Back at Hanhai Villa, Shun opened the system message page and saw two notifications. Because the host took Jiang Yuyan's virginity, the female lead and male lead became estranged, resulting in the loss of 80% of the host's luck value. Target for plundering luck, Jiang Yuyan. Current plundered luck value, 170%. Note, tasks can be submitted or accumulated. Hint, looting cap, 200%. The mission will automatically end once the cap is reached. The system gave a notification when he secured the first kill against Jiang Yuyan. He just didn't expect that the female lead's hymen alone could be worth 80% of his luck value. Unexpectedly, because of this, the male lead could no longer want Jiang Yuyan. The kind of love in the novel that moves heaven and earth. Haha, how ridiculous. But Shun frowned slightly, which also reveals the male protagonist's character from another perspective. It's a bit cruel, the person probably isn't a good one. But isn't he the male lead? Isn't he supposed to be a righteous, brave, and tenacious male protagonist? How could they abandon the female lead just because of a hymen? If a normal man said he didn't want second-hand goods, Shun could understand. After all, he had had that thought before. But the male lead. Do I have some misunderstanding about them, or are my expectations too high? 2 days later, Shun sat quietly inside the car. Shin Yu and her companions were facing a dozen burly men wielding weapons. At first, the burly man saw that they were all delicate beauties and made lewd jokes. But they soon paid the price. Shin Yu and the others are not just pretty faces, they are blood-red roses that have undergone cruel training. With their nimble movements, although they were not as strong as the burly men, every move they made hit vital points. Beneath their sheer dresses, their graceful figures swayed with the dance. Compared to the ruggedness of the strong men, they were simply full of pleasing feminine grace. Young master. After dealing with the burly man, they calmly approached Shun. He opened the car door, sat in his seat, and spoke in a calm tone. He's barely alive, send him to the investigation bureau. Since his location was exposed last time, he has lost count of how many assassination attempts this has been. Faced with these annoying flies, blocking his location would be ineffective unless he left the city. After all, the location has been identified, and flies will swarm over, drawn by the scent. Young master, if you send a few more batches, Miss Jiang will be promoted to deputy director soon. Isn't that more interesting? A smile played on Shun's lips. With him around, the other party couldn't possibly be transferred away from Haishur. And it fuels a stronger desire to conquer, doesn't it? Young master, the orphan you requested has been found. Headquarters has already sent the information. Tang Xiaoyuan, sitting in the driver's seat, stepped out of the car with a laptop in her arms. Chapter 11 Jiang Yuyan's Self-Strategy. Zhang Xiaodong, nicknamed Mad Dog. He was once a renowned freestyle fighter in Southeast China, winning numerous honors and victories thanks to his fighting skills and physical attributes. At the same time, he has received invitations from many entrepreneurs who want to hire him as a private bodyguard. But 3 years ago, it suddenly disappeared without a trace. Some suspect that he has offended too many people and has been assassinated. According to the records, he was taken in as a disciple by an old man 3 years ago and has been practicing in seclusion in a remote place ever since. An orphan who takes on apprentices, a life of mystery and glitz. All signs indicate that Zhang Xiaodong is the standard protagonist template. When will he come to Haishur? We found his ticket purchase record. His flight was at 8 p.m. tonight and landed at Liuguang Airport. Tonight at 8 p.m. Shun stroked his chin, a thoughtful expression on his face. This is, after all, his first time meeting the male lead. Shouldn't he prepare a small gift? What is his purpose in coming to Haishur? Revenge. Revenge. Hearing that yet another one was seeking revenge, a hint of surprise flashed across his face. According to Tang Xiaoyuan's account, It turns out that Zhang Xiaodong had met a woman in Southeast China and had an unforgettable experience with her. However, this woman was later bought by a rich second generation. Although the male protagonist was also very strong at the time, many people wanted to hire him. However, compared to the capital of the second generation of rich kids, it is still far from enough. Who is that person? Gu Minghang, the second young master of the Gu family in Haishur. Upon hearing his name, Li Shun gave a meaningful smile. The Gu family's businesses are ostensibly entertainment venues such as bars and karaoke bars, but secretly. That woman is probably already a slayer of hundreds of men. No, she might even have slain 10,000. After all, 3 years have passed. In this situation, the male protagonist still wants to come looking for her, either because he's unaware of the Gu family's methods, or a deeply affectionate but resentful soul? Li Shun shook his head and gave instructions to Xinyu. Get the woman from the Gu family and take her to the airport tonight. Yes, young master. Shanghai Municipal Bureau of Investigation. Zhang Yuyan sat in her office, staring nervously at the man in front of her. Young Master Li, what are you planning to do now? Li Shun, sitting on the sofa, looked at her and smiled. Someone wants to kill me. I've come to seek your protection. Kill you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuyan's beautiful eyes widened instantly, and in that instant, anger overwhelmed her fear. He shouted through gritted teeth. Are you talking about those people outside who are missing limbs? Or those who were sent to prison and die mysteriously the next day? At this moment, her breathing became heavier, clearly indicating that she was quite angry. She's been acting like the Grim Reaper these past few days. Colleagues were all talking about it, saying that anyone she sent there would definitely not survive the next day. The mortality rate was practically 100%. Are you rejecting me? Li Shun stood up with an ambiguous tone. When Zhang Yuyan saw her coming, she immediately panicked and subconsciously grabbed the armrest of the chair, trying to calm her trembling body. Don't be so nervous. This is the Investigation Bureau. You don't want your colleagues to know, do you? He put his hand on her shoulder and gently blew a breath into her ear. No. Zhang Yuyan's face instantly flushed red, and her beautiful eyes seemed to sparkle with desire. She has mixed feelings right now. Outside the door, she is a cold and aloof phoenix known to all, having solved countless major cases. She can spot clues that others cannot find at a glance. But inside the door, one thought can lead to heaven, another to hell. The stark contrast made her heart pound uncontrollably. And she found that when she was with Li Shun, she would feel a longing in her heart. Zhang Yuyan couldn't understand why this was happening. Many people had expressed their love for her when she was in school and at work. But she really didn't feel anything at the time. But now, just listening to the other person speak in her ear made her feel like half of her body was going to go limp. You really do have the potential to be a servant. Don't say that about me. Zhang Yuyan looked shy and coquettish, and her voice sounded like that of a lover flirting. Ha ha ha. Seeing the former female lead reduced to her current state, he found it really amusing. What Li Shun didn't know was, since returning home, Zhang Yuyan has been having dreams every night. I dreamed of the man in my life. This began to change her mindset. As a female lead, under normal circumstances, only the male lead could achieve this. Next, under the influence of fate, the female protagonist will fall into a state of self-conquest, gradually transforming herself from a blank sheet of paper into a rich and colorful painting. This is what people often refer to as, if you want a woman to remember you, you must make a lasting impression on her. But now, luck is not wrong, and the female lead is not wrong. Unfortunately, the male lead was wrong. Moreover, the mistakes were outrageous, and the methods used were the kind that would be unforgettable for a lifetime. This has led to a shift in the direction of self-strategy, from an equal relationship to a superior-subordinate relationship. Come with me tonight. Li Shun lifted her small face, looked at her delicate features, and a smile appeared on his lips. I still have to work. Zhang Yuyan subconsciously avoided the other person's gaze, her expression showing some inner conflict. You think you can take advantage of me? Noticing the displeasure in his eyes, Jiang Yuyan immediately felt a surge of fear. He quickly said, I'll go with you. That's a good girl. Go home and change into a nicer outfit. You have things to do tonight. Li Shun gently rubbed the other person's head, as if he were playing with a delicate pet. The two left the investigation bureau. A line of Rolls-Royces was conspicuously parked at the entrance. Young Master Xinyu, Wanxiu, and the others stood upright beside the open car door. Luxury cars and beautiful women. This conspicuous scene attracted a crowd of onlookers at the entrance of the investigation bureau. However, when they saw Jiang Yuyan being helped into the car by a man, they all started to talk. Isn't this the aloof phoenix from the investigation bureau? It's true. We all thought she didn't like men, she was as cold as ice. We never expected her to get into a rich kid's car. I heard that Captain Chen has been working so hard to save up for a down payment on a house in order to pursue her, he's even stopped taking time off work. Alas, poor Captain Chen, he didn't know that someone had already found a rich man. Once inside the car, Jiang Yuyan appeared somewhat restrained, looking at the luxurious interior. After a while, she pinched her small hands and said, Young Master Li, my car is still parked at the station. Your car? Li Shun looked at the car keys in her hand. The brand is Volkswagen, if I'm not mistaken, it should be the T-Cross. One of his ex-girlfriends from his past life had been with him. Shoya, find someone to bring the car back. Li Shun took the car keys from her and casually tossed them onto the front seat. Are you carsick? Chapter 12 Mo Shui's call, white is easily smudged. Seeing Jiang Yuyan's helpless expression. Her eyebrows were furrowed, her pink lips trembled slightly, her hands gripped the hem of her clothes, and her breathing was somewhat heavy. Moreover, his sitting posture kept changing, as if he was sitting very restlessly. Li Shun looked at the other person with a face full of curiosity. Logically, she shouldn't be carsick, but she looks completely out of sorts. I've never ridden in a car like this before. Jiang Yuyan pursed her lips tightly, her voice filled with barely suppressed nervousness. If it were someone else's car, she wouldn't have reacted like this. But facing this man. Blue Bay Plaza. Located in a remote area of the city center, the building's exterior already shows signs of age. The elderly people sitting at the door enjoying the cool air saw a convoy of Rolls-Royces drive in. Everyone was discussing whose house it was. You live here. Li Shun looked out the window at the scenery. Narrow streets, faded white walls, and litter scattered everywhere. Isn't the other person the female lead? Why are the living conditions so bad? Yeah, you didn't expect that, did you? Actually, I'm very poor. I've never ridden in a luxury car or lived in a villa. Looking out the window at the familiar surroundings, Jiang Yuyan's tense mood gradually relaxed. This is the first time I've ridden in this kind of vehicle. It even has a refrigerator. I've never seen anything like it before. After she finished speaking, a look of unease appeared on her delicate face. After a while, she took a deep breath and turned to look at the other person. Look at this handsome man. The first man in her life. I don't know what's wrong with me. I'm terrified of seeing you, terrified of your cruel methods, terrified of the way you turn and walk away. Jiang Yuyan wiped away the tears that had welled up in her eyes. The image of the other person turning away after giving their instructions that night involuntarily flashed through my mind. That figure was truly imprinted firmly in her heart, impossible to erase. But I want to see you. Because of those two words. At this point, she pointed to the two tattooed words on her body. I can no longer trust anyone. Seeing her helpless appearance, Li Shun suddenly understood something. In fact, Jiang Yuyan still has a sense of self-respect. According to the female protagonist's character setting, they will only love one person in their entire lives. At least Li Shun had never seen the woman who had cheated on him. Therefore, her remaining self-respect no longer allows her to fall in love with anyone else. In her view, it was a betrayal. Whether it's subjective or subconscious, Jiang Yuyan has completely changed. So what you mean is? Li Shun reached out and put his arm around her slender waist, pulling her into his embrace. You want me to take responsibility for you, don't you? Jiang Yuyan lowered her head, smelling the scent on the other person, but dared not look up at him. Go change your clothes first. Li Shun patted her on the back and watched her get out of the car and go upstairs. Young master, Miss Imo is calling. Tang Xiaoyuan held up her phone and said to him. Li Shun picked up his phone, glanced at the now empty stairwell, and answered the call. I've already sent the person to you. As soon as the call connected, a very magnetic, sweet voice came from the other end, sounding both commanding and gentle. Okay, I understand. After a moment of silence, Li Shun said again, you didn't call about this, did you? The Carlo family from abroad has their eyes on you. Carlo. Yes, Tianyu Group swallowed up a piece of their land, and coincidentally, your location appeared on the dark web. Hearing this, he rubbed his temples. Who is it? Lyslin, the third princess of the Carlo family. Upon hearing the name, Li Shun's pupils dilated slightly. I understand, I'll be careful. Well, since you're not coming back, I respect your choice. However, you need to be careful with your relationships with women lately, lest you cause a death. The call was disconnected after he finished speaking. Li Shun glanced at his phone, then looked at Tang Xiaoya in front of him. Young master. I didn't say that. Seeing his gaze, the other person quickly waved his hand and said. I know it's not you. He was well aware of the Imo family's intelligence capabilities. They could even find out if someone wore open-toed pants as a child. But he really hadn't expected Lyslin to come. If the original owner was a madman, then the other party was a demon. The tradition of the Carlo family is that it is fratricide, and only the survivors have the right to speak. Growing up in such an environment, Lysline's ability to become the third princess in her family despite being a girl is proof enough of her capabilities. It's important to know that their third princess wasn't ranked according to seniority, rather, the position was only granted to the princess after the previous person was killed. Lyslin. Li Shun leaned back in the back seat, muttering to himself. After a while, Jiang Yuyan changed into a white dress and walked out with an ethereal, fairy-like aura. Judging by its appearance, it is indeed beautiful. Especially in front of her perfect figure, her fair skin has an almost sweet, first-love quality. When she got into the car, Li Shun glanced at her feminine curves and spoke. Why are you wearing white? Isn't it good-looking? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuyan immediately became a little nervous and glanced at her dress from head to toe. It seems it is indeed a bit small. When she was rummaging through the wardrobe, she realized she didn't seem to have many clothes. I usually wear work clothes to work, and I don't have time to go shopping after get off work. Most of the items in the wardrobe are from the past. It's not that it's ugly, it's just that it's white, and it gets dirty easily. After Li Shun finished speaking, he quietly moved closer to her. Tang Xiaoyuan, who was ahead, understood and turned on the car's music to cover up some of the noise. Chapter 13: Xiao Ying's transformation with the power of modern technology. The parking garage at Liuguang Airport. Sitting in his chair, Li Shun silently watched Jiang Yuyan curled up on the floor. The female lead. Is this always the case? He wouldn't say he'd been with countless women, but he certainly had some experience. But this reaction. Could it be a calcium deficiency? I remember last time. Li Shun suddenly remembered that she seemed to have acted a little strangely last time, behaving differently from normal people. However, he left directly that time, unlike this time when he stayed. Xiaoyuan, I'll take you. Never mind. Li Shun glanced at his feet, at the crocodile leather shoes made by top craftsmen. Open your mouth, but don't bite your tongue. After a long time, Xinyu walked out of the boutique clothing store in the airport, carrying a handbag. Young master, the clothes have been purchased. Okay, let's change it for her. Li Shun lit a cigarette and silently watched the scene before him. No wonder Wancho said she crawled that time. That's really true about feelings. After Jiang Yuyan finished tidying up, she sat down next to him again. I'm sorry I didn't satisfy you. She looked like a child who had done something wrong, and was actually bowing her head and apologizing to him. No, I'm very satisfied. Li Shun brushed the hair from her face, looked at her fairy-like face, and smiled. Really, really? Jiang Yuyan raised her tear-streaked face, a glint of light flashing in her eyes. Of course it's true, I have no reason to lie to you. That's great. Upon hearing this, she breathed a sigh of relief and then put on a smiling face. Young master, Gu Minghang is still waiting for you outside. Shun Yu glanced at the figures outside the car window and reminded Li Shun. No. After he finished speaking, he told Jiang Yuyan to rest there for a while, and then he went out. Young Master Li, it's been a long time. When Gu Minghang saw him come down, he immediately went up to him with a smile. Yes, it's been a long time. Li Shun glanced at the man, who was dressed in sportswear and casual wear, giving off a very easygoing vibe. And standing next to him was a woman. She's around 30 years old, with a petite figure, and in terms of looks, I'd say around 70 points, barely. She wasn't particularly attractive, and it was unclear what the male lead liked about her. This must be the woman. Yes, that's her, Xiaoying. Come and greet young Master Li. Upon hearing this, the girl named Xiaoying immediately came over and greeted Li Xiao in a high-pitched voice. Young Master Li, the person is yours. When Gu Minghang said this, his tone was very casual, as if it were a very normal behavior. When would be a convenient time for you? I have a newly opened venue and would like to invite you to patronize it. Li Shun glanced at Xiaoying beside him, thought for a moment, and said, I'll have someone notify you when I have time. All right. Then I'll be waiting for young Master Li's arrival, ha ha. After Gu Minghang finished speaking, he glanced at the cars next to him and continued, then I'll be going now. No need to see me out. After the other person left, Xiaoying immediately came over and tried to lean on him. Ah. Li Shun immediately stopped her, coldly saying, I have no interest in you. Young Master Li. Xiaoying, who was having some difficulty breathing, immediately realized that she had misunderstood. So he hurriedly explained, I just wanted to say hello to you. Don't do anything unnecessary. After releasing the other person, Li Shun continued to ask, do you still remember Zhang Xiaodong? Xiaodong. Upon hearing the name, Xiaoying's face flashed with shock. Ignoring the discomfort in her neck, she quickly spoke up. Where is he? Do you have any news about him? Seeing her concerned attitude, Li Shun couldn't help but sneer. Someone once said that your acting skills are terrible. Upon hearing this, Xiaoying's expression gradually faded, and she gave a self-deprecating laugh. Young Master Li must have a purpose in bringing me here, but he doesn't want my body, so I have to find a way to survive. Good, you recognize reality. Li Shun was somewhat surprised, and his thoughts began to change. Originally, he intended to use this woman's head as a gift for the male protagonist. But now, it has to be said that obedient and sensible people are lucky, at least they live longer. You are. Yes, young master. As soon as he finished speaking, Shun Yu, who was still holding a rag, hurriedly ran out. Judging from the way it looks, it seems like it just wiped something. Li Shun pointed at Xiao Yuan and said, give her some makeup, buy her some clothes, dress her up as much as possible, and make her look nice. Ah yes, young master. Shun Yu sized up the woman and immediately felt that things were a bit difficult. Wanqiu, you do her makeup. Xiaoyan, get out your shaping and liposuction needles. I'll go buy her some clothes. Following her instructions, several beautiful women got out of the car and immediately got busy. 750. Airport Terminal. Li Shun put his arm around Jiang Yuyan and sat down, with Xiaoying, who had undergone a complete makeover, standing next to them. Look at her current appearance and figure. I'd give it 85 points. After all, with hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars invested in technology, changing a person is really easy. However, compared to the natural beauty of the female lead Shun Yu and others, they lack a certain natural charm. In Li Shun's opinion, for a woman using this kind of technology, a score of 80 or so is already the limit. Of course, he would never touch a woman like that. It feels like being with a mannequin. After all, things are different now than before. You know your mission, right? Li Shun said, looking at Xiaoying. Make Zhang Xiaodong fall in love with me again. She touched herself up and down, a look of surprise on her face. If you do well, I'll arrange a comfortable life for you from now on, and a prize of 100 million yuan. Seeing Li Shun raise a finger, Xiaoying instantly became excited, her eyes practically shining. For a woman like her who had worked in the business world, the life the other party promised was exactly what she had always dreamed of. Not to mention there's another 100 million. However, if you fail to complete it, you will lose your value. A cold glint flashed in Li Shun's eyes. This caused Xiaoying's joyful expression to freeze instantly. It felt like being doused with a bucket of cold water, a chill ran through my heart. She understood that if she didn't finish, she will definitely die. I understand, young Master Li. Xiaoying breathed a sigh of relief, but immediately felt nervous. You want one too? Li Shun noticed the fleeting expression on Zhang Yuyan's face in his arms and couldn't help but ask her. I don't want to. Seeing her obviously insincere expression, Li Shun leaned close to her ear and said, I'm very satisfied with your performance just now. I'll take you shopping later, after all, your dress was torn by me. Good. That's why they say a woman's no is often a sign of her desire. Upon hearing that the other party was going to take her shopping, Zhang Yuyan immediately became happy, and the corners of her lips couldn't help but turn up in a smile. Just then, as time passed, a man wearing a windbreaker walked out of the airport. A system notification tone then sounded. Li Shun knew that the male lead had arrived. Chapter 14. Zhang Yuyan can call me master now, so we took her to the mall. Male lead detected, Zhang Xiaodong. Zhang Xiaodong's current luck value, 180%. Because the host stole one of the female leads, Zhang Yuyan, the male lead lost the assistance of the investigation bureau, his luck was stripped away, and 40% of his luck value was plundered. Zhang Xiaodong's current luck value, 140%. After seeing the system notification, Li Shun spoke calmly to Xiaoying beside him. Xiaoying, it's your turn to go on stage. Upon hearing this, the other person took a deep breath, and a sorrowful expression appeared on their face. Then, she pulled out her plane ticket from under her neck and walked forward, swaying her shapely buttocks under her skirt. After all, the two hadn't seen each other for a long time. When they meet again, a chance encounter must be arranged. Xiaoying is currently playing the role of a lovelorn woman who has been deceived. 3 years ago, I was tricked and tormented. After many years, I have finally escaped from the nightmare. What she wants to do after she gets out. He returned to the Southeast Sea, to the small wooden house where he first met Zhang Xiaodong, and quietly awaited death. So the two met again at the airport. Seeing Xiaoying with her head down, radiating despair and pain, Zhang Xiaodong called her over. Li Shun's smile deepened. Many things that seem like coincidences or chance encounters are actually deliberate arrangements by people with ulterior motives. As for whether the other party can control the male lead? As for this, it all depends on Xiaoying's own fate. She succeeded, and she lived. Failure, she dies. I believe she will do her best. Yuyan, let's go, Li Shun said, pulling her up. Ha! Aren't you going to abandon that girl? Zhang Yuyan looked at Xiaoying and the other person's figures, a hesitant look on her face. Upon hearing this, Li Shun looked at her, his eyes turning cold, and said in a deep voice, disobeying me again. Upon hearing those words, she seemed to recall her past experiences, and her delicate body trembled involuntarily. Listen, be good, let's go, master. Zhang Yuyan quickly grabbed his arm and leaned closer, adopting a submissive and affectionate posture. When Li Shun heard her still calling her master, his earlier coldness vanished instantly. Say it again. Reaching out, Li Shun lifted her pretty face, which was resting on his shoulder, and looked at her shy expression. Master, master. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Longyue Plaza. A convoy of Rolls-Royces once again parked imposingly at the entrance. Li Shun opened the system notification he had just received. The female protagonist, Jiang Yuyen, recognizes the host as her master, aiding and abetting evil, and even acknowledging a traitor as her father. She plunders 50% of the host's luck points. Hint: the target luck value has reached its limit. Note: excess luck points cannot be accumulated. Current plunder luck value, 200%. Note: your luck value has reached its limit, the task will be automatically completed. Calculation in progress. Congratulations, host, you have gained 2 million luck points. Congratulations, host, on completing your first mission. You have obtained the female lead enhancement fluid, 3 doses. Note: due to the host's mission completion rate reaching 200%, the female lead Jiang Yuyen will completely submit to the host and will have no possibility of betraying him again. Upon seeing the system's last sentence, Li Shun couldn't help but feel surprised. Is there no possibility of betrayal left? He thought for a moment and then said to Jiang Yuyen, "Will you always listen to me?" Yes. Yuyen will listen to her master in everything. That. As Li Shun spoke, he placed his hand on the other person's back, and with a soft click of a clasp, the other person made a sound. I'm letting you go to the mall like this, is that okay? Jiang Yuyen bit her lower lip tightly, a faint blush rising on her cheeks. But there was no sign of refusal in his expression. This scene made Li Shun laugh even harder. Alright, put it on. I just want to see if you'll listen to me. As a mosquito-like humming sound rang out, Jiang Yuyen lowered her head and tidied herself up. Xiao Yuan, you two come with me to the mall. Yes, young master. Upon hearing that the two of them could also go, Xin Yu and Tang Xiaoyuan, who was driving, couldn't help but cheer excitedly. When the 4 people got off the bus, the onlookers stared wide-eyed at Li Shun, who was being embraced by 2 women. A cute little girl with a youthful face and adorable features. A mature and alluring woman. An incredibly pure and innocent goddess. Good heavens! Who is this powerful being? He subdued them all without hesitation. Aren't you afraid of getting retribution? Compared to them, the girl couldn't help but swallow hard as she looked at Li Shun's handsome face. Luxury cars, handsome men, it's simply irresistible. Unlike the boys, when they saw the high-quality looks of Jiang Yuyen and others, they subconsciously felt jealous. What's more, these 3 perfect women are actually staying with the same man. This is enough to prove Li Shun's excellence. He's definitely a highly eligible bachelor. Ahem, handsome, I'm quite familiar with this area. Do you need a guide? A girl dressed rather scantily next to them asked the question before anyone else could. No need, I'm the owner here. Hearing his words, the girl couldn't help but feel a little angry. They think Li Shun is bragging. It's worth noting that Longyue Plaza is a nationally renowned luxury shopping center. Whether it's a major domestic brand or an international brand, they all need to compete for a spot to set up shop here. Longyue Plaza boasts numerous flagship stores. The other party actually claimed to be the boss? You're probably drunk. Just as the girl was disappointed in Li Shun and was looking at him with great contempt. Suddenly, a lot of people ran out of the door. Young Master Li. I'm very sorry to have kept you waiting. I'm the current manager of Longyue Plaza. You can call me Xiao Zhou. A man in a suit, slightly out of breath, stopped in front of him. Upon seeing him, the onlookers couldn't help but start discussing him. Zhou Jiawei. The person in charge of Longyue Plaza. Why is he out here? Didn't you hear him say that he came out to greet this person? Meet. Could he really be the owner here? Hearing the whispers around her, the woman felt a pang of regret. He really is the owner here. That disdain he just showed. God, please. Make sure he doesn't see it, whatever you do, make sure he doesn't see it. Okay, let's go in and take a look together. Li Shun helped the shocked Jiang Yuyen up and walked towards the door amidst the greetings of the crowd. He completely ignored the woman from earlier. He would be interested if it were 2 sizes larger. Now. Ha! The reason I ignored her was because I had just received a batch of system rewards and was in a good mood. Otherwise, we should have taught her a lesson earlier. These handmade crocodile leather shoes are so soft they won't hurt your feet when you kick a door, let alone a woman's. Thinking of this, Shun looked down. There were several obvious marks on the shoe, which looked like they had been bitten. This made him glance at the small silver teeth in Jiang Yuyan's red lips. Although she looks petite and delicate, but its strength is truly considerable. Chapter 15 Shopping at the Mall, Bold Ideas. Step into Longyue Plaza. Bright and warm light bathed the entire space, making it feel like stepping into a shopping paradise. Everywhere the eye can see. The shop windows of major brands display a variety of exquisite luxury items, each piece resembling a work of art and exuding a unique charm. No woman is immune to the desire to be beautiful. Jiang Yuyan and the others couldn't help but be drawn to the new clothes and luxury bags in the glass display case. Buy whatever you like. Shun took a black card with no spending limit from manager Zhou. As the heir to the Tianyu Group, he is entitled to shareholder benefits. According to the asset structure of Longyue Plaza, the Li family of Kyoto holds 67% of the shares, making them absolute behind-the-scenes bigwigs. Real. Jiang Yuyan showed a look of surprise. She only knew that the other party was a rich second generation, but she didn't expect him to be this rich. But amidst the surprise, a complex thought also arose in my mind. She came from a simple family, and the gap between her and the other person was. It's way too big. But if she were to leave Shun, she can't do it. At that moment, she couldn't help but recall the scene in the car. The other person seemed to really like it. Jiang Yuyan looked down and gripped the hem of her skirt tightly with her delicate hands. When she looked up again, a look of recklessness appeared in her eyes. Never mind. As long as the other person likes her and doesn't leave her, everything else. Whatever. Watching them run towards the high-end store next door, Shun lit a cigarette. Now. The gift has already been sent to the male lead. And the next big gift. He suddenly gave a cold laugh, took out his phone, and made a call. Are you ready? Young master, the location has been locked, and the relevant authorities have approved it. We can launch at any time. Shun glanced at Jiang Yuyan and the others, and said softly, let's do it tonight then. Yes, young master. After hanging up the phone, he couldn't help but think of the girl named Xiaoying. Hopefully, she can seize this opportunity. If we can't achieve anything, then there's no need for it to exist. After all, Shun hadn't planned to make this move from the beginning. Right now, we've only given her a little more time to live. Whether she lives or dies in the end depends on her behavior. Master, what do you think of me wearing this? At this moment, Jiang Yuyan, who had changed into a tight-fitting bodycon dress, ignored the gazes of those around her and ran directly to him, calling out Master. He looked her up and down. Very good, the fitted design showed off her perfect figure even better. Especially her long, crystal-clear legs. Slender and long, it seemed to shimmer with a luster. In addition, her fair and sexy little feet were wearing a pair of high heels. Because high heels only allow the toes to touch the ground, they accentuate her leg lines even more, making her absolutely stunning. Yes, it suits you very well. After learning that the other party would never betray him, Shun's attitude towards her changed. He was naturally generous with words of praise. Not to mention she was already very beautiful. This can be seen from the pairs of eyes around them that seem to be about to fall to the ground. Really? Then I'll go try on a few more. Seeing her sweet smile and her cheerful steps, it was clear that she was in a good mood after hearing his praise. At this moment, Shun opened the items that the system had just rewarded him with. At first, he thought it was for the female lead based on the name, but later he found out it wasn't. Name, Female Protagonist Enhancement Fluid. Effect, when used on a female being, it may grant a slight boost to her fortune. This can be explained in one sentence. Artificial female lead. Shun naturally knew just how powerful the force of fate was. The system's blocking deserves the most credit for the fact that Zhang Yuyan was able to be won over by him so quickly. Otherwise, besides the male lead, he also wants to touch the female lead? That's just wishful thinking. System, can someone who uses the female protagonist's enhancement fluid trigger a destiny mission? Those who acquire their skills later in life cannot trigger the destiny quest. Ha, he knew it. If this can be exploited, then villain stats can be farmed instantly. So, this female protagonist enhancement fluid. Who should it be given to? Xinyu, Tang Suyuan, Wanqiu, Jingwen, Yayan, Shuya. These are all acceptable, but he only has 3 doses, meaning he can only choose 3 people. System, will I get the female protagonist enhancement fluid again after completing the next mission? This is a special reward for the ultimate mission. The host will receive the female protagonist enhancement fluid upon completing the mission at 200% progress. Very good. Li Shun has a bold idea. Female protagonist's bodyguard team. He had this thought in his mind when he first met Zhang Yuyan. But at the time, she was the only female lead, so they had to give up on the project for the time being. But now, imagine a group of elegant and graceful women surrounding you. It can both kill enemies and handle life's problems. And they are all blessed with good fortune. Putting everything else aside, if you can turn a desperate situation into a life-saving one, and are destined for greatness, then you will be invincible. That's what you call a capable assistant. No matter how powerful others are, they can only kneel down and sing conquer in front of them. Master, do you think this one is alright? Young master, do you like this outfit? Seeing that they had all changed into the latest trendy styles, Li Shun couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Yes, it looks good. After he finished speaking, he couldn't help but walk over and look him up and down. Tang Xiaoyuan was still wearing a Lolita-style fluffy dress, but thanks to her assets, it perfectly supported the curves at the bottom. Zhang Yuyan changed into a ladylike dress, her 2 beautiful legs posed elegantly, and her delicate high heels rested gracefully together, making her look particularly beautiful. Xinyu surprised him a bit. She actually changed into a JK uniform. She had long, jet-black hair tied in a high ponytail, and her skirt was 2 inches above her knees, revealing her absolute territory with black over-the-knee stockings. She wore a pair of delicate little leather shoes. This youthful and vibrant outfit is quite different from her usual image. Oh nar. Young master. Young master. Listening to their distinctive voices, Xiaoyuan's sweetness, Xinyua's crispness, and Zhang Yuyan's gentleness. In an instant, his mood became extremely pleasant. Xiao Zhou. Young Master Li. Zhou Jiawei, the person in charge of Longyue Plaza, came over immediately. Give each of them a black card. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jiawei waved to the person next to him, took the black card that had been prepared in advance, bowed at a 90-degree angle, and presented the black card with both hands. This. Zhang Yuyan looked at the black card engraved with luxurious patterns in front of her and hesitated for a moment. She knew how heavy this card was. She couldn't afford to buy it even if she sold herself. Disobedient. But with Li Shun's casual words, she hurriedly accepted it. Do your best. Yes. Yu Yan will try her best. Chapter 16, a big gift for the male lead. The Carlo family comes to his door. A hotel in Shanghai. Zhang Xiaodong woke up from a hazy dream and looked at Xiaoying sleeping soundly in his arms, his expression somewhat complicated. 3 years ago, he misunderstood the other party. It turned out that the girl had been tricked and hadn't intended to leave him. To prove this, the other party even considered suicide to show their sincerity. He looked at Xiaoying's despair, the feeling of being rejected by the one he loved. Zhang Xiaodong. My heart softened. He gently stroked the other's hair, his eyes revealing a deep affection. Buzz. At this moment, Zhang Xiaodong noticed that his cell phone next to his pillow was constantly vibrating. When I picked it up, I saw countless message notifications and missed calls. Xiaodong, something's happened to your master. Xiaodong, come back quickly. Upon seeing these messages, he was greatly shocked, and his pupils suddenly contracted. He quickly picked up the phone and dialed back. Answer it quickly, hurry up. While waiting for the other party to answer, he kept muttering to himself. Hey! What's wrong with Master? As soon as the call connected, he asked anxiously. Mountain. The entire mountain has disappeared. What did you say? The residents at the foot of the mountain became familiar with them because they often delivered supplies to them. According to their accounts. Last night, a loud bang suddenly came from the sky, and streaks of meteors trailing flames appeared in the night sky. Immediately afterwards, like a volcanic eruption, the earth spewed forth endless flames. The intense and dazzling red light illuminated the entire night sky, like daylight in the darkness. Amidst deafening roars, the mountain began to collapse, and a wave of heat, accompanied by scattered rocks, rippled outwards. This scene looks like the end of the world. A red glow appeared in Zhang Xiaodong's eyes. In the dark red pupils, the image of a collapsing mountain and the master being burned by flames was reflected. Master! Clutching his phone tightly, his anguish caused him to curl up into a ball. A heart-wrenching scream. It rang out violently in the room. After 3 years of being together, even the most devoted people would develop feelings. Not to mention his master, who has been teaching him wholeheartedly, imparting all his skills to him. In Zhang Xiaodong's heart, he had long regarded the other party as his father. This was a kind of kinship he had never experienced since he was an orphan. It is unforgettable, it is something I can never let go of. Xiaodong, don't be sad. At this moment, Xiaoying, who had just woken up, leaned over and gently comforted the other person. She just overheard the conversation. If I'm not mistaken, this was definitely Li Xiao's doing. But for her, this was an opportunity, a chance to take advantage of a weakness. Zhang Xiaodong is now heartbroken and saddened by the loss of his mentor. So, he needs someone to lead him out of this dark period. And this person can only be her. If it weren't for her. Xiaoying recalled Li Shun's appearance, his cold eyes devoid of any warmth. If it wasn't her, she'll definitely be next. Realizing this, Xiaoying quickly pulled Zhang Xiaodong into her arms. She used every trick in the book to please the man. This has nothing to do with anything else. Saving my life is the most important thing. Hanhai Villa. Li Shun woke up on the soft bed with the help of everyone. At this moment, he had a pleasant smile on his lips, clearly in a good mood. After all, he doesn't even need to wear clothes anymore. He only needed to stand there, and someone would help him change his clothes. This kind of life. One word, absolutely amazing. After Li Shun finished tidying up, he was about to go downstairs for breakfast. But just as I reached the stairs, his expression suddenly changed. On the sofa in the living room sat a woman with golden waves. When she saw him come down, she put down her beautiful legs that had been crossed over her head, got up and walked towards him. Oh, Shun, long time no see. Upon hearing her broken Chinese, Li Shun immediately realized who she was. Lyselin, the third princess of the Carlo family. How did you get in? Hee, of course I walked in, otherwise. Do you expect people to climb in? Lyselin covered her sexy red lips, a seductive smile on her face. Where are the people in the villa? Upon hearing this, the other person, with her beautiful legs swaying in her long, high heels and her pert buttocks swaying, walked towards him step by step. Them. They've already fed the fish in the river. Looking at the stunningly beautiful mixed-race woman in front of him, Li Shun unconsciously lowered his gaze. Say it again. Ah, you're angry? Ah, don't worry, I'm just teasing you. Lyselin laughed so hard her slender waist bent slightly. But then, she changed the subject, however. How do you know which of my sentences was just me joking with you? Ha, isn't that funny? A sickly, coquettish smile appeared on her sexy and charming face. Li Shun felt a surge of dark, demonic thoughts welling up in his heart, which proved that the other party was telling the truth. Third princess. Just as he was getting annoyed and preparing to take action, a large group of people suddenly rushed in from outside the door. He was fully armed, had a strong physique, and held a gun that gleamed coldly in his hand. Behind the gate, Li Shun saw Wanxiu and the others hiding. They were also holding guns, their slender fingers already on the triggers. They had obviously spotted the group of foreigners long ago. But the other party's actions were a bit strange. If they came to kill the young master, they should have stormed into the main villa last night. But the other party killed some servants and then filmed several videos. And then that was it. This puzzled Wanxiu and the others, so they chose to hide for the time being. As for the servants? They don't care whether he lives or dies, they only care about the young master. Li Shun coldly surveyed the group of foreigners and said in a low voice, "What do you want?" "Me." Lyslin raised her slender finger and pointed at herself with a puzzled expression. "Your Tianyu group took away the real estate of our Carlo family, you have to give us an explanation. You need to explain yourself to me." A cold glint flashed in Li Shun's eyes. Being asked to give instructions by a woman gave him an urge to do it himself. Use your consciousness to open the system and find the ability of a killer in the mall. Name, the Slaughterer. Effect, unleashes the potential of life, unleashing a frenzied feast of carnage. Price, 800,000 worth it for a villain. Note, this ability was developed by the soul-eating clan of the Ghost Realm. If used by someone with insufficient willpower, it will trigger a bloodlust. Please choose carefully. If it weren't for your Tianyu group, how could our Carlo family have become a laughingstock in Countria? Anger flashed across Lyslin's face. At this moment, to everyone's surprise, Zhang Yuyan spoke with a look of reminiscence. Carlo Safina. You know Safina. The other person looked at her with some surprise, their eyes revealing an incredulous expression. The same applies to Li Shun. He was just about to press the purchase prompt in the system when she interrupted him. Zhang Yuyan glanced at Li Shun, then spoke to Lyslin. I saved her a year ago. Chapter 17 The Power of the Demon's Arrival, Lyslin's Resistance. The luck of destiny automatically protects its master. Looking at Zhang Yuyan's appearance, Li Shun suddenly realized something. The current situation is that Lyslin poses a threat to her, not him. As for whether Lyslin has a system? That's definitely not the case. Thus, the power of destiny began. You are the woman my sister was talking about. Lyslin remembered her sister, who had been persecuted a year ago and fled to the Dragon Kingdom while seriously injured, where she was rescued by an investigator. Afterwards, Safina returned to the Carlo family and instructed her to repay the debt. The Carlo family must never forget their kindness. After some hesitation, Lyslin waved to the people around her. At her signal, the group put away their weapons. You saved my sister, you are my benefactor. She looked at Zhang Yuyan with a kind smile and said, Sister is right, you really do look as beautiful as a phoenix. After saying that, she turned to leave. Did I let you leave? At that moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Li Shun stepped onto the stairs, his eyes flashing with a chilling coldness, and his whole body exuding a demonic aura. Dark, eerie, sinister, oppressive. Oh? What do you want? Seeing his expression, Lyslin suddenly became interested and looked at him with her arms crossed. Since you've come. When you want to leave isn't up to you. Upon seeing the young master's actions, Wanxiu immediately rushed in from outside the door. Of course, this doesn't apply to everyone. The remaining Xinyu and her team continued to aim at the enemy's head, providing remote support. In an instant, a tense atmosphere filled both sides. Snap. Seeing this scene, Lyslin smiled and couldn't help but clap her hands. Her original idea was to provoke Li Shun through the servants. After all, Tianyu Group is a powerful company, and it has been making quite a splash in Countria recently. If we directly attack Li Shun. Honestly, unless she's tired of living. But if the other party takes the initiative, even the person from Tianyu Group can't say anything. As expected of Tianyu's sole heir, you are a true man. You all heard that. He started this himself. As Lyslin finished speaking, the fully armed thugs around her burst into laughter. Hey kid, what do you think you have to fight us with? Trying to rely on these cute girls? Ha ha ha. Hearing their mocking voices, Li Shun also laughed coldly. Wanxiu, Xiaoyuan, you two guard the gate. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyuan and the others hurriedly stepped forward with their long, snow-white legs to guard the door. Although they didn't know what the young master was going to do. But obedience is the only thing they know how to do. The foreigners did not stop them when they saw what they were doing. In fact, they whistled and admired their graceful figures. The reason is simple, they have guns. A gun gleaming coldly. Not one of those flimsy guns. Card. After stretching his muscles, Li Shun charged towards them with a fierce aura. Ha, this kid actually dared to come by himself. Then let the grandfathers teach us ah. Oh no. Charge. Given Li Shun's current physical condition, he is absolutely at a level that surpasses that of a normal person. Even this group of well-trained, burly foreigners were no match for him. Fuck. He's too strong. Grab your weapons. Hit their limbs. As the gunshot rang out, everyone witnessed an unbelievable scene. Li Shun seemed to be immortal, completely ignoring the bullets. The demon has descended. That's right, he didn't exchange for the Slayer, but instead activated the active skill of Demon's Descent. Faced with the Darkin's innate talent, the bullet was corroded the moment it entered his skin. Both the impact and destructive power of the copper zinc alloy were completely eroded into ashes. The blows were like a gentle breeze, having absolutely no effect on him. Of course, anyone he touches will also have his demonic power seep into their body, gradually eroding all of their tissues. Not long after, as Li Shun gazed at the rising clumps of ashes around him, the demonic thoughts in his eyes gradually faded. Are you the devil? Lyslin completely lost her composure, her cold and beautiful face now filled with utter shock. The devil, that's not wrong. Since he's a villain, calling him a devil doesn't seem like a problem. Li Shun walked up to her and looked at her stunningly beautiful face. Because she is of mixed race, Lyslin still possesses some characteristics of people from China. However, those deep blue eyes looked particularly stunning. Like a beautiful woman wearing colored contact lenses. But hers is absolutely genuine. How should I deal with you? Li Shun scanned the other person up and down, a thoughtful look in his eyes. The other party is the third princess of the Carlo family. If we kill her directly, the Carlo family will definitely not let it go. Don't be fooled by their ruthless methods of rising to power, they only do it among their own people. If it were an outsider. After imagining the overwhelming flames, Li Shun decisively chose to give up. Actually, he didn't know that his father had gone on a killing spree in Country A. However, because the original owner went independent, some information was not synchronized with the family. This resulted in Li Shun not knowing anything after merging his memories. Right now, all he knows is that he can ignore the harm in the face of the demon's arrival. But you need to accumulate demonic thoughts. The energy I accumulated over the past few days has been completely used up. I can't activate the devouring form even if I try desperately. This is also why he hesitated to exchange for the Slayer. After all, in addition to the long precast time, the demon's descent has a very fatal flaw. It must make contact to function. I heard you're dealing with an orphan. At that moment, Lyslin seemed to remember something, and a smile appeared on her red lips. Let me go, and I can help you deal with him. That's why she's the third princess. Even after experiencing that unbelievable scene, she was able to quickly calm down and recall the information she had gathered earlier. Upon hearing the other party's words, Li Shun couldn't help but ponder for a moment. He just gave the male lead a big gift. If we send another Lyslin over. Interesting. But if we just let her go like this. I feel like I'm getting ripped off. Li Shun glanced at Jiang Yuyan and suddenly had a good idea. Sure, but I have one condition. Lyslin looked at the inexplicable smile on his lips and couldn't help but show a puzzled expression. What are the conditions? It's simple, I'll give you a tattoo. What? Upon hearing this condition, Lyslin was so alarmed that she took a step back, her ankle, encased in black stockings, almost slipping off her high heels. It seems that tattoos are absolutely unacceptable to her. No. Change it. This isn't the time to negotiate with you. At Li Shun's signal, Wanqiu and the others gathered around. Although they were also shocked by what they had just witnessed. But in the end, they were all Li Shun's people, and he was their young master. Obedient. It's a concept they've been instilled with since childhood. No matter what the circumstances, they must never betray their young master. This is the meaning of their lives. No. I don't want to. Just as Lyslin was about to resist, Li Shun grabbed her by the neck. I don't want to repeat myself. Could you choose another one? According to the traditions of your dragon kingdom, I am willing to risk my life to save myself. Sacrifice oneself to save one's life. Li Shun paused for a moment when he heard this word, then looked at Xinyu and the others. I noticed that they also had puzzled expressions on their faces. You mean you'd choose to die to avoid getting a tattoo? No. I mean I'm willing to sacrifice myself. He looked at Lyslin speechlessly and muttered, Where did you learn those idioms from? Li Shun originally wanted to ask her what punishment was. But now it seems that with the other party's level of education, asking them is pointless. A Chinese-American teacher. Looking at their silent gazes, Lyslin seemed to realize something, and a blush crept onto her face. How about it? I've never slept with a man before. You won't lose out by trading this for yours. Looking at her sexy and charming face, Li Shun couldn't help but smile. He said softly, No. Normally, he would definitely be tempted by this offer. But now, since the other person was so resistant to getting a tattoo, he was even more eager to do it. Take it to the cold storage. No. Shun, you can't do this to me. Chapter 18 Arranging Manpower. Cold storage. Seeing the familiar surroundings, Jiang Yuyan couldn't help but recall her previous experiences. Are you all right? At this moment, Xinyu noticed the change in her expression, walked over and gently hugged her. In her view, the young master wanted this woman, so she naturally needed to protect her. Fine. Jiang Yuyan slowly shook her head and looked at Li Shun beside her. It's all in the past now. Now she belongs to him. Come here, hold him down. Li Shun picked up the tattoo equipment he had left behind last time and gave the order in a cold tone. No. You're going to use this. Lyslin felt a little panicked when she saw her surroundings. In her memory, tattoos were not done in a cold storage room. Not to mention Li Shun's actions, it's obvious he doesn't understand anything, he's a complete novice. Besides, it wasn't disinfected. However, as Xinyu and the others took action, although she tried to resist, she was quickly subdued. Ah! Fuck! Let me go! Ouch! Don't touch me there! Damn it! What the hell are you getting tattooed on? A long time. With the help of Xinyu and the others, Li Shun looked at the two words and once again showed a satisfied expression. The meaning of the characters tattooed is obvious. Find a female doctor for her and keep an eye on her, make sure she doesn't die here. Yes, young master. After giving their instructions, Tang Xiaoyuan and Wanqiu carried the unconscious Lyslin out one after the other. As for the high heel that was kicked away next to it, Jiang Yuyan thought for a moment, then walked over and picked it up. Now that the other person has the same thing as her, she doesn't want Lyslin to wake up to light. Back in the living room. Looking at the empty villa, Li Shun felt a chill and asked Xinyu. Are there any backup personnel? No, not at the moment. The people we had before were all temporary hires, not people we trained ourselves. How long will it take to transfer people over? Upon hearing this, Xinyu looked towards the door, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke. If we transfer them from Kyoto, including the cleanup time, we can resume normal operations tonight. Kyoto. Li Shun thought for a moment and realized that he didn't necessarily have to use people from Kyoto to arrange things, so he took out his phone and made a call. What's wrong? After the call was connected, a woman's voice, both elegant and gentle, came from the other end. I need some manpower. Are 10 enough? 30, I suppose. Who will be able to take care of the villa? Okay. Next, Shun mentioned some personnel requirements and then ended the call. To prevent a recurrence of today's situation, he decided to arm the place. The person he just called was his fiancée, the eldest daughter of the Mo family, Mo Shui. As Fortune Global 500 companies, Tianyu Group and Jinyu Group naturally have their own established networks. Xinyu and the others were trained by the Li family from a young age. They came from the special organization Blood Rose and were among the best of the best. But from the perspective of serving people, Li Shun wanted the one from the island nation even more. I don't know why, I just want to see them kneeling in front of me, providing kneeling service, it just feels good. Moreover, if today's situation were to happen again, he even considered buying a few piranhas and throwing them into the river. Then, watching the lively fish, we lit a bonfire and started a party right there. As for why he called Mo Shui? Because the Li family did not establish any influence there. But the Mahists did exist. Some prominent families in the island nation were affiliated with the Mahist school. They were responsible for cultivating talents in various fields, and were eventually taken over by the Mahist school. Young master, what about me here? Xinyu heard that he had asked Miss Mo for people, and was hesitating whether to call Kyoto. Seeing her confused expression, Li Shun couldn't help but tap her head. I only need 30 people. Don't you know how big this villa is? You can take care of the rest of the work. I understand, young master. Realizing her mistake, Xinyu rubbed her head. But then, she suddenly stared blankly at the young master, her eyes filled with disbelief. Just now she made a mistake. The young master just tapped her on the head? It does hurt a bit. But compared to previous punishments, this is utterly insignificant. Too lenient. Young master has become gentle again. Seeing that she wasn't making a phone call and was just standing there in a daze, Li Shun narrowed his eyes and said, You don't want me to make a phone call, do you? Oh, no need to trouble you, young master, Yuera will call right away, Xinyu said hurriedly, taking out her phone. He rubbed his forehead, somewhat speechless, and then a question came to mind. Wait, there's no need to call for a maid. Li Shun recalled that there had been maids in the villa before, but they were older and… it's hard to say. He simply gave them a long vacation. Aren't you going to use maids anymore? It's not that I don't need them, but I want to switch to a few younger ones. Li Shun thought of Shanghai University in Shanghai. The university students there are very young. Help me contact the president of Shanghai University, I need to go there and hire a few maids. He paused suddenly at this point. It seems they talked to the school principal about hiring maids. Isn't it a bit off-putting? Forget it. I don't care anymore. Anyway, he's a villain, so why should he care what others think? Chapter 19 Heading to Shanghai University, Yayin's T-Skills. Shanghai University. As one of the top universities in China, its prestige is naturally impeccable. Both its profound cultural heritage and outstanding academic contributions have the power to lead the times. To match its appearance, Li Shun specially arranged for Xinyu and the others to each drive a supercar, roaring and speeding through the streets. Seeing this, the drivers on the road quickly made way for them. This is practically a rich kid causing a scene. Those imposing supercars, with their streamlined bodies and powerful lines. With the roar of engines filling your ears, anyone who dares to drive in front of them can hear a roar like that of a ferocious beast coming from behind. Who the hell would dare to disagree with this? When Li Shun arrived at Shanghai University, it was already noon, just as the students were getting out of class. The students pouring out of the school gate, who hadn't even decided where to go yet, were stunned when they saw those impressive supercars. Holy crap! Isn't that a Porsche 918-inch? That's a Lamborghini Reventon. I still have it in my collection. Collection? Do you also have a Reventon? Of course it's online. How could I possibly own a car worth over 10 million inch? La Ferrari. Look at that car. It's a La Ferrari. This is the first time I've ever seen a real 1-inch. The McLaren P1, my dream car. Look at that one in the middle. The voice of the night. The voice of the night, one of only one in the world. It was located in the center of this group of sports cars. A Bugatti Black Sound, exuding luxury, is gleaming with the light of money. Shun, sitting inside, looked sullen. He originally intended to drive to the lead car position. But after witnessing what happened with Shun, and the others insisted on surrounding it. Although they would definitely obediently make way for you if you said it. But as a man, he was driving the most luxurious night voice. For a moment, he also wanted to test his speed. Result: the talent that the Lee family has cultivated since childhood is indeed an expert in driving. With his 3 to 5 years of driving experience in his previous life, he couldn't possibly get through. Shun and the others saw that the young master was constantly speeding up, and assumed that he thought they were driving too slowly. Thus, Shun witnessed true driving skills. They actually managed to clear a path through the congested road while driving and cutting off other cars. Goodness! To avoid embarrassment, he rolled down his window and nodded to them as he drove past. He put on an expression that said, "This is really great." But in reality, he had already decided how to punish them tonight. Tattoos. Everyone needs a tattoo. As the vehicle drove in. Wherever this row of luxury cars goes, students on the roadside can't help but glance at them. It's so luxurious. Shun looked at the vibrant female students on the roadside with an appreciative gaze. As for male students? Feel sorry. That's out of his sight. With her skirt billowing in the breeze and her youthful face brimming with collagen, who would even notice the men? He's not gay. The president's office at Shanghai University. From the moment Shun got out of the car, his handsome face and strong physique were immediately apparent. Most importantly, they have unparalleled financial resources. This made him popular with countless female students. When the female students saw Shun and the others following behind him, they all stopped in their tracks. Today, Shun and the others were still dressed in white shirts, black stockings, pencil skirts, and high heels. Although she looks like a secretary. But her stunning looks, curvaceous figure, and slender legs, along with the unique feminine charm she exuded when she walked, qualities that students lacked. If we absolutely have to compare the two, well, there's no comparison. They each have their own unique characteristics, and they'll all have to go through this eventually anyway. Shun arrived at the principal's office. After entering, he first looked around at the surrounding environment. The simple furniture made of dark and natural wood looks very calm and composed, which is in line with the style of a school principal. However, upon closer inspection, although the materials and appearance are not flashy, as a top-tier rich second generation, he still has good taste. This principal seems a bit dishonest. "Young Master Lee, please have some tea." After the two sat down, the other person brewed a pot of tea, but didn't say anything and just drank it. Although it is a fine tea, Westlake Longjing is one of the top 10 famous teas in China. It is green in color, fragrant, sweet in taste, and beautiful in shape. But Shun wasn't unfamiliar with tea, and besides, a grown man nearing 50 was pouring it for him. "It tastes a bit strange." "Ahem, no need to trouble Principal Gao. Xiaoyan, come and make me some tea." Upon hearing this, Yayan, who was standing at the door, walked in wearing high heels. Shun then leaned back on the sofa. Since the other party is playing this game with him, let's see who speaks first. At this moment, Yayan picked up the tea set. Before putting the green tea into the cup, she preheated the cup. Next, pour an appropriate amount of hot water into the fermented tea leaves to awaken them. Next, we'll discuss techniques related to water temperature control, brewing time, and water pouring methods. Combined with the flexibility of her slender waist, it was perfectly showcased under the graceful S-curve. The wine cup is poured high, the spring breeze caresses the face, the immortal countenance is washed clean, the fragrance of jade liquor flows out, and the jade liquid returns to the pot. A tea set. It seemed to dance in her slender, jade-like hands, full of pleasing beauty. If I had to express it in 2 words: elegant. Grand. Cough cough. Seeing the two exchanging glances, Principal Gao couldn't help but cough a few times. At this moment, Yan leaned forward, her 2 delicate hands offering a teacup to the young master. Principal Gao, the weather has been rather dry lately. Drink more tea to soothe your throat. Li Shun glanced at the other person's tea, then at the tea in Yan's hand, and a smile appeared on his lips. Not bad. He couldn't help but praise it. The moment you enter, you can clearly feel a refreshing breeze, as if you were in a mountain forest. Afterwards, a faint tea aroma lingered in the mouth, truly possessing a unique flavor. I'm glad you're happy, young master. Upon hearing his praise, Yan's face quickly flushed. Upon seeing this scene, Li Shun couldn't help but curl a mysterious smile at the corner of his mouth. Don't be fooled by her current refined and ethereal demeanor, as if she's untouched by worldly affairs, when that time comes. With her hair down, she looks crazy. Young Master Li, I know why you've come, but I am, after all. Principal Gao took a sip of the slightly cool tea in front of him, revealing a rather troubled expression. 30 million. Li Shun put down his teacup and looked at him with a smile in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Principal Gao's hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. Used for donations to support education. Chapter 20, Falling for a Female College Student. This. Principal Gao put down his teacup, a hint of hesitation on his face. Then let's make it 300 million. Li Shun pulled Yan into his arms and said in a distracted tone. Okay. Upon hearing his price increase, the other party immediately agreed. This made him hold the shy Yan in his arms and suddenly reveal a cold smile. As expected of Shanghai University, ha ha ha. Young Master Li, there's a gala tonight, I wonder if you. After the principal agreed, he immediately extended an invitation to Li Shun. Okay, I'll be there tonight. Li Shun gave him a meaningful look, then left with Yan. When he went downstairs, looking at the groups of students around him, a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. University, what a wonderful university. His initial purpose in coming here was simply to find a maid. But the other party seemed to have misunderstood his meaning. With the addition of the expensive furniture in the room, Li Shun also had the idea of conducting a test. Result. This is no university at all. This is basically a fucking talent show venue. Downstairs, the row of supercars parked there was surrounded by many female students taking pictures with their phones. Li Shun looked at them, and a look of sympathy suddenly appeared in his eyes. When he noticed the changes in himself, he couldn't help but feel a little incredulous. He's a villain. How could I sympathize with someone else? But, looking at the students around me, brimming with youthful energy. If his parents hadn't had that accident, he would probably be a college student now. Should I? Do you think I am a bad person? He asked with some complicated feelings. Young master will always be a good person in Yuer's heart. Upon hearing Shinyu's unhesitating answer, Li Shun instantly realized what was happening. Yes, how could he be so confused? What bad person would think they are a bad person? That's right. He's a good person. So what if I'm bound to a villain system? Villains can still be good people. As his thoughts changed, the way he looked at the female college students around him began to soften. Let's go and take a look around this school. After they finished speaking, the group walked forward. Li Shun looked around and found a girl who was very beautiful. She had long brown hair that fell down her back, wore an oversized hoodie, super short hot pants, and white sneakers. If I'm not mistaken, she was probably wearing stockings. After all, it was too smooth, he had only ever seen this level of beauty on Zhang Yuyan. But the other party is the female lead, naturally beautiful and exquisite, something that ordinary people can't achieve. Excuse me, where is the cafeteria? Leave me alone, take the picture. When the girl was halfway through her speech, she turned around and saw Li Shun's handsome face, and couldn't help but be a little lost in thought. The cafeteria is over there. The girl, coming back to her senses, pointed in a direction. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and she felt as if a deer was pounding in her heart. "Can you take me there?" Upon hearing this request, the girl glanced at the photos on her phone and then at the sports car next to her. He seemed to have thought of something. "Okay, but you have to treat me to dinner, since you wasted one of my chances to post on WeChat moments." A sly look appeared in her eyes. Shun took out his car keys, and the voice of the knight beside him responded. "Wow! This is your car." Upon seeing this, the girl couldn't help but scream. Not only is he handsome, but he also happens to be the perfect match for her. Now, with the added financial power of luxury cars, her heart, which had been barren for 18 years, has sprouted again. "Handsome, I'll take you there, it's my treat." At this moment, the girls next to him rushed over after seeing the car keys in Shun's hand. "I'd also like you to come with me." Seeing that the girls around them were coming over, the girl who had been the first to grab Shun's hand grabbed him and said fiercely, "He's mine. All of you get out of my way." "Suing Luo. What do you mean? Everyone's competing fairly, what are you trying to do? Are you in heat? Can't we let the handsome guys choose for themselves? Don't think we're afraid of you just because you're in the student council. Pursuing happiness is everyone's right. Mind your own business. Let's go." Suing Luo, as if her secret had been exposed, cursed and tried to pull Shun away. He glanced at the hand that the other person was holding. "It felt pretty good, soft and squishy, so I got into the car with the other person." After the two got into the car, the girls around them still didn't want to give up and gathered around again. Boom! But Shun didn't care about any of that. He stepped on the gas in neutral, and the roar of the engine instantly made everyone swerve to avoid him. Canteen. Looking at the full plate in front of him, and Suing Luo with her legs draped over him, Shun couldn't help but smile. He wouldn't be polite in this situation, he'd just accept it as it is. However, the quality of these stockings may not be very good. Suing Luo couldn't help but grab his hand and pout as she spoke. "Stop touching it, it's all broken." "Damn it! I hadn't noticed that. You owe me money." "Okay, I'll take you to the mall in a bit. After finishing a meal." Suing Luo ran to the cafeteria restroom and changed out of her stockings, which were so snagged they were unwearable. When she came out again, there were still a few drops of water on her face, clearly she had just washed her face. "How is it?" Shun asked, getting up from his seat as he saw her come out. "You look like a veteran." "I suddenly regret my decision." "Regret? You can try." Shun's tone became more forceful. Upon hearing his tone, Suing Luo muttered a few words and went over to hug his arm. Since things have already come to this, she'd feel cheated if she regretted it now. What's more, he's handsome and rich, and she really likes him. Having a little hobby, I guess that's forgivable. Longyue Plaza. When Shun stopped the car, Suing Luo, who was sitting in the passenger seat, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "You brought me here to buy stockings." In her mind, stockings were something you'd buy in a roadside women's clothing store, not in the luxurious Longyue Plaza. After all, the items here cost tens of thousands of yuan. How could a poor student like her possibly afford them? No, let alone buying it. She's barely even been here a few times. The only few times I did it were with my best friend. But her best friend wasn't rich either, she was just shameless, constantly trying out the products and then secretly taking a few photos. Although the service here is very good, they won't kick you out even in this situation. But that disdainful look in his eyes. He. Didn't you ask me to pay for it? Shun looked at her in confusion. I meant for you. Oh well. I won't cheat you, I'll just take one pair. Suing Luo bit her lower lip before reluctantly agreeing. She does admit that she is somewhat materialistic. Because everyone has this thought, wherever there are people, there will be comparison, where there is comparison, there is vanity, where there is vanity, there is desire. But she's not the kind of person who's shamelessly materialistic. The other party only tore her stockings, they didn't do anything to her. She couldn't bring herself to swindle tens of thousands of yuan from them. And he's so handsome, she's definitely fallen for him. You're quite interesting. When Li Shun heard that she was only taking one pair, he couldn't help but become interested. Of course, I was interested before, but the difference is now. In other words, they treated her somewhat like a human being. Chapter 21 Pure Emotions, Touching Moments. Step into Longyue Plaza. This time, since it was just the two of them, Li Shun didn't call the person in charge surnamed Zhou. As a second-generation rich kid, he has several black cards, allowing him to spend money freely without needing to show his face. Chanel bags are so beautiful. As Suing Luo was leaving, she couldn't help but show a hint of envy when she saw the exquisite bags in the display case. No girl can resist a Chanel bag. Li Shun also glanced at it. In the glass cabinet next to me, there were bags gleaming under the spotlight. To be honest, he really didn't see what was so good about it. But this doesn't stop him from using it, since girls like this kind of thing. Do you want it? He asked in a low voice, leaning close to Suing Luo's ear. I want to, but I can't let you buy it for me. To everyone's surprise, Suing Luo shook her head upon hearing this and actually refused. This caused a flicker of surprise to cross Li Shun's eyes. Could it be that this woman is stupid? Let's go buy stockings. Suing Luo took a deep breath, looked away from the bag, and took his hand to leave. I'll give you one more chance. You should know who I am. Money is just a number to me. Upon hearing Li Shun's words, the other person turned around and stared at him blankly. I can see that you come from a poor family and have some self-esteem. I can also see what you're thinking. But you need to think clearly, opportunities don't come all the time. If you miss them, they may never come again. Upon hearing his words, Suing Luo's expression instantly became somewhat complicated. She naturally understood what the other party meant. If she agreed, she could have a lot of money. But why? Why would the person she fell in love with at first sight want to turn their relationship into a transaction? Isn't normal interaction good? Although the results are the same, they have different meanings for her. She didn't stop him at first, but only stopped him when his stockings got snagged. Could it be because of this? But if this continues, it'll get to that point. How could she not stop it? She didn't want to end things in the cafeteria. I don't want you to look down on me. After a series of internal struggles, Suing Luo raised her pretty face and spoke with a determined tone. Upon hearing this, Li Shun stared intently at her. After a while, he suddenly laughed. He had forgotten how long it had been since he had encountered such pure and unadulterated emotion. It turns out there is another kind of love in this world. Their views differ from those of adults, they are unaffected by social, economic, or other realistic factors, and their innocence is something to be missed. Actually, it's fair to say that this girl is silly. If someone who has experienced the harsh realities of society had said the same thing, the outcome would have been self-evident. No one would refuse to lie down. But Suing Luo refused. This gave rise to a peculiar thought in Li Shun's mind. You're very interesting. I hope you can always keep your innocence, otherwise I'll be disappointed. Hearing his words, Suing Luo pouted, looking as if she was very unhappy. But soon, when the two arrived at Balenciaga, she couldn't help but show a happy expression when she saw the stockings with letters on them. As a girl, she must have heard of Balenciaga. At 2,000 yuan a pair, it is not only expensive but also renowned in the hosiery industry. However, seeing her picking up several items and comparing them, Li Shun waved to the shop assistant next to him. The other person was already covering their mouth, a look of surprise on their face. She had clearly seen Li Shun before when manager Zhou accompanied him shopping, since Xinyu and the others had almost emptied the stockings inventory that night. What happened that night is naturally a topic of discussion among the locals. That's when she found out that the other party was a major shareholder of Longyue Plaza. He is also a top-tier rich second generation. Hello, Mr. Li. Mr. Li. The female shop assistant, dressed in a suit jacket, walked over excitedly, her voice trembling slightly. Pack her a few pairs of stockings. No problem. Upon hearing this, the shop assistant immediately brought out a batch of newly arrived limited edition stockings. Upon seeing this scene, Suing Luo couldn't help but say something. "This is way too much. Go change, if you dare refuse." Li Shun leaned close to her ear and whispered something. The other person immediately blushed and nodded, picked up a pair of stockings, and went into the fitting room. Although the other person's innocence made Li Shun feel a little nostalgic. But that's no excuse for the other party to disobey. Soon, Suing Luo, now wearing stockings, came out, a hint of shyness on her face. Li Shun walked over and tried it out. Not bad. There is someone. Suing Luo lowered her head, not daring to look at him. The female shop assistant next to them was almost driven crazy with envy by what she saw. This young lady looks like a student, she has no idea how tough life is in the real world. If it were her, Li Xiao wouldn't even need to lift a finger, she could send herself there herself. Unfortunately, they didn't like her. When she walked over just now, she deliberately pulled her skirt up a bit, revealing the dark area underneath. But Li Xiao only glanced at it and that was it. This made it very clear to her that she had no chance. "Young Master Li, the goods have arrived." Just then, several female saleswomen dressed in suits and white gloves ran in from outside. They were carrying several trendy clothes and exquisite bags. "Put it on her." Li Shun glanced at the clothes, they were not bad, rather sexy. As for whether it looks good or not? In his eyes, sexy is good looking. What does this mean? Suing Luo stared blankly at the female sales representatives surrounding her, looking completely bewildered. "This was prepared for you." When Li Shun arrived, he had already given the female salesperson standing at the door a wink. After all, they are service staff at luxury stores, so they should have basic emotional intelligence. This is. When Suing Luo saw one of the bags, she suddenly became somewhat lost in thought. Because this was exactly what she saw at the beginning. This instantly brought tears to her eyes. "You bastard, why are you being so nice to me?" Suing Luo couldn't help but push through the crowd, rush over and hug Li Shun, bringing her little face close to hers. A long time. The two left Longyue Plaza. Chapter 22. The Party, Suing Luo's Horror. The two returned to Shanghai University. "It's so late, how am I supposed to attend tonight's event?" Suing Luo glanced at the darkening sky outside the window. She is a freshman this year and has been elected as the Vice President of Arts and Culture in the Student Union. She had just joined and wanted to do a good job. But now. At that moment, Li Shun's phone issued a notification. It was a message from Principal Gao. "The party is about to start, and a seat has been reserved for you." "The party you're talking about, is it a variety show?" "Yes, it's a collaboration between our economics and management disciplines." "How did you know?" After Suing Luo finished speaking, she looked at him with a puzzled expression. "Your university president invited me to attend." Seeing the phone he held up, displaying the previous message, Suing Luo exclaimed in surprise. "You still know our principal? Then please help me ask for leave. It's not that I don't want to go, it's just that." As she spoke, she acted as if she knew perfectly well why she couldn't go. "Simple, I'll take you there." "You take me there." Before she could react, Li Shun started helping her change her clothes. He has a good idea. When innocence is surrounded by applause, can that original aspiration still be maintained? Hopefully not. Otherwise he'll be disappointed. Gala party. When Li Shun arrived, the auditorium was already full of students. I glanced at it briefly, and the male-to-female ratio seemed to be 3-7. Then, under everyone's gaze, he put his arm around Suing Luo and walked to the front. "Hey, isn't that Suing Luo?" "It really is her, our economics major's newly crowned campus beauty." "But who's the person next to her?" "It seems he was driving a luxury car today." "Holy crap! It's true. There's a post on campus saying that Suing Luo got into his car at noon. TSK tisk, it's good to be pretty, she managed to snag a rich second generation so quickly. She doesn't even know how to be shy, being held in someone's arms in public." Young Master Li, you've finally arrived. When Principal Gao saw him appear, he immediately led the teachers and homeroom teachers around him to stand up and greet him. Li Shun also shook hands with the other party. Principal Gao, this is Suing Luo from your economics department. Please take care of her in the future. No problem, no problem. The other person glanced at her dress, which was clearly one she had just changed into. Judging from the materials, it's definitely a handmade, custom-made item, and the price is quite high. A student who can afford such a dress couldn't possibly be unaware of it. Unless this was bought for her by young Master Li. Having understood what was going on, Principal Gao, with a smile in his eyes, invited the two to sit down. Then, he took out a list of performers. Young Master Li, this is tonight's event, and the students inside are all excellent students. Listening to the other party's slightly meaningful words, Li Shun took the list and looked at it. It's really good. Each performer has their own photo on it. Ing Luo, I'd like to hire a few maids for my villa. Do you have any recommendations? Maid. The other person paused for a moment upon hearing this, looked at the people on the list, and then looked at his face. You're here at the university to hire maids. Are you serious? Suddenly, she seemed to understand something. Looking at the smile on Li Shun's lips and the smile of the principal next to him, she felt a chill run down her spine. My brain felt like it had been struck by lightning, and I went completely blank with a sudden ringing in my ears. Seeing her like this, Li Shun knew she understood, but what could she do even if she did? She was just a student from an ordinary family, unless. Suddenly, his smile deepened. Because he wanted to see what Suing Luo would do, he couldn't help but feel a little expectant. He took out his phone and sent a message to Xinyu. The other party replied quickly. Yes, young master, we'll be right back. Actually, Li Shun had sent them out starting at noon. As for what to do, he glanced at Principal Gao beside him. Sometimes one villain is enough. At this moment, Suing Luo, who had come to her senses, turned pale and clutched her dress tightly in her hands. She glanced around at the people in fear. Those kind smiles, now, looked to her like the savage grin of a demon. It was as if a devil stood behind each person, watching her with glowing green eyes. Suing Luo reached out and hugged herself, noticing that the hairs on her arms were standing on end. Now, let's welcome our special guest for today's event, Mr. Li from Tianyu Group. As soon as the host finished speaking, a burst of applause erupted from the audience. They were all economics and management students, so they naturally understood what Tianyu Group represented. Top 10 globally. China is number 1. It is an absolute behemoth, with annual revenue from assets alone exceeding 1 trillion. Of course, this is only what's on the surface, but it's still shocking enough. If the people in Tianyu Group came out into the open, the rich list would plummet. At the same time, this company is also their first choice after graduation, a place they would do anything to get into. Amidst the applause of the crowd, Li Shun glanced at Suing Luo beside him. At this moment, she looked like a frightened little white rabbit, her big eyes filled with panic and fear. But things will get even more interesting soon. When he stood up, everyone looked at him in disbelief. Isn't that someone who drives a luxury car? Yes, could he be young Master Li? Hello everyone, I am Li Shun from Tianyu Group. It's a pleasure to meet you all. After he finished his introduction, the students below the stage erupted in thunderous applause. Holy crap! It really is young Master Li. Young Master Li is so handsome. Suing Luo has struck gold this time. I hereby declare that Suing Luo will be my lifelong rival in love. It's either her or me. Hearing the murmurs from the audience, Li Shun glanced at Suing Luo and continued speaking. I'm so happy today because I met someone here and fell in love with her. She is. Following Li Shun's gaze, everyone turned to look at Suing Luo. A shocking guess suddenly popped into my head. Could it be that young Master Li is serious? Because some things cannot be said, because once they are said, the meaning will be completely different. Every rich kid does this, but none of them actually do it openly. Even if there are speculations or rumors online, they choose to remain silent or engage in public relations. Rich second generation, rich second generation. They represent more than just themselves, the generation behind them is the true foundation. She is suing Luo. As soon as Li Shun finished speaking, everyone's gaze towards suing Luo changed. It was fueled by an incredibly intense jealousy. Suing Luo raised her pale face and spoke to Li Shun on the stage. Although the surrounding noise was loud and noisy, judging from the shape of her mouth, she was probably saying something. Why? Chapter 23 Female Lead Enhancement Liquid. Why did it turn out like this? Why did the school she remembered suddenly become the one that sent chills down her spine? Why did those kind-looking teachers make her afraid to look them in the eye? When Li Shun sat back down, suing Luo gripped his arm tightly, her delicate body trembling. You just said you were hiring a maid, right? Can I go? Hearing her words, Li Shun couldn't help but smile. Welcome, but do you really want to go, or do you simply want to leave here? Looking around at the people around her, Suing Luo pursed her red lips tightly, her heart filled with turmoil. She didn't understand why the teachers were acting this way. But she was genuinely scared. Now, I'll give you another chance. The moment Li Shun finished speaking, he suddenly froze. It seems he has already given Suing Luo many chances. Is the other person really that lucky? What opportunity! Seeing that he fell silent after he finished speaking, Suing Luo couldn't help but ask again. Coming to his senses, Li Shun picked up a bottle of mineral water from the table with a thoughtful expression. An opportunity for you to choose. Your own choice. That's right, you can use my identity to do whatever you want. He took the bottled water that had been unscrewed from the other person's hand. Lost in thought, Suing Luo drank it down without hesitation. At that moment, a faint blue light flashed in the originally clear water. Next. Li Shun kept a close eye on Suing Luo's changes, even neglecting her performance on stage. As the party drew to a close. You don't want more, do you? Suing Luo felt a little uneasy when he saw her. Are you alright? He looked you up and down. How could nothing be wrong? Hearing her words, Li Shun breathed a sigh of relief and showed an expression that showed he hadn't wasted his time. I was so scared just now. My heart is still pounding. You can hear it. Seeing her clutching her chest, Li Shun was speechless. But his guess was confirmed. Suing Luo is the female lead. Because he had put the female lead's enhancement fluid in the water she had just drunk. The female protagonist's enhancement fluid cannot be effective against only two types of people. One of them is a man. One of them is the female lead. Li Shun knew very well that Suing Luo couldn't be a man, so there was only one possibility left. But system, Suing Luo is the female lead, why didn't you issue a task? No luck value detected for the other party, unable to issue a luck-based mission. What's the meaning? Suing Luo's luck has not yet awakened, and she cannot be matched with the corresponding luck value. Li Shun frowned slightly when he saw this prompt. Suddenly, he thought of something. The female lead wasn't born that way, at least, he never saw her as a baby. They all underwent a transformation in their identities through a certain event. Although their luck remained the same, their identities were different. This is what the system refers to as the awakening of destiny. After realizing this, Li Shun knew that the female lead's enhancement fluid had been wasted. Those three originally selected targets. No, should we let them have a match? Okay, let's do it this way. After all, this item is very rare, and it's very expensive in the store, costing a full 5 million villain points. As for why he didn't just ask the system if Suing Luo was the female lead? Because this approach is clearly not feasible. If asking names were effective, he could find all the orphans in the country and just call their names. The party has ended. After greeting everyone, Li Shun took Suing Luo and left. Young master. When he came out, Xin Yu and the others were already waiting for him outside the door. Young master. Suing Luo, nestled in his arms, looked around with a puzzled expression. Wanxiu, I have a task for you. Li Shun looked at Xinyu and the others, hesitated for a moment, and finally chose Wanxiu, who looked the most like a college student. Young master, please give your orders. Stay in this school, keep an eye on Su Luo, and let her do whatever she wants. Upon hearing this, Wanxiu couldn't help but glance at the woman in the young master's arms, a hint of hesitation flashing in her eyes. She wanted to stay by the young master's side, but she couldn't disobey his orders. Yes, yes. Young master. After a while, Wanxiu bit her red lips tightly and spoke in a slightly trembling voice. Seeing her aggrieved expression, Li Shun naturally understood what she meant. So, he took out a female protagonist enhancement fluid from the system and gave it to her. Young master. Wanxiu looked at the crystal bottle in her hand and saw a dreamy, dark blue liquid flowing inside. Just looking at it gives one an incredibly magical feeling. It's like facing the natural scenery of heaven and earth. You'll feel a great sense of peace and tranquility in your heart. Drink it, it will help you. Upon hearing the young master's words, Wanxiu did not hesitate and opened her small mouth to pour the liquid inside. In an instant, she felt her whole body enveloped by a warm power. Immediately afterwards, every inch of skin and every pore on my body became whiter and more delicate under the nourishment of this power. At the same time, she also had a very special feeling, as if everything around her was extending some kind of kindness to her. That is the gentle favor bestowed upon us by the world. When Xinyu and the others saw the change in Wanxiu, their beautiful eyes widened in surprise. This doesn't make sense. She's almost 20, but she's still going through puberty like she's going through a second growth spurt. As companions who spent every day together, they could sense that Wanxiu was different. My skin became more radiant, my legs became longer, my waist became thinner, and even those two things. Oh my god. What's wrong with her? Young master. Once she had recovered from her shock, Wanxiu gazed at Li Shun with deep affection. At this moment, her heart for the young master became even more steadfast and unwavering. Even if the other party told her to die right now, she wouldn't hesitate for a second. This is your reward. Yes, young master. Xiu'er will definitely protect Miss Su. I will never let you down. At this moment, Li Shun felt Su Luo tugging at his clothes and couldn't help but look down at her. You don't want me anymore. She blinked her watery eyes, her voice filled with a pitiful, helpless weakness. How could I not want you? Then why? Li Shun reached out and rubbed her soft little head, saying something meaningful. My people can't run away. The stage had already been set up for her, and he really wanted to see what the female lead would do. Su Luo stared blankly at him, then turned to look at the classmates walking out of the school auditorium. I'm afraid I won't do it well. It's okay, if you don't finish. A sharp glint flashed in Li Shun's eyes. He reached out and lifted the other person's small face, speaking in a low voice. I will let you know. What is it punishment? Chapter 24, Wanxiu moves into the girls' dormitory, the male protagonist is wanted by the police. That night, Wanxiu moved into the dormitory of Shanghai University as a corporate exchange student. It goes without saying what kind of company it is. On the surface, she was selecting outstanding graduates for Tianyu Group. But secretly, Su Luo looked at Wanxiu sleeping across from her, and her feelings couldn't help but be complicated. Because the girls' dormitory has bunk beds with desks underneath, there are only 4 people in one room. Wanxiu then moved directly to the apartment across from hers. As for the girl who originally lived here? Upon hearing that I could intern at Tianyu Group and receive a lifetime access card to the presidential suite, without even the slightest hesitation, he immediately called for people to pack their things and fled overnight. Although they are all freshmen, they can apply for part-time work after receiving the offer. What's more, it's the presidential suite. It's for life. Who could withstand this? Are you asleep? Su Luo, who couldn't sleep for half a day, asked a classic greeting. No. Wanxiu opened her eyes, her expression somewhat strange. Having experienced the young master's villa, they have now moved to an unfamiliar environment. She couldn't help but feel. The image of the young master flashed through her mind, and she already held the blanket in her arms. What kind of person is Li Shun? Suing Luo lay on the pillow and asked the woman opposite her. Young master, he is the best man in the world. Wanqiu looked up at the other person. Can you tell me about him? Upon hearing that the other party wanted to inquire about the young master, Wanqiu recalled the young master's previous instructions. Let her do whatever she wants. So she got out of bed and told the other person the story of Li Shun. Certainly. Sometimes, when you look at a person through a filter, many things become incredibly beautiful. When Suing Luo heard that Li Shun had disregarded his family's teachings and single-handedly faced well-trained elites from abroad in order to save them, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Her eyes sparkled as she listened. Wait a minute. Suing Luo was no longer sleepy at all. She lifted the blanket and stepped barefoot onto the bed ladder. When she came up again, she was carrying some snacks. This is delicious, you should try it. When Wanqiu saw the snacks handed to her, she was about to take them when she remembered her identity. She's an elite member of Blood Rose. How could anyone eat something like that? Humph, I won't eat it. Wanqiu raised her snow-white neck, revealing a haughty expression. Suing Luo looked at her with some confusion, then opened her small mouth and put the snack inside. It's delicious. Glug. Seeing how much she enjoyed her food, Wanqiu couldn't help but swallow. Although she is an elite member of Blood Rose, she is also a 19-year-old girl. Then. Hey! Don't grab it. Suing Luo held the snacks protectively in her arms, just like a mother hen protecting her chicks. But Wanqiu didn't care about any of that. She had already mastered Li Shun's skills and directly reached in to snatch it. Don't touch me there, I'll give it to you. Seeing her furrowed brows, as if she were in great pain, Wanqiu stopped what she was doing. Did I hurt you? It wasn't you, I did this afternoon. When the two looked up and met each other's eyes, Wanqiu also subconsciously rubbed it. She did this last night. In an instant, the two seemed to have no barriers between them and quickly established a common language. Hanhai Villa. Jiang Yuyan, who had just returned home from get-off work, entered the living room and wanted to talk to Li Shun about something. Result. She saw two little girls in kimonos kneeling upright in front of her. Before she could react, the two gestured for her to lift her foot. A bewildered Jiang Yuyan changed into slippers. Master, where is young Master Li? She was about to ask where the master was, but halfway through her sentence, worried that the two of them wouldn't know who she was talking about, she changed her address to young Master Li. Shun Jun is in the cold storage. He instructed us to go upstairs and wait for him. Cold storage? Shun Jun. Looking at the two women, Jiang Yuyan quickly realized who they were. People from island nations. Only there will they use kneeling service and address people with the title Jun. Then, she looked around the living room and realized that Xin Yu and the others were not there either. I'll wait for my master. After she finished speaking, she sat down on the sofa in the living room and turned on the TV. Jiang Yuyan didn't think much of it, assuming the other party was dealing with something, and called Xin Yu and the others to help. But she waited for 3 hours. She was so waiting that she fell asleep on the sofa. At this moment, Li Shunkai, having finished his work, came out of the corridor downstairs. When he saw Jiang Yuyan lying on the sofa, he waved his hand to summon the two maids and said in an icy tone, "Why is she sleeping here?" The two women kneeling on the ground answered tremblingly, each holding up a jade basin filled with water. "We have explained it to them, but they insist on waiting for you in the living room." They glanced at the bloodstains on Li Shun's hands and were even more frightened. "Okay, come here." Upon hearing this, the two hurriedly knelt down and moved forward. "Kneel up straight." Seeing that they had their heads down and their backs were slightly bent, Li Shun couldn't help but frown. After the two women straightened up, Li Shun, who had washed his hands, wiped them on his body. "I came to the sofa in the living room." He looked at Jiang Yuyan lying on it. At this moment, Jiang Yuyan, who was asleep, let out a soft sound. As her long eyelashes fluttered beneath her willow leaf eyebrows, she gradually woke up. Oh no. Upon seeing that the person next to her was Li Shun, her tense body immediately relaxed. Yeah, didn't I tell you to go upstairs and wait for me? Why are you sleeping here? Upon hearing his words, Jiang Yuyan blinked as if recalling something, then seemed to remember something. By the way, master, I have something to tell you. What is it? Li Shun asked. Zhang Xiaodong is wanted by the police. Wanted by Licelin. He paused for only a moment, then quickly figured out who had done it. Yes, she blamed Zhang Xiaodong for all the missing foreigners. Now, he has become an international fugitive. Clever. A person's disappearance can have a reason, or it can be silent, the key is how it is done. But Jiang Yuyan changed her tone, and said with a somewhat unhappy expression. He also mentioned his master. Chapter 25. The male protagonist comes knocking, actually wanting to slap Li Shun in the face. You mean me? Li Shun was somewhat puzzled upon hearing this, based on the impression he had left on Licelin in his devouring form. How dare she? Moreover, given his status, this small matter would not have a substantial impact on him. Licelin couldn't possibly not know. Yes, she said the owner was also present at the time and could be a witness to prove Zhang Xiaodong's wrongdoing. Upon hearing this, Li Shun instantly understood. Licelin is a woman who only goes through the motions. Although she attacked the male protagonist, she did not kill him, but left a gap. That was Li Shun. If he changes his story, Zhang Xiaodong's charges will be dropped, and his status as a wanted criminal will disappear. If he can understand something this simple, then the male protagonist can naturally understand it too. Licelin is a classic example of sitting on the sidelines and watching the tigers fight, drawing all the trouble in one place, only to have it all end up back with him in the end. As expected of the third princess of the Carlo family. Li Shun opened the system page. Zhang Xiaodong's current luck value, 140%. He had previously destroyed the male protagonist's secluded retreat place, but his luck value did not decrease, so he asked the system about it. The system's response was that one needed to be within a certain range of the target before one could plunder their luck points. Now, I'm sure the male protagonist would go crazy searching for him in order to get rid of his status as a wanted criminal. A cold smile crept onto Li Shun's face. A male protagonist actively seeks out a villain. Should he prepare a gift? At this moment, he looked at Jiang Yuyan, who was already moved by his feelings, and an idea involuntarily popped into his mind. If we were to add another crime to the male protagonist's list. Jiang Yuyan used to work at the investigation bureau and seemed to have a nickname, Cold and Arrogant Phoenix. Her popularity must be quite high. The next day, Li Shun sat alone in the living room eating breakfast. Shunjun, two people have come to the door and say they have something important to discuss with you. He put down the ginseng soup in his hand and beckoned to the maid kneeling beside him. After wiping away the oil stains, he spoke. Let them in. It's already clear who the person who came to see him at this time was. As for his location? The male lead isn't someone to be trifled with, especially since he is Xiaoying by his side. Living room. Sitting on the sofa, Li Shun looked at the man and woman in front of him and couldn't help but find it interesting. Young Master Li, I didn't touch those foreigners. I was with Xiaoying the whole day. Please clear my name. Yes, young Master Li, Xiaodong was with me that day. I can vouch for him. After Xiaoying finished speaking, she winked at him subtly. To clear your name. He glanced at Xiaoying, who was clearly enjoying the attention, then put down his crossed legs and spoke indifferently. What price will you pay for my help? A price? There's a price to pay for telling the truth. Upon hearing his words, Zhang Xiaodong raised an eyebrow and his tone became increasingly impolite. Since he came in, the other person hasn't gotten up and has been sitting there like a boss, which has already made him dissatisfied. Now, hearing that he still wants more benefits, she became even angrier. Oh? You want me to do it for free? Li Shun stared at him, a hint of coldness in his voice. That's right, just give me some face. I've made quite a few friends among the rich kids in Southeast China before. Ha ha ha. Fun. So fun, ha ha ha. Looking at the laughing man, Zhang Xiaodong felt a surge of anger rising within him. It's been a long time since anyone dared to laugh at him like that. Come. Li Shun threw the phone next to him at the other person's feet and said without any politeness. Call over everyone you know, every single one of them. Let's see who dares to stand up for you. You. Zhang Xiaodong glared at him, his fists clenched, barely able to contain his anger. What kind of person are you? You dare to talk to me about face? As Li Shun finished speaking, he felt his self-esteem being trampled on once again. Xiaodong. Don't be impulsive. When Xiaoying saw that he was about to rush over and hit Li Xiao, she quickly hugged him. She wasn't afraid of the other person getting hurt, she was mainly worried that Li Shun would be dissatisfied. This woman is not bad. What did you say? Seeing the strange look he gave Xiaoying, Zhang Xiaodong became even angrier. Li Shun got up and came to the two of them. Seeing Xiaoying's noticeably more radiant complexion, I reached out and gently stroked her face. The other party then quietly handed the item in their hand to Li Shun. Asshole. Seeing his actions, Zhang Xiaodong could no longer contain himself and angrily punched the other man in the face. After all, if he could still tolerate this, he wouldn't need to call himself the male lead, he could just change his name to the Green Master. Bang! Li Shun, who was prepared, grabbed the other's fist with his backhand. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a little angry. Of all places, the male lead had to slap someone in the face. I didn't know he made a living based on his looks. Ah! Enraged, Li Shun used his superhuman strength to break off the other person's hand. Then, he raised his leg and kicked. Hateful. Upon seeing this, Zhang Xiaodong's expression changed drastically. While adrenaline surged, I dashed away at the fastest speed of my life. It was extremely dangerous, it avoided vital areas. You bastard. A few drops of cold sweat were already running down his face, and his heart was pounding with obvious nervousness. Because the other side just kicked. But it's his lifeline. Since the other party dared to embarrass him, Li Shun naturally wouldn't hold back. Ah! At this moment, the maids nearby all let out a scream and then strangely collapsed to the ground. Seeing this bizarre scene, Li Shun clearly realized something. I was so angry just now that I completely forgot about the plan. The time should be about right. Soon. While Zhang Xiaodong was still in a daze, a series of urgent and piercing horn sounds rang out outside the villa. Li Shun also revealed a strange smile and said to Zhang Xiaodong meaningfully, have a pleasant journey ahead. Chapter 26 Zhang Xiaodong becomes a wanted criminal again. When Zhang Xiaodong fled the villa, Li Shun looked at the fallen maids around him, a thoughtful expression on his face. Shouldn't he come too? He touched the corner of his face and then gave up on this unrealistic idea. Such a handsome face. Just because of a male lead? He doesn't deserve it. At that moment, a group of people dressed in investigation bureau uniforms rushed in from outside. Where's Yu Yan? Where's Yu Yan? Young Master Li, how is Yu Yan? One of the men, with a very anxious look on his face, rushed up to him and asked. Yu Yan. Li Shun covered his face, trying his best to convey sadness and pain in his voice. She was frightened and is now resting upstairs. Can I go see her? Li Shun peeked through his fingers at the man's pleading face and spoke slowly. Come with me. The moment he turned around, a strange smile appeared on his face behind his hand. The room upstairs. Accompanied by their female colleagues, they knocked on the door and saw Jiang Yuyan lying on the bed. But there were very noticeable red bloodstains on his arms and calves. Anger flashed in everyone's eyes. Especially when they saw that Jiang Yuyan's cold and beautiful face was actually covered with clear redness and swelling. One by one, they all started clenching their fists and gritting their teeth. Yu Yan, how are you? The man who started it walked shakily to her. He seemed to want to hold Jiang Yuyan's hand, but was afraid of making her uncomfortable, showing a lot of inner conflict. Captain Chen, I'm fine. Zhang Yuyan grasped the other person's hesitant hand and gently comforted them. After the man calmed down for a while, he raised his face, twisted into a grotesque grimace, and asked viciously, "Who did this?" Zhang Yuyan looked at everyone in the room, her voice icy, and slowly uttered a name. Zhang Xiaodong. I want him dead. Upon hearing the name, Captain Chen stood up angrily and was about to go out to arrest the person. Captain Chen, calm down. Calm down, Captain Chen. We'll definitely catch the suspect, but you're not in good shape. Seeing the crowd blocking his way, Li Shun scattered the hair that Xiaoying had just given him inside the house. Witness testimony, physical evidence, now we have it all. Ha, best wishes to the male lead on his journey. How delightful. That day, the Shanghai Municipal Bureau of Investigation ordered a thorough investigation into Zhang Xiaodong's latest crime. And elites were drawn from various cities. The mere fact that the heir to the Tianyu group was threatened is enough to warrant the attention of the investigation bureau. Not to mention that one of them was a colleague. They had not only heard of the aloof phoenix, but had also seen her at many events. There are more than just one or two people who are attracted to her. Among them are some formidable figures such as captains and detectives. This was like stirring up a hornet's nest for Zhang Xiaodong. Every intersection in Shanghai was equipped with personnel on duty 24 hours a day. Make an arrest the moment there is any movement. If there is any resistance, you may kill them. Hanhai Villa. After the investigation team finished collecting evidence, Li Shun lay on the sofa and watched the news. Upon hearing that Zhang Xiaodong had once again evaded capture, he couldn't help but wave to the maid beside him. Shan Jun. Tell me, am I handsome? Upon hearing his question, the maid was stunned, and it took her a while to speak. Shunkuan is so handsome, he's the most handsome man Nanachan has ever seen in the world. Then you tell me. Why would anyone want to slap me in the face? Li Shun looked at Zhang Xiaodong on TV, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. He wasn't angry that the other party had run away. But the other party wanted to slap him in the face. He was really angry. Anyone who thinks this way is definitely jealous of Xuanjuan's good looks, and their inferiority complex is at play. That's right. Li Shun glanced at the maid kneeling beside him and asked with a satisfied expression. May I have your name? Hello, I'm Nana Hada. Upon hearing her name, Li Shun subconsciously glanced at her bust. It's no exaggeration to say that his name reflects his character. Okay, I'll remember you. Go check on Xin Yu and Yu Yan. After the other person left, he checked the system notification. The host has eliminated Zhang Xiaodong's army, depriving him of his power and influence, causing his fortune to decline, and 40% of his fortune value has been plundered. The host destroyed Kanglan Mountain, Zhao Xiaodong lost his life essence, his physical enhancement pathway was lost, his luck was stripped away, and 40% of his luck value was plundered. Zhang Xiaodong's remaining luck value, 60%. A crystallization of life? Li Shun frowned when he saw this prompt. Then he picked up his phone and made a call. Young master. After the call was connected, a man's rough voice came from the other end. Go to Kanglan Mountain and find one. He paused for a moment at this point. I only know that it is quite magical, but I don't know its specific shape or appearance. Yes, young master. If you can't find it. Li Shun thought for a moment and said, let's blow up the entire Kanglan Mountain and then look for it. Yes. After ending the call, he held his phone and glanced at Zhang Xiaodong's photo on the TV. Although the system notification indicated that the male protagonist had lost his life crystal, he felt it was still necessary to go and check, just in case. 60% remaining. Li Shun leaned back on the sofa, muttering to himself. Zhang Yuyan is an assistant to the investigation bureau, who provides hints. This is evident from this large-scale operation. She has deep connections within the Bureau of Investigation. Unfortunately, this force has now turned against the male protagonist. His master was a powerful and influential figure who provided guidance and support. In other words, this old man may have been a high-ranking official who chose to retire to the mountains because he was tired of the power struggles. Although the person is dead, but... Li Shun thought for a moment and then made another phone call. "Son, why are you calling me?" The person on the phone this time was a woman with a gentle, mellow voice, giving off a calm and elegant vibe. "Mom, I want to investigate the high-ranking officials in the Dragon Kingdom who retired 3 years ago." 3 years ago? Okay, I'll send it to you in a bit. Just as Li Shun was about to hang up, the other party spoke again. "I developed a medicine that can significantly improve blood circulation in the corpora cavernosa, and it has no side effects. Would you like to try it?" "Mom, I'm still young." "What do you mean young? When your dad was your age, I was already pregnant with you, but look at you now, there's not even a sign of pregnancy. If you're feeling weak, you need to replenish your energy as soon as possible." Upon hearing this, Li Shun couldn't help but break out in a few black lines on his forehead. "I have something to do, I'll hang up now." After he finished speaking, he immediately pressed the end button, not giving the other person a chance to speak again. He's weak? No way. If it weren't his mother, he would have given anyone else a piece of his mind. "Shun-kun, the ladies are not doing well. Their injuries are quite serious, and they need to continue to rest," said Nana-chan, who came downstairs. "Turn your back to me." Upon hearing this, the other party quickly changed direction. Chapter 27: Sunbathing on the Rooftop. 3 days later. With the arrival of Jiang Yuyan and Xin Yu, Zhang Xiaodong's situation became increasingly difficult. At first, it seemed like divine intervention, with each escape route appearing by sheer coincidence, but then it turned into several near misses with the Bureau of Investigation. After all, his good fortune was greatly diminished when he faced the female lead, who also possessed a lucky charm. Oh, right, the remaining female-led enhancement potions. It was given to Xingyu. Li Shun gave them a short question. Whoever can accept the punishment with an expression of enjoyment will get the remaining dose of the female-led enhancement fluid. For this elite group of blood roses, this question was somewhat difficult. But if you grit your teeth, you can still do it. Therefore, in order to increase the difficulty of the questions, Xinyu even added a condition: during the punishment, they would have to compete in holding their breath. Upon hearing her request, the faces of the others turned pale with fright. That's too ruthless. We're all on the same side, is it really necessary? But then I thought about the changes in Wanqiu. Looking at the crystal bottle in the young master's hand, a look of determination appeared in his eyes. I'm going all in. Li Shun lay on the sun lounger on the rooftop, a very contented smile on his lips. The one who's cruelest to women is always a woman. Some things men wouldn't even think of, they can do. Young master, the second young master of the Gu family, has sent an invitation. Upon hearing Yayan's voice, he took off his sunglasses and looked to the side. The first thing you see is a pair of fair and slender legs, with Valentino high heels on her feet. As you look upwards, the fitted pencil skirt and shirt perfectly showcased her figure. On her delicate face, she wore a pair of rose gold frameless glasses, which, combined with her hair styled in a bun, gave her a very elegant look. It's hard to imagine how far such an elegant woman could go when she goes crazy. Li Shun picked up the ginseng tea from the table. What time? Tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, at a farmhouse in the suburbs of Haishur. Any news about Yuyan and the others? Not yet. Zhang Xiaodong has a very strong investigative mindset, he always manages to leave before us. I suspect there's someone inside. Yayan was just about to continue speaking. Suddenly, I saw the young master's smiling eyes, and I immediately felt a chill down my spine. Could it be? Xiaoyan, no matter how you look at it, you always have an elegant demeanor. Li Shun put down his teacup, looked at her delicate face, and said with a smile. I suddenly really want to see what you look like when you're in a mess. Young master says Xiaoyan looks exactly what she wants, so Xiaoyan will look exactly like that. After Yayan finished speaking, her two jade-like legs gradually bent, making direct contact with the hot ground on the rooftop. Not bad, it certainly has a unique flavor. After glancing at it, Li Shun put his sunglasses back on and continued to lie on the chair, basking in the sun. I don't know how much time has passed. Footsteps came from downstairs, and Nanahata appeared on the rooftop. However, when she saw Yen on the ground, she was startled. It's the middle of summer now, the time when the sun is at its strongest, and the other person is already getting sunburned. This scene. Her initial joy was instantly dampened. 3 days ago, Shun Jun had given her a reward. She then felt that she could be different. But now it seems even Miss Yen. What's up? At this moment, Li Shun suddenly looked at her, clearly indicating that he had not been asleep. Shun Jun, Miss Suing Luo is looking for you. As she spoke, Nanahata instinctively knelt down, holding her phone in both hands and placing it beside him. Ing Luo. Upon hearing her name, Li Shun suddenly recalled that pure emotion, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly. What's up? Brother Shun, why I've been bullied, are you going to do anything about it? Upon hearing his voice, the other person immediately burst into tears. Who bullied you? Li Shun sat up from the chair and gestured to Yen to bring him his shoes. Yen was already a little dazed at this moment. After seeing his gaze, she slowly moved to the side of the slippers. However, she did not get up, but instead opened her cherry-like little mouth. The young master didn't tell her to get up, so she couldn't get up. I don't know their names, they're just street thugs. Sister Wanchio has already gone after them. Thugs? A look of confusion flashed in Li Shun's eyes. But then, he immediately realized something, and his tone turned icy. I'll be there in a bit. After hanging up the phone, he helped Yen up while putting on his slippers. Looking at her pale face, he reached out and brushed her sweat-dampened hair behind her ear. I'm going out for a bit. You can stay in the villa and rest today. As soon as he turned around after speaking, he felt someone tug at his clothes. Yen will accompany the young master. The moment Li Shun turned around, the other person immediately realized something, and his dazed mind jolted awake. How could she disobey the young master's orders? Damn it, Xiaoyan! Is your brain not working properly because of the sun? Seeing her lower her head uneasily, sweat dripping from her face. If you want to go, you can. Upon hearing the young master's words, Yen instantly raised her head in surprise, her eyes filled with disbelief. Young master didn't punish her? Not only was she not punished, but she was even allowed to follow alone. Very good. When the two went downstairs, Li Shun picked out a stretched Lincoln. It's not that I particularly like this car, but rather that it's been modified and has a set of home-like amenities inside. Nana-chan, bring me a set of clothes. Upon hearing Li Shun's instructions, Nana Hatana was about to go upstairs when a look of surprise flashed across her face. If I remember correctly, this was the first time Shun Jun had ever called her name. Just as she was feeling a surge of joy, Li Shun's icy voice came from behind her. Do you know who it's for? It's not for Shun. When Nana turned around, she saw Li Sun's lowered eyes and her joyful expression instantly froze. I got it for Yen. You never mind, just be more careful next time. Li Shun thought about her previous behavior and decided not to punish her again. Chapter 28 Changing into a Cheongsam in the car, the arrogant thug girl. When Li Shun got into the car, he said to Yen beside him, change your clothes. After being exposed to the scorching sun, the other person was covered in sweat, and their clothes were wrinkled and looked terrible. Given Yen's cleanliness-conscious nature, she definitely wouldn't want to wear it again. If she weren't in a rush to find Suing Luo, the first thing she would do is take a shower. Thank you, young master. Yen picked up a dress from the side and walked towards the car's restroom. The dress was taken by Nana-chan. Unlike the usual styles, this is a dress that leans towards the Cheongsam style. In her opinion, with Ms. Yen's looks and figure, she should wear such charming clothes. Yen naturally understood this, but this kind of form-fitting Cheongsam would restrict her movement. Putting everything else aside, he can't even lift his legs. But this is the only piece of clothing I have right now. Having no other choice, Yen could only think that if something happened, she could simply cut off her lower body. But when she finished showering, she discovered this Nana-chan. They didn't even bring her safety shorts. After hesitating for a while, Yen walked out of the bathroom somewhat awkwardly. "Young master, I'm all better now." After coming out, she stood in front of Shun. Not bad." Looking at her current attire, Shun couldn't help but show a hint of admiration. "Wow, Sister Yen looks so good in a cheongsam. I'm so jealous." Tang Xiaoyuan, who was driving, saw a graceful figure in the rearview mirror and couldn't help but turn around and call out. "Why would you be jealous?" When Yen saw the other person turn around, she straightened her slender waist in front of her. The meaning is already very clear. "Alright, Xiaoyan, come here." Shun interrupted their bickering. Upon hearing the young master's words, Yen gave a cold snort to Tang Xiaoyuan in front of her. Then, with swaying steps, her jade-like legs were faintly visible on both sides of her cheongsam as she walked over. But as she sat down beside him, Shun suddenly noticed a different color. Yen noticed the young master's gaze, and an innocent yet shy expression appeared on her face. "Damn Nana-chan. They said they were going to get clothes, and they actually only got clothes. Who does that when they're changing clothes?" When they got back, she was determined to make the other person experience the chilly feeling too. After sitting down, Yen had only one thought in her mind: she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. His image is completely ruined. A pedestrian street in Shanghai. When Shun arrived, Suing Luo and Wanqiu were sitting on a bench. "Young master." When Wanqiu saw Shun coming down, she immediately ran up to him and called for help. "Brother Shun." Suing Luo, with reddened eyes, ran straight into his arms. "Okay, I'm here." Watching her act coquettishly in the young master's arms, Wanqiu and the others standing nearby couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. They also wanted the young master to hold them. But their identities are guards, bodyguards. Unless the young master takes the initiative, they cannot overstep their bounds. Reporting to the young master, these thugs are acting on orders from the Shadow Society to threaten Miss Su into dropping her report against Principal Gao. When Wanqiu saw Shun holding Suing Luo while looking up at her, she immediately spoke. "Is it Principal Gao?" Shun looked somewhat confused upon hearing this. Based on the initial assumption, the shadowy figure should have been the one to attack him. As one of the top underground organizations in China, they wield immense power and are involved in numerous industries. The original owner had once traded with them, but with Shun's arrival, the goods had been burned, and their trade was stopped. What are their true identities? A street thug. He's just a thug. Shun frowned slightly. Given the Shadow Society's modus operandi, how could they possibly only send thugs? Feeling somewhat puzzled, he asked Wanqiu. "Where is he?" "Tie him up in a small alley." As everyone boarded the vehicle, they arrived at a secluded alley. The moment Shun saw this group of people, he knew they really weren't members of the Shadow Society. That carefree, nonchalant attitude was so obvious, it was the kind of style that made him look like a loafer. He wasn't dressed properly, and there were unpainted tattoos on his arms. He had dyed yellow hair and wore an earring. The Shadow Society would never hire someone like that. Even peripheral members wouldn't be able to do it. Take care of it. He glanced at the car after getting off, then prepared to get in. There was no need to ask this kind of person any further. Wait. Upon hearing their voices, Shun didn't even stop walking. I don't know where this habit came from, but if I tell him to wait, he has to wait. It's such a waste of his time. I have a recording of Principal Gao. Next time just say it directly. Shun walked up to the man who had shouted, sizing him up with his eyes. Qian. Quickly, get the recording out. The man called out to a girl next to him who was wearing a white tank top and a short leather skirt. Humph. I don't want to. The girl snorted and adopted a posture of refusal. Stop messing around. Hurry up. These people are not to be trifled with. You might even lose your life. The man panicked the moment he saw Shun get out of the car. As a qualified scoundrel. You absolutely must have a keen eye for people, you must know clearly who you can mess with and who you can't. The aura of a powerful figure emanating from Li Shun told him at a glance that they had bitten off more than they could chew. This guy has definitely seen blood. My dad works for the investigation bureau, would he dare to kill me? Brother Dong, don't be such a coward. The girl wore a smug expression and raised her chin, pointing it at Li Shun. The investigation bureau. Li Shun walked up to her, looked at her pointing her nose at him, and said in a cold voice. You have a lot of personality. It's good that you know fear. Hurry up and let me go. I'll let you off the hook because you're so handsome. You still want to pursue this matter with me? Upon hearing her words, Li Shun couldn't help but let out a cold smile. What are you laughing at? Let go of me right now. Or I'll have you arrested. Arrest me. Li Shun couldn't help but chuckle twice, then grabbed her chin, leaned closer, and said coldly. I haven't seen anyone so arrogant in a long time. Chapter 29 Yayan's secret is discovered. Shayan, I'll leave it to you. Li Shun glanced at the girl's appearance. She was fairly pretty, and her family background must be good. In other words, they haven't suffered much hardship. Yayan walked over to the girl, grabbed her hair, and dragged her into the car. Ouch! That hurts. Don't pull my hair. Let go. Let go now. I'm going to bite you. During the girl's struggle, she accidentally touched the hem of Yayan's skirt. Let me go. Or I'll tell everyone you're a woman. Yayan felt a cool breeze and immediately noticed the girl's movements. Then, she immediately let go of the girl's hair and threw her to the ground. Don't tell. Yayan called out, her expression somewhat unnatural. Given her personality, anyone who knows about this absolutely cannot be allowed to live. Except for a young master. Let me go, and I won't say a word. Impossible. Capturing her was the young master's order, and Yayan would rather die than let her go. This woman doesn't. Yayan grabbed the other woman's suspenders and shoved them directly into her mouth. As Qianqian was being dragged into the car, the man called Donggu noticed the smile on Li Shun's lips. Startled, knowing that if he didn't say something soon, he might be gone, he hurriedly called out. We can be witnesses. Li Shun glanced at his anxious expression. This person is quite good, he's quick-witted and knows how to provide value to himself. Yingluo, what do you think? As Li Shun finished speaking, everyone's gaze turned to Su Yingluo beside him. Today she was wearing a school uniform, JK, and was being watched by everyone, which made her feel a little uneasy. Her toes, encased in black over-the-knee socks, began to tuck the insoles into her small leather shoes. Just as she was about to speak, Donggu hurriedly knelt down before her, his voice filled with pleading. Su, the school beauty, we were confused for a moment, please forgive us. We will never dare to do it again. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and beg for mercy from Campus Belle Su. Hearing their desperate pleas, Su Yingluo was at a loss for what to do. Especially when they hear that the other person has elderly parents to care for, young children to raise, and a wife to look after. She softened. Brother Shun, actually I wasn't hurt much otherwise. Seeing her conflicted expression, Li Shun couldn't help but want to laugh. But it's also clear that even though she discovered some things about the school, she still retained her innocence. This is also one of the reasons why Li Shun valued her. Sure, since you've said so, I have no objection. Li Shun walked over and patted her head. Big brother, that Qianqian, that girl from earlier, could she? When Donggu heard that they were all right, he glanced at the stretched Lincoln next to him and asked cautiously. She can't. A strange smile played on Li Shun's lips. This girl has offended more than just Su Yingluo. That arrogant attitude just now piqued his interest. All right. Whatever you say, brother. She's always been arrogant because she has a father who's a deputy bureau chief. She should have been taught a lesson long ago. Upon hearing the other person's words, Li Shun gave him a meaningful look. His words sounded like he was saying the girl wasn't. But what he was really telling him was the girl's background. You're very interesting, I'll remember you. After Li Shun finished speaking, he took Suing Luo back to the car. Brother Dong, who exactly is this guy? As the vehicle slowly drove away, the thug next to him couldn't help but ask a question. Yeah, Dongji, even though he drives a stretched Lincoln, we don't need to be that afraid of him. Shut up, all of you. The man called Dong Ge let out a deep roar, and continued speaking with a hint of lingering fear. You bunch of people. You're all eyeing women the most when it comes to judging people. You're going to be finished sooner or later. After he finished speaking, a flash of resentment crossed his eyes. This Principal Gao has gotten us into such big trouble, we can't let him get away with this. Back in the car. Li Shun sat in his chair, listening to Wanqiu report on the situation during this period. When he heard that Suing Luo had actually gone to question Principal Gao, he looked at her with some helplessness. Suing Luo glared angrily at Wanqiu. Why does this person say everything? She even considered the other person her best friend, and when she met Li Shun, she practically talked her out of her mind. When Wanqiu saw her little look, she gave her a look that said, best friends are best friends, but when you see the young master, you still have to sell yourself. Do you need my help? Li Shun gently rubbed her smooth back, his expression carrying a profound and enigmatic meaning. No need, I will personally arrest the bad guy. Hearing her words, Li Shun didn't say anything more. If it's the Shadow Society that's making a move, then he has no choice but to show up. Otherwise, Suing Luo, who is in the public eye, might disappear one day. But the current situation is quite clear. These thugs weren't members of the Shadow Society, they were just imposters using the Shadow Society's name. It's likely that Principal Gao, upon hearing Suing Luo's questioning, feared she might discover some more secrets and wanted her to stop, so he brought her here to scare her. In situations like this, Wanqiu is capable of handling it. Come back to the villa with me tonight. Suing Luo asked in confusion. Yes, young master. Upon hearing this, Wanqiu's eyes lit up instantly, and she showed an uncontrollable joy. As Jiang Yuyan and Xin Yu went out to find the male lead, Li Shun clearly felt that the villa was a bit deserted. Now, Suing Luo is the female lead. Wanqiu, having undergone the female protagonist enhancement fluid, can also be considered a female protagonist. Oh, right. At this moment, Li Shun suddenly seemed to remember something and asked Wanqiu beside him. Where is that girl? In the bathroom, Sister Shayan seemed very angry and kept lecturing her. Chapter 30 Punishment in the Office. Tianyu Group in Shanghai. Li Shun gazed at the building, a playful smile playing on his lips. He was just about to return to the villa when he received a call from Lu Jia, who said she had something important to discuss with him. Young master, that girl has fainted. Ye Yan came out of the bathroom, her clothes still wet, as if splashed with water. Is that even a question? Seeing the young master's smiling eyes, Ye Yan instantly knew what to do. Xiaoyan understands. Okay, go ahead. After saying that, Li got out of the car and walked towards the elevator in the underground parking garage. 36th floor. Lu Jie sat at her desk, while her daughter Lu Lina sat on the sofa opposite her. However, she felt somewhat helpless looking at her daughter's unconventional outfit, with ripped black stockings hanging on the table. Nana, put your legs down. Why put it down, Mom? You should try it too. It feels quite comfortable this way. Lu Lina glanced at her mother's sitting posture. Her beautiful legs, encased in two skin-colored stockings, were crossed, with one foot on the ground in a high heel, giving her a very dignified appearance. However, after hearing what the other person said, she did not put her leg down. He even kicked off his black boots. Then, seeing her use her toes, wrapped in black stockings, to pick up the cardboard box on the table, Lu Jie felt even more helpless. Sai, can't you just listen to me? You want me to obey? Fine, then tell me where Dad is, I want to see him. Bang. All right. Let's not mention that man anymore. Upon hearing her daughter's words, Lu Jie slammed her hand on the table like a lit fuse, revealing an extremely angry expression. Okay. Seeing that she was angry, Lulina also stood up, gritting her teeth as she continued to speak. If you're so capable, then keep hiding. Just don't let me find him. As a hacker, she certainly has the means to find people, but these past few days, she has been monitoring everyone in the company, but she still can't find where he is. Not only that, she also eavesdropped on the other party's phone, but that had no effect either. Just now, she saw a call record of her mother, but the other party's number could not be eavesdropped on, indicating that it was encrypted at a very high level of security. Therefore, Lulina suspected that the phone call was related to that man, and immediately rushed over from the nightclub. Nana, please stop looking for him, okay? I'm begging you. Humph. Impossible. Since he dared to abandon us, I'll make him pay. Seeing her daughter's relentless attitude, Lu Jia felt a surge of complex emotions, her body went limp, and she collapsed into a chair. She had no other choice. She also bears some responsibility for her daughter becoming like this. The impact of single-parent families on children is truly enormous. And the man responsible for all of this is Wang Haitao. She absolutely refused to let Nana see it. Because of some things. One person is enough. Knock knock knock. At this moment, Shun, who was outside the door, heard two women arguing inside, so he chose to knock on the door. Who is it? Get lost. Lulina, who was in a bad mood, started cursing without saying a word after hearing the knock on the door. Nana! Her shout startled Lu Jia. She rushed over and hugged the other person. Clearly, she knew who was outside the door. After all, it was she who made the appointment. When Shun, who was standing outside the door, heard the person inside telling him to roll, the smile on his face instantly froze. It's been so long I haven't heard this word. Now. It's no longer just two women arguing. Shun pushed open the door and entered, his sharp eyes fixed on the girl in Lu Jia's arms. So it was her daughter. Young Master Li, we're sorry, we didn't mean it, please forgive us. Young Master Li. It's you. When Lulina saw the person who barged in, a look of fear appeared on her face. The other person had left a very deep impression on her last time. The figure that disappeared into the night gave her nightmares for 2 days straight. Just now were you the one who was cursing me? Hearing Shun's voice tinged with anger, Lulina and her mother hurriedly denied it. No. Young Master Li, you must have misheard. It wasn't her, I was the one who said it. Hearing her mother's words, Lulina turned her head and stared at her blankly. Are you doubting my hearing? Shun was so angry he almost laughed. Although they were mother and daughter, their voices were clearly different. It really is me, but it has nothing to do with my daughter. Shun walked over and looked at the two of them. Just as he was about to sit down on the sofa, he noticed a pair of black boots at his feet. This made him look at Lulina's small feet. Sure enough, the shoes were hers. Young Master Li, it wasn't my mother who said that, it was me. I was wrong, please forgive me. Nana. Hearing her daughter's words, Lu Jia couldn't help but feel a little anxious. She knew what Li Xiao was capable of, so she didn't want her daughter to suffer any harm. Shun glanced at the two of them, and suddenly a mysterious smile appeared on his face. Since you both care about each other, I'll give you a choice. No. Upon hearing this, Lu Jia immediately recalled what had happened last time and couldn't help but let out a gasp. Whatever it is, let me do it. Mom. Lulina was puzzled by her overreaction. Nana, you go out first, Mom. Mom has something to say to young Master Li. Lu Jia tried her best to control herself and gave her daughter a reassuring smile. Young Master Li, could you please let Nana go out first? After speaking with her daughter, she looked at Li Shun with a pleading look in her eyes. Li Shun looked at her appearance, then at Lulina's appearance. The two do look very alike. Can. Upon hearing his agreement, Lu Jia hurriedly pushed Nana out of the office, locked the door, and drew the soundproof curtains. I'm curious, what do you want to do? Li Shun leaned back on the sofa, watching the woman with great interest. I would do anything for Nana. Since she said the wrong thing, I'm willing to pay the price for her. Go on, I want to know what kind of punishment you've decided to give yourself. I will make young Master Lee satisfied. Chapter 31. Mature women do indeed have charm. A long time passed. Li Shun revealed a satisfied expression. He remembered reading a passage once. Women are like fine wine, with the passage of time, they become incredibly fragrant and mellow. That mature scent is the most alluring. Just like a gentle spring breeze, it gives people a sense of meticulous care. Now he understands. Why do some people like the innocence of young girls? Some people, however, prefer the charm of less skin. That tenderness that radiates from within is truly satisfying. Tell me, why did you call me here today? Li Shun, who was no longer going to pursue the matter, glanced at Lu Jia, who was coming out of the bathroom. Upon hearing his voice, a flicker of panic crossed the other person's eyes, clearly indicating that they had been quite frightened. I would like to ask you for a favor. You want my help? Li Shun was somewhat surprised to hear this, as he did not believe that their relationship was that good. You should know that the price for asking me to take action is very high. Hearing his words, Lu Jia walked barefoot to the sofa and said with complicated emotions. I can give you 80 million. Li Shun sized up the other party's appearance. As the general manager of the Haishur branch, an ordinary worker, 80 million was no small sum for her. This aroused Li Shun's curiosity. What exactly did the other party want him to do for them? Tell me about it. A hint of surprise flashed across Lu Jia's face. She had originally planned to spend 100 million yuan, and for this, she had even mortgaged her luxury cars. I want one haitao. After hearing her story, Li Shun gave her a strange look. Do I really need to ask him for help with something like this? Because her matter was very simple, she just wanted someone to disappear. I can't do it, because of Nana. Lu Jia bit her faded red lips, her eyes filled with resentment. She knew her daughter was a hacker, and if this matter was related to her, the other party would definitely be able to find out. Therefore, if they want that man to disappear from their lives completely, the only option is to find young Master Lee. Only he could make the other party disappear completely, leaving no trace for anyone to find. Sure, but I have one condition. After all, you know I'm interested in money. Hearing Li Shun's inexplicable tone, Lu Jia couldn't help but nod slightly. Evening. The sunset is infinitely beautiful, but it's nearing dusk. Standing by the window, Li Shun took a glass of whiskey from Lu Jia's hand. Looking at the bustling scenery outside the window, he couldn't help but feel a sense of warmth. Sometimes, it's nice to try something different. As a general manager, her career-oriented nature certainly gives people a special feeling. It might be due to her different status, or it might be her inherent charm. Overall, he had a very good experience today. The only drawback is, take some time to the mall and buy some nice clothes. By the way, you can learn from your daughter in this regard. Upon hearing his words, Lu Jia couldn't help but picture Nana in her mind. Mini skirts, ripped socks, crop tops that show the midriff, and those indecent decorations. Okay, I'll listen to you. Looking at her obedient expression, Li Shun smiled and said, I am very relieved to hand over the Shanghai branch to you. Please feel free to contact me if you encounter any problems in the future. Yes, thank you, young master. Seeing that the other person was about to leave, Lu Jia hurriedly got up and prepared to go to the locker room to change clothes so they could leave work together. But after taking only 2 steps, his legs gave way. My legs are a little numb from sitting for so long. She then moved forward with small, quick steps, supporting herself against the wall. Watching her walk, Li Shun couldn't help but feel a strange smile. He opened the office door as soon as the other person entered the locker room. As expected, Lu Lina is sitting outside the door. When the other person saw that he had finally come out, they quickly ran over and asked, Young Master Lee, what does my mother want with you? In-depth exchange on the core values of enterprises. Ah. Hearing his words, Lu Lina felt a little confused. Your mother is very good. She not only met the targets I set for her, but she did them exceptionally well. Is that really the case? Lu Lina blinked her big eyes, her gaze filled with a clear sense of confusion. That's right. I might come to see your mother often in the future, and then. Li Shun glanced at her unconventional leg ring with a smile. You can ask your mom if she'll let you sit in on the class, or help you. After saying that, he turned and left. Lu Lina was left standing there, scratching her head in confusion. Then, as if remembering something, he hurriedly ran into the office. There was no one inside. She ran into the dressing room next door, but there was no one there. Finally, she saw Lu Jia using the restroom. Nana, how did you get in here? When Lu Jia saw her come in, she looked up, her pretty face still showing a hint of confusion. Mom, what did you talk about with young Master Li just now? It's nothing, just some progress reports on company projects that I was giving him. You've been reporting all afternoon. Yes, as one of the world's top 10 companies, Tianyu Group has many industrial chains in Haishur, so reporting on them is quite complicated and takes a long time. Really? Of course it's true, you silly child, how can you not even believe your own mother? Looking at her calm expression, Lu Lina couldn't help but believe her somewhat. Mom, don't work so hard. I'll help you with the plan next time. Upon hearing her daughter's words, a hint of unease flashed across Lu Jia's face. No need, I can manage. But young Master Li just said that I could either sit in on the conversation or help out. That's what he said. In an instant, Lu Jia's toes began to clench. Yes, that's right. At this moment, Lu Lina suddenly noticed that her mother's stockings were gone, and couldn't help but ask curiously. Mom, where are your stockings? I remember you were wearing them this afternoon. Lu Jia looked down, put her legs together, and said, pretending to be calm. I accidentally spilled it while pouring coffee. Chapter 32 Xiao Yuan's Request. Hanhai Villa. Li Shun returned in Tang Xiaoyuan's car. While he was in Lu Jia's office, he sent a message to Wanqiu, telling them to go back first. So now there are only the two of them in the car. Xiaoyuan, you need to go there tomorrow. Halfway through his speech, Li Shun suddenly paused, seemingly hesitant. If we let her go. Seeing the young master's conflicted expression, Tang Xiaoyuan took a deep breath and asked with renewed courage. Young master, please give me any instructions. I, Xiaoyuan, will certainly carry them out. I'll think about it. Upon hearing Li Shun's words, Tang Xiaoyuan gripped the steering wheel even tighter. Young master, don't you believe her? At that moment, a feeling of grievance suddenly rose in her heart. The basement of the villa. Tang Xiaoyuan stopped the car and looked at the young master who was about to get out. She spoke in a deep voice as her breathing rose and fell. Young master, please give me a task. No matter what it is, Xiaoyuan will get it done. She will never let young master down. Li Shun turned to look at her and saw a determined look on her small face. Since you've brought it up. He thought for a moment, then continued speaking to Xiaoyuan. Go to Kanglan Mountain tomorrow. Once you get there, Dazhuang will tell you what to do. Yes, young master. Upon receiving the task, Tang Xiaoyuan's face instantly lit up with a happy expression. Don't be too happy yet, the Shadow Society is also in Kanglan Mountain. Li Shun returned to his seat and sat down again, opening the system store with a slight frown. Previously, he sent people to Kanglan Mountain to find the male protagonist's life essence. To my surprise, we actually found it. Although it is broken, it still contains a powerful life force. But treasure is tempting. Several villagers found it and secretly transported it away. The jewelry business in that area falls under the jurisdiction of the Shadow Society. When they learned that Li Shun's men were in Kanglan Mountain, they each put forward their own development plans. But in reality, that was just the official explanation. Behind the scenes, there are those who would strike when they needed to. Plunder what must be plundered. Faced with this situation, he naturally couldn't just stand by and watch the Shadow Society interfere. He had considered it for a while. Zhang Yuyan and Xin Yu are currently dealing with the male lead and cannot return for the time being. Then, he planned to send Wanqiu there, and then have Tang Xiaoyuan go to Shanghai University to monitor Suing Luo in her place. After all, Wanqiu had also taken the female protagonist's enhancement liquid. In the face of good fortune, even the impossible becomes possible. But now that Tang Xiaoyuan has spoken, let's give her a chance to try. However, he doesn't plan to exchange for the female protagonist enhancement fluid, since he can get it by completing missions. Moreover, anything related to luck is ridiculously expensive. After browsing for a while, he exchanged for an item. Title: The Queen's Favor. Effect: when facing mortal danger, you will receive the protection of the Queen of Pain. Price: 300,000, villain value. Note: the Queen of Pain is a demonic creature. This item contains her lingering resentment, and its effect may come with unknown risks. Congratulations, host, on your successful redemption. 300,000 villain points deducted from the host. Current remaining villain value, 1.7 million. As the system notification sounded, an exquisite pendant necklace appeared in Li Shun's hand. He picked it up and examined it. The main body was a black gemstone, emitting a faint, eerie glow in the center. However, its texture is different from the warm and smooth feel of gemstones. It has a chilling, bone-chilling coldness. Here, you can wear this. Li Shun handed the necklace to Tang Xiaoyuan. For me. A look of surprise flashed in the other person's eyes, and they quickly took it with both hands. Then, holding the necklace in her hands, she couldn't help but smile. Put it on, and don't take it off under any circumstances without my order. Good. Tang Xiaoyuan felt a warm feeling in her heart as she put on the black gemstone necklace. Even though the gemstone exuded a chill that made her feel somewhat cold, but this was given to her by the young master. For her, this is warmth. It's so beautiful. She looked at the necklace in her arms and couldn't help but murmur. Wear it carefully, it could save your life in a critical moment. Save my life. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaoyuan immediately wanted to take it off and return it to the young master. Her life is nothing. We must save him. We absolutely must save the young master's life. Seeing her actions, Li Shun raised an eyebrow and said with a hint of amusement. You're being disobedient again. No. Xiaoyuan, please listen to me. As she bit her lip, her fingers loosened their grip on the necklace. Li Shun draped his arm over the seat. Upon seeing this, Tang Xiaoyuan quickly climbed over from the driver's seat and leaned against the other person's chest. Remember this when you go out tomorrow. You belong to me. Don't let anyone else bully you. Xiaoyuan has remembered. Chapter 33: Using Intermediate Physical Enhancement. The living room of the villa. Wanqiu glanced at the sky outside the window and muttered to herself, somewhat puzzled. Why hasn't the young master returned yet? After saying that, she looked at the excited Suing Luo beside her and called out with a hint of helplessness. Stop running, you've lost all your shoes. Suing Luo looked happy, with a faint blush on her pretty face. She was still wearing a slipper on one foot, and only a white sock with a butterfly trim was left on the other. It's my first time here, this place is really big. She came to Wanqiu's side, pulled her aside, and asked. I discovered there are hot springs underground. Why don't we go and have some fun together? Yes, young master will be back soon. Seeing the disappointment on the other person's face, Wanqiu continued. We'll go together when the young master returns. Yay! As time goes by. When Li Shun got out of the car, it was already close to midnight. He turned and glanced at the unconscious Tang Xiaoyuan, his eyes filled with pity. These women of blood roses. They all have a bit of a crazy personality trait. If it weren't for the system's enhancements, Li Shun probably wouldn't have been able to withstand it. He glanced at the lights still on upstairs. Clearly, no matter how late he returned, Wanqiu and the others would wait for him. Only. A look of hesitation flashed in Li Shun's eyes, and then he muttered to himself. Physical Enhancement Agent. He originally planned to complete Zhang Xiaodong's task before redeeming the item. After all, the intermediate level physique enhancement potion costs 1.2 million villain points in the store. After exchanging the money, he only had 500,000 left. As a villain, it would be unsettling not to have some villainous points left for emergencies. Never mind. After thinking for a while, Shun finally decided to exchange the money. Physical fitness is the foundation of everything. Besides, he has already won over one female lead and two pseudo-female leads. If anything happens, he can bring them along. System, exchange, and use the intermediate physique enhancement agent. 1.2 million villain points deducted from the host. Current remaining villain value, 500,000. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a physique enhancement agent, intermediate. Physical enhancement agent, intermediate, provides a moderate boost to physical fitness and significantly enhances the activity of internal organs. The system notification sounded. Shun felt a change in his heart. A thunderous heartbeat made his whole body tremble instantly. The regenerated blood began to flow along the blood vessels. Every time it flows through an organ, a warm feeling arises, as if activating the potential of the cells and prompting them to evolve to a higher level. After a long time, Shun took a deep breath and clenched his fist the instant he did so. My heart suddenly pounded, bursting forth with a surge of powerful energy. He looked around and found a sports car that was covered in dust. Judging from the logo, it should be a Porsche 911. With both feet on the ground, a warm current travels up the spine, through the shoulder blades and arms, and finally gathers power in the fist. Bang! A loud metallic clang echoed through the empty garage. Who? Tang Xiaoyuan, who had fainted, was instantly awakened. Upon seeing the young master, she disregarded her fallen skirt and quickly got out of the car to run to his side. Ah! Young master! Upon seeing the scene before her, she covered her faded red lips and couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Because the young master's hands were covered in blood. In her haste, Tang Xiaoyuan pulled off the clothes on her arm, wanting to bandage the young master's wound. I was careless. Shun felt the pain in his hand and couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Intermediate level physical enhancement agents improve physical fitness and organ activity. But it didn't increase bone density. The front of the Porsche 991 is made of carbon fiber composite material because it is a limited edition model. Its hardness is extremely high. To put it simply, this material is generally used in the aerospace field to improve the structural strength and wear resistance of aircraft and rockets. So, he feels like his hand is broken. Young master, let's go up quickly. This is a lace dress, which doesn't have hemostatic properties. Shun glanced at the object in his hand. It was originally black, but now it was almost blackish red. But strangely, he didn't feel any physical discomfort. Given this amount of blood loss, he should have turned pale and felt dizzy long ago. Intermediate physique enhancer. It's still somewhat useful. At least he's more resistant to injury. Back in the villa's living room, Shun lay on the sofa, surrounded by Wanqiu and others, all with anxious expressions on their faces. Beside him, Tang Xiaoyuan was bandaging his wounds with a first aid kit. Looking at her serious expression, her technique was clearly different from last time. Shun recalled that time. His hands were wrapped up like rice dumplings. All right, young master, thankfully no bones were broken, just soft tissue contusion. You can't get it wet for a while. Tang Xiaoyuan put his hand down and saw that it was tied with a bow. Ever since the young master hit her on the head, she has gone to study medicine. She has a lot of experience in treating wounds like this. Can't get it wet. When Shun heard this, he couldn't help but give her a strange look. Yes, young master. If a wound has not yet healed, bacteria may be present in the water, increasing the risk of infection. Besides, water can also soften the skin and scabs around a wound, potentially causing the wound to reopen and bleed. Chapter 30 for the timid Shueya. The next day, Shun stood by the bedroom window, watching the cars slowly drive away below. Young master. Wanqiu walked to his side and said softly, Sister Xiaoyuan will be fine. She's a very strong-willed older sister. As a partner who spent every day with her, she knew how much the other had sacrificed to graduate from Blood Rose. Every night when they went to sleep, Tang Xiaoyuan would go and continue training. The other person may not be talented enough, but they are definitely one of the hardest working people. The Shadow Society. As Li Shun murmured, he frowned and pondered for a while, then picked up his phone and made a call. Young Master. After the call was connected, a deep male voice came from the other end. Xiaoyuan is going to Kanglan Mountain today. Everything is about her life. After hearing his words, the person on the other end remained silent for a few seconds before continuing to ask. Even if we don't want these ores. Li Shun glanced at the rising sun in the distance, his voice carrying a hint of coldness. Yes. What I lost, I will get back from the Shadow Society in the future, but Xiaoyuan. She can't be hurt. Yes, young master, Dazhuan understands. The call ended. Wanqiu stared blankly at the young master, a ripple appearing in her eyes. Although the young master often bullies them. But young master is the best person in the world. Other sisters, after graduating from Blood Rose, often become mere tools. It could be used for assassination, or for trading. Even worse, they will become one-time victims. Only the young master treats them like human beings. At this moment, Li Shun grasped Wanqiu's hand, pulled her into his arms, and asked softly. Are you all right now? Chior is all right. A blush suddenly appeared on Wanqiu's face. She didn't know what had happened last night. She actually turned into again. She clearly hasn't been to the hospital, so what's going on? Fortunately, the young master didn't blame her, otherwise she would have been in a real predicament. Judging from her appearance, Li Shun could roughly guess what was going on. Female protagonist enhancement fluid. It can be understood with a simple phrase. Which female protagonist isn't characterized by being pure and innocent? Those who ingest the female protagonist's enhancement potion experience more than just skin damage repair. Finished my morning aerobic training. Li Shun was just about to eat breakfast in the living room when a look of surprise flashed across his face. He seems to have forgotten something. Looking up and around, Wanqiu had already accompanied Suing Luo to Shanghai University. He also assigned Jingguan to handle Lu Jie's matter. Where did Nanahata and Yayan go? Shueyao, where's Shayan? He put down his breakfast and asked a beautiful woman in black stockings and an office lady's outfit next to him. Young master, Sister Yayan is in the cold storage. Cold storage. Upon hearing this, Li Shun looked at her, and the first thing he noticed was her pair of straight and slender beautiful legs. In addition, the fitted bodycon skirt hugs her round, perky buttocks, making her look absolutely perfect. However, there was a hint of timidity in her eyes. There is a clear difference between that and the bust that rises and falls with each breath. Clearly, she was also a member of the Blood Rose. However, due to her personality, she has a very low profile and is considered to be a rather quiet person. What is she doing in the cold storage? Young master, yesterday Sister Yayan brought back a girl who seems to be a delinquent. Sister Yayan has been trying to teach her a lesson. Bad girl. Li Shun thought for a moment and then suddenly remembered. Yesterday, a group of thugs, including one called Brother Don, mentioned the girl's background. Her name seems to be Qianshan? When I get busy, I almost forget about her. Nana-chan. I don't know about that. As soon as Shueya finished speaking, she immediately noticed the change in Li Shun's eyes and weakly offered an explanation. After Yayan came back, she grabbed Nana-chan's clothes and said she wanted her to experience the cool feeling, so she dragged her into the cold storage together. It feels so cool. Upon hearing this, Li Shun smiled slightly, clearly knowing what was going on. Come with me to see them, and if you keep pulling, you won't need to wear it anymore. Upon hearing the young master's words, Shueya was clearly taken aback, a look of confusion flashing in her eyes. She only saw what was in her hand when she looked down. Immediately afterwards, her quiet and pretty face turned bright red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Young master, please don't make fun of Shueyao. Seeing her like this, Li Shun couldn't help but chuckle softly. Don't let the girl's insecurity fool you, that's only in his eyes. She's not like that in front of outsiders. There's a saying that goes something like this. The most ruthless are the honest people. When the original owner was involved in the black market, this girl was in charge of the transactions. Despite being confronted by those treacherous elements, she not only managed to retrieve the goods but also avoided being overcharged. This is enough to prove her ruthlessness. Young master. Seeing the young master's teasing expression, Shueya's beautiful eyes gradually took on a different kind of charm. Trying to eat. Upon hearing the young master's words, she immediately nodded. However, Li Shun remembered that he had just finished exercising, so he said to the other person, I have a pair of high heels in my bedroom. Upon hearing this, Shueya looked at the young master with a puzzled expression. Then she looked down at her feet. She was also wearing high heels. A pair of black Jimmy Choo stilettos. Sudden. She seemed to have thought of something, and her already flushed face turned even redder. Chapter 35 Testing the Eye of the Mysterious Netherworld Again. Cold storage. When Li Shun came down, before he even went inside, he heard cries coming from inside. You're insane. Let me go right now. No. You crazy woman, don't touch me there. Ah. Stop. Stop. I was wrong, please forgive me, sister. What's wrong? Should I call you big sister? Or should I spit on you? You tell me. If you don't tell me, how am I supposed to know where I went wrong? Judging from the girl's strong voice, she was clearly in good spirits. Li Shun glanced at the temperature display next to him. 8 degrees. No wonder, Yin must have been afraid of freezing people to death, so she turned off the cold storage's refrigeration system. This actually saved the girl's life, otherwise, by the time he remembered, she would probably be dead. Young master. When Yin saw him come down, she quickly put down the tools in her hand and came to his side to say something. Young master, I'm sorry, Shaoyan failed to complete the task you assigned. Where is Nana-chan? She is. With a hint of hesitation, Yin subconsciously glanced at a puddle next to her. Even though the air conditioning system was turned off, there was still a slight chill in the air. You threw her into the water. As Li Shun approached, he saw a kimono and some other unusual clothing next to the puddle. Pull it up, he said, kicking the rope at his feet. From an identity perspective, seeing the island nation like this, we should add some more ice. From an emotional perspective. Somewhat. However, as Yin pulled the other person up, Li Shun realized he had been overthinking things. Nana-chan is wearing a swimsuit. A black jumpsuit with straps around the neck, it looks quite fitted. Shun Jun. After Nana came out, she quickly put her knees down and pressed her round buttocks on her heels. Looking at her trembling body, yet still maintaining a smile on her face. Although she was wearing a swimsuit, her hands and feet were not restricted, and she could swim in the water to improve blood circulation. But the temperature was too low, like winter swimming. Let's go warm up. Li Shun said, looking at Shanshan hanging next to him. Nana looked at the girl with a puzzled expression after hearing this. Warm and cozy? What does mean? While she was still confused, Yin had already reacted first. Then, he released Shanshan in one swift motion. When Nana saw the girl lying on the ground, she seemed to understand something. Using girls to keep warm. Shun Jun told her to use the other person as a hand warmer. Upon learning this, she immediately ran over barefoot, soaked in icy water. Ah! No, you're so cold. Believe it or not, I'll bite you. Seeing this, Li Shun waved and called Yin over. When did you become so gentle? Xiao Yin thought that the young master wanted to. Yin lowered her head, pursed her sexy red lips, and had an apologetic expression on her face. She thought the young master wanted the girl, so she never hurt her. The methods used are all relatively gentle and will not leave scars. Clean her up, I need to use her tonight. Yes, young master. Upon hearing his words, Ye Yan couldn't help but smile. She was right after all. However, after seeing her appearance, Li Shun added a casual remark. It wasn't me who used it. Ah. While she was still wondering, Li Shun walked over to Qianqian's side. He lifted the other person's slightly pale face, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. I've thought of a place. It should suit a rebellious girl like you perfectly. Upon seeing his gaze, Qianqian suddenly couldn't help but shudder. Li Shun's pupils were deep and held a faint, eerie light, as if they possessed a chilling aura. At a certain moment, it's as if she saw her future. Loneliness, desolation, sorrow, deathly silence. She had no friends around her, and was surrounded by grinning demons who stared at her frail body with terrifying, cannibalistic eyes. At this moment, as Li Shun stood up, the eerie light in his eyes gradually faded. What Qianqian saw just now was not an illusion. Instead, the Eye of the Dark. Forged by an evil demon slayer, it possesses a profound and penetrating power that penetrates the very heart. After taking the intermediate-level physique enhancer, Li Shun wanted to test whether he would still experience dizziness when using the Xin Ming Eye. The result was very good. He did not feel any discomfort. Of course, this could also be due to the relatively short time frame. But compared to before, there has been a significant improvement. No, don't eat me, please. Qianqian, lying on the ground, had lost all her luster in her eyes and kept repeating blankly to herself. Even Nana-chan next to her couldn't wake her up. Night. A Rolls-Royce Cullinan slowly drove out of the Hanhai villa. Sitting in the car were Li Shun, Ye Yan, and Shen Shen, who had been tidied up again. It must be said that this girl is quite good-looking and has a great figure. She is about 1.68 meters tall, has a typical oval face, and her hair is dyed a light blue. She was wearing a white tank top, and a platinum ornament adorned her slender waist. She wore low-waisted super short shorts, revealing a pair of slender, fair legs. That day, after Shueyo saw her, she looked up her information. It's hard to imagine that this hoodlum woman. He's actually a student at Shanghai University. Furthermore, she had excellent academic performance and had won many dance awards. Where are you taking me? Qianqian's tone was somewhat frightened, and there was a hint of fear in her eyes as she looked at Li Shun. Now, whenever she closes her eyes, those eerie eyes appear in her mind. Deep and mysterious, like a wolf, with a chilling, dark light. Just thinking about it sent a chill down her spine, making her tremble uncontrollably. I'll take you to a fun place. Li Shun glanced at the night view outside the car window and said to her with a half-smile. I don't want to play anymore. I want to go home. Please, let me go back. Hearing her pleading voice, Li Shun's face turned cold, and he spoke with a hint of sarcasm. Isn't this the life you chose? Now, you don't want to play anymore. It's a pity it's too late. From the moment I saw her information, a surge of anger rose in Li Shun's heart. She is good-looking, comes from a good family, and has excellent academic performance. How could a girl with these qualities choose to become a hoodlum? Fall for yourself. Since she wants to play, let her play to her heart's content. Play until you're covered in bruises. Never again will we go back to the way things were. Chapter 36, Meeting another female lead at an entertainment venue. The suburbs of the city. It is located in a relatively remote area nestled in a green mountain, with a sparse population. Surrounded by a clear stream and lush trees, it looks like a paradise. When Li Shun arrived here, in the manor ahead, the parking lot was already filled with all kinds of luxury cars. I glanced at it briefly. Most of them are in the millions or more. Land Rover, Porsche, Bentley, Ferrari, Rolls-Royce, Lamborghini, and so on. This scene gives people a very mysterious feeling. A simple mountain courtyard, marble walls, and a path paved with pebbles. But there was a row of luxury cars worth over 100 million yuan parked there. Young master, we have arrived. Okay, let's go. When Li Shun got out of the car, he saw Gu Minghang standing at the door, as well as the plaque hanging on the door. Farmhouse Entertainment Club. Welcome, young Master Li. When Gu Mingheng saw him come down, he immediately greeted him with a smile. You're welcome, the environment here is quite nice. I'm glad you like it, Mr. Li. This is a place I specially chose. It's nestled against the mountains and by the water, and it's absolutely beautiful. The two walked through the gate. The dozen or so beautiful women standing on both sides all bowed deeply and called out with smiles. Welcome, young Master Li. Listening to their very pleasant voices, Li Shun couldn't help but glance at them a few times. Judging from her appearance, she's not bad-looking, she has fair skin, a beautiful face, and is young and pretty. Has someone taken a liking to young Master Li? Gu Mingheng continued, the girls here have all been tested and are absolutely healthy. They are also very skilled and can meet all your needs. All. Of course. Anything you can think of, they can do, and we just opened today, and some of the services are for the first time. We'll see how lucky Mr. Li is and whether he can be selected. Upon hearing his words and looking around, Li Shun couldn't help but smile. Go out and have some fun. Being surrounded by a group of beautiful, high-quality women naturally makes you feel very comfortable. I have a lot of experience with luck, so I'll try out the Gu family's service tonight. Don't worry, it will definitely satisfy young Master Li. Following Gu Mingheng's meaningful words, the two entered the house in the villa. Young Master Li. Quick, young Master Li is here. It really is young Master Li, the heir to Tianyu Group. You bitch, get out of my way. When everyone in the room saw Li Shun enter, they all quickly stood up from their chairs and came over with flattering expressions. Although they are all second-generation rich kids, there are different levels among them. Li Shao of Tianyu Group, as the leading enterprise in the country, must have a net worth exceeding 1 trillion. They belong to the very elite of the rich second generation. There is none other than this. Especially considering his status as the sole heir. The value of that wealth rises to another level, completely different from that of second-generation rich kids who have no confirmed inheritance relationship. Now that they've met the person in person, they're all itching to kneel down and hug his leg. Only. Li Shun looked at a girl on the ground. He was covering his scraped arm, biting his lip, a barely perceptible bitterness on his face. This scene caused his brows to unconsciously lower slightly. Young Master Li, you finally arrived. Please take a seat. When young Master Gu said you were coming today, we didn't believe him. We never expected him to actually invite you. Of course. Young Master Gu has so much influence. If you say you'd invite him, you can definitely get him to come. Looking at their fawning manner and their hypocritical pleasantries, Li Shun couldn't help but sneer a few times. The people invited by the Gu family. They really have good manners. After he finished speaking, he ignored the stunned crowd and silently walked to the girl's side. Her eyes were already misty, and she was trying hard not to let the tears fall. As her long, slender eyelashes trembled slightly, her eyes became even clearer and more captivating. Then, to everyone's astonishment, he helped the girl up. This made them all look around in confusion. Young Master Li. When did you become so tender-hearted towards women? It's not quite like what I'd heard. As a top-tier rich second generation, he must have seen this kind of scene many times. It's nothing out of the ordinary. After all, they have money, so many women will flock around them. No matter what they do or how much they play around, there will always be another one, they are never short of women. Are you all right? I'm fine, thank you. The girl, whom Li Shun helped up, unconsciously gripped his arm with both hands, her fingertips turning slightly white. You are Su Wanyan. Hearing him call her name, the girl looked at him incredulously. How did you know? I saw you at Shanghai University that day. Li Shun looked at the girl's surprised face and smiled gently. Unexpectedly, he would run into another female lead here. Just now, when he looked at the girl, a system notification sounded in his mind. Female lead detected, Su Wanyan. Target's current luck value, 100%. But what are you doing here, dressed like this? He glanced at the other person's clothing, which was relatively conservative. She wore a black tank top, super short hot pants, and white sneakers. Her minimal clothing perfectly showcased her curvaceous figure. She has a very large bust, slender arms, long and straight legs, and a soft, fair waist. I came here to work. Upon hearing that the other person knew her, Su Wanyan unconsciously began to believe Li Shun, and her attitude towards him changed drastically. When you meet an acquaintance in an unfamiliar place, a sense of closeness arises spontaneously. This isn't a place for you. Sai, you'll have to come with me for a bit. Li Shun glanced at the wound on her arm, his tone carrying a hint of concern. Upon hearing his words, Su Wanyan subconsciously moved closer to him. When people sense danger, they can't help but want to go to a safe place. This is human instinct, so even if she hadn't thought it through, her body had already made the choice. Now, because Li Shun called out her name, Su Wanyan felt a sense of closeness when facing the group of unfamiliar rich kids. In her heart, I'd rather believe Li Shun. Chapter 37 Helping Su Wanyan. Has young Master Li taken a fancy to this girl? It's hard to say. Everyone has different tastes. Maybe young Master Li just likes this kind of pure and innocent type. It seems like it was Brother Yu Huan who pushed that woman just now. Yes, I remember it too. The girl wanted to pour him a drink, but instead of pouring it, he just threw her to the ground. Stay away from him. If this upsets young Master Li, we'll be dragged into it too, which would be a loss. In the center of the hall, Li Shun was sitting with a teacup in his hand, seemingly deep in thought. Beside him stood Su Wanyan, who looked completely bewildered. His big eyes were filled with doubt. Now, everyone smiles at her from time to time, which she finds somewhat puzzling. Why their attitude? Such a big change has occurred? Just a moment ago I was treating her like a tool, but now she's smiling more brightly than a flower. At this moment, Li Shun took out his phone and sent a message to Lu Jia. Investigate a girl named Su Wanyan. He actually wanted to send it to Lu Lina, but he just looked around and couldn't find that she was his friend. There was no other way but to send it to his mother. Okay, I'll tell my daughter right away. After seeing the message, Lu Jia quickly replied, clearly understanding his meaning. Hey, who is this person? She's so beautiful. Isn't it a bit unfair of young Master Gu to release such a top-quality item only now? Suddenly, a sexy woman in a black dress walked in from outside the door, drawing everyone's attention. The beautiful woman, wearing high heels and walking with elegant steps, ignored the noise of the crowd and walked straight towards Li Shun. Young Master, Jianxian has been sent over. Li Shun glanced at Yan who had returned, and then looked at Su Wanyan, who was on guard beside him. She's one of us, you don't need to be afraid. Hearing his comforting voice, Su Wanyan visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Then, she sized up the woman a few times. She has a great figure, and the tight-fitting dress perfectly accentuates her alluring curves. Judging from the design of the clothes, it should be Chanel's latest design, she had seen it online. However, the way the other person walked just now gave off a sense of calm and composure. In addition, her every gesture seems to contain a unique rhythm, full of feminine grace. This made Su Wanyan lower her head in shame. Just now. Li Shun looked at everyone present with a half-smile, which made them all nervous. Anyone who is bullying a woman, stand up. After he finished speaking, the group of rich kids looked at each other. But no one stood up. Su Wanyan, who was standing next to him, was startled when she heard his words. Just as she was about to speak, Yan grabbed her hand and slowly shook her head. Do not interrupt the young master when he is speaking. Seeing her expression, Su Wanyan nodded as if she understood, indicating that she knew. Is nobody here? After waiting for a while, Li Shun noticed that no one stood up, and his eyes began to narrow slightly. You're being disobedient. As his voice deepened, he picked up the chopsticks from the table and twirled them in his hand. 3. Upon hearing him begin the countdown, several of the wealthy young men showed a flicker of panic. Looking around, and seeing that no one else wanted to be the first to stand up, they realized that none of them wanted to be the first. 2. The hall was silent, filled with a suffocating atmosphere, as if a storm was brewing. Several rich kids had beads of cold sweat appearing on their faces from nervousness. 1. Ah. As Li Shun's countdown ended, he accurately tossed the chopsticks in his hand into the eye of a rich second generation. The other person was covering their bleeding eye socket, with a straight chopstick between their fingers. Help! Help me! Amidst the other party's screams, he collapsed to the ground, groaning in agony. The terrified crowd, witnessing this scene, were too frightened to utter a sound. Li Shun picked up a napkin from the table and calmly wiped his hands. Aren't you getting up? Are you waiting for me to do something? Brush! As soon as he finished speaking, several rich kids stood up instantly. Young Master Li, spare our lives. We didn't know Miss Su knew you, otherwise we wouldn't have dared to do it even if we had 10 lives. Yes, young Master Li, ignorance is no excuse. Please forgive us. We will never dare to do it again. Hearing their cacophony of pleas for mercy, Li Shun couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. They don't even understand where they went wrong. Women aren't meant to be abused by you. Do you have any ideas? Su Wanyan looked somewhat bewildered when she saw the other person looking at her. I don't know. Then I'll do it myself. After saying that, Li Shun gave her a deep look. Alright, Wanyan will listen to her elder brother. Upon hearing the other person call him Big Brother, Li Shun was momentarily taken aback. Then, he subconsciously touched his chin. Did you not shave before going out today? He's a handsome young man in his early 20s, and a girl actually calls him Big Brother? This female lead. He originally wanted to give her face, after all, she was a woman with good fortune. But I never expected this. They simply don't want it. 10 million each. He waved to the rich kids who had stood up, and his tone became indifferent. Now, Su Wanyan's address of elder brother has worsened Li Shun's mood. Let's see how she performs after we win her over. If possible, I'll do the same as Jiang Yuyan. If not, that's just like Nanahata. Thank you, young Master Li, thank you, young Master Li. Hearing his words, the group of rich kids visibly breathed a sigh of relief. For them, this price was merely a minor punishment. After all, problems that can be solved with money are not a problem in their eyes at all. Because what they have in abundance is. It's all about money. Alright, the matter is settled. Everyone, continue eating and drinking. You scared the girls half to death. At this moment, Gu Mingheng stood up to smooth things over. Although he was hosting today, he didn't dare to utter a word in front of young Master Li. Whether a guest can usurp the host's role depends on the person. If someone has a high enough position, it's perfectly normal for them to take over the host's place or even usurp the host's position. In the eyes of these rich kids, all they ever care about is tangible benefits. If someone falls on hard times, even if they were drinking and chatting together before, as close as brothers, they can still turn around and try to divide up each other's assets. That's just how reality is. Chapter 38: A Bold Idea. With Gu Mingheng waving, the girls around gathered around, but they couldn't help but look at Li Shun. After what just happened, the girls already know who the center is and who the biggest young master is. Especially Li Shun's looks and figure. His features were very defined, with a hint of wickedness between his brows, and his eyes were deep, as if they possessed a power that could penetrate straight into people's hearts. Not to mention his tall and straight figure, smooth muscle lines, and you can tell at a glance that he has 8-pack abs. The waist strength is absolutely very good. Spending a good night with him is much better than those spoiled rich kids. Young Master Li, you can choose first. When the girls arrived, everyone greeted them politely. The difference in status is crystal clear. Especially after a certain rich second generation who fainted was carried away by the waiters, they now even look at Li Shunshire with their heads down and backs bowed, not daring to look him in the eye at all. Li Shun looked up and sized up the girl a few times. Following his gaze, the girls he saw all began to flirt, puffing out their breasts and showing off their beautiful bodies. It's a tough choice. Seeing this, he couldn't help but hesitate. These girls are all very pretty and have great figures. They are wearing revealing clothes that show off their long, fair legs, as well as their sexy waists and busts. Please introduce yourselves, Gu Minghang said to the girls, seemingly noticing his hesitation. Hello Mr. Li, my name is Xiao Yu, and this is my first time serving you. My name is Xiao Wen, and this is my first time serving today. Young Master Li, my name is Xiao Ling. I hope you like me. After listening, Li Shun picked up the teacup on the table, took a sip, and made a gesture. Upon seeing his actions, the people around him widened their eyes, looking utterly astonished. Has young Master Li gone mad? Young Master. At this moment, even Yan, who was next to him, couldn't help but speak up, a look of heartache on her pretty face. It concerns the young master's safety, she has no choice but to speak up. You have a problem with my decision. Seeing Li Shun's lowered eyebrows, Yan pursed her red lips and gritted her teeth. After a struggle, he didn't say anything more. They cannot disobey the young master's orders, this is the highest principle in their lives. But if something happens to the young master, she will choose to follow him in death. This is their final destination. It began with the young master and ended with the young master. With Yan remaining silent, none of the wealthy second-generation heirs present dared to speak, offending young Master Li. Unless they've lost their minds. Seeing the admiring expressions on everyone's faces, Su Wanyan, who was standing next to her, couldn't help but feel a little curious. Did this man say anything just now? How could they all end up like this after just one action? Does this action have some special meaning? Could she do it next time she goes out to play? When the sun had been hanging in the sky for a long time, and the morning mist in the mountains had already dissipated, Li Shun went outside and took a few breaths of the fresh mountain air, and felt refreshed. Even the brain seemed to become incredibly clear at this moment. After stretching his limbs, he took out his phone to look at the message Lu Jia had sent him. Su Wanyan is a sophomore at Shanghai University. I have applied for a part-time work-study status and am currently holding multiple jobs at various coffee shops, convenience stores, and other places. The family was originally well off. The parents jointly ran a decoration company and had considerable connections in Shanghai. 3 years ago, my father was in a traffic accident that resulted in brain contusion, and he has been in a coma and in a vegetative state ever since. Because the vehicle involved in the accident was using a fake license plate, the investigation bureau was unable to trace the person who provided compensation. They have now sold all their family assets, the company has been forced to close down, and they have moved from a villa area in the city to an apartment building in the suburbs. After reviewing the information, Li Shun opened the business card sent by Lu Jia and added Lu Lina as a friend. After I added them, the other party immediately sent me a message. Please, don't make my mom so tired, I'm begging you. That depends on whether you're willing or not. After replying to the message, Li Shun put away his phone and prepared to go to the guest area of the resort for a meal. As he walked down the road, he suddenly heard several women crying out. This made him stop in his tracks. Because of that voice, he felt like he'd heard it somewhere before, it was somewhat familiar. After careful listening, the source of the sound. It seems to come from beneath my feet. After a while, he suddenly revealed a sarcastic sneer. It's that girl named Shanqian. Once he knew who it was, he stopped worrying about it, it was probably the Gu family entertaining them. We arrived at the guest area of the resort. When Li Shun appeared before the group of rich kids, they all wore expressions of disbelief. According to their assumption, the other person shouldn't be able to get up today. Young Master Li, you have such a healthy body. We're completely impressed. Some people always brag about how strong they are, but after meeting young Master Li today, we finally know what a real man is. Young Master Li is not only handsome, but he is also enviable in every way. Hearing them start spouting flattery again, Li Shun waved his hand, signaling everyone to shut up. Just eat your food properly, what are you babbling about? Given his status, he has no need to give them face, let alone speak to them. Seeing his impolite attitude, no one dared to say anything more and obediently shut up and ate their food. Young master, I was just about to deliver this to you. At this moment, Yan came out of the kitchen carrying several dishes, looking somewhat surprised. They clearly didn't expect their young master to be so strong. Thinking back to the past. Could it be that the young master is going easy on them? Upon realizing this, Yan felt another surge of emotion. So the young master has been taking such good care of them all along. Shun glanced at her expression and quickly realized that she might have misunderstood. He was holding back because he had just taken an intermediate-level physique enhancement drug. Help me. Young Master Li, please help me. Just then, a young girl suddenly rushed in from outside the door. 2 clear tear tracks clung to her small face, and her delicate body bore several bright red marks. Chapter 39 Chanxian's Repentance. Save me, young Master Li, please. Li Shun looked at the girl in front of him. It was Chanxian, the hoodlum from before. Her eyes were red and swollen from crying, and her original clothes. It would be more appropriate to call it a strip of cloth now. Chanxian, with large expanses of fair skin exposed, rushed in and immediately knelt down. If Yan hadn't taken that step, she would have practically crawled over and hugged Li Shun's leg. Save me, please, save me. Hearing the other person's voice, he rubbed his forehead helplessly, completely losing his appetite. Seeing Li Shun's attitude, Chanxian leaned forward and continued speaking in a pleading tone. I'm going to die here, please. I'll do anything you say, I'll even be your toy, just consider it doing a good deed. Toy? Upon hearing this word, Li Shun suddenly became interested and asked Chanxian on the ground. If you answer one question to my satisfaction, I might consider taking you with me. Good. Chanxian seemed to grasp at a straw, a glint of light flashing in her eyes. What is it, punishment? Upon hearing this question, the light in Chanxian's eyes quickly dimmed again. What is punishment? This question felt like a resounding slap in the face to her, leaving her head spinning. In her parents' eyes, she was a well-behaved and obedient daughter. In the eyes of her teachers, she was a student with excellent academic performance and had won many awards. But in her own eyes, she's a complete monster. A person who has everything but doesn't know how to cherish it is a monster. I shouldn't have pursued unnecessary things and neglected everything I already had. Wah, I'm such a stupid idiot, I was wrong, I was really wrong. Realizing what had happened, Chanxian slammed her fair forehead against the cold ground and burst into tears. Thump. Li Shun tapped the table lightly with his fingertips, looking at Chanxian with slightly narrowed eyes. The other party looked genuinely remorseful. His whole body trembled violently, and his eyes filled with tears, which silently slid down his cheeks. Well. As he watched, he suddenly felt a little soft-hearted. After all, she is a female college student, at the prime of her youth, and it's normal for her to sometimes act rebelliously. If this ruins her life, isn't it a bit? However, it doesn't seem right to just let her go like this. What is too easily obtained is often not cherished. A long time. Li Shun stopped tapping and looked at the people around him, as well as the servants coming from outside the door. He said slowly, "Your answer is not the answer I'm looking for." Upon hearing his words, the servants outside the door began to step forward, preparing to drag the girl back inside. Chanxian, lying on the ground, had a dimmed gaze, like that of an abandoned child. She exuded a fragile and helpless aura. However, a smile suddenly appeared on Li Shun's lips. Do me a favor. If you do it well, you can go back to your old life. If you don't do it well, you'll know what punishment is. Hearing his icy voice, Chanxian looked up and met his cold eyes. She instinctively shivered, as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Get up, would you like to have a meal together? Seeing the smile on his lips, Chanxian shook her head in horror. Besides my woman, I don't like seeing anyone else reject me. Li Shun stood up, pressed the other person down to sit in the chair next to him, and leaned down to whisper in her ear. If there's a next time, I will deliver your body, bit by bit, to your family so they can carry out your punishment. After he finished speaking, he patted Chanxian's fair shoulder, and she trembled with fear. In an instant, even the 2 small hands placed on her thighs turned white from the force of her fingertips. She couldn't even bear to imagine the scene the other person had just described. For her parents, it's an absolute nightmare that wakes me up every night. When Li Shun saw the look in her eyes, the corners of his mouth began to turn up slightly. The way to teach someone a lesson is to become their nightmare, so that they can be suddenly awakened before making a mistake. Everyone understands the big principles, but truly grasping them is difficult. But what if reason becomes a vicious blade, hanging high above your head? Things will then become very simple. He's a villain, and this method is the most suitable way for him to teach people how to do things. After everyone had finished eating, Li Shun wiped his hands, opened his phone, and glanced at the message notifications. A certain account received a transfer of 10 million yuan. A certain account received a transfer of 10 million yuan. There were several duplicate messages, and judging from the content, they were all sent by the same group of people last night. However, it should have been sent to Su Wanyan. How did I send it to him? As a top-tier rich second generation, he is not short of money at all. The system gave him 100 million yuan at the beginning, and he hasn't even used it yet. Now he has almost another 100 million yuan. He thought for a moment, found Su Wanyan's contact information in the data, and sent a friend request. As for verification information, the man from last night. After submitting the application, he sent 10 million to the woman from last night. A girl wanted to add him as a friend, so he added her. But since she was the only one he had, he asked her to share the rest with the others. After all, their service is really excellent. As for using the female lead's money as a tip, I believe she wouldn't mind. After finishing, he added Shanshan as a friend and sent her Su Wanyan's information. His request was very simple. The plan is to have Shanshan befriend the female lead and monitor her movements in real time. As a girl who has experience in the underworld, this shouldn't be difficult for her. When Li Shun was preparing to leave the villa, as soon as they stepped out the door, Gu Minghang, dressed in black, surrounded them menacingly with his servants. "Young Master Li, please wait." Seeing the other party's posture, Li Shun couldn't help but raise an eyebrow slightly. He waved for Ye Yen to step back and asked in a calm tone, "Young Master Gu, are you planning to attack me?" Upon hearing this, a sinister glint flashed in Gu Minghang's eyes, and he immediately laughed. "Young Master Li is joking. How could I possibly lay a hand on you? But the woman beside you must stay." After Gu Minghang finished speaking, he pointed to Chanshan, who was trembling beside him. Chapter 40: The Eye of the Darkness, Piercing Through the Heart. What happened? Ye Yen asked Chanshan, who was trembling beside her, in an impolite tone. If it's because of the other party that his young master is threatened, she naturally won't have a good attitude. Shanshan looked at the people led by Gu Minghang and said in a fearful voice, "The land of this estate." "Shut up!" Gu Minghang suddenly shouted. He glared at the other person fiercely, took a few deep breaths, and then continued speaking. "I would be grateful if Major General Li could hand this woman over to me. Consider it a favor, and I will repay you handsomely." "Give you face." Li Shun looked at him with a smile in his eyes. "What if I don't give it to you?" "What do you want then?" Before Gu Minghang could even speak after he finished speaking, the butler next to him cursed. "Don't even think about leaving here if you don't get it." Smack! No sooner had the butler finished speaking than Gu Minghang raised his hand and slapped him across the face, knocking him to the ground. "Useless trash! If it weren't for you, would that person have been able to escape?" The butler, covering his face, said weakly, "It's not my fault. She said she was still a virgin, and then she took advantage of our inattention." Still talking, Gu Minghang raised his leg and kicked the butler hard. Seeing this, Li Shun suddenly felt like laughing. The other party may not know that his physique has been strengthened by the system, giving him extraordinary five senses, and he had already heard the crying coming from underground. Given the location of the Gu family's business, it's easy to guess what happened next. "Young Master Li, save me." At this moment, Chanshan was filled with panic and tightly gripped Li Shun's clothes. For her, the other person was her lifeline. This is the power of humanity. Even though Li Shun brought her here, under the threat of fear, people will forget what happened before and only care about the present. It's just like the story of the bus robbers who made people pay more and more money. people forget to resist and even rush to pay. Once their mindset changes, people change too. Li Shun glanced at the hem of his clothes that the other person was tugging at, and frowned slightly as he spoke. Since I said I would see you off, I will not go back on my word. You don't need to do this. Good. Shanshan released her grip on the other person and, looking at Li Shun's appearance, suddenly felt a desire to obey. Young Master Li, that's not quite right. After reprimanding the housekeeper, Gu Minghong's face suddenly darkened upon hearing his words. As a second-generation rich kid, what he values most is his own interests. If this matter were to be publicized, it would undoubtedly be a huge problem for him, and might even have an impact on the Gu family. Everything has a price. Name your price and sell this girl to me again. You're right, everything comes at a price. Upon hearing his words, Gu Minghong's face lit up with joy. The other party is a top-tier rich second generation from Tianyu Group, and he doesn't want to strain the relationship if possible. But if I were to go against my own word, besides the price? As he spoke, Li Shun's pupils gradually emitted a dark light, like a black hole, absorbing all the surrounding light. And there will be punishment. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Minghang felt the scene before him change drastically. No longer a sunny and breezy manner, but a series of cold and hopeless iron cages. He looked around in panic, grabbed the blood-stained fence, and screamed desperately. But my throat felt like it had been burned, opening my mouth caused unbearable pain. At that moment, a disheveled woman crawled out of the cold cage. Her movements were extremely stiff, as if every bone in her body had been broken. The woman let out a low growl, a voice filled with resentment, like a cry from hell. Gu Minghang wanted to escape, but there were hard iron bars all around him, and he had nowhere to go. He could only watch helplessly as the woman walked towards him step by step. Ah! As the blood-red fingernails traced across the face, he could vaguely see the woman's face beneath her long hair. So familiar. It seems like I've seen this somewhere before. Young Master! Young Master! What's wrong with you? Inside the manor, the butler called out urgently to Gu Minghang, who was standing there in a daze. But not long after, the other party suddenly let out a miserable scream and then fainted. Upon seeing this scene, Li Shun couldn't help but curl a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. The eye of the dark abyss penetrates directly into the human heart. The things we've done will eventually resurface in our minds. Let's go. After saying that, he left with Ye Yan and Xian Xian. Inside the car, Li Shun had just finished using the eye of the mysterious netherworld and was leaning against the back of the car, resting with his eyes closed. Young master, Sister Xinyu is calling, Ye Yan said, picking up her phone. What's wrong? Li Shun answered the phone. Young master, Zhang Xiaodong has escaped into the mountains. If we continue to pursue him, we need to apply for a blockade. Then let's seal off the mountain. Wait, which mountain are you talking about? He was only halfway through his sentence when he suddenly realized something. If it were just a minor matter, given Xinyu's abilities and the female lead's luck, she wouldn't need to call him. Under the Gu family's name. Upon hearing this, Li Shun suddenly turned around and glanced in the direction of the villa. The power of luck. Without his arrangement. Last night, Su Wanyan should have met the male lead, Zhang Xiaodong. What happens next? He could have imagined this even with his lost descendants. The female lead, who was bullied by a rich second generation, asked the male lead to come to her rescue, and then Zhang Xiaodong started to slap her face repeatedly. Subsequently, Su Wanyan harbored resentment and began living a shameless life. This is all the same old trick, it's not hard to guess at all. Oh, right, there's also the secret in the manor, and the scoundrel Gu Minghang. Our upright protagonist certainly won't stand idly by. The Gu family. Li Shun pondered for a moment. The other party had a history of over 100 years in Haishur and must have some connections. No need to go into the mountains, just make a show of it on the outskirts and continue to create the atmosphere of a manhunt. Yuer understands, young master, there is one more thing you need to know. Lyslin, who is overseas, posted a message on the dark web saying that she has saved your life. Li Shun was speechless upon hearing this. As the third princess of the Carlo family, Liceland's appearance would naturally intimidate a number of people. No wonder fewer people have been killing him these past 2 days. But as a top-tier rich second-generation heir, he's being protected by a foreign girl. It made him feel a little awkward. She also posted online that she would be coming to China soon and would be recruiting agents in Shanghai. She's coming to Haishur? Okay, I got it. After a while, Shin Yu's clear voice suddenly became incredibly soft. Young Master Yuer misses you. Before he could even speak, Zhang Yuyen's voice rang out from the other end. Master. Yu Yen misses you too. After a while, I'll have Jingwen go there, and one of you two can come back. As soon as Li Shun finished speaking, the other side fell silent. Even over the phone, you could feel the tense atmosphere. Which of you two comes back, you decide. After speaking in a joking tone, he hung up the phone and leaned back in his chair to think. First of all, he hadn't expected Liceland to come to the city. But for now, we don't need to worry about that. After all, she is the one who bears the mark of obedience, she can't possibly cause any trouble. So, the main point now is. It's the female lead, Su Wanyan, whom we just discovered last night. Based on Zhang Xiaodong's remaining luck points, she is the last female lead. After defeating his opponent, Zhang Xiaodong only had 20% of his luck left. This part should be attributed to the good fortune brought about by his fighting skills and physical qualities. Although he made arrangements for Xiao Ying to gradually smooth out this part. But what if the other party fails to do so? 20%, that's enough to cut your losses. However, how should he win over Su Wanyan? Like Zhang Yuyen, it's about directly and forcefully leaving a mark, gradually destroying the other person's psychological defenses. Still. Oh, by the way, it seems she has a father who is hospitalized. Chapter 41 originally intended to be a lady. 2 days later. A Starbucks near a university in Shanghai. Susu, let's go see a movie together after you get off work today. I heard there's a new blockbuster that's getting pretty good reviews. I probably can't go, sorry, a family invited me over to tutor tonight. Su Wanyan looked at Chanshan, who was slumped over the table, with an apologetic expression on her face. I've already bought the tickets. Okay, I'll go help at the order counter first. You can drink here by yourself. Chanshan watched the other person's departing figure, then secretly took a picture with her phone. In the photo, Su Wanyan is wearing a black women's business suit. Looking up from below, she has a pair of long, beautiful legs, a supple waist, and long, smooth, black hair styled in an elegant French ponytail. Even just her back view gives off a goddess vibe. After sending the photo to Li Shun, Chanshan stared blankly at the wallpaper on her phone. His empty eyes seemed to be recalling something. A long time passed. Chanshan, what are you doing? After finishing her work, Su Wanyan came over and patted her on the shoulder. Oh. It's nothing. Are you done with your work? Once she came to her senses, Chanshan quickly turned her phone screen over and pretended to be calm as she spoke. Yes, there are fewer customers now, so we can finally have some peace and quiet. Su Wanyan stretched, perfectly showcasing her graceful curves. Since Chanshan was sitting, when she looked up, her large bust was immediately visible. Judging by sight, it was probably around 100, which is what people often call 36D. There's something I need your help with. Okay, you helped me get rid of those boring men. I'm still thinking about how to repay you. Upon hearing the other party's agreement, Chanshan pulled her to sit down, hugged her arm, and said in a coquettish tone. Well, I haven't finished some of my courses. Since you're a tutor, your grades must be pretty good, right? Could you please tutor me? Tutoring? I thought it was something serious. Of course, that's no problem. Susu is the best. Two beautiful women were embracing, a scene that drew the attention of several people around them. Especially the looks of these two. One is the female lead, so there's no doubt about her beauty. Her exquisite features are as if they were meticulously sculpted by God. The other one, Chanshan, is also very beautiful, and with her light blue hair, she definitely scores a 90 out of 100. Starbucks is an international chain of coffee shops. Naturally, many white-collar workers like to come here, especially since this store is located near universities in Shanghai, where you can see many young female college students. They traveled a long way to get here, and they can sit for hours at a time. Their purpose is self-evident. Ladies, I've been watching you for a long time. Would you like to get to know me? At this moment, a man in a suit couldn't help but step forward, and while speaking, he intentionally or unintentionally showed off the Rolex watch on his wrist. Sorry, I'm not interested in you, Shanshan said without looking up. Interests can be cultivated gradually. Let me order you both a cup of coffee, and we can chat slowly. The man didn't want to give up, so he pulled out a chair next to him and wanted to sit down opposite them. Hearing the noise, Shanshan raised her head with a slight frown, looking at the man with some anger. Are you deaf? She instinctively picked up the coffee, intending to splash it on the other person's face, but then she suddenly remembered Li Shun's gaze. Helpless, Shanshan had no choice but to suppress her impulse and take a sip. Ugh, it tastes so bitter. The coffee had gone cold long ago, and since there was no sugar, Shanshan almost threw up when she drank it for the first time. In just a moment, she felt as if her tongue had been poisoned, and the bitterness made her scratch her shoes with her toes. Seeing her reaction, the man calmly explained, "Is this your first time drinking coffee, beautiful? I suggest you try the matcha frappuccino, it's more suitable for a girl trying it for the first time." Su Wanyan patted Shanshan's back, trying to make her feel more comfortable. Because the other person's face was all green. She never expected that Shanshan, who had previously acted like a boss, had never drunk coffee before. Cough cough cough, is this stuff poisonous? It costs 50 yuan a cup, and it doesn't even taste as good as a 3 yuan bottle of soda. After coughing violently a few times, Shanshan felt like she had come back to life. She vowed never to drink that stuff again. I'm in a bad mood right now, you'd better get out of my sight right now. Beautiful lady, don't be so temperamental. Bang! Shanshan grabbed the other person by the collar and slammed him onto the table. Then, she lifted her calves, which were wrapped in white silk vines, took off her Mary Jane shoes, and raised them to smash them over the other person's head. She originally intended to be a lady today, and her style of dress was completely different from before, exuding a gentle and elegant Chanel-inspired charm. But now, humph! Just as she was about to smash it, she suddenly saw a woman walk into the coffee shop from the corner of her eye. A woman wearing a black strapless dress, high heels, and slender legs encased in black stockings, was walking towards them step by step. Her movements were very calm and unhurried, giving people an extremely gentle feeling. Ya Yan! Recognizing whose Shanshan it was, she hurriedly put down the shoes in her hands and then used her transparent toes wrapped in white silk to hook the shoe opening. Because she was in a hurry, she tried several times but couldn't get the shoes on. So, she simply stepped on the heels of the shoes and stood there in a well-behaved manner. How dare you treat me like this? The man in the suit, who had just gotten up and was about to make a move, saw two girls staring blankly at the woman who had walked in. Su Wanyan had met Yayan at the villa, and Yayan's elegant figure had left a deep impression on her. As for Shanshan, she was so panicked that she wanted to slap herself. I just sent Su Wanyan's whereabouts to my master, and Yayan arrived right away. That was too fast. Oh, the master is Li Shun. She kept calling him master after she came out that day. Mainly to repay a debt of gratitude? Yes. Repaying kindness in her heart, she didn't consider it a shameful term. Su Wanyan, right. As Yayan approached, she looked the other person up and down with her beautiful eyes. Yes, it's me. Young master asked me to tell you that your father at the Municipal Central Hospital can help you wake up from your vegetative state. Real. Upon hearing this, Su Wanyan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Overwhelmed with excitement, she covered her lips with her trembling little hand, her eyes filled with shock. Wait. Do you guys know each other? The man in the suit stared at the three women in front of him, his eyes practically popping out of his head. Actually, it wasn't just him, everyone sitting around couldn't help but look over. That goddess-like aura, that perfect face, in short, she's incredibly captivating. Even the girls present couldn't help but feel a little envious when they looked at these three stunning beauties. Chapter 42. Heading to the Municipal Central Hospital. The man in the suit subconsciously moved his Adam's apple. Cough cough, I feel a little dizzy, I might have a concussion. Since you know each other, why don't you come with me to the hospital for a checkup? He was met with silence. Su Wanyan's eyes welled up with tears as she heard there was hope that her father would wake up. The thought of my mother working day and night to raise money, and now even her hair is starting to turn white, is heartbreaking. She felt a pang of sadness. In her memory, her mother was once so elegant and beautiful, but now. As for Chanshan next to her? What she was thinking about now was how to save face in front of this woman. Everyone follows their master, and she doesn't want to lose face in front of him. Needless to say, Yen is an even bigger case. In her eyes, men are divided into only two categories, one is called young master, and the other is called passerby. There's no need to pay attention to what strangers say. Hey! Can't you hear me? You just hit me, believe me, or not I'll get the investigation bureau to arrest you. Seeing that the three men ignored him, the man in the suit angrily cursed. Let the investigation bureau arrest me. Upon hearing this, Shanshan turned to look at him. The other party may not know that her father is the deputy director of the investigation bureau. Let the father catch his daughter? This made Shanshan laugh in anger. She was about to speak when she saw Yan's cold eyes and immediately wilted. You want to capture Shanshan? Yan looked at the man. Now that the other party is the young master's person, she naturally won't sit idly by when it comes to matters related to the young master. That's right. I advise you to apologize to me right away and show me your sincerity, otherwise I'll make you regret it. The man in the suit had an arrogant demeanor. In his eyes, Su Wanyan and Shanshan both looked like students, while Yan seemed more like their homeroom teacher, so he started to have ulterior motives. If I can threaten these three women and make them beg for mercy out of fear, then I can hatch a little scheme. Put them together. That feeling. Just thinking about it makes me straight. Yan glanced at the people around her, her eyebrows furrowing slightly. There were too many people, it wouldn't be easy to make a move. What do you want? How about it? It's simple. First, come with me to the hospital for a checkup, and then I'll give you 100,000 or 200,000 in compensation. Okay, let's go. After Yan finished speaking, she turned and walked towards the door. Your teacher really knows how to handle things. You're still a university student. What if this incident leaves a record with the investigation bureau? What will you do after graduation? The man in the suit who left with the three men adopted a painstakingly earnest manner. But then his gaze was drawn to Yan, who was walking ahead. That swaying waist, those full hips, that graceful step. Absolutely amazing. Even without turning around, Yan, who was walking ahead, could feel the intense gaze from behind. This caused a cold glint to flash in her eyes. Aside from the young master, any man who dares to look at her like that must pay the price. When the three left Starbucks, the man in the suit felt a sense of unease when he saw the Cullinan parked at the door. He recognized the car. The Rolls-Royce Black Badge version has an official guide price of 7.45 million yuan, and their company's big boss just bought it. Add in the necessary expenses such as purchase tax and insurance, and the total cost will be at least 8 million yuan. But after glancing at the three beautiful women getting on the bus, he gritted his teeth and followed them in. At this moment, the hot-headed man in the suit was still unaware. He is about to embark on a completely new chapter in his life. Municipal Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital. As a leading hospital in Shanghai, it naturally receives a huge flow of patients, and during peak hours, even finding a parking space can be difficult. But as one of the shareholders here, Shun has a type of parking space called a private parking space. After getting out of the car, Yan gave instructions to the driver. Take this man to the operating room and perform a minor resection on him. The once arrogant man in the suit was now unconscious, lying carelessly on the ground like a dead dog. Understood, leave it to me. Since Tang Xiaoyuan has already gone to Kanglan Mountain, a man is now driving the car. As for Yayan, although she can drive and is proficient in driving skills. But the young master wasn't in the car, so not just anyone could be her driver. Sister Yayan, my dad, can he really wake up? Su Wanyan, who was riding the elevator with us, gave off a very unsettling feeling. Susu, don't worry, everything will be alright. Shanshan held her hand, comforting her while also looking at Yayan. Young master said it's possible, but what? Su Wanyan asked hurriedly. This isn't free. Hearing this, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as there was hope, that was good enough. No matter how much it costs, I will definitely raise the money. Seeing the other person clench their small hands, looking like they were ready to risk everything, Yayan's sexy red lips curled up slightly. As the young master's person, she naturally knew. The main thing isn't money. Dean's office. Li Shun had his legs propped up on the table, and Shuya was massaging his shoulders behind him. In front of him stood an elderly man who was over 50 years old. Dean Chen, did you remember everything I just said to you? Don't worry, young Master Li, I've got it all. But can this really be achieved? You know, while modern medicine has made some progress in exploring the mental health field, when it comes to things like vegetative state patients, to put it bluntly, the results are almost negligible. You don't need to worry about that. If I said it's possible, then it definitely is. Dean Chen looked at young Master Li in front of him, a hint of hesitation flashing between his brows. As a doctor, one should truthfully inform patients about their condition. However, the other party was a shareholder of Shanghai Municipal Central Hospital, so there were some things he had to listen to. Under normal circumstances, the Municipal Central Hospital, as a public hospital of the Dragon Kingdom, should be a non-profit organization funded by the Dragon Kingdom. However, during the construction of the hospital, in order to introduce social capital and improve operational efficiency and service quality, the Municipal Central Hospital underwent a shareholding reform. After restructuring and reform, the hospital eventually became a joint stock hospital jointly invested and built by the Dragon Kingdom and the Li family of Kyoto. Aside from the Dragon Kingdom, the Li family is the only shareholder. Of course, apart from Tianyu Group, the Dragon Kingdom would never agree to any other company coming. They're not even in the same league. Dean Chen is a good doctor, but there are some things you don't understand. Seeing the other person's hesitation, Li Shun got up from his chair and slowly walked over to him. This world is far more complex than that. Chapter 43, The Project on Genes. What does young Master Li mean? Dean Chen looked up at him, a look of confusion on his face. Shuiyao, come here. With a meaningful smile, Li Shun waved to Shuiyao beside him. Upon hearing the young master's words, she quickly came over. Dean Chen looked at the woman. She was wearing a slit dress, had a tall figure, and delicate features. Then he looked at Li Shun, somewhat confused about what the other person meant. Sometimes, the exploration of the human body can exceed your imagination. As he spoke, he pulled a small knife from under Shuiyao's skirt. Dean Chen, you know that our Tianyu group once had a genetic engineering project, right? Genetic engineering. After a moment of contemplation, the other person suddenly spoke up as if remembering something. You're talking about Ms. Gong Yue's Origin of Innovation project, which she collaborated on with scientists from various countries. But wasn't that plan abruptly halted for some unknown reason? Could it be? Dean Chen looked at Li Shun with a shocked expression. Dong Yuehua, a legendary woman of the Dragon Kingdom, is also a national treasure of the Dragon Kingdom. They have invented various researches that have shocked the world, and have also elevated China's technological level to the level of a world hegemon in a short period of time. At the same time, she is also Li Shun's mother. Ah! Young master! No! Shuiyao suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Li Shun then used her knife to cut her own palm. Amazingly, the wound is healing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Moment. The two men looked at Li Shun's raised hand and found that there was no more blood flowing out. This could be the Origin project, which restarts the gene sequence. Dean Chen, whose pupils were still dizzy from the earthquake, stared at him with an incredulous expression. As a doctor, he naturally knew how amazing this scene was. Even the smallest wound requires cell proliferation and migration to heal. The ability to complete this step within a few seconds indicates that the cell's rapid reproduction rate has broken through the limitations of the human body. That's right, the human body has its limitations. For a normal person's wound to heal, it needs to absorb necessary protein and nutrients. If these are not absorbed, the healing process will be slower. It's not that the body doesn't have it, but rather that genes restrict cell reproduction, preventing it from absorbing nutrients from other tissues. It might be a bit complicated to explain, but there are a few most common cellular controls. For example, hair loss cannot be controlled to regenerate, and obesity cannot be controlled to absorb nutrients from the digestive system. These are all written into the gene sequence, just like preset code in a computer program. The Origin project aims to break these limitations, allowing people to control genes and freely rewrite the code in programs. Shun picked up the tissues from the table. After wiping the blood from his palm, he saw that the newly grown skin had no wounds left. This is certainly not the Origin project. Although her mother's research has made some progress, there is still a long way to go before breaking through the genetic limitations. After all, this project has been urgently halted internationally, and now it can only rely on the resources of Tianyu Group to support the research, which naturally slows down the pace. And the reason he was able to do this: the system's intermediate-level physique enhancement agent. When he first took it, he felt a change in his heart. The regenerated blood flowed through his body, giving him a warm feeling, as if some kind of potential had been activated. This change almost made him think he had become bigger and stronger. When he went to smash the car last time, he almost broke his hand. It could happen that very night. He felt he was almost fully recovered, and as it turned out, he had indeed grown bigger and stronger. Dean Chen looked at Li Shun, who was smiling but remained silent. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something, and a few beads of cold sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. "Young Master Li, rest assured, I, Dean Chen, am now your man." Upon hearing this, Li Shun's pupils began to rotate as he stared at the other person with his Shen Ming eyes, which shimmered with a dark light. After a while, a deep weariness flashed in his eyes, but a smile appeared on his lips. "Dean Chen is indeed sensible, he remembered what you just said." After he finished speaking, he turned around and sat back down, putting his legs on the table and rubbing his throbbing temples. "Dean Chen, please go out. You should know what to say when you see Su Wanyan later." Okay, I'll be going now." After finishing speaking, Dean Chen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and turned to walk towards the next office. "Young master, is this person trustworthy?" Shueyo stared at the other person's back, a cold-killing intent flashing in her eyes. Dean Chen is now aware of the Origin project, which was halted internationally. If he were to leak this information, it would undoubtedly have an impact on the young master's mother. Believable. Li Shun opened his eyes, and the eerie light in his pupils gradually faded. This Dean Chen has profound expertise in the medical field and is a leading physician in China. He did indeed consider recruiting such top talent in the industry. Otherwise, he wouldn't have displayed his physical abilities to the other party, and the heart-corroding technique of the mysterious eye. When a person's mind wavers, that is when their psychological defenses are most vulnerable. In addition, he had just inquired and learned that Dean Chen had performed 2 major surgeries overnight and was in a very exhausted state. With these prerequisites in place, and the other party having personally pledged allegiance to him, he was able to secure his position. Li Shun almost crashed just now. This skill was forged by a demon eater. After all, judging from its name, you know it's no ordinary skill. A decent person? No. Who knows what a demon eater is? In any case, if you want to go straight to the heart and add a touch of heartbreak, you have to find the darkest side of the other person's heart. But this Dean Chen is too upright, he almost fainted just now. My mental energy is severely depleted, like I've been tilling the land for 3 days and 3 nights. Shueyo, I feel a little dizzy. Young master, what's wrong with you? Upon hearing this, the other person hurriedly came over, their face showing great concern. I'm a little hungry. Are you hungry? Shueyo, go get some food for the young master right away. After she finished speaking, she was about to leave when Shun grabbed her hand and pulled her into his arms. There's no need for all that trouble. Chapter 44: The Noises from the Wall. The office next door. Dean Shen looked at the three women in front of him. One exudes elegance with a touch of aloofness, another possesses a pure goddess-like aura, and the third has strikingly different, slightly blue hair. I can't help but feel a little emotional, considering who young Master Li found. They are all truly top-notch. One of the women had a very anxious look on her face, and if I'm not mistaken, she is the target. With his idea confirmed, Dean Shen couldn't help but take a closer look at the girl. He is about 1.65 meters tall. Her features were very delicate: an oval face, crescent-shaped eyebrows, cherry lips, and pearly white teeth. Her measurements should be 98, 60, 99. As a seasoned doctor, he could tell at a glance that this girl was probably. No wonder young Master Li was attracted to her, she was such a beautiful and captivating woman. Everyone would like it. Dean Shen, is there really any hope that my father will wake up? Upon seeing the hospital director, Su Wanyan immediately asked the question she was most concerned about. Even though Qianqian and Yayan had already told her about it on the way, it still didn't affect her. This is extremely important. She was worried, so when she saw the doctor, she wanted to get his answer. After all, for normal people, they are more willing to believe. He's a doctor. Yes, there's a brain tissue association for vegetative patients that just released a new research finding that can activate the patient's subconscious, allowing the patient to perceive changes in the outside world and increasing the possibility of awakening. Dean Shen composed himself, adjusted his glasses, and retrieved a research paper from his computer. As you know, the patient is currently suffering from severe brain damage, resulting in impaired function of the cerebral cortex and a long-term state of mental impairment. However, his brainstem function is relatively intact. He picked up the medical record on the table, opened it, and showed it to Su Wanyan. You see, although the patient's vital signs are normal, he is able to maintain basic breathing and heartbeat. However, he is unconscious, cannot perceive external information, and cannot be clearly awakened. Just then, a heavy thud came from next door. This made both of them look up. At the same time, they heard a muffled sound. Son needs to. Su Wanyan looked puzzled and asked, Dean, what's next door? Ahem, perhaps a patient is receiving treatment right now. Let's continue. Dean Shen pushed up his glasses, a hint of embarrassment flashing in his eyes. Because of the neighbor. But it's his office. Okay, Dean Shen, so you mean this treatment method will allow my father to hear sounds from the outside world? That's right, the patient has retained some basic sensory functions, but due to the loss of consciousness, he is unable to receive information from the outside world. But this research can activate patients' brain functions, allowing them to hear familiar sounds from the outside world, thereby transforming perception into consciousness and increasing the possibility of awakening. Very good. As Su Wanyan looked at the documents on the computer and heard the dean's personal guarantee, her eyes instantly welled up with tears. However, there's something I need to tell you beforehand about this technology. At this point, Dean Shen glanced helplessly at the room next door. Although Su Wanyan couldn't recognize who it was, Yayan, who came with her, certainly could. Who is this? Damn it, the young master is mine. Just moments ago, Yayan had maintained a cold and aloof expression, but now a faint blush quickly spread across her pretty face. Upon hearing her muttering, Shanshan's eyebrows furrowed in thought. Dean Shen, is this for the surgery fee? Su Wanyan glanced at the neighbor next door. Although the other person was speaking loudly, she was still most concerned about her father. That's right, because this technology is at the forefront internationally, and it's very expensive. I heard that when they first released it, the reservation slots were already booked until next year. Next year. Upon hearing this, Su Wanyan's face instantly turned pale. If it's next year, she'll also have to pay for a year's worth of medical expenses, and exorbitant surgery fees. Dean, could you tell me how much the surgery would cost? Su Wanyan, whose delicate body was trembling slightly, was supported by Qianqian in time. Dean Shen spoke slowly, his face showing difficulty. 100 million. Su Su. Hang in there, Su Su. Su Wanyan's vision went black, and she felt weak in her limbs, collapsing powerlessly into Qianxian's arms. 100 million, I don't have that much money. Her voice was choked with sobs, her long eyelashes trembled violently, and her large, clear eyes were filled with tears. She was just an ordinary female college student, and her family had gone bankrupt, with her mother working in a factory every day and night. For a family like this, how are we going to pay for this exorbitant surgery fee? Oh, right. At this moment, Dean Shen seemed to remember something and said to Su Wanyan, Tianyu Group in Haishur has a major illness relief program. As long as you meet their requirements, you can receive free assistance. Really? A glint flashed in Su Wanyan's eyes. That's right, their heir, Shun, is currently inspecting the hospital. You can give it a try. Okay. I'll go right away. She grabbed Qianxian's skirt and struggled to get up from the ground. Then, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes, she turned around and was about to go out to find Shun. Wait, don't rush. Su Wanyan, who had been stopped by Dean Shen, turned around and looked at him, asking in confusion. Dean, is there anything else? Are you really prepared? The cost of this rescue is 100 million inch. Hearing the other person's somewhat meaningful words, Su Wanyan suddenly seemed to understand something, and she pursed her lips tightly. You could tell from her clenched fist that she was not at peace. After all, the nail had already sunk deep into the ground. I understand, but... Su Wanyan let out a long breath as her voice rose and fell, and said with a firm tone. I had no other choice. Seeing her reckless expression, Dean Shen couldn't help but sigh. Sigh, it's all because of money. Chapter 45 Rescue Plan. 2 hours later. When Qianxian got hungry, she bought a bunch of snacks from the hospital's vending machine. Dean Shen watched as she took off her shoes, hugged her white-stockinged legs, and sat down on the bench. I can't help but feel a bit helpless. But as an upright dean, he could only awkwardly adjust his glasses. I flipped through the documents on my computer that I had read several times. This document is about the activation of consciousness in vegetative state patients. There was nothing wrong with it, otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to fool college student Su Wanyan. After all, she's an outstanding student, and could even work as a tutor. Not the kind of student who sleeps in class. However, this article does have a minor flaw. It is not the final published result, but rather a projected plan. Dean Chen simply changed the title. Susu, do you want some? Qianxian asked, holding a bag of snacks. I have no appetite. Su Wanyan forced a smile. Her heart had already been set on Shun. Qianxian looked at the nervous Su Wanyan and rubbed her shoulder comfortingly. Don't worry, didn't Sister Yayan say that her young master would help you? By the way, she was talking about young Master Li, so there won't be any problems. Yes, I know, but... A complex expression appeared on her face. The other party had helped her before, but this time. After all, it's 100 million. Seeing that she looked preoccupied, Qianxian turned around with the snacks and asked again. Sister Yayan, do you want some? No, I'll eat something else later. The other person had a cold expression and spoke with a hint of resentment. Of course, this is not directed at the young master. When facing the young master, she is only very gentle, so gentle that she will listen to anything he says. But for another person, that damn Shueya. She was grinding her teeth so hard they were making a grinding sound. She couldn't help but recall the scene where Xiao Yuan bit Wanchu last time, and she thought she could borrow it. Ding! Just then, Dean Chen's cell phone on his desk gave a message notification. He picked it up and looked at it, then said. Young Master Li said he's finished with his work, Su Wanyan. You can go to the office next door to find him. Good. After Su Wanyan stood up, she took several deep breaths to calm her nervousness. Is she going alone? Qianxian asked. Yes, young Master Li told her to go by herself. Dean Chen adjusted his glasses, glanced in the direction of the next room, and couldn't help but wonder. Knowing that Su Wanyan would go, why did young Master Li still? Does the origin project mean that even bodily functions can be freely controlled? Thinking about what just happened, it seems that's really true. Knowing this, he looked at Su Wanyan with a hint of sympathy. Don't give it to anyone. Oh, right, this is a hospital. As long as the other person still has a breath left, they can save them. That's all right, go ahead and do your best. Dean's office. Knock, knock, knock. Please come in. When Su Wanyan entered the room, she saw Li Shun looking energetic in front of his desk. Young Master Li, we meet again, she said as she walked inside. Have a seat, Li Shun said, pointing to the chair opposite the desk. Young Master Li, I'd like to ask, Su Wanyan asked after sitting down. No need to ask, you don't meet the requirements. Li Shun interrupted the other party directly. Your father's condition has already been explained to me by Dean Chen, but it does not meet the criteria for the disease relief program I have developed. If you want to apply, you can only do so through special channels. Excuse me, what doesn't fit? Su Wanyan looked at him with reddened eyes, her voice weak. The cause of the accident has not been clearly investigated, and it is impossible to determine whether it was an accident or an act of revenge. Is it because of this? Hearing what the other person said, she was somewhat taken aback. Su Wanyan could understand if the amount was large or if the paperwork was incomplete. After all, it was for her father's surgery. But it's a whole 100 million. Yes, as long as there is no causal relationship such as revenge, and after verification, if the family is indeed in financial difficulty and unable to afford medical expenses, they can enjoy my assistance program. No matter how much money it costs. Su Wanyan's eyes widened when she heard his standards. Because this doesn't sound like a subsidy at all. It's charity. Each city will receive 100 million yuan annually. Those exceeding the limit or not meeting the standards can apply for special channels. After Li Shun finished speaking, he glanced at the tall buildings outside the window. Hospital. Undeniably, it has saved many people, but it has also caused the deaths of many others. But many of those who died could have avoided dying. For example, his father. It's ridiculous, really, because the motto of public hospitals is that they are not for profit. Then why do they only care about money? This isn't about getting something for free, but rather that some of the costs have far exceeded the actual expenses. Public hospitals are funded by government grants, which in turn come from citizens' taxes. But those who get sick and die are often citizens. At least he had never heard of any official dying because they couldn't afford medical bills. You are a good person. Seeing the pain on his face, Su Wanyan couldn't help but say something. The other party had protected her at the resort last time. Now that I know about his relief program, it must have helped countless families. This saved those who couldn't afford the surgery from the tragic end of being separated from their loved ones forever. She already had a good impression of him, and now she couldn't help but like him even more. You said I'm a good person? Li Shun's brows and eyes suddenly lowered. Yes, is there a problem? Seeing the change in the other person's expression, Su Wanyan couldn't help but feel a little scared. I can't explain why, but looking into those dark pupils, I felt a chill run down my spine. Just listen to me, follow the script, isn't that better? Why force me? Script? What script? Li Shun did not answer. After a moment of silence, a cold smile suddenly appeared on his lips. I've changed my mind. You should go with Jiang Yuyan's method. Who is Jiang Yuyan? Upon hearing that it was a script again and that the names were unfamiliar to her, Su Wanyan couldn't help but show a puzzled expression. You'll get to know him later. But now, if you want my help, you have to agree to one condition. What are the conditions? Swear to be loyal to me. Chapter 46, Swearing Allegiance to Me. Dean Chen, could you please step outside for a moment? We are two girls, and it's a little scary to be in the same room with a grown man like you. Shanshan bit her slender fingers, putting on a pitiful expression. This is mine, okay? Remembering the other party's relationship with young Master Li, Dean Chen had no choice but to get up and leave. Even if he is the dean. This is also his office. After leaving the office, he saw that both offices were occupied by others, and he couldn't help but feel a little helpless. At this moment, Dean Chen rubbed his eyes and suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Having just undergone 2 major surgeries and not having had much rest, she assumed it was due to overwork and decided to find an empty office to sleep for a while. But what he didn't notice was, when he finished rubbing his eyes, the whites of his eyes had completely disappeared when he opened them. A pair of pupils as black as ink were revealed. Of course, this strange phenomenon quickly returned to normal as the eyes blinked. What are you trying to do? After Dean Chen left, Yayan looked at Qian Chen with her head pressed against the wall and wanted nothing more than to kick her. As a woman whose elegance is ingrained in her very being, she can't stand seeing others act like that. Of course I'm eavesdropping. Aren't you curious about what they're saying? Upon hearing that it was related to the young master, Yayan's heart changed instantly. Before the young master, she can never be elegant. After hesitating for a while, she made up an excuse and then leaned against the wall as well. Just in case. What should we do if the woman hurt the young master? As the young master, I must never ignore any risk, no matter how small the possibility. Dean's office. Impossible. Forget about it. Su Wanyan suddenly stood up, looking at Li Shun angrily, her breathing becoming heavier. I never expected the other party to be this kind of person. You can know a person's face but not their heart. She had initially thought the other person was a good person and even felt a little bit of goodwill towards him. She was so blind. Don't refuse so quickly. Li Shun tossed a list from the table over. Besides being the young master of Tianyu Group, I am also the sole shareholder of this hospital. What I mean is I can get your dad. Su Wanyan glanced at the list on the table. When she saw what was inside, her pupils dilated. All that was recorded inside was, it's the medical bills they owed in the past. Originally, there was good fortune involved, although she herself was unaware of it. But even if she didn't pay, the hospital couldn't just kick them out like they would with others. After all, this is a special privilege for the female lead. Otherwise, what if we kick his father out and then the male lead comes? Should we just collect the body directly? This is unrealistic, so theoretically, their family's situation can be delayed indefinitely. But this method doesn't work when facing Li Shun. After all, he has the luck shield of the villain system. Pay off all debts by today, or you'll be kicked out of the hospital. Hearing the other party's blunt threat, Su Wanyan felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her. The anger I felt just now vanished instantly. Young Master Li, I'm sorry I spoke too loudly just now, please forgive me. Faced with reality, she had no choice but to lower her head, even though she was biting her lip until it bled. I've been working hard lately, and I'll definitely pay back the money I owe. Please don't kick my father out. I beg you. Thinking of her family's situation and her mother's tireless work day and night. If my father is kicked out of the hospital again. Su Wanyan's eyes turned red, and she felt like she was about to faint. Hospitals are not charitable institutions. Looking at the pleading expression on the other person's face, Li Shun spoke in an icy voice. Agree to my terms, and I will help you with your debts, and you will no longer need to worry about any of your father's medical expenses. Can I? Su Wanyan took a few deep breaths and slowly untied her clothes. Unexpected. She was always chaste and considered herself superior. I can't believe this day has come. What do you think? Li Shun picked up his phone from the table and said in a mocking tone. Would I ever lack women? Do you know how many women would want to get into my bed if I just beckoned? Upon hearing this, Su Wanyan felt a complex mix of emotions. There is vitality, there is sorrow, and there's nothing I can do. Because she knew that what the other person was saying was true. Given Li Shun's exceptional family background, looks, and wealth, he certainly has many women. Wah! Unable to bear it any longer, Su Wanyan hugged her arms, squatted on the ground, and started crying. As her delicate body convulsed, tears, like raindrops, quickly soaked her clothes. Seeing this, Shun stood up from his chair and slowly walked to the other person. She reached out and lifted that pretty face, which was streaked with tears. Think it over, then swear allegiance to me. Su Wanyan gritted her teeth, and with the fragile and poignant beauty born of her tears, she slowly gave in. Su Wanyan will become your servant from now on, and will never betray you for the rest of my life. When she finished speaking, it felt as if something inside her had snapped. At that moment, Shun heard the system's voice. The female protagonist, Su Wanyan, recognizes the host as her master and plunders 50% of her luck points. Due to the host's ruthless actions, the female protagonist Su Wanyan's defenses have been breached, resulting in the theft of 10% of her luck value. Current plundering luck value, 60%. Chapter 47: The Changes in Dean Chen. The office next door. Why is Su crying? After listening to the wall for a while, Shanshan looked at Yayan with a puzzled expression. Perhaps she was moved to tears because she knew the young master would help her. There's a saying. Tears of joy? Yes. Tears of joy. Really? After hearing her explanation, several question marks appeared in Shanshan's mind. Why hasn't Su come out yet? Because. Why do you ask so many questions? Unable to continue her tale, Yayan blushed and muttered a curse in annoyance. Since it concerns the young master, she has to say the best of both worlds no matter what. Okay, but just now I think I heard master say loyalty. What does this mean? Upon hearing the word loyalty, Yayan couldn't help but look at the other person, her eyebrows furrowing slightly as she pondered for a moment. Although the young master has not yet accepted the other party's offer. But she could sense that the young master was interested in Shanshan. Especially after returning from the resort, she had already entered the other party's information into the Hanhai villa. Therefore, the other party can also be considered one of our own. Evening. Upon waking up, Dean Chen pressed his hands to his temples and let out a muffled roar. What on earth is going on? His expression was one of extreme pain, and his eyes were bloodshot. With his disheveled hair and distorted face, he gave off a hysterical, insane vibe. He was dreaming just now. To be precise, it was a nightmare, a terrifying nightmare. Because he dreamed that he killed someone. More than one was killed. Family members, children, patients, nurses. They all lost their lives at his hands. Even though I'm awake now, I can still hear their agonizing screams echoing in my ears. His reddened pupils filled his vision with a faint blood-red hue. Pulse is normal, no organic lesions in internal organs, nerve responses are normal, intraocular pressure is normal. Dean Chen quickly performed a checkup on himself. But the result was not what he wanted to see. If all the reactions are normal, it means that he cannot determine the cause of the illness. Covering his swollen eyes, he stumbled into the bathroom. Only after the cold water hit him did Dean Chen feel the pain in his eyes gradually subside. He slowly raised his head and looked at himself in the mirror. This is still me. He is usually energetic, neatly dressed, and has his hair combed meticulously. Now. Like a mental patient. Knock. Dean. Just then, a young nurse heard the noise coming from inside the room and curiously walked in. Oh, it's Shui. What's up? Dean Chen put his glasses back on, and his expression instantly returned to normal. It's nothing. I just heard some noise inside and wanted to come in to check. I didn't expect it to be you, Dean. If there's nothing else. At that moment, his gaze suddenly and uncontrollably drifted to the nurse's calves, which were encased in white socks. Under the effect of medical-grade varicose vein compression stockings, the other person's slender, jade-like legs seemed to exude a special fragrance. He didn't know why, but at that moment, it felt like a voice inside him was telling him. Bang! Dean Chen suddenly swung his fist at the wall. The pain instantly dispelled my thoughts. Ah! Dean, what are you doing? When the nurse saw his actions, she quickly came forward and took his hand with a concerned expression. Watching her blow air. It was a perfectly normal scene, and the other person was someone I knew well, but Dean Chen inhaled the feminine fragrance emanating from the tip of his nose. And looking at the other person's young face full of collagen, I just felt like there was something inside my heart slowly waking up. Xiaoyi, if I remember correctly, you've been working at this hospital for 2 years now. Yes, Dean. I came here right after graduating from university. I didn't expect the dean to remember me. Have you ever thought that, with your qualifications, you shouldn't just be a junior nurse? Hearing such suggestive words, Xiaoyi raised her face and stared blankly at the dean. Obviously, no one expected that the usually kind dean would say such a thing. But thinking back to her experiences after graduation, in modern society, opportunities are truly scarce. Even for a small nursing position at the Municipal Central Hospital, they would fight tooth and nail for it, offering countless lavish gifts and pulling strings to get just one interview opportunity. But now, an opportunity was presented to her. Chapter 48 Pure Demonic Thoughts. Dean's Office. Li Shun lit a cigarette, stood by the window, and looked at the brightly lit streets outside. However, even though the mission was completed, there was a hint of confusion in his expression. Open the system prompt you just received. Congratulations, host, for capturing Su Wanyan, causing the female lead and male lead to become estranged, and plundering 80% of the target's luck value. Current plundering luck value, 130%. That's right, the other party's psychological defenses. It wasn't destroyed. If he wants to form a female protagonist's bodyguard team, then the settlement cannot be done in the normal way. The task must be pushed to the limit of 200%. Otherwise, he will be unable to obtain the female protagonist's enhancement fluid. But right now, I only have 130% of my luck value, still 70% short. What's the problem? Could it be that Su Wanyan's mental fortitude is even higher than Zhang Yuyan's? Impossible. Zhang Yuyan, after all, came from the investigation bureau, so her mental fortitude couldn't possibly be lower than that of Su Wanyan, a college student. So what exactly happened? Li Shun turned around and glanced at the half-dazed Su Wanyan. After looking at it for a while, Li Shun glanced at the medical expense list on the table again. Could it be that the changes in their family have significantly increased their psychological resilience? That possibility cannot be ruled out. Li Shun thought for a moment about how to break down the other party's psychological defenses in this situation. After all, they've already called him master, so what else could they possibly call him? No. He doesn't have that kind of fetish for adopting daughters. Shueyao, what is something that you women absolutely cannot accept? I'm a little confused, Li Shun asked. Can't accept it? Then it must be leaving the young master. That's what Shueyao can't accept. He looked at the other person speechlessly, and after a slight silence, said, apart from me. Put yourself in Su Wanyan's shoes and think about it. Shueyao looked at Su Wanyan in surprise, biting her finger as she began to think. After a while. Young master, I think it's better to kill her parents. You should just keep mopping. Li Shun interrupted him directly. What kind of ideas are these? If he really did that, Su Wanyan would definitely go crazy, that's for sure, there's no doubt about it. But what happens next? A female protagonist who has gone mad just imagining that scene. It sends chills down your spine. Li Shun shook his head, cleared the image, and was just about to continue thinking. Suddenly, I felt a massive demonic force attacking me. This made his eyes instantly sharpen, and he immediately looked towards the door. What happened? Because of the passive ability of demon sealing, he can sense the demonic thoughts within living beings. But this was the first time he had ever felt something as vast and magnificent as this. Even at the Gu family's manor, the intensity was not as strong as it was this time. Li Shun closed his eyes and listened for a moment. Suddenly, a very strange expression appeared on his face. Because the other party seems to be on business? The murmurs that reached my ears contained nothing but pure lust. This demonic thought it's so eerie. Under normal circumstances, a person is an extremely complex living being, surrounded by 7 emotions and 6 desires, and every thought that comes out is not so pure. But this time, what he sensed was. It was extremely simple. Apart from lust, there wasn't even the slightest bit of greed. This is absolutely abnormal. He then listened for a while longer. This time, he mainly listened to the woman because he wanted to know who she was. But from the very beginning, there was not a sound at all, only demonic thoughts, making it impossible to determine the other party's identity. Dean, I'm going to die. Dean. Li Shun suddenly opened his eyes filled with disbelief. In this hospital, there is only one person who can be called the director. Dean Chen. But how could it be him? When they met last time, he could still sense that the other person was a good person. He was such a good person that even when he used the heart-eroding technique of the mysterious eye, he almost crashed and burned. How could such a huge change have occurred in such a short time? Shueyao, go and help me look up a nurse named Shui, and all of Dean Chen's life records. Yes. Shueyao put down the mop, immediately turned on the computer on her desk, and logged into the Blood Rose website. At this moment, Li Shun took out his phone again and sent a message to Yayan. Stop eavesdropping, come with Qianqian. The office next door. Yayan put down her phone, raised her leg covered in black stockings, and kicked Qianqian. Ah! Why did you kick me? Qianqian couldn't help but cry out, clutching her injured area, her voice filled with grievance. Humph, it must be because you made too much noise just now that the young master noticed. At this moment, Yayan held up the record on her phone. When Qianqian saw Li Shun gesturing for the two of them to pass, a hint of fear appeared on her face. Don't be fooled by her ability to argue with Yayan, it's just that they're both girls, so some things are fine to say. But when facing Li Shun, she was scared. Terrified from the bottom of her heart. Sister Yuyan, save me. Qianqian tugged at the other person's skirt, looking pitiful. Humph, now you know fear. Yayan glared at her. But seeing that she was truly frightened, with even her little hands trembling, I couldn't help but say something. Don't worry, the young master just wants to punish us, he won't send any messages. Real. Of course it's true. You've never seen the young master get angry, and if the young master really intends to punish us, do you think I can protect you? After saying that, Yayan's delicate body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Chapter 49 The Darkness Deep Within. Young Master. Onar. When Li Shun saw that the two of them had a look of fear on their faces after they came in, he couldn't help but feel a little strange. Qianqian, take Su Wanyan back. Okay. Upon hearing his words, a glint of light flashed in Qianqian's eyes, and she visibly breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, wait for me at Hanhai Villa tonight. There's something I need to ask you. Okay. She wiped the cold sweat from her face and turned to walk towards Su Wanyan. However, upon seeing the other person's appearance, she subconsciously shook her head. Is she still that pure and innocent goddess? TSK. If her suitors saw this scene, they would probably be heartbroken and cry. Just thinking about it sounds so interesting. Want. Just as Qianqian was about to help her up, she heard the other person's incoherent ramblings. What do you want? Wake up. Su Wanyan sensed that the person next to her seemed to be a woman, so she tried to open her eyes to see. But after trying for a long time, she only felt dizzy and couldn't open her head. So I simply gave up. That's fine, it doesn't matter who comes. At this moment, Qianqian, who wanted to help her up, found that she couldn't lift her up no matter how hard she tried, so she turned to Yayan for help. Young master. Okay, you can go with Qianqian. With Li Shun's consent, Yayan used her long, slender legs to pull him up. This scene. It made Qianqian question the meaning of life. Their arms are about the same size, so how come the other one is as strong as a superhero? So, Qianqian, who was following behind, stared intently at Yayan with her big, inquisitive eyes. Those wolf-like eyes. Yayan felt a little awkward, and it was obvious that she wanted to kick the other person again. As the two left, Li Shun sat at his desk, looking at the information Shueyo had found. Among them, the nurse named Shui was nothing special. Just like most ordinary people. Going to school, graduating, starting work. This Dean Chen, judging from both his school records and his work file, is a person of excellent character and academic performance. He has won countless awards. Awards such as the Medical Innovation Award, the Medical Science and Technology Award, and the Nobel Prize in Medicine. Furthermore, according to records, although he was widowed, he had never intended to find another woman. Perhaps it was for his daughter? It could also be that he was too deeply in love. But no matter how you look at it, it's hard to believe that the person who just emitted pure demonic thoughts. It was him. As night fell, Li Shun sat on a bench in the corridor, as if waiting for someone. Squeak! The door opened, and Dean Chen, now back to normal, walked out of the room. Why hasn't young Master Li left yet? The other person looked puzzled when they saw him. It's already quite late. Moreover, that girl had undoubtedly been taken down as well, so he couldn't understand why she was still there. Dean Chen, I've been waiting for you. Li Shun stood up from the bench, his voice low and deep, and slowly walked up to the other person. At that moment, he glanced behind the other person. The door was half open, and there was something on the desk. Ahem, is there anything else, young Master Li? Dean Chen stepped forward and blocked his view with his body. Looking at the other person's amiable appearance, Li Shun couldn't help but smile. There is something I haven't figured out. Why did you undergo such a drastic change? As he spoke, Li Shun's pupils began to deepen, emitting a dark light. I haven't changed. Upon being observed, Dean Chen's expression immediately became humble, giving off a sense of submission. Then why did you do that just now? Master, are you referring to Shui? Dean Chen glanced back into the room. Then she continued, she wants a good job, and I'm giving her that opportunity. Hearing this, Li Shun was at a loss. If it's consensual between the two of them, it seems like it's none of his business. No, that's not what he was asking. What I mean is, why did you feel lustful just now? This is different from how you used to be. Because I opened up the darkness deep within my heart. Dark. Upon hearing these two words, Li Shun couldn't help but think of the eye of the darkness. When you're trying to erode someone's heart, you need to find the darkness within them. Could it be because of this? No. This feeling shouldn't be called darkness, it should be called the essence of life. A crimson glint flashed in Dean Chen's eyes, and his expression began to turn crazed. Darkness. Light. This is nothing more than a narrative created by humans according to their own desires. Disguise lust as romance and love. Disguise greed as hard work and career. Utterly hypocritical. But they forgot that humans begin killing the moment they are born. To the mother, a baby is a virus. An invader. Something the immune system wants to kill. Human nature is inherently evil. That's just human nature. The crimson light in Dean Chen's eyes began to surge like a raging storm. Li Shun was surprised at the sight. He clearly hadn't expected that the other person would become like this after the darkness within them was activated. Excellent. As the old saying goes, the kindest people are the most terrifying when they go crazy. As for whether he would think the other party was evil? That's a joke. Don't forget, he is a villain. He was thrilled to have met such a talented person. Li Shun originally wanted to recruit Dean Chen because of his medical expertise. Right now it's all because of this person. Even if the other party has nothing, he still wants to recruit them. You're absolutely right, human nature is inherently evil. With a satisfied smile, Li Shun patted the other person on the shoulder. From today onwards, you are one of us. As he spoke, his pupils began to move. Given the opponent's current state, the heart-eroding technique would be incredibly easy to use. After all, darkness has already filled the other person's heart, there's no need to search for it, it's everywhere. Yes, Master. Chapter 50: The Transfer Student at Shanghai University. Shanghai University. Upon returning to school, Su Wanyan looked at the familiar surroundings and couldn't help but feel as if it were yesterday. Su. Just then, a girl's voice came from behind her, clear yet slightly hoarse, somewhat like a smoky voice. Shanshan was wearing a pleated skirt, her light blue hair tied into a ponytail with two wispy strands in the front, giving her a very pure and innocent look. After hugging the other person, she shouted excitedly, "I transferred from class 3 to your class. From now on, we'll be classmates. Aren't you happy?" "Really?" Upon hearing this, Su Wanyan couldn't help but happily pull the other person along. However, she suddenly seemed to remember something, and her pretty face turned cold. "Shanshan, tell me honestly, did you and Shun know each other a long time ago?" Yes, I've known him for a long time." "Humph. I knew it. I clearly remember being with Shun that day, but when I opened my eyes, the person next to me was you. I was just worried about you." "You can do that if you're worried about me." Shanshan scratched her head somewhat awkwardly. Okay, I know I was wrong, please forgive me, Su." Su Wanyan sighed helplessly as she watched the other person cling to her arm and act coquettishly. "Alright, I forgive you, okay. I knew Susu was the best. Let's hurry to class, there's a transfer student today." A transfer student. After Shanshan finished speaking, a very strange look flashed in her eyes. 3 parts anticipation, 3 parts mockery, and 3 parts cunning. And the very last bit. Pity. Classroom of Class 1, Sophomore Economics Major. Ahem, today I'd like to introduce a transfer student to everyone. Please come in. As the female teacher coughed softly in the classroom, Shanshan, dressed in a pure and innocent style, walked in. "Look, there's a beautiful girl." "Oh no, wow, it really is." Suddenly, all the male students who were looking down at their phones turned their attention to Shanshan. The smile on her lips, combined with the over-the-knee stockings under her short skirt that revealed a small portion of her fair thighs, along with her own unconventional and rebellious temperament, all contributed to her charm. It instantly drew everyone's attention. "Hello everyone, my name is Shanshan, and I will be your classmate from now on." Yay! Just as everyone was cheering, a female classmate seemed to remember something. A look of fear quickly rose on that face. It was obvious that she had been bullied by Shanshan before. "Alright, Shanshan, find a seat." As soon as the teacher spoke, the students who still had empty seats next to them all looked on with anticipation. This also includes Su Wanyan. Because there happened to be an empty seat next to her. She was placed in the last row on the right by the window. Since she had previously worked part-time while studying, the original seat in the first row was naturally not reserved for her. But after glancing around the classroom, Shanshan didn't sit next to her, but instead sat to her left. "Hello beautiful, my name is." After she sat down, the male classmate next to her was about to introduce her when he saw her cold gaze. That expression was very different from her innocent image at the beginning. The contrast was huge. It's like a sweet girl suddenly turning into a thorny rose from the underworld. This made the male student consciously shut up. Just as Su Wanyan looked at Shanshan with a puzzled expression, the female teacher on the podium began to speak again. "Alright, next up is a special transfer student. You should all know his identity, you met him during the last collaboration with the management department." A collaboration. Upon hearing the teacher's words, the students below the stage began to discuss quietly. Because during that collaboration, a major event occurred. Campuses, online forums, media, and so on. It's all over my feed. Li Xiao, the heir to the Tianyu group, confesses his feelings to Su Yingluo, a freshman in the School of Economics. Since the entire department participated in that collaboration, including the second-year students, they had all met each other. At this moment, a bold conjecture couldn't help but arise in their minds. Could it be that this transfer student? No way. "Young Master Li, please come in." As the female teacher went to open the door, Li Shun, dressed casually, slowly walked into the classroom. Brush. Upon seeing him, the students present instantly erupted in excitement. They're classmates with top-tier rich kids. Although there are a few rich kids in the class, after all, this is a university in Shanghai, a first-tier city. Compared to Li Shun, these people aren't even worthy of carrying his shoes. It's no exaggeration at all. The hierarchy among the rich second generation is even stricter than that of ordinary people. Those who have possessed something will lose it again. To lose someone you've never had before. These are two completely different concepts. If you provoke the wrong person, you may lose everything, or worse, your family may be destroyed. Of course, this isn't to say they commit murder, but rather that people who can't accept bankruptcy might choose to take their own lives. There are quite a few people like this. Quiet. As soon as Li Shun spoke, the classroom, which had been bustling with noise just moments before, fell completely silent. Even the most mischievous kids in the class knew that the other person was not someone they could mess with. They can disobey their teachers, at worst, they'll just have to write a self-criticism, which can be done by someone else anyway. But when facing peers, especially those who are standing at the top of the mountain, they will have an instinctive fear. This isn't about ideas, it's about human nature. Li Shun scrutinized the girl in the classroom with a critical eye. As for boys? Sorry, his eyesight isn't very good. It has to be said that the girls at universities in Shanghai are indeed of higher quality than those at universities of science and technology. The land shapes its people. That kind of inherent fragility in girls gives them a delicate, dependent air. Her cheeks, brimming with collagen, were so tender they looked like they could be squeezed for water. It's so much better than the Dragon Country University of Science and Technology that the original owner attended. That's right, given Li Shun's current age, he is indeed a college student. As for why he chose to attend Longhua University of Science and Technology? Because of Gong Yuehua. His mother was the honorary principal there. However, for these rich kids, the purpose of going to school and getting certificates is something most of them don't really care about. The most important thing. I'm still hanging out with the pretty female students. There's a saying that often circulates at school. All the good cabbages have been eaten by pigs. Of course, he didn't say that. Young Masterly, would you like me to get you a seat? The female teacher on the podium bowed slightly and spoke to him very politely. No need for all that trouble, just treat me like a normal student. The teacher smiled somewhat awkwardly. It's easy to say, but didn't you see her legs trembling under her teacher's skirt? Although she is a teacher, she is also a college graduate who has only recently graduated. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become a homeroom teacher here if she didn't have connections at home. But compared to the one in front of me, her connections are absolutely worthless. Chapter 51 Classroom Embarrassment. Su Wanyan, we meet again. After looking around, Li Shun ignored the expectation in the girl's eyes and walked straight toward her. Under normal circumstances, he had to add her as a friend, since there were a few girls in his class who were fairly good-looking. Young Master Li. When Su Wanyan saw him coming, her expression was filled with unease, and she bit her lip and muttered softly. What did you just call me? After Li Shun sat down, he looked at her with a smile. As he gazed at her, Su Wanyan subconsciously felt a sense of fear. Master. Hearing her barely audible voice, Li Shun couldn't help but show a satisfied expression. Seeing the two of them like this. One was too shy to lift his head, while the other had a look of contentment on his face. Make everyone in the classroom realize that they may have known each other before. Several classmates, especially a few girls, whispered among themselves and then cast provocative glances at Su Wanyan. She naturally understood what it meant. To put it nicely, every girl has the right to pursue happiness. To put it bluntly, she's just being provocative. She wants to get into Li Shun's bed. But Su Wanyan also felt wronged, because she was not Li Shun's girlfriend at all. At most, she could be considered the other person's lover? No, the mere thought of those two words made her feel like she wasn't even a lover. How can there be such a person in the world? That's terrible. As Su Wanyan muttered to herself, she felt that she could never sit comfortably at the desk in the classroom. Seeing her like this, Li Shun leaned close to her ear and whispered something. "Don't move." Then, he reached his hand behind her. Su Wanyan's pretty face instantly turned bright red. Because she was wearing a fitted chiffon dress today, which was a rather voluminous style. But even so, she felt as if her heart had lost control and started pounding wildly. In addition, Li Shun's identity is like a halo around him, causing everyone in the classroom to look at him from time to time. This made Su Wanyan wish she could disappear into a crack in the ground. "Excuse me, are you having an upset stomach?" At this moment, Li Shun asked with a concerned expression. But the playful smile on his lips was impossible to suppress. The already quiet classroom turned into a flurry of stares as soon as his voice was heard. Even the female teacher on the podium was walking towards them at that moment. The teacher was about to get angry when she heard someone talking, but when she turned around, she saw it was Li Shun. This immediately changed her attitude. When the teacher approached, then they saw Su Wanyan lean forward, her two jade-like arms crossed, and her slender waist slightly bent. Judging from his appearance, it seemed similar to symptoms of a stomachache, so I asked him with concern. "Su, are you feeling unwell?" Hearing the teacher's words, Su Wanyan raised her flushed face and whispered. "Without nothing. Look how red your face is, you must have a fever." The teacher was startled when she saw her appearance and reached out to take her temperature. But at this moment, Su Wanyan dared not move. After all, her swaying figure did indeed make her more substantial than the average girl. "Why is it so hot?" After taking the other person's temperature, the teacher couldn't help but gasp in surprise. "Su, you should go to the infirmary right away." Su Wanyan swore that she had never been as embarrassed as she was today since she was born. Let alone getting up to go to the infirmary. She's almost worn her shoes out from scratching them. "Don't worry, Su, the teacher will give you a fake one." The teacher noticed that she didn't get up and assumed that she had just returned to class and didn't recognize her, fearing that she might be a bad teacher. So he adopted a friendly attitude and spoke with great concern. "Do you want your teacher to go with you?" "Teacher, I'll go with her," Li Shun said. The other party hesitated for a moment upon hearing this. Judging from Su Wanyan's behavior, it's a bit like she's on her period. Although Li Shun's identity is quite extraordinary in this kind of matter, he's still a boy after all. It would be a bit inconvenient to go with Su. After hearing Li Shun's words, Su Wanyan couldn't help but glance at him. That look in his eyes, tinged with a hint of resentment. Li Shun couldn't help but feel a strange unease. Her fair face was flushed with embarrassment, and her eyes held a hint of shyness. This scene. It reminded him of a scene the other person had performed in the dean's office. Highly similar. "Teacher, I'll go with her." At this moment, Shanshan stood up and shouted. Upon seeing a female classmate stand up, the other party immediately spoke to Li Shun. "Young Master Li, let us girls handle these kinds of things." "Good. Shanshan, then I'll have to trouble you." After obtaining the teacher's permission, with Li Shun's consent, Shanshan went to Su Wanyan's side and tried to help her up. Because she was standing. Looking down from above, it's easy to spot that the other person has fallen off. "Shanshan, save me." Su Wanyan looked up at the other person, her weak voice trembling slightly, giving off a sense of helplessness. "Good." Shanshan pressed on the other person's shoulder and slowly helped them up. Watching the two figures walk away, a mysterious smile suddenly appeared on Li Shun's lips. Because of this idea, it was produced by Shanshan. He never expected that his unintentional action would one day help him. After all, he had already forgiven her when Shanshan confessed. The condition given at the time was simply to let her know how to cherish things and understand the consequences of doing wrong. But that night, when Shanshan learned that he wanted to hurt Su Wanyan's feelings, she gave him an idea. A girl's self-esteem and betray. Regarding self-esteem, Li Shun will handle it, applying pressure step by step in a familiar environment. This caused Su Wanyan to feel anxious, embarrassed, and awkward, which led to cracks in her psychological defenses. As for betrayal, naturally, the closer the relationship, the more devastating the betrayal. Therefore, Jianxian plays the role of the savior. Whenever Su Wanyan felt helpless, she would step in to help. As their feelings for each other deepened, the closest person will be like a sharp blade, piercing the other's heart. Chapter 52 Suing Luo's luck is activated. After leaving the classroom, finding no one around, Su Wanyan hurriedly tidied her underwear. Jianxian, thank you. You're welcome, we're best friends. Seeing the other person's actions, Jianxian's face revealed a deep meaning. Let's go. At this moment, she took the other person's hand and said. Having just finished tidying up, Su Wanyan, upon hearing her words, couldn't help but ask curiously, where are you going? Since we're already out here, let's just wander around outside, like to a bubble tea shop or a boutique. Milk tea. Su Wanyan muttered a few words with some doubt. But considering that the other person always helped her, she felt embarrassed to refuse, so she went with them. Noon. Shun was mysteriously pulled to a corner by Jianxian. Master, I have just discovered something good that should be helpful to your plans. What is that? This one. Jianxian then took one out of her pocket. Ruby. Upon seeing this thing, Shun couldn't help but smile. Master, give this to her. After lunch, I'll take her for a run. Shun was slightly surprised upon hearing this. Sure enough, the woman attacked the woman. That's ruthless. Soon. With a shy expression, Su Wanyan clutched her bag tightly and ran to the restroom. Susu, let's go eat together. At this moment, Jianxian saw her movement and immediately pulled her back. I need to go to the restroom first. Su Wanyan, who was being held back, didn't even dare to lift her head and was too embarrassed to look her best friend in the eye. Then I'll go with you. I can go by myself. Oh, we're all good friends, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Besides, I'd like to go too. Jianxian took the other person's arm and pulled the embarrassed Su Wanyan out. And just as they stepped out the door, I ran into two beautiful women right in front of me. With her exquisite features and tall figure, she was just like Su Wanyan, belonging to the goddess level. Even Jianxian couldn't help but feel a pang of envy when she saw the two of them. One of them wore a beige spaghetti strap dress with a pure and alluring style, which perfectly showcased her graceful figure. The other outfit is more casual, featuring a French-style V-neck short-sleeve top with drawstring on the side, paired with a high-waisted A-line skirt, exuding youthful charm. At this moment, the two of them, with their long, slender, fair legs, jogged over. Her long hair fell loosely behind her, swaying gently with her movements. That goddess-like aura is simply overwhelming. Su Wanyan brushed past them. As if sensing something, she turned around with a puzzled look in her eyes. At the same time, Shun also heard a system task notification. Female lead Suing Luo's luck is activated. Special mission now issued, Divine Fortune. A stroke of good fortune, find the opportunity to target your prey and plunder it. Hint, this opportunity involves an ancient relic. Note, the luck mission is unaffected. The host has taken Suing Luo's virginity, preventing her from gaining the male lead's trust, and successfully plundered 80% of the target's luck value. Suing Luo develops feelings for the host, altering the heroine's predetermined fate and successfully plundering 80% of the target's luck value. Current plundering luck value, 160%. A stroke of good fortune from heaven. Shun frowned slightly after seeing the system's notification. He knew that Suing Luo was lucky. Even without activating his luck, the other party can still influence him. That's enough to prove how lucky the other person is. Looking back now, the reason he chose Suing Luo from the crowd was probably due to her good fortune. But the other party should not be able to control it freely. Otherwise, when attracting people around you. Wrong. Even if he's the villain, as long as he's lucky enough, nothing can happen to him. After all, it cannot be denied that Shun, with his excellent background, does belong to a high-quality group of people. For a female college student, his appreciation was on par with that of a benefactor. This kind of physique must be the legendary Koi girl? Young master. Brother Shun.
At this moment, Suing Luo rushed in and immediately hugged Lin Shun. Seeing this, Wanqiu bit her red lips, feeling incredibly envious. The remaining students in the classroom shared the same thought as her.
They naturally knew the name Suing Luo.
After all, her name had gone viral on campus forums and the internet since that day. Seeing her today, she truly lives up to her reputation as the school beauty. It's like she has a built-in filter, making it impossible to look away from her at first glance.
Of course, this is a man's perspective, and his main object of envy is Li Shun. And the object of the female students' envy. It's Suing Luo, of course. They want a top-tier rich second-generation heir who is both handsome and incredibly wealthy. Good heavens! Can't we give them a chance too?
At this moment, Li Shun patted Suing Luo on the back. Even after sensing the other person's movements, she still didn't want to let go, and whispered in their ear.
Brother, I miss you so much.
After all, the other party is the female lead, and her tolerance in certain aspects is much higher than that of normal people.
For example, although I was very angry at the time and swore I would never talk to him again. Otherwise she's a puppy.
But as Li Shun stopped coming to see her, she gradually began to panic. Finally, amidst the envious glances of those around her,
she understood.
Happy people are not those who possess everything, but those who make the most of life's gifts.
You want me to stay here? Li Shun said in a slightly off tone. As a normal adult male. Some reactions are perfectly normal.
Upon sensing this, Suing Luo quickly jumped off him. As someone on the other side, she definitely knew how strong the other person was, like a monster. She hurriedly straightened her clothes, somewhat flustered.
Li Shun walked over and hugged Wanqiu. Young master.
Sensing the young master's presence, her eyebrows immediately curved into crescent shapes, and she nestled her head in his arms. She is different from Suing Luo. In Wanqiu's heart, as long as the young master remembers her and doesn't forget her, she will feel very satisfied.
Chapter 53 Conversation in the Private Room. A restaurant near Shanghai University.
Boss, one of our signature grilled fish, please.
Alright, Miss Su, please come upstairs. We've reserved a private room for you. You're calling me that again? I've told you so many times, just call me Ing Luo. Listening to their conversation. Li Shun glanced at the boss curiously. He had an honest-looking face and looked to be around 40 years old. Do you come here often? Yes, this restaurant makes delicious grilled fish, and the owner is also very nice.
I discovered this place when I first came to Shanghai University.
Suing Luo took his arm, explaining as she led him upstairs.
At this moment, Li Shun saw that Wanqiu also had a familiar expression, so he asked her.
You come here often? Yes, Ing Luo brought me to this restaurant before.
Their grilled fish is very good.
You can try it. All right.
I heard them both praising the restaurant, and there were so many customers in the lobby that there were hardly any empty seats left.
That makes sense. After all, Suing Luo has a lucky charm constitution.
Whenever she wants to eat, she can definitely find the best restaurant. This also gave Li Shun a glimmer of hope.
Upstairs private room.
Because after Wanqiu finished eating there last time, she directly asked the owner for VIP treatment.
And it's a yearly subscription.
So, no matter when they come, as long as the shop is still there will always be room.
After Li Shun took his seat,
Suing Luo naturally sat down to his right, and Wanqiu was also pulled down to sit by him.
As for Qianqian and Su Wanyan,
they were both short on time, since they were going for a run later, so they didn't come along.
Brother, you should try it. After the waiter served the dishes, Suing Luo picked up the grilled fish from the table and held it to Li Shun's mouth with an expectant look on her face. Not bad.
Li Shun tasted it and found it to be quite good, with a fragrant aroma of various spices and secret sauces. With the added aroma of garlic cloves, the fiery chili peppers, and the tender fish, the combination of these flavors creates a truly unique taste.
As long as my brother is happy.
Suing Luo smiled sweetly when she heard his praise. Of course, she would probably be in a better mood if someone's large hands didn't wander over her legs.
Actually, Shun can't be blamed for this. It's because she just activated the female lead's identity, and her body underwent some changes. Those long, beautiful legs. Even without wearing stockings, her fair skin still had a faint glow. It looks incredibly smooth and delicate. After a while, Shun asked Wanxiu, who was standing next to him. Has the university president made any moves lately? Upon hearing the young master's words, the other party hurriedly put down his chopsticks and said, Young master, Eng Luo has found the transaction records and also found several girls who are willing to testify. But strangely, Principal Gao didn't make a move, as if he didn't care about any of this. Are there any girls willing to testify? Li Shun was somewhat surprised to hear this. As girls, we usually choose to remain silent when faced with this kind of situation, those who stand up. It's not that there are none, but they are very rare. Yes, Eng Luo found some girls with strong personalities, and significant changes have occurred in their families. At this point, both Wanxiu and Eng Luo showed a hint of sympathy. It's clear that these girls have experienced changes in their families. It wasn't an accident. In this society, girls may be beautiful, but they lack the ability to protect themselves. The outcome is often quite realistic. Things might be better in third-tier cities or rural areas. But in big cities, not to mention how the glitz and glamour of city life can numb people's hearts, what many people who pursue a glamorous lifestyle have sacrificed behind the scenes. Just consider the class level alone. Just like the food chain in nature, big fish eat small fish, and small fish eat shrimp. An ugly fish and a beautiful fish. What will people choose? This is so obvious, anyone could tell which one to choose. If they have nowhere to go, they can come to Hanhai Villa. Upon hearing Li Shun's words, Suing Luo quickly grabbed his arm and asked, Really? Before he could answer, he noticed that Wanxiu's red lips were slightly upturned. Noticing the young master's gaze, the other party explained. Young master, actually Eng Luo gave those girls a condition before they agreed. You used my identity. Li Shun understood immediately. Without offering some tangible benefits, how could these girls who had been hurt easily agree? Yes, you said before that I could use your identity, so I'm not just making this up. After Suing Luo finished speaking, her face suddenly turned slightly red, and she twisted her body uncomfortably. What is the background of Principal Gao? However, seeing the other person's nonchalant demeanor, she bit her lip and endured it. He has some connections in Longwa, but they are not very strong. They are at the level of exchanging benefits. After a moment's thought, Li Shun asked, What's his relationship with the Shadow Society? This we haven't found it yet. After Wanxiu finished speaking, she lowered her head, seemingly somewhat uneasy. She did indeed investigate this matter, but the Shadow Society is different from ordinary forces, and it is very difficult to investigate it thoroughly. Unless they needed to borrow the power of the young master's mother's heavily net, otherwise, the Blood Rose organization's resources wouldn't be enough for these people living in the shadows. The Shadow Society. Li Shun pondered for a moment and said, Don't worry about them for now, just continue with your normal operations. If this high school principal could really be linked to them, then he wouldn't have sent Shanshan and the others when he caused trouble for Suing Luo last time. Therefore, even if they are related, it is probably a relationship of mutual exploitation. Such relationships are often unreliable. Especially for a force like the Shadow Society, they can find the next one in no time. Elder brother. At this moment, Suing Luo looked up at him, her eyes filled with tenderness. Upon seeing this, Li Shun's lips curled slightly. Time to get down to business. Chapter 54 The Woman in the Tattoo Shop. In the afternoon, at the Huiyingwen Pavilion. Li Shun brought Suing Luo here, and as soon as they stepped into the store, they could see the tattoo designs on the wall. Under the soft light, they resemble exquisite works of art. Just now, when we were in the private room, the other party saw the writing on Wanxiu's body and kept arguing that they wanted it too. She had witnessed this scene at the villa, but she was too angry to pay attention to it at the time. However, now that her thoughts have changed, she naturally wants this handwriting too. Ha! Young Master Li.
At that moment, a very sexy woman walked out from behind the curtain. Upon seeing this woman, Li Shun's lips unconsciously curled into a slight smile.
Beautiful things always make people feel happy.
As for why the other party knew him, that's not surprising. The Shadow Pavilion, the Shadow Society.
There is a connection between the two.
The woman propped herself up on the chair with her arms and said, biting her alluring red lips.
Young Master Li, what brings you here?
Li Shun glanced at the purple spider lily tattooed on her chest and said in a flat tone.
Of course, people come here to get tattoos. Tian Yuzair wants to get a tattoo here.
The other party was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. As a member of the Shadow Society, she was naturally aware of the relationship between the two sides.
It can't be called good, it's even a bit awful. After all, the original owner had gone back on their word before.
If it weren't for the sake of Tianyu Group, they wouldn't have given up so easily.
I didn't get the tattoo.
After Li Shun finished speaking, Suing Luo stepped forward with a curious look in her eyes.
Sister, I'm the one who wants the tattoo.
When the other person saw Suing Luo's appearance, their eyes suddenly changed. Then, swaying his sexy waist, he walked up to her and looked her up and down.
Elder sister. After a while, Suing Luo spoke up somewhat shyly. Because this person is pinching her. Even though we are all women.
But she felt something was off about the intense look in his eyes.
Sorry, I've never seen a girl as pretty as you before, I just couldn't control myself. Really?
Suing Luo watched her bite her lip and suddenly felt a sense of familiarity.
This seems to be what happened just now.
As she pondered this, she couldn't help but look at Wanqiu. If she were alone, she definitely wouldn't be able to see her own expression. But just now, she had a companion.
Tell me what you want to get tattooed. I think you like it, so I'll get it done for free this time. Shun. Ah.
Upon hearing those two words, the other person instantly showed a look of confusion. Then, he turned his gaze to Li Shun. The name Shunu was easy to understand, the Shun in it must be the man's name.
Young Master Li, this is so much fun.
After a while, she looked at the other person with a hint of jealousy. Such a perfect girl, it's such a waste that she wants to get these kinds of words tattooed on her skin. But seeing the other person's agreeing expression, she didn't say anything more.
Alright, come with me.
With a somewhat helpless expression, he took Suing Luo's small hand and prepared to go behind the curtain.
Sister, wait a moment.
After she stopped, she said to Wanqiu behind her, Wanqiu, come over here with me.
She wants a tattoo too.
No, she already has one, sister.
Please tattoo my face in her likeness.
When the three of them went behind the curtain. Before long, gasps of surprise came from inside.
My God. Are you really sure you want to get this tattoo?
Yes, thank you for your help, sister.
Why don't you reconsider? This is something you'll be doing for life. No need to think about it, I'm willing.
Okay, thank goodness you're wearing a skirt today, otherwise it would be troublesome to walk later.
When they started getting tattoos,
Li Shun, who was left outside, looked at the tattoo tools laid out around him and the works displayed on the wall, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Under the gaze of the mysterious eye, everything here instantly became incredibly clear. Even places like safes, wardrobes, and shoe cabinets are clearly visible.
After a while,
Li Shun rubbed his eyes, but his expression didn't change.
Because it's not a matter of disappointment.
After all, given the Shadow Society's cautious nature, it's quite normal that they didn't leave any clues.
However, he couldn't quite understand this woman named Wenyin. Why are there some on the bed?
He had just seen the other person's photo album in the safe. It had a name and a picture on it.
Could the other party be A?
At this moment, Li Shun seemed to have thought of something, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. After all, with her looks and figure, it's impossible for her not to have male suitors.
Wow, I've never seen anything like this before.
He had only heard of such people before, but this was the first time he had ever met one in real life.
That's Su Wanyan. Ring ring. Li Shun picked up his phone and glanced at it.
The caller ID showed it was Dean Chen calling.
After looking at his phone, he glanced at the curtain again.
Thinking that Wanxia was also inside, and that she could handle things even if something happened, he turned around and went out to answer the phone. After all, given the female lead's luck in protecting her chastity, it should only be able to protect her from men, not from other women.
It's hard to say.
Because he'd never encountered anything like this before, who knows if it would work?
What's up?
Li Shun, who had come to the balcony, answered the phone.
Master, I need your help.
Upon hearing Dean Chen's words, Li Shun couldn't help but feel a little surprised. As a release of inner darkness, no, according to the other party, it is the essence of life.
How could someone like this ask for help? You've piqued my curiosity. Tell me, what could have made you like this? The first thing I need is funding. Funds.
Li Shun couldn't help but recall that he didn't seem to have given the other party any task. The only one was to put him in charge of the critical illness relief program. The other party is, after all, the director of the municipal central hospital, so he is quite professional in this kind of matter.
But how could there be a lack of money?
With an annual relief fund of 100 million yuan, plus the restrictions on him, Xinyu had done her research beforehand and believed it should be sufficient under these circumstances.
Reason. Li Shun leaned against the railing, watching the women's clothing swing in the wind above the balcony. It's colorful and pretty.
As a doctor, I cannot allow a patient to die in front of me.
After the silence.
Soon, Li Shun understood why Dean Chen had become like this. If we use the 7 deadly sins to explain, every sin corresponds to the deepest original sin in human nature. As for Dean Chen, as a doctor who has dedicated half his life to medicine, some things are ingrained in his bones. Especially after the darkness deep within their hearts is awakened, they are further empowered by the original sin of pride.
But
even if he were a top-tier rich kid, he couldn't possibly have such a huge amount of money if he wanted to save everyone.
We'll talk about that later. Next thing.
After hearing his answer, Dean Chen paused for a moment before speaking with a hint of anger.
I'm going to kill those damned people. Chapter 55, Arranging for Xinyu, a special connection? In the hospital.
That's right, I will make the perpetrators pay a bloody price for these patients who have been harmed. Li Shun gazed at the distant sky, a hint of reminiscence gradually appearing in his eyes.
The hospital refused to treat a dying patient. After a while, he spoke slowly. In addition to that, there will be internal cleanup. I will have Xinyu and the others cooperate with you, but you must listen to her. Why? Because she's mine, and I don't want to hear you ask why anymore. No.
After hanging up the phone, Li Shun stood there for a moment, then called Xinyu again.
There are some things that need to be explained.
Otherwise, given Dean Chen's current state, if no one were to keep an eye on him,
they are prone to doing crazy things. If the municipal central hospital is disbanded, then that would be a huge problem.
This is why he only put the other party in charge of the critical illness relief program.
The person is good, but it depends on how you use them.
Otherwise, the other party may very well become a sinner due to the excessive expansion of their desires. Although he possesses the heart-eroding technique of the mysterious eye, he can pull people back when the time comes.
But some things, once done, we can never go back to the way things were. Young master.
Okay, you go to the municipal central hospital to see Director Chen later. After Li Shun told her what had just happened, she asked with some confusion.
This Dean Chen.
Hearing her tone, Li Shun clearly knew what she was thinking, so he spoke directly. He's one of our own and you can trust him, but you need to keep an eye on him and make sure he doesn't go too far.
And avoid the Bureau of Investigation. Investigation Bureau.
Upon hearing this, Xinyu on the other side sounded puzzled, as if she didn't understand the young master's meaning. When you were chasing Zhang Xiaodong, didn't you notice the changes in the personnel of the Investigation Bureau?
We've discovered that many people have been reassigned or asked to leave.
As Xinyu was speaking, she suddenly realized something.
This was a scheme orchestrated by the young master and Zhang Yuyan.
No wonder every time they tried to arrest Zhang Xiaodong, he seemed to know in advance and quickly moved away. Moreover, the timing was perfect, ensuring both sides were within sight while allowing him to escape at the same time.
It's like someone is calculating time.
In addition, accidents frequently happen to members of the team, causing delays to the plans. She complained about this a few times, but Zhang Yuyan just smiled and remained silent each time.
Xinyu was furious.
When we won back that spot last time, I took off my sock and used it as a projectile, throwing it directly into the other person's mouth. Looking back now, Zhang Yuyan probably admitted defeat on purpose, since she still had other tasks to complete.
Xinyu understood this. Suddenly, I felt a pang of tenderness, thinking about when the other person would come back. No. She did nothing wrong. In short, she would never eat socks. Unless the young master agrees. In fact, Zhang Yuyan did do it on purpose, but she didn't blame Xinyu. Because in the beginning, the experience of having words carved on her body caused her to experience great emotional changes. Xinyu had once comforted her. Even if it was just a few simple words and a gentle hug, Zhang Yuyan remembered them all. After ending the call, Li Shun glanced back at the room. Suing Luo's luck has now been activated, which means that the next male lead is about to appear.
If I'm not mistaken, the male lead will most likely appear at the school this time.
After all, Suing Luo is a female college student.
This doesn't mean she can't go out, but relatively speaking, the chances of the two meeting at school are higher. Therefore, as long as Li Shun stays at Shanghai University, he will likely discover the male lead soon. However, apart from the male lead,
what is this special mission heaven sent good fortune that the system mentioned? It's not just a matter of chance, given Suing Luo's lucky streak, she's had far too many chances. It's like finding a needle in a haystack. System, could you be more specific about this task?
The mission details cannot be changed.
I'm not asking you to change it.
What I mean is, could you describe it in more detail, such as what it is, what it looks like, and what its function is?
Hint, this opportunity involves an ancient relic.
Seeing the system notification, Li Shun scratched his head speechlessly.
Ancient relics. It's like saying nothing at all.
After all, anything with a bit of history can be called an ancient relic, the scope is too broad.
Moreover, what if it's an object like a spittoon? He couldn't find it even if he racked his brains. System, how can I verify that what I found is the ancient relic you mentioned? When the host sees this, a special feeling will be generated in their mind. Special senses? Li Shun couldn't help but look up at the colorful clothes hanging above the balcony. Is this some kind of special intuition? From a physics perspective, this is called electromagnetic induction, which is the conversion of the invisible energy of a magnetic field into a perceptible electric current. But from a human perspective, it's the sixth sense, above the five senses.
Girls are better at this, especially when it comes to guessing if a man is cheating on his wife. It's like his mom is cheating. But Li Shun doesn't have a sixth sense, he only has sight, hearing, touch, smell, and taste.
What should he do then?
After discovering it, I touched it, smelled it, and
taste? If it were a normal object, it would be fine, but if it were a spittoon, he'd be cursing. This message from the system. That's fucking disgusting.
Li Shun thought about it and decided to leave the task to fate.
In short, leaving it to fate is just a matter of destiny. He is the master of one female lead and two pseudo-female leads. If we also include Su Wanyan and Suing Luo, if all else fails, we can just let the female leads go and find them. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance in the direction of Shanghai University.
Currently, the luck value of the first male lead, Zhang Xiaodong, is stuck at 60%.
The second female lead, Su Wanyan, has a luck value of 130.
If he wants to make a move on the male lead, he must first complete Su Wanyan's mission. But in order to get the female lead's enhancement fluid in extreme condition, he also has to break down her psychological defenses and bring the mission progress to 200%.
Psychological defenses. Li Shun looked at the crowds coming and going on the street. A question suddenly arose in my mind. Can you really run with a ruby on your head? Could it be? Well, if Chanshan thinks it's okay, then it should be okay. Moreover, the other party is, after all, a female protagonist with great fortune, so even if she carries a knife, she probably won't be in any danger. So tonight, how about we give her a try? Chapter 56 Wen Yin's news, I have a small condition. An hour later. This tattoo session is over. Normally, with Wen Yin's technique, it wouldn't take this long to tattoo 2 characters. However, the location and method of tattooing will affect the speed of the tattooing process. However, after the tattoo was finished, Suing Luo looked at the 2 exquisite characters. A smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. Although Wancho's tattoo wasn't very good at first. But when she took the female protagonist's enhancement liquid, every inch of her skin and every pore was nourished by that power. Finally, with the heroine's mysterious power, the 2 characters became exceptionally profound and unparalleled. Just by looking at it, it seems to have a special kind of beauty, full of mysterious spiritual charm. Of course, the 2 female leads, Su Wanyan and Jiang Yuyan, are no exception. They themselves possess good fortune, so they will naturally undergo restoration and beautification. Otherwise, how could a woman of great destiny be burdened with 2 crooked and illegible characters? Li Shun agrees, but heaven itself does not. As for Ye Yan and the others, let him complete his next mission and obtain the female lead's enhancement fluid before giving it to them. Now because of this, it's almost driven Ye Yan to the point of becoming withdrawn. But she couldn't ruin the young master's writing. As a result, every time she saw someone else with their hair down, she went even crazier. Brother, come and see. Upon hearing Suing Luo's words, Li Shun lifted the curtain and walked in. There, lying on the ground, were 2 exquisite characters. Obey the slave. Li Shun nodded in satisfaction and praised, not bad, it looks pretty good. Right? I think it looks good too. Upon hearing his words, Suing Luo's large eyes curved into crescent shapes. Ahem, now that you're done, let's get going. Wen Yin, who was tidying up her tools nearby, had a distinctly gloomy expression on her pretty face. Suing Luo's skin was absolutely the most perfect she had ever seen. While getting a tattoo, she could even smell a faint fragrance on the other person's skin. She knew exactly what it tasted like. As a female tattoo artist, she has seen many female clients, but some of them have a natural body odor. This is the first time she's encountered this. That sweet, gentle scent, like peach blossoms under the warm sun, complements the other person's soft, warm skin. Peach blossoms, smooth and delicate. This is Wen Yin's evaluation of Suing Luo. But this perfect girl, she personally tattooed those 2 words on him. Now, whenever Wen Yin sees Li Shun, she feels like rushing up and punching him twice. But she also knew that this was unrealistic. After all, the other party is the heir of Tianyu. If she does this, it would be tantamount to provoking a conflict between the 2 sides. Thank you, sister. Suing Luo, who was helped down by Li Shun, spoke to her with deep gratitude. When Wen Yin heard what the other person said, her fingers, which were tidying up her tools, stopped instantly. The way he looked back at Suing Luo. Those clear pupils, like an unpolluted spring, were full of pure innocence. That look stirred something within her. Once upon a time, she also possessed the initial beauty. Call. As her emotions fluctuated, Wen Yin took a deep breath and then spoke to Li Shun. For the sake of this girl, I'll give you 2 pieces of information. Upon hearing this, Li Shun, who was supporting Suing Luo, couldn't help but turn around and look at her. The first piece of news is that Blood Wolf is very interested in the blue crystals discovered in Kanglin Mountain. After Wen Yin finished speaking, she took down several photos from the wall and stacked them together. Next, shine the stage lights on it. The figures in the multiple photos gradually overlapped, eventually merging into a single photograph of a man. He looked to be around 40 years old, with short hair, strong facial features, and a fierce, masculine air. This is a photo of Blood Wolf. He's been recruiting the Hungry Wolf mercenaries lately. I see.
Li Shun walked to the front of the stage, looked at the photo, and a glint of light flashed in his eyes.
Aquamarine.
It should be a fragment of the male protagonist's life. After he blew up Kanglan Mountain last time, the system gave him a hint, mainly for physical enhancement. However, afterwards, some villagers were not so honest and picked it up, which was discovered by the Shadow Society.
So he sent Tang Xiaoyuan over there.
It was mainly at the other party's request, otherwise, he would have wanted to send the fake female lead, Wancho. Then we can show the Shadow Society what the power of destiny is. But this one called Blood Wolf. A faint, cold smile curled at the corner of Li Shun's lips. He really likes Tang Xiaoyuan, this cute and innocent-looking girl. Otherwise, he wouldn't have told Dazhuang to prioritize the other party's safety above all else. What's more, as a villain, he was actually targeted by others. It would be a bit unreasonable not to teach them a lesson. And the other piece of news. Upon hearing this, Wenyin turned her gaze to Su Luo. He picked up his phone from the table and said, "Have her add me as a friend, and I'll tell you." Li Shun looked at her speechlessly. The other party may not know that he had just used his mystic eyes to see some of the tools in the bedroom. I could roughly guess that she was.
If you let her add Su Luo.
It's not that it's impossible, he's quite receptive to new things. But, as if he had thought of something, Li Shun said in a playful tone, "I can let you add her, but I have one small condition."
Conditions?
You're talking to me about conditions. Upon hearing this, a flash of anger crossed Wenyin's eyes. She had little interest in men, let alone the fact that Su Luo had gotten a tattoo for him. So now, just seeing Li Shun makes her fingers feel uncomfortable, and she wants to hit him.
You'll agree, after all it's not easy to meet someone you like.
Upon hearing this, Wenyin's pupils dilated instantly, her face filled with disbelief.
How did you know?
After realizing what was happening, a dangerous glint flashed in her eyes, and the feeling she gave off immediately changed. Her face was cold, her eyes chilling, like a cold and beautiful venomous snake. The two stared at each other for a while.
She glanced at Wancho, who was radiating murderous intent, and Su Luo, who was holding her back.
A sense of helplessness flashed through my mind.
Some people are just lucky. As Tianyu's heir, Li Shun couldn't possibly actually take action. Otherwise even the Shadow Society couldn't protect her.
As one of its members, she knew the gang's modus operandi, and the most likely scenario was that they would clean her up and send her away to appease young Master Li's anger.
Well,
if Li Shun kills her, the shadowy figure will at most put on a show and demand some monetary compensation.
But they didn't even have the right to make a move. Wenyin's expression gradually relaxed, and she asked in a frustrated tone. Tell me your conditions. Chapter 57 Neither hindering nor supporting. I want to observe from the sidelines.
Upon hearing Li Shun's words, Wenyin suddenly froze. She thought the other party would make some unreasonable demands, but she didn't expect.
What's this?
Seeing her in a daze, Li Shun couldn't help but smile. After all, the other person is a woman, and there are certain functions that she can't have, even if she wanted them.
Wait, that's not right. Although she didn't.
Ahem, to add one more thing, when I say stop, you have to stop, Li Shun said again.
Stop it? Isn't that going too far?
After Wenyin finished speaking, a very complicated expression flashed across her face.
Wrong. She hasn't said yes yet.
At this moment, Su Luo, who was standing next to her, frowned slightly. What Li Shun said just now gave her a very strange feeling.
What does it mean to meet someone you like?
If it was said to her, then there's no problem, because she likes Li Shun, and now she's even tattooed the words on it, so it should be quite obvious.
But why was it said to this older sister? Could it be that they know each other?
If we know each other, then his behavior when he first entered the house didn't seem like that of someone we knew.
That's so strange.
She glanced at Li Shun and saw a very strange smile on his lips. Then she looked at Wenyin and noticed that she also had an unusual expression on her face. The two of them had such strange expressions.
Su Luo's big eyes kept darting back and forth as she watched.
Suddenly, it seemed as if something had occurred to him.
But she just couldn't explain it.
After a moment, Wenyin really didn't want to give up on a perfect girl like Su Luo, so she compromised and said, "Okay, I agree." "Luo, add this older sister on your friend list," Li Shun said with a mischievous grin. He wouldn't let Su Luo deliberately contact the other party, but he also wouldn't stop her from doing so. Therefore, whether Wenyin can succeed in the end depends on her own abilities.
Success. He's watching a good show. If we fail, it doesn't matter. After the two people finished adding each other,
Li Shun said to her, "Now you can tell me the second piece of news." Wenyin glanced at her friend's list on her phone and gave him a very resentful look. She was the one who provided the information and didn't ask for money, yet now she's being given conditions.
I feel so cheated.
Thinking of this, she glanced into Su Luo's clear eyes and felt a little comforted.
But when I think of Li Shun, I couldn't help but feel a sense of unease.
Wenyin bit her red lips and said with a hint of emotion, "The second piece of news is that Dean Gao at Shanghai University has recently been in contact with the Carlo family."
The Carlo family.
Hearing this, Li Shun sounded somewhat surprised. After a moment's thought, he asked, "You're talking about Licelan, right?"
"Yes, that's the third princess."
Wenyin took Su Luo's small hand, and the two sat down on the chair together. She then continued, "That third princess has been making big moves, contacting many forces in High City, including our Shadow Society."
"Have you had contact with me as well?" After Li Shun finished speaking, he remembered the situation that Xinyu had reported to him last time. But before he could think about it, he saw the other person hugging Su Luo and sniffing her. This scene made him raise an eyebrow, and he pulled Wanqiu to sit down next to him. As for why he pulled Wanqiu? Because when watching a play, it always feels incomplete if you don't have something in your hands to keep track of. It's just like watching a movie and eating popcorn. "Sister, what are you doing?" Su Luo asked with a bewildered expression. "Don't move, let your sister have a good look at her lungs." Upon hearing this answer, Su Luo said speechlessly, "I'm not smoke, why would I need to pass through my lungs?" At that moment, as Wenyin's slender fingers gently traced across her skin, she suddenly realized something. Because this feeling is the same as Li Shun's. Could this older sister be a Lily? Realizing this, Su Luo's pretty face instantly flushed red. She bit her lower lip tightly and looked at Li Shun with pleading eyes. As a normal girl, if it's just playful fighting between sisters, she has no problem with that kind of touching. After all, this is perfectly normal. Not to mention her, sometimes Su Luo herself would run to Wanqiu's bed. But her hobbies are perfectly normal. Female. Likes men. Now, being hugged by a beautiful woman makes her feel uncomfortable all over. Stop. Upon seeing her gaze, Li Shun immediately called for a halt. Although he wanted to see a good show, Su Luo had now asked for help, so he naturally couldn't ignore it. Elder brother. Su Luo, who had run out of Wenyin's arms, came over and hugged him with an unusual shyness. "Brother, who is this woman?" Li Shun, who was holding her, gently stroked her hair and said in a comforting tone, "If you're scared, then we'll leave here." Su Luo hesitated for a moment upon hearing this. She wasn't afraid, but rather felt a little awkward. At this moment, Wenyin stood up and said, "Luo, I know how you feel right now. After all, I'm not like a normal woman." After walking up to the other person, she continued speaking in a very sincere tone. "But I'll make you understand." Su Luo looked into the other person's eyes, and there was no evasion in them, but rather a warm and firm expression. This made her subconsciously look at Li Shun. When a woman is at a loss, she often instinctively seeks help from someone close to her. But seeing her expression, Li Shun could only say, "Follow your heart." Because he had just agreed to Wenyin's request. They neither hindered nor supported her, so they could only let Su Luo make the decision herself. But he was indeed curious. So, Li Shun thought for a moment and asked Wenyin, "I have another question I want to ask you. Don't go too far." Upon hearing this, Wenyin's pretty face turned cold, and the emotion in her eyes vanished instantly.
She had already agreed to those conditions, yet the other party still had questions. If it weren't for Suing Luo, given her attitude towards men, she would have kicked this person out long ago. After all, if she can't afford to offend them, she can at least avoid them.
Don't be so angry. I just wanted to ask, how did you discover your hobby? Chapter 58, Wen Yin's experience, Suing Luo's desire to rebel.
Upon hearing Li Shun's words,
Suing Luo and Wanqiu beside her couldn't help but look at Wen Yin.
They are all women, and naturally they have a sense of curiosity about this type of person.
Not to mention Suing Luo is still. Party?
Wen Yin noticed that they were all looking over, and bit her red lips with a complicated expression.
That was my childhood experience, there's nothing to say about it. Sister, I want to know.
As soon as she finished speaking, Suing Luo hugged her arm and acted coquettishly. As the person involved, and given her female curiosity, she is now genuinely curious about the other person's experiences. Wen Yin glanced at Suing Luo, her clear eyes filled with a yearning look.
When facing someone you like.
She found it difficult to refuse, so she sighed softly and spoke as if reminiscing. My home is in Yinyang City. Besides me, I have an older sister, my biological sister. As she spoke, a hint of sadness gradually crept into Wen Yin's expression. We live in a small city, and our family was very poor.
My father was bullied by his boss at work and committed suicide after being framed. My mother couldn't support us, so she ran away with someone else. My sister and I were left with the 200 yuan our mother left us, and we wanted to go out and make our way in the world. But it's really hard for two girls like us to survive in this society. As she said this, a glistening tear welled up in Wen Yin's eyes. Upon seeing this, Suing Luo reached out and hugged her, gently patting her. Phew, it's easy to guess what will happen next.
After taking a deep breath, Wen Yin said with a hint of heartache, my sister went to find a man to protect me and make sure I had enough to eat. At the time, I wanted to do that too, but my sister hit me and said that since she was still alive, it wasn't my turn. But I noticed that every time she came back, there were traces of blood on her clothes.
I've never experienced anything like this before, and I don't understand why. I just followed them out once.
At this point, Wen Yin's slender fingers began to exert force until her fingertips turned pale.
Beasts. They're just like beasts. These bastards. They don't care about my sister's feelings at all. When my sister came back, looking at her body covered in wounds, for the first time, I felt a surge of hatred towards men. My sister is such a gentle person in my memory. How dare they hit her? How dare they bully her like this? With reddened eyes and a look of hatred in her eyes, Wen Yin continued speaking. From that day on, my attitude towards men changed. Just looking at them made me feel disgusted. At this moment, Li Shun noticed her gaze. Somewhat embarrassed, she said, "Don't look at me, I've never met your sister before." He won't take the blame for this. The original owner was from Kyoto, and her memories were filled with a life of luxury. She had never been to Ueo City, let alone met her sister. Men are all the same, Wen Yin muttered, pursing her lips. Upon hearing this familiar phrase, Li Shun was utterly speechless. Why do women always say that? One blow can condemn everyone. Clearly. Well, the girl is in pain right now, so he couldn't say anything more and just gritted his teeth and accepted it. So that's why you've become like this. Suing Luo looked at her with concern and a pained expression. Well, back then I just disliked men, but my liking for women was because. At this moment, a tender look appeared on Wen Yin's face, and her voice also became gentle. Once, when I was with my sister, I suddenly realized. Sister, you're so beautiful. However, after my sister noticed my actions, she looked at me with a strange expression. She probably thought I was just curious or for some other reason, so she didn't refuse. From that day on, I experienced the joy of feminine beauty and became an outcast. After listening to Wen Yin's story, Suing Luo's attitude towards her changed, and she felt sorry for the girl. At the same time, influenced by her feelings, her impression of men also changed. Men are so wicked. How could anyone bully someone like that?
She could imagine how much Wen Yin's older sister had sacrificed to protect her younger sister. Such a lonely, pitiful yet strong girl. She was tortured by a man until she was covered in bruises. That's absolutely outrageous. At this moment, Li Shun noticed that Suing Luo's gaze towards him was beginning to change, and he frowned. He said, "Why are you looking at me like that? I didn't do this. Men, there isn't a single good one." Upon hearing this, Li Shun lowered his gaze. It's clear that Suing Luo has been influenced by the other person's experience. As a girl with an innocent personality, she naturally finds it easy to empathize with others. After realizing this, Li Shun looked at Wanqiu beside him. Fortunately, she seemed fine. "Young master, may I go to Yenyang City?" Upon hearing Wanqiu's words and seeing the murderous intent in her eyes, Li Shun lowered his gaze even further. "Where are you going? You two, get back to the villa." After he finished speaking, he couldn't help but glare at Wen Yin. But thinking about it, it was he who asked the question. Well, he can't blame anyone else. Go back to the villa? "I have class this afternoon," Suing Luo said, pouting. She didn't know why, but now she had an urge to go against Li Shun. Instinctively, I don't want to listen to men. Although she was like that, Wanqiu was not. Upon hearing the young master's words, she immediately went to Li Shun's side, ready to follow him back. Although Wen Yin's experience resonated with her, compared to the education she received from childhood, a momentary feeling of being moved could not make her forget her mission. "I'll ask for leave for you." After Li Shun finished speaking, a smile appeared in his eyes as he looked at Suing Luo. "It's that kind of. That smile looks rather creepy." I made plans with a classmate this afternoon to go to the library to study," Suing Luo said again. "You're too kind." Chapter 59, Deep Sisterly Affection. No, I was wrong. After Suing Luo regained her senses, she looked at Li Shun's lowered eyebrows and instantly felt a sense of fear. Just now. It looks like she's about to talk back? Are you out of your mind? It's good that you know you were wrong. Let's go back together then, Li Shun said, turning around. Sister Wanqiu. Suing Luo turned her gaze to Wanqiu beside her, revealing a pleading look in her eyes. She was really confused just now. She was angry, but how could she talk back to brother Shun? Luo, you should just beg for mercy yourself. When Wanqiu saw the look she was getting, she adopted an attitude of helplessness. Sister Wanqiu, what a deep sisterly bond. Who told you to be so brave? Now you're only just learning to be afraid. After Wanqiu finished speaking, an abnormal expression appeared on her face. It's obvious that she's going to help her best friend, and her method is to learn a lesson herself. I don't believe he can kill me. Suing Luo, who was standing still, gritted her teeth, stomped her foot, and followed after him. However, she had only gone halfway when he turned to Wen Yin and said, Sister, I'll come to see you again next time. Okay, go ahead. After Wen Yin finished speaking, a complex look flashed in her eyes. Where Li Shun had stood, there was a black and gold bank card left on the table. The Centurion Black Card from ICBC requires customers to have deposits of over 100 million. In other words, this card contains at least 100 million. This made Wen Yin stare blankly at Li Shun's retreating figure, her mind wandering. After a while, she muttered to herself, what a stubborn but soft-hearted jerk. Hanhai Villa. After Li Shun returned, he sat on the sofa with a somewhat gloomy expression. This scene made Yin, Nana-chan, and the others feel a chill in their hearts. Has someone upset Shun Jun? Who dares to be so bold? Nana-chan, go and inform the airport that I will be using a private jet soon. Yes, sir. Upon receiving the order, Nana-chan didn't have time to think and hurriedly got up to do the liaison work. Although this is a mirage and Li Shun's private jet is far away in Kyoto, with his connections, borrowing one shouldn't be a problem. As for how much time to borrow? Since Shun Jun didn't say it, Nana-chan naturally understood it to mean that the return date was uncertain and the period would be extended indefinitely. Yen, go and get Su Wanyen. When Li Shun got to this point, a hint of hesitation flashed across his face. Never mind, go and inform Xiao Yuan and Yu Yan that the Blood Wolves of the Shadow Society are going to Kanglin Mountain, and then send them the photos.
Yes, young master. Should we send more people over? Ye Yan asked with some concern. On the Kanglin mountainside, they mainly assign technical personnel. However, in terms of combat strength, there are only a few elites such as Tang Xiaoyuan and Shuang. If they encounter blood wolves, they will definitely suffer losses. It doesn't have to be that complicated.
Sometimes, technology is also a kind of power.
What does the young master mean?
Li Shun leaned against the sofa, propped his legs up on the coffee table, and said, Shueya, come and rub my head.
Yes, young master.
After Shueya came over, she hugged the young master and gently massaged his acupoints. As Li Shun felt the other person's technique, his expression gradually relaxed, and he continued speaking. There are plenty of detonators over there for blasting mountains, let them use them as they see fit.
Detonator? Xiaoyan understands.
Well, as for Zhang Xiaodong, let Jingwen handle it herself.
Anyway, she won't actually do anything.
Yes, young master. Ye Yan bowed and replied. After the other person left, Li Shun suddenly frowned, seemingly somewhat irritated.
Shueya, come sit on the sofa. Good.
As Shueya moved, she took her small feet out of her high heels and sat cross-legged on the sofa. Li Shun leaned against her, letting her continue to rub his head.
Yes, this state is still the most comfortable. After all, now.
Male lead Zhang Xiaodong, female lead Su Wanyan.
The Shadow Society's Blood Wolves Princess Lyslin. Everything's happening all at once.
He originally wanted to try Su Wanyan, but Su Luo angered him again. As a result, Li Shun has skipped class and taken her straight back to the villa, intending to teach her a lesson.
As for the issue of unexcused absences?
Ordinary rich kids wouldn't care about this, let alone him.
Oh, right. Su Luo was in the washroom when Wanqiu helped her in to take a bath.
Wanqiu felt that she must have gotten a little dirty while she was in the tattoo shop, so she had to wash herself first. Although Li Shun didn't feel that way, since that's what they said, he figured he might as well wait a little longer.
The result is the same anyway. But when it comes to Su Luo, there are three other things. The new male lead blessed with incredible luck. And luck value. The first two aren't urgent, one hasn't appeared yet, and the other is completely unknown. But regarding Su Luo's luck stat. After the tattoo was done, there was no change at all. Thinking about it, it makes sense. His methods towards Su Luo were different from others, even the system's prompts indicated that he was developing feelings for her. In this situation, what should be done with the remaining 40% of luck value? He didn't want to hurt Su Luo's innocence, but he also wanted to push the mission to its limits. This is difficult. The next day.
After intensive treatment, a refreshed Li Shun appeared in the villa's living room.
But not long after. Su Luo also came down from upstairs.
This prompted Li Shun, who was sitting at the dining table, to wave at her.
Brother Shun, you're so mean.
Still wearing her pajamas, Su Luo threw herself into his arms, hugged his neck, and started to act coquettishly. Li Shun looked at the delicate little face in front of him and said in a calm tone,
Do you still dare to disobey me? Upon hearing this, Su Luo couldn't help but show a hint of lingering fear. I won't dare again.
If she hadn't quickly admitted her mistake last night and behaved so obediently, things might have turned out differently today.
Let's eat.
I don't know what kind of spell you cast on Wanqiu to make her help you like this.
Su Luo got up from his embrace.
As she sat down, she muttered, what we call sisterly affection.
Sisterly affection?
So you pushed me.
Oh dear, don't say it out loud, Su Luo said somewhat awkwardly. Chapter 60 Strange Actions in Class. Shanghai University.
Before Li Shun even entered the classroom, he heard the system's voice. Due to the host's ruthless actions, the female protagonist, Su Wanyan, has been sleepless all night, leaving her physically and mentally exhausted.
20% of the target's luck value has been plundered. Current plunder luck value, 150%.
After reading the system's prompt, Li Shun scratched his head in confusion.
What did he do? I was busy at the villa all night and didn't come to see Su Wanyan at all. How did it suddenly reach 20%?
At that moment, Shanshan, who saw him from the window, hurriedly ran out of the classroom.
Master, you're amazing. Looking at her adoring expression, Li Shun couldn't help but ask, what do you mean? Wasn't it arranged by the master? What arrangements? Explain clearly. After Shanshan recounted the events, Li Shun learned what had happened the previous night. Su Wanyan. I haven't dared to eat all day. Because he didn't come to school yesterday, and Su Wanyan didn't know what he was thinking, plus she was afraid of what was in the dean's office. So it just went on. If it weren't for the female lead's luck, she would probably be in the hospital by now. No wonder the system prompted that I hadn't slept all night.
In this state, it would be strange if you could fall asleep.
But can you really gain luck points this way?
A glint flashed in Li Shun's eyes, as if he had discovered a new approach.
Shanshan, go find the teacher in a bit. We've scheduled physical education for the second period. Physical education.
Upon hearing this, Shanshan immediately understood Li Shun's meaning, but then a strange expression appeared on her face, and she asked in a low voice.
Should we bring them along too?
Upon hearing this, Li Shun looked at her and asked with some confusion, You want to bring one too?
Yes, I'll accept anything as long as master likes it.
Upon hearing this and seeing Shanshan's shy expression, Li Shun naturally understood what she was thinking. But it was because of a system task.
No. Fine, whatever.
Okay, you can take it with you later, Li Shun said with a smile.
Okay, I'll go find the teacher now. After Shanshan finished speaking, she walked towards the office.
After glancing at her retreating figure, Li Shun turned and walked into the classroom. Upon seeing him enter, the previously noisy students instantly fell silent. That effect is even better than the homeroom teachers. The first reason is the difference in their social status, and the second is that they are not familiar with him, so they instinctively quieted down. However, Su Wanyan, who was lying on the table, immediately stood up when she saw him come in, and said in an annoyed tone,
Li Shun, where did you go last night?
Su Wanyan was wearing a white knee-length dress, and when she stood up, she gave off an ethereal and fairy-like feeling. Of course, if you changed her flat shoes to high heels and her long skirt to a short skirt, showing off her long, fair legs, she would probably look even better.
After all, the female lead's skin is incredibly smooth, but who can see it if it's covered up?
Seeing that she looked angry, Li Shun calmly walked over and sat down next to her.
Then, he took Su Wanyan's small hand and pulled her onto his lap. Ah! As soon as Su Wanyan sat down, an abnormal expression appeared on her face, and she couldn't help but let out a soft cry. Li Shun put his arm around her slender and sexy waist and whispered in her ear, Tell me what I do tonight. How should I know? After Su Wanyan finished speaking, she couldn't help but get angry.
Yesterday, she waited in the classroom until get out of class ended, but when he still hadn't returned, she ran to the school gate to wait. When they could no longer stand, they would squat by the roadside and wait.
As for why I didn't sit down? She wanted to too. The curious stares from passers-by made her want to disappear into the ground. Several boys even came over and asked her if she needed help. Ah! Su Wanyan is going crazy. How can there be such evil and inhuman people in this world?
At night, of course, we need to sleep. After Li Shun finished speaking, he looked down at himself. Soon, Su Wanyan noticed his gaze and pursed her lips tightly. But then, he suddenly hugged Li Shun.
Amidst the gossipy gazes of her classmates, she buried her head in the other person's neck.
At this moment, Li Shun raised his hand and placed it on the back of her head. The two's intimate posture made some of the female students start to get restless. They originally thought that since Li Xiao had said he liked Suing Luo, his purpose in transferring to Shanghai University might be to be closer to her. Therefore, although they had ideas, they were never able to figure out Li Xiao's attitude and did not dare to take action. But looking at it today,
Su Wanyan was hugged, and in such an intimate way. Sure enough, men can never be honest. But what they didn't know was, Su Wanyan looked extremely distressed at that moment, and tears almost welled up in her eyes. Because she felt she couldn't chew it. How can there be people with such thick skin in this world? Wah! When she tried to look up, she found that Li Shun had pressed her head down. Ring ring. Hearing the school bell ring, Su Wanyan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She was stuck in that awkward position for so long that her body felt numb. Ahem, Su, what are you doing? When the teacher came in and saw this scene, he couldn't help but speak seriously. It's class time now. Even if you like someone, you can't sit on them. She's also the most beautiful girl in their economics department. There's absolutely no classroom discipline. Teacher, Su Wanyan is feeling quite unwell right now, and she's in a very bad mood, Li Shun said. What's wrong with her? The teacher asked. Li Shun thought for a moment, then made up a reason on the spot, saying, My dog ran away. I've had it for over 10 years, and I'm very attached to it. The dog ran away. Upon hearing this, the teacher wore a speechless expression. As a school beauty with excellent character and academic performance, Su Wanyan's family situation was naturally known to her teachers. She also applied for part-time work and explained the reasons to the school. In short, it can be summed up in one sentence. She doesn't have a dog at home. Chapter 61 Conditions of the Extreme Mission. The first class is almost over. The teacher stood on the podium, tapped the table, and said, I have an announcement to make first. Your math teacher is sick, so the next class will be replaced with PE. Should we have PE? A female student asked. Teacher, aren't you giving the wrong reason? Isn't it because the PE teacher is unwell and the math teacher is filling in? Another student said. Yes, teacher, are you sure you want to change it to PE class? The first girl asked, clutching her stomach. Ahem. I'm sure. After the teacher finished speaking, she glanced at Li Shun, seemingly unintentionally. It was obvious that this was a physical education class he had arranged. However, the teacher couldn't help but be curious as she watched Li Shun holding Su Wanyan for the entire class without even changing his position. What are these two doing? From the teacher's perspective, only Su Wanyan's back of the head and Li Shun's obscured view could be seen. In this situation, it's impossible to see what they're doing. A moment later, the system's voice rang out. The host's despicable behavior has severely damaged the female lead Su Wanyan's moral character, causing her to lose her self-esteem and resulting in the loss of 40% of her luck points. Current plundered luck value, 190%. When Li Shun saw this notification, he was speechless. It's only 10% short. System, are you doing this on purpose? Host, keep going. You're only a hair's breadth away from the ultimate mission. Stop with the nonsense, give me a reason. The reward for this ultimate mission is the complete submission of the female lead, Su Wanyan. Therefore, the host must deeply imprint their image in her heart. Brand? Li Shun looked at Su Wanyan in his arms, as if he understood something. When he submits a task under extreme conditions, the other party will immediately recognize him as the master. However, judging from the current situation, Su Wanyan does not yet meet the requirements. That Jiang Yuyan. Li Shun recalled that she seemed to have said something like that. I can no longer trust anyone. Whether consciously or subconsciously, she regarded Li Shun as her only destination in this life. Therefore, Jiang Yuyan was able to completely win over the heart, and her luck value reached 200%, reaching the limit. After realizing this, Li Shun frowned, realizing that things weren't so simple. If he had Shanshan carry out the backstabbing, then the one who would leave the deepest impression on Su Wanyan would be Shanshan, not Li Shun. In other words, the system will give him a progress bar of 199%, but it just won't reach 200%. Branding Li Shun murmured softly. Old silver? Are you saying I'm old? Because he spoke very softly, Su Wanyan, who had misheard, instantly raised her eyebrows and her phoenix eyes revealed a hint of anger. She's only 19 this year. A fair-skinned and beautiful female college student was actually told she looked old. At that moment, her anger overwhelmed the lingering charm, and she went straight for Li Shun's mouth to bite.
In Su Wanyan's opinion, the other person must have a very thick skin, even thicker than the skin on their neck.
The kind that you can't even bite through. But surely the lips couldn't be that thick too. And that mouth of hers. She actually said she was old. As a girl. Su Wanyan declared she couldn't tolerate this at all.
At this moment, Su Wanyan overlooked one thing: get out of class hadn't ended yet, and the teacher and classmates were still there. To others, her action appeared to be the same as offering a kiss.
Is this person shameless? A girl in the class said. What do you mean shameless?
It's obvious she's taken a liking to young Master Lee and is actively trying to kiss him, another person said. When I asked her yesterday, she said she wasn't familiar with young Master Lee, but today she kissed him directly.
How hypocritical, a girl said with a sour tone. Wah! Su Wanyan, feeling wronged to the point of tears, let out another sobbing sound. It was obvious that she couldn't bite it either. How can there be such a person in this world? Even her lips are so thick, she feels her teeth starting to hurt. When get out of class ended.
When Li Shun saw the teacher about to leave the classroom, he let go of Su Wanyan. After a while, she slowly stood up with her eyebrows furrowed. Then, she looked at Li Shun with a resentful and aggrieved expression.
You're bad.
As soon as Su Wanyan finished speaking, she realized something, grabbed her bag from the table, and ran towards the restroom.
Shanshan, Li Shun said. Shanshan, who was about to follow him out, stopped in her tracks after hearing his voice. The plan has changed, so don't betray Su Wanyan. No.
As Shanshan walked over, she hesitated before asking, Master, you wouldn't really have taken a liking to Su Wanyan, would you? Li Shun looked at her pursed red lips, which seemed to carry a sense of grievance.
If you like it, what do you want? I'm not that great.
After Shanshan finished speaking, the corners of her mouth drooped slightly, and a faint sorrow rose in her heart.
Because
she realized that she might have fallen for Li Shun. She hadn't felt this way before, but now, just looking at Li Shun makes her unconsciously smile.
And subconsciously, I want to be good to him, listen to him, and make him happy. As one writer once said, the largest thing in the world is the ocean, larger than the ocean is the sky, and larger than the sky is the human heart. And the path to a woman's heart is. Just then, as the bell rang to signal the end of get out of class, all the girls around looked at Li Shun. Now that Su Wanyan was gone, they felt their opportunity had arrived. One of the girls mustered up her courage, walked over, and said, Young Master Lee, I wonder if you have time at noon? I'd like to invite you to lunch.
Upon hearing the voice, Li Shun turned his gaze toward the girl who had spoken. She's pretty, with willow leaf eyebrows and cherry lips, she's the sweet type. Now, she is shyly biting her red lips, her eyes sparkling with hope.
That makes sense. If she wasn't confident in her looks and figure, how could she dare to be the first to come over?
However, after looking at her, Li Shun turned his gaze to Shanshan.
She stood quietly in the corner.
Her fair shoulders, exposed by the off-the-shoulder top, were trembling slightly, and her hands were unconsciously clasped together.
His appearance gave off a sense of loss. Sorry, I have an appointment for lunch. Chapter 62, Giving Shanshan a Chance. Is it with Su Wanyan?
After the girl finished speaking, a strange look flashed in her eyes, and then she continued. She's my best friend, and I don't mind being with her. Since she was good-looking and had a good figure, she naturally knew Su Wanyan. After all, high-quality girls are often the ones who can become friends.
As for why this is? It could be something like comparison or jealousy. It's not Su Wanyan.
After Li Shun finished speaking, he got up from his seat, slowly walked to Shanshan's side, and took her hand.
It's her. Shanshan, who had been pulled up, widened her beautiful eyes instantly and looked at Li Shun with disbelief. Is the master no longer looking for Su Wanyan? Although Shanshan was deeply moved, she still subconsciously considered the other person's feelings. But for Li Shun, a woman who can make him feel the warmth of life should not be hurt. Of course, that kind of injury doesn't count. If there are any problems. Don't tell him, because he's a big villain. Please go and talk to those upright male protagonists. At this moment,
When the girl saw Li Shun pulling Qianqian along, a look of uncertainty flashed across her face. Finally, gritting his teeth, he said directly, "It's okay, I don't mind." Upon hearing this, Li Shun's eyes narrowed slightly. A glint of light flashed in his pitch-black pupils, gradually swallowing up the surrounding light. Under the gaze of the mysterious eye, the darkness in the other party's heart was instantly revealed. At the same time, the girl also felt a chill and subconsciously shivered.
After a while,
with a disdainful attitude, Li Shun sneered and said, "I have no interest in man-made second-hand goods."
the girl's pretty face turned bright red instantly upon hearing this.
Clearly, she has had cosmetic surgery or similar procedures and has also had boyfriends.
But in this society, what girl doesn't get plastic surgery? Minor cosmetic surgery.
Especially for girls from well-off families like theirs, having a minor surgery is perfectly normal.
Let alone the students, even those outstanding female celebrities on TV. Haven't they had any plastic surgery? But people still like it. As for whether I've ever had a boyfriend? Please. This is Shanghai University, not a primary school or kindergarten. There's no such thing as pure friendship between adults.
At this moment, one of the boys couldn't stand it anymore and stood up, saying, "Young Master Li, your words are too rude." After he finished speaking, he walked over to the girl, seemingly wanting to comfort her.
"Shut up.
What kind of trash are you?" Before Li Shun could react to his words, Qianqian, who was standing next to him, started cursing.
"If you want to be a simp, get lost and stop yelling and screaming here." Upon hearing Qianqian's words, the boy's face instantly turned gloomy. It was obvious that his little scheme had been exposed. Although Li Shun didn't fancy this girl, she was still a beauty of the department's most beautiful girl, so naturally someone would be interested in her. As for whether the other person has ever had a boyfriend, as long as it works, why worry about the details? Everyone tacitly accepts this kind of thing, since it's not like they're aiming for marriage. "Say it again," the boy snapped. "Why are you speaking so loudly?" Qianqian glared at the other person and continued to curse. "Who are you trying to scare? You blind dog.
You only want to find women that have been used by others, how shameful.
What if your first love comes back one day and dumps you again? What will you do then?"
Like a watchdog, I'm stuck guarding the bedside, handing them condoms and blowing bubbles. As Qianqian's words became increasingly outrageous, the boy's face turned red at a visible speed. He was somewhat of a rich second generation, and had been pursuing this girl for a while. He was thinking that if he showed his face this time, he might be able to win her over tonight. Unexpectedly, Qianqian didn't give him any face at all, and almost pointed her finger at him and cursed him. Under the gaze of his classmates, he felt his self-esteem was hurt, and he was so angry that he was about to rush over.
"You still want to fight?" Qianqian noticed his movements and quickly looked around.
However, this time, she did not take off her shoes like she did last time. Because she was wearing a pair of strappy high heels. It's the kind that's tied at the ankle, it's too much trouble to take it off.
"All right," Li Shun said.
Upon hearing him speak, Qianqian immediately stopped the stool she had been raising. Although her current style of dress, judging from her appearance alone, is definitely that of a lady or socialite.
But his inherent free spirit is impossible to hide. Otherwise, given her family background, academic achievements, and looks, how could she possibly become a hoodlum?
"Young Master Li, your men are speaking very rudely." The boy, who was being held back by his classmate, said angrily.
"Oh? You still know she's one of my people."
Li Shun's tone was icy as he reached out and knocked the stool out of Qianqian's hand.
Master.
Qianqian lowered her head when she saw his action, seemingly a little embarrassed.
The ladylike image I painstakingly cultivated is gone in an instant.
Last time it was at Starbucks, but Li Shun wasn't there, of course.
But this time, she couldn't help but curse inwardly. "Qianqian, you big idiot, why can't you resist? You can't stand anything, no matter how lowly or insignificant. How will you ever compete with Yayan again?"
Thinking of this, Qianqian pictured the other person in her mind. That alluring feminine curve, the red lips that curved when she spoke, the swaying waist when she walked, and that elegant demeanor.
Oh no! As she pondered this, Shanshan's little head drooped even lower. Actually, if she stayed at the Hanhai villa for a few days, she would have seen another side of Yan. That crazy side.
Lift your head up, Li Shun said to her. Upon hearing this, Shanshan immediately raised her head and stared blankly at Li Shun.
You want to be like Yan and the others, right? Now I'll give you a chance.
After Li Shun finished speaking, a peculiar smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. No matter what it is, I can do it, Shanshan said hurriedly. Li Shun pointed at the boy who had just spoken and said calmly. Let me see just how ruthless you are.
Chapter 63 as seen on the rooftop. Rooftop.
Li Shun sat on the stone steps beside him, watching the scene unfold with great interest. In front of him, Shanshan had changed out of her dress and put on a sportswear outfit. Of course, she was still wearing her strappy high heels, which, being stilettos, were quite striking. However, sportswear and high heels. It looks rather strange. But under the oppressive atmosphere of the surrounding darkness, it was nothing at all. Because in front of her stood a man who looked uneasy. This is the man who tried to protect the girl in the classroom just now, and then Shanshan yelled at him.
Young Master Li, is it really necessary to do it this way? The man looked at Li Shun with some fear. Although he was also a second-generation rich kid, he was completely unqualified in front of the other party. After all, there is only one Tianyu group. In this school, in this city, and even in the entire country, Li Shun belongs to the top ranks of rich second generation. I can give you a choice.
As Li Shun spoke, he picked up the dress that Shanshan had placed beside him.
Then, he sat down on it. What choice? The man asked hastily. He truly hadn't expected that simply speaking up for the girl would lead to this situation. If he had known beforehand, he would never have done such a stupid thing. Because when Li Shun called her up, the girl he was helping didn't say a word. He acted like a complete stranger, watching them leave with indifference. You accept it alone or have them come to your home.
After Li Shun finished speaking, he seemed a little uncomfortable and adjusted his posture.
No. I can do it all by myself.
Upon hearing this choice, the man didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately shouted it out.
Reality isn't a game, and Li Shun isn't a teacher who calls your parents. The purpose is already very clear. If, because of him, the family business suffers a devastating blow. Putting everything else aside, his status as a rich second-generation heir is about to end. Let's begin, Li Shun said. Upon hearing his words, the man was about to move when the sexy woman in front of him kicked him. Small and delicate feet, accentuated by high heels, revealed a perfect arch of the foot. But those alluring feet instantly made the man's face turn pale and he screamed. There is a kind of pain called a dull ache. I simply can't stand even the slightest bit of it. Medical research indicates that this pain falls within the range of 7 to 10, depending on the specific type of injury. But for this kind of straight kick, it would be slightly better if Shanshan were barefoot, since her feet are very soft. But she's wearing high heels now. That definitely belongs to the highest level. In other words, it's the same pain a woman experiences during childbirth. Ah! The rich kid, screaming in agony, instantly lost his advantage. Anyone who has been in a fight knows that if one side is timid and hesitant, the result will naturally be that the other side will pin them to the ground and beat them. It's the same principle as pursuing a victorious enemy during a military campaign. As it turns out, you should never be careless, even when facing a beautiful and delicate woman. Forget about being a gentleman and giving way to others, that's all nonsense. Just knock them down first. Ring ring. Just then, a pleasant cell phone ringtone suddenly came from the rooftop. Li Shun, who was sitting next to him, looked around. Then, she took a cell phone out of the dress under her buttocks. Caller ID, Bo Mei. Upon seeing this note, Li Shun glanced at Shanshan with a puzzled look. Then, he pressed the answer button. Shanshan, where did you go?
After the call connected, a familiar voice came from the other end, and Li Shun recognized the person.
It is the female lead, Su Wanyan. On the school rooftop. Li Shun.
Upon hearing his voice, Su Wanyan quickly realized what was happening, her tone filled with surprise.
What did you call me? Master.
Just by listening to her voice, you could hear the gritted teeth in Su Wanyan's expression.
Clearly, there is a strong objection to this title. But she couldn't not call out.
Li Shun said, "Come on up, I'll take you somewhere in a bit."
I Su Wanyan said hesitantly.
No, you have no right to refuse.
All right. About 10 minutes later. Wearing a tracksuit, Su Wanyan opened the door to the rooftop and walked in. Qian.
When she saw Qian and the man lying on the ground groaning, she couldn't help but ask again.
What are you doing? It's okay, I'm doing an event. An event, Su Wanyan said speechlessly. This doesn't seem like an event at all.
At this moment, Li Shun walked over. He pulled the man's head up from the ground and said coldly, "You just said I went too far, so let me ask you now, am I going too far?"
No, not too much, the man replied, his words slurred. Congratulations, you're wrong. I'm not a good person, but rather.
At this point, Li Shun looked up at Su Wanyan and said, "She should know best who I am."
He's a terrible guy. The worst guy in the world. Upon hearing this, Su Wanyan didn't hesitate at all, speaking as if she wanted to devour someone.
To a normal person, she would have looked like she changed into her sportswear because she had PE class next period.
But only she knows. That fairy-like dress is all ready. She's really going crazy. Did you hear that? I'm a bad guy.
As Li Shun spoke, a glint of light flashed in his dark pupils. The man being watched suddenly looked terrified, as if he had encountered something horrifying, his eyes widening like copper bells.
Release the darkness within you.
With Li Shun's soft murmur. The man's eyes instantly turned completely black, with not a single scara visible.
A few minutes later.
His expression gradually turned crazed, and a strange crimson glint flashed in his eyes. Upon seeing this, Li Shun chuckled and said, "Hide your desires and don't let anyone notice the changes in you."
Yes. Let's go back.
Watching the man limp away, Li Shun raised his hand and rubbed his eyes. Although this person is different from Dean Chen, he cannot be considered a good person at all, and the darkness deep in his heart is particularly easy to be triggered. However, he still felt a throbbing pain in his eyes when using the Eye of the Darkness.
This made Li Shun realize something.
Although he had taken intermediate-level physique enhancement drugs, there was one aspect that remained unchanged.
Mental strength. If I'm not mistaken, the Eye of the Darkness consumes mental energy. In this respect,
Li Shun is quite strong. After all, he has the experience of 2 lifetimes. Otherwise, if it were someone else, they might have had a splitting headache after using the Shinning Eye just once.
Even so, why would he still use it? Because he wanted to conduct an experiment. An experiment about the darkness of human nature and the mysterious eye. Chapter 64, taking Su Wanyan to the hospital. A long time. Su Wanyan and Qian sat on the rooftop.
As the sunlight shone through, this scene seemed to possess a unique beauty. Li Shun, who had just finished making a phone call, walked over and said,
Su Wanyan, you're coming to the hospital with me in a bit. Go to the hospital. Su Wanyan looked up in surprise. Has something happened to Master's health? Qian asked worriedly. It wasn't me.
After Li Shun finished speaking, he looked at Su Wanyan with a playful smile and said,
You'll see when you get there. Municipal Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital.
Shueyao, who was called to be the driver, had just stopped the car when she found that the hospital entrance was full of doctors. Leading the group were Dean Chen and Xin Yu. Upon seeing this, Su Wanyan seemed to realize something and asked in a panicked tone, Was something wrong with my dad?
Seeing her expression, Li Shun couldn't help but smile and said, Yes, we've come to see your father. Upon hearing this, Su Wanyan's expression immediately became excited.
Susu, don't worry, your uncle will be all right, Qian comforted her, hugging her shoulders.
He's awake. What? Upon hearing this, Su Wanyan felt as if she had been struck by lightning, her mind going completely blank. Then, she tightly grasped Li Shun's hand and asked with tears in her eyes. Really? Are you telling the truth? That's right. That's great, this is really great. Su Wanyan covered her mouth, tears of emotion welling up in her reddened eyes. Thinking about all the changes her family has gone through over the years, she feels like it's all a dream. But now, thank goodness, this dream is finally over. Where's my phone? I need to tell Mom this good news right away. Dad's finally awake. Once she came to her senses, Su Wanyan immediately started frantically searching for her phone. Even she herself didn't notice. She hasn't even seen her father yet, but she instinctively believed what Li Shun said just by hearing it. The impression of the other person in her heart has taken root completely and has begun to sprout. When the flower blooms, her fate is sealed. And that day is not far away. Because Li Shun heard the voice of the villain system. The host altered Su Fani's original fate, causing the female lead Su Wanyan to be shaken, and successfully plundered 9% of her luck value. Su Wanyan's current luck value, 199%. After reading the prompt, Li Shun glanced at Su Wanyan, whose nose was red, and a deep meaning flashed in his eyes. According to the arrangement of fate, Su Fani is Su Wanyan's father. Only the male protagonist can save him. This is the opportunity that fate has given Su Wanyan the chance to win back her heart. So apart from the male protagonist, even if you called all the doctors in the world and racked their brains day and night, you still wouldn't be able to save him. Li Shun didn't realize this at first. They thought that by following Jiang Yuyan's method and destroying the opponent step by step, they could complete the ultimate mission. Until now. The system then told him the difference between extreme missions and normal missions. Once he understood this, he realized what he needed to deeply imprint his image in Su Wanyan's heart. The strongest place is also the most vulnerable place. Su Wanyan's strong and unyielding mental fortitude stemmed from her father's misfortunes. Conversely, if the root cause is addressed, Su Wanyan's resilient resilience will crumble instantly. However, in order to save his father, Li Shun spent a full 400,000 villain points. He spent a long time searching in the system store, originally looking for something like a pill. After all, it's about saving lives, so finding medicine is the most reasonable thing to do. But the medicines in the mall that work quickly cost hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars, which is outrageously expensive. The option he had previously found, although very cheap, required about a year to develop, and is no longer suitable. So after consulting the system, he redeemed a special item. Title: Nightmare's Tears. Effect: the origin of biological nightmares, allowing living beings to freely enter and exit the Forgotten Lands. Price: 400,000, villain value. Note: the Forgotten Land contains the deepest memories of all living beings. This item can only be used in safe environments. After Li Shun exchanged for the physical enhancement agent last time, he still had 500,000 villain points. This time, only 100,000 villain points remain. But in order to complete the extreme mission, we have no choice but to spend this money. Chapter 65 as seen in the ward. VIP ward in the hospital. When Su Wanyan reached the door, she looked at Li Shun with a complicated expression. Given their family's financial situation, how could they possibly afford a VIP ward? Not to mention her father. Call. Su Wanyan took several deep breaths, trying her best to calm down the emotions that had just risen up. Then, a smile appeared on his face, and he gently opened the door to the ward. Dad. But when she saw her father waking up in the hospital bed, she realized that emotion. It's completely out of control. My vision blurred in an instant. After her father had been in a coma for many years, Su Wanyan wanted to show him her best side when they met again. For no other reason than to let Dad know. Her daughter is doing very well. But now. Dad, I miss you so much, I really miss you so much, wah. Su Wanyan felt a lump in her throat and burst into tears. She staggered to the bedside, her legs gave way, and she knelt down. Dad, why, you're finally awake.
Hearing his daughter's choked sobs, Sufani, lying on the hospital bed, raised his large hand, which was still connected to N4, and gently stroked her forehead. His thin face showed visible heartache as he spoke in a hoarse voice.
Susu, be good, daddy's alright now.
Su Wanyan grasped his large hand, buried her head in his chest, and cried, trembling all over. Seeing this scene, Li Shun, who was outside the door, clenched his fists involuntarily.
His emotions. It was raised in support of Su Fani. His pale face, weak expression, and the ticking of medical instruments were exactly the same as the scene of his final farewell to his father in his memory. But his father would never come back. Xinyu, the rest is up to you.
After Li Shun finished speaking, he turned and left. For some reason, he thought he could forget and move on. But seeing Su Fani's eyes, which held 3 parts kindness, 3 parts warmth, and 3 parts longing, it was as if a ray of light shone into my heart, bringing back memories of the past.
Young master.
Xinyu watched Li Shun's departing figure, muttering unconsciously to herself.
His lonely figure disappeared completely into the hospital corridor.
After regaining her senses, Xinyu looked at Su Wanyan in the ward and addressed the people around her in turn.
Shuao, go and prepare a few nurses and have them practice the script we just read. Okay, Sister Yu. Chanxian, although we haven't met many times, the young master told me before that you and Su Wanyan are best friends, and she trusts you a lot, right?
Yes, she trusts me a lot.
That's good.
When Su Wanyan's mother arrives, go and tell her the reason why Su Fani was able to wake up this time, but try to be as vague as possible.
Make it a little blurrier.
Chanxian sounded a little confused, but she quickly figured it out and continued.
Okay.
You Sister Yu. When Xinyu heard her call her Sister Yu and glanced at the red mark under her collar, she understood immediately. This girl is also the young master's person. Because sometimes, when Li Shun got excited, he would grab them by the neck. After nodding to her, Xinyu said to Dean Chen, Dean, your position gives you more leverage than ours. You should know how to take advantage of the patients and their families' trust in you, right? Dean Chen adjusted his glasses, a flash of crimson light in his eyes, and said in a mocking voice. I know more about the despicable nature of humanity than you do, so don't worry. Looking into Dean Chen's eyes and recalling her experiences over the past few days, Xinyu said nothing more. This man may not be the smartest, but he is definitely the one who understands human nature the most she has ever met.
For example, some doctors tend to treat patients hastily when there are many patients.
After all, they use medication with caution, so even if it doesn't cure the disease, it won't worsen.
As for the patient? That patient knows about pharmacology.
Those who understand can read it themselves, and the rest, hearing those confusing drug names, generally accepted out of trust in the medical profession. After Dean Chen spoke about these doctors once, many people began to report them internally, and some even sent family members to impersonate patients. For a time, all the doctors were on edge, and no one dared to deceive patients anymore.
Simply because Dean Chen knew what these people's desires were. Lazy. Living things need rest, so they can become lazy.
The way to defeat desire is desire itself. But when it comes to the darkness of desire, no one is more profound than Dean Chen.
After explaining everything, Xinyu turned her gaze to Su Wanyan in the ward.
At that moment, she was unaware that her father had woken up, and that her nightmare was over.
But a new destiny is about to unfold.
After all, she was only 1% away from completely winning his heart.
The next day, Li Shun appeared in the hospital corridor. Through the transparent glass in the door, I could see Su Wanyan curled up asleep on the sofa.
Standing next to her was an older woman. Judging from her appearance, she should be Su Wanyan's mother. She was dressed very simply, and there were some signs of age on her face. However, her skin still retains a radiance, giving her a mature and gentle temperament.
Knock, knock, knock. Who is it?
Hearing a knock on the door, her mother called out and opened the door with some confusion. Given their current situation, she couldn't understand who would come to visit them.
Who are you?
After opening the door, she looked at Li Shun's handsome appearance and asked with a puzzled expression. As a woman who was once wealthy, she still has a keen eye.
She could tell that Li Shun possessed an extraordinary temperament, which was clearly cultivated from a young age. "Hello, Auntie, my name is Li Shun, and I am Su Wanyan's boyfriend." "Li Shun? You're the Li Shun? Oh, thank you so much. If it weren't for your help, I don't know when my Fanny would have woken up." Upon hearing his name, the other party immediately displayed a very enthusiastic attitude. They looked as if they had met a long-lost relative. While they were talking, Su Wanyan, who was dozing off next to them, was also woken up. As she sat up, she rubbed her red eyes and saw Li Shun standing at the door. "Master Li Shun, what brings you here?" The rather dazed Su Wanyan was just about to call him master when she suddenly realized that her mother was still beside her. I was startled awake. Chapter 66 Su Wanyan's boyfriend. "Look how confused I am, come in quickly. Su, get up quickly, our benefactor has arrived, watch your image." Hearing her mother's words, Su Wanyan said somewhat aggrievedly, "Mom, I didn't sleep much last night. Come on, Li Shun, sit down quickly." She watched as her mother pulled Li Shun along, completely ignoring her words, and couldn't help but feel speechless. "Auntie, if Susu is tired, let her sleep a little longer," Li Shun said after sitting down. "Never mind her. You've helped our family so much, Auntie doesn't know how to thank you enough. It's only right, after all, you are Susu's family, and I am her boyfriend." Boyfriend? Upon hearing this, her mother suddenly let out a gasp. Only then did she remember that Li Shun seemed to have mentioned it when he came in. "Are you really Susu's boyfriend?" "Certainly." After Li Shun finished speaking, he looked at Su Wanyan. Her mother also looked at her daughter. At this moment, Su Wanyan felt like her head was filled with mush, and several question marks appeared on her forehead. When did she become Li Shun's girlfriend? If she's his girlfriend, why would he make her call him master? However, when she saw the look of surprise in her mother's eyes, she couldn't hide it. Then, she glanced at her father resting in the hospital bed. At last, he met Li Shun's smiling gaze. Just looking at him reminded her of what had happened a while ago, when she was. After hesitating for a moment, Su Wanyan spoke in a very serious tone. "Yes. I'm her girlfriend." Now that things have come to this, what else can she do but admit it? Are you suggesting she yell at the other person in front of her parents, calling him a jerk? That's obviously unrealistic. After all, the words I said had no effect other than making my parents worry. Her parents have already had enough to do, there's no need for them to be heartbroken over their daughter. Upon hearing Su Wanyan's words, her mother said with a look of surprise and delight. "Really, is he really your boyfriend?" "Right." After Su Wanyan finished speaking, she got up from the sofa, put on her shoes, and sat down next to Li Shun. To show the relationship between a couple, she hugged his arm and nestled against it. Seeing her daughter take the initiative to show goodwill, her mother immediately believed it. That's wonderful, the mother's eyes began to redden as she spoke. "Mom, what are you doing?" Upon seeing this, Su Wanyan ran over and hugged her mother while speaking. "Ever since your father's accident, you've been working away from home to earn money. It breaks my heart to see you like this. Now that I see you have finally found your soulmate, and such an outstanding man at that, I am so happy, so very happy." Upon hearing her mother's words, Su Wanyan's face showed an unnatural expression. He couldn't help but think to himself. A final destination? Could it be that Li Shun is truly my final destination? "Auntie, it's all in the past now, and things will get better from now on," Li Shun said. Just now, when he heard the other person praise him as an excellent man, he couldn't help but smile. After all, that's the point. It is an undeniable fact. Yes, life will be better from now on, Li Shun. From now on, your aunt will call you Xiao Shun, okay? Of course you can. You are my elder, so you can call me whatever you want. Hey, Xiao Shun, then don't call me auntie anymore, it sounds too formal. Just call me Aunt Yun. Okay, Aunt Yun. Seeing her mother's warm attitude towards Li Shun, Su Wanyan couldn't help but smile. She hadn't seen her mother so happy in a long time. If only things could stay like this forever.
As this thought arose, the way she looked at Li Shun began to change.
It becomes soft, it becomes delicate.
At this moment, Aunt Yun took Li Shun's hand and said very warmly,
Shun, why don't you stay for lunch?
Okay, then I'll trouble you. It's not a big deal, it's just a matter of adding an extra pair of chopsticks. After she finished speaking, she walked towards the kitchen next door to see what ingredients were inside.
Treatment in VIP wards.
She had seen it before and knew that hospitals would store some things in advance.
Only.
When she saw the refrigerator full of food, she couldn't help but feel a little surprised.
Kobe beef ribs are made into Kraft steak. A gorgeous white truffle golden pizza.
In addition to these packaged items, there are various raw meat ingredients below. However, when she saw one of the swim bladders clearly, her pupils dilated in shock.
This is the swim bladder of a yellow croaker.
Ordinary people might not recognize it, but she was fortunate enough to taste it at a banquet before she went bankrupt. It left a deep impression on her at the time, and she made a special effort to look it up when she got back.
£1 at least 500,000. In some places, the figure can even reach millions.
Looking at the refrigerator full of expensive ingredients, she couldn't help but mutter to herself.
What is Li Shun's family background? Living room sofa.
After her mother left, Su Wanyan sat there with her head down and biting her lip. She seemed a little shy.
You just said I'm your girlfriend, were you serious?
Hearing her slightly trembling voice, Li Shun couldn't help but look at her and said calmly,
What would you do if I told you it was true?
Su Wanyan clutched her skirt, her face flushed, and said, I want to. Hearing her stammering, Li Shun interrupted her directly, Be my girlfriend.
If his facial features hadn't been enhanced, he really wouldn't have been able to hear the other person's buzzing voice. However, after the other party agreed.
Li Shun glanced in the direction of the kitchen, then looked at Su Fani, who was sleeping soundly on the hospital bed. A playful smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. He reached out and lifted Su Wanyan's small face, then whispered in her ear, That depends on your performance.
What kind of performance? What do you think?
After she finished speaking, Su Wanyan felt the other person's fingers lightly brush past her. This made her already flushed face turn even redder, and she couldn't help but grab the other person.
He whispered, No, not here.
Looking at her like this, Li Shun chuckled and said, Is this how you perform?
No, my parents are here.
After Su Wanyan finished speaking, she glanced at her mother who was busy in the kitchen. And there's my father, who's currently resting in his hospital bed due to weakness caused by being in a deep sleep.
If your performance displeases me.
Li Shun grabbed her hand, pulled her into his arms, and continued speaking in a low voice. I wouldn't mind taking your life back to the past, and a darker past.
Chapter 67 Can't Eat Good Food. Much later. Su Wanyan lowered her skirt and was about to go to the bathroom when she was stopped.
Sitting on the sofa, Li Shun said with a relaxed expression, That's it.
Finally, she was pulled back. Leaning against him, Su Wanyan couldn't help but blush and scold, You're so naughty.
What would you have done if my mom had come out just now?
Holding her small hand, Li Shun looked up at the kitchen and said calmly, Didn't I tell you I'm your boyfriend? Aunt Yun will understand.
If my mom knew you were such a bad guy, she wouldn't understand, and she definitely wouldn't agree to you being my boyfriend.
Disagree? Then I can only tell her that you are actually my servant. Don't. Upon hearing this, Su Wanyan pleaded, Please don't say it. If her mother found out about this, Su Wanyan wouldn't know what to do.
The mere thought of that scene terrified her.
That depends on whether you listen to me or not.
Please, master, I've already done this much for you, I'll do whatever you say. Looking at her coquettish manner, Li Shun suddenly smiled.
It seems like they've thought of something fun. I need you for a moment. Hearing this request, Su Wanyan felt terrible and gave him a very resentful look.
But in the end, he nodded in agreement. Looking at her current expression, Li Shun saw a mixture of grievance and lingering resentment, along with a hint of reproach. This made his gaze deepen.
Su Wanyan, the female protagonist, seems to possess a special kind of magic.
Like a soft, beautiful serpent, she exudes endless feminine charm. This special attribute is similar to that of the two female protagonists, Zhang Yuyan and Suing Luo.
Zhang Yuyan is the kind of person whose soul is elevated. Suing Luo is so innocent that it feels like the first time you meet her.
It's hard to say which is better, they each have their own unique features.
But I like them all.
At this moment, Li Shun also smelled the aroma of the food and knew that Aunt Yun would be cooking soon.
Don't forget later.
Upon hearing his words, Su Wanyan, who had just stood up to straighten her clothes, blushed again.
A few minutes later,
Aunt Yun called out from the kitchen, Su, come quickly and help me serve the dishes.
No.
After Su Wanyan finished speaking, she looked down and glanced at herself, feeling that she was fairly clean.
Of course, that's all it can be. At the dinner table,
looking at the food Aunt Yun had prepared, Li Shun picked up his chopsticks and took a bite.
It's delicious, very tasty.
This yellow croaker dish, in particular, was very delicious.
It retained the original fish flavor while adding appropriate seasonings and side dishes. Delicious. Aunt Yun's cooking is really good.
Hearing his praise, the other person also showed a happy expression and said, as long as it tastes good. I was worried that I wouldn't be able to make it well, given how expensive it is.
Aunt Yun is too modest.
After Li Shun finished speaking, he glanced at Su Wanyan, who was clutching her skirt beside him, and continued with a meaningful look.
Ingredients are just ingredients. No matter the price or the variety, their fate is to be eaten. Don't you agree, Su?
Right. After speaking softly, Su Wanyan also served herself a bowl of fish soup.
After a meal,
her face turned a little bluish from eating.
It's too fishy.
There's a strange, indescribable taste in my mouth. This scene puzzled her mother, who thought the food wasn't to her liking. I never imagined that my daughter, now that she's grown up, would be unable to eat such an expensive yellow croaker. Sigh, I was just born unable to enjoy good food. But at this moment, Li Shun couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth turn up slightly. After the group finished eating,
Su Wanyan ran straight to the toilet.
Her mother was just about to clear the dishes when she saw this and said helplessly, "This girl, how come her tastes have become so picky?"
Li Shun looked at Su Wanyan's disheveled figure and explained with a smile.
Maybe it's the first time you've tried this kind of thing, but you'll gradually get used to it.
That's right. My daughter has never eaten yellow croaker before. I'm sorry you had to see this.
It's okay, I'll make sure she eats it often in the future.
Upon hearing this, Aunt Yun remembered the refrigerator full of food and couldn't help but ask.
Shun, Auntie hasn't asked you yet what your family does.
Li Shun thought for a moment and said, doing business.
He's not wrong, Tianyu Group is indeed in business, just on a larger scale.
Besides, who praises themselves? Aunt Yun, I have something to do in a little while. If you encounter any problems here, you can go to Dean Chen. I have already told him. Are you leaving already? Let me see you off.
After Li Shun left, she ran to the bathroom door. Susu, tell your mother what Li Shun's family does.
She didn't believe Li Shun's words. What businessman could have such influence? Not to mention the millions of dollars worth of food in the refrigerator.
Just look at the tone of his voice just now, it's like the municipal central hospital belongs to them.
What business owner would do that? Mom, wait a minute.
Hearing her daughter's distressed voice, her mother couldn't help but ask worriedly, what's wrong with you?
It's all right, it'll be fine in a bit. A moment later,
Su Wanyan had just come out of the bathroom, and judging from her appearance, she had obviously washed her face.
Daughter, if you're not feeling well, Mom will go with you to get a checkup. We're at the hospital now, so it'll be convenient for you to get checked. No need, Mom, I'm really fine. I'll just drink some hot water. Su Wanyan pulled her mother to sit down on the sofa.
Then, I picked up the water glass in front of me and took a few sips before I felt like I had come to my senses.
Daughter, tell me about Li Shun's family background. I'm really curious.
Looking at her mother's expression, Su Wanyan hesitated for a moment before speaking.
He is the heir to the Tianyu Group. What? Tianyu Group? The number one Tianyu Group in China.
Seeing her mother's shocked expression, Su Wanyan continued. In addition, he is also a shareholder of this hospital, which means that this municipal hospital is actually owned by his family.
Holy crap! Chapter 68 Settlement Task. Dean's Office.
As Li Shun listened to the voices of the patients around him, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly.
Thank you, doctor. You saved my son. I will definitely pay you back the money I owe you.
I was wondering why the medicine wasn't working. Doctor, I'm so sorry to have troubled you so much and delayed your treatment for so long.
Thank you so much. Squeak.
Upon hearing the door open, Xinyu and Dean Chen both stood up when they saw Li Shun enter.
How did things go?
Li Shun sat down on the sofa, putting his legs up on the table as he spoke. At the same time, Xinyu sat down next to him and nestled her sexy body against him. I've already dismissed some of the doctors here, but I don't think this level of lesson is enough, Dean Chen said in a somber tone.
Oh? Not enough.
Li Shun opened his half-closed eyes and spoke casually.
Then let's expose everything they've done and let their former patients punish them.
Let the patient go. Dean Chen was taken aback upon hearing this. But then he realized that for an average family, going to the hospital once is not an easy thing.
Without mentioning the waiting time. Every time I come here, the first thing they do is conduct all sorts of tests. The doctor won't even examine me if I don't have these tests done. But now, when they realize they've wasted time and money and haven't received the right treatment at all. One can imagine the crazy things these patients, tormented by illness, might do. No.
After Dean Chen finished speaking, a cruel smile appeared on his lips. It's obvious he's planning to reveal everything, such as his phone number and address.
What about the perpetrator you mentioned before?
As you wish, I have handed these people over to Ms. Jiang of the Investigation Bureau. Upon hearing this, Li Shun looked at him with some surprise. However, after seeing Dean Chen adjust the glasses, he understood.
It was submitted, but not completely. That's hard to say. But that doesn't matter, since the current Investigation Bureau is not the same as the original one. Zhang Yuyan will soon become the bureau chief. And she is a villain. Honest people speak with logic and facts, but villains don't. You have to pay back what you owe. Hurting others will come at a bloody price. If you're not sure, they have ways to make it clear to you. You're coming with me to meet someone soon.
Who are you going to see? Dean Chen asked. At this moment, a smile flashed in Li Shun's eyes, and he said in a low voice.
Zhang Xiaodong.
Upon hearing the name, Dean Chen was somewhat puzzled, but Xinyu immediately understood. The young master has been dealing with this man recently, and it seems it's finally time to close the net. Although she didn't understand at first, even if the other party was a free-fighting genius, it was unnecessary to waste so much energy dealing with him. But last time, when she participated in the manhunt, she witnessed the other party's incredible good fortune.
Xinyu understood. This person is a monster just like the young master.
This word is not derogatory, it means that both of them are beings who transcend ordinary people.
It can even be immune to bullets. One is that you can be hit and it won't hurt, while the other is that you can't hit it no matter what.
Li Shun opened the system prompt.
You could tell from Su Wanyan's well-behaved behavior when they were in the ward.
No matter what the request was, even if she was annoyed or unwilling, she never refused. This means that the mission was already completed. Those things were just Li Shun's pleasure. Under the influence of her family, the female protagonist, Su Wanyan, develops the idea of actively returning to the rightful place in the world, thus changing her predetermined fate and successfully seizing 80% of the protagonist's luck points.
Hint: the target luck value has reached its limit. Note: excess luck points cannot be accumulated. Current plunder luck value, 200%. Note: your luck value has reached its limit, the task will be automatically completed. Calculation in progress.
Congratulations, host, you have gained 2 million luck points. Congratulations, host, on completing the ultimate mission.
You have obtained the female lead enhancement fluid, 2 doses. Note, due to the host's mission completion rate reaching 200%, the female lead, Suan Yen, will completely submit to the host and will have no possibility of betraying him again. 2 doses? Seeing this, Li Shun asked with some confusion. System, last time it was 3 doses, why is it only 2 doses this time? Last time it was a bonus for completing an extreme mission plus a first-time completion reward, this time it's only the extreme mission reward. All right. Li Shun shook his head helplessly, thinking that he had ruined Su Wanyan's life. I never expected it was because of this. If there are only 2 doses. Thinking about the people around him, Xin Yu and Wan Qiu had already used the female-led enhancement fluid, and the rest. The youthful-looking and adorable Tang Xiaoyuan, the quiet and well-behaved Jingwen, the elegant and dignified Yayan, the gentle and pitiful Shueya. It seems like it could be given to anyone. After all, each of them was one of his own loyal followers. Although compared to the female lead. Wrong. Xin Yu and Wan Qiu are somewhat different. He could sense a clear change had occurred. It's probably because he took the female protagonist's enhancement potion and was nourished by luck. But this is just the beginning. If we want to completely change things, we'll probably have to use it a few more times. That's right. The female protagonist's enhancement fluid is not something that can only be used once. The condition is that female leads cannot be used, but these pseudo-female leads are not restricted. He had also asked the system about this. However, he didn't have many, so he couldn't possibly use them all on one person. Xinyu, you're talking about Ye Yen. At this moment, Li Shun seemed to have thought of something funny and spoke with a smile. What if she sees someone else changing their ways? Won't she go even crazier? Upon hearing this, Xinyu quickly understood. The change, of course, refers to the kind of change she experienced after taking special medication. Young master, she's going to go mad. At this moment, Xinyu seemed a little reluctant and continued, if possible. Li Shun looked at the pleading expression on her face. All right, let's see how she performs. After he finished speaking, he leaned back on the sofa, closed his eyes, and pondered for a while. Although there were still many things to do, he settled Su Wanyan's tasks. The next time you see Zhang Xiaodong, the system will plunder his luck value, reducing it to 20%. In other words, we can start now. Compared to this matter, everything else can be put on hold. Of course, this doesn't mean he doesn't care. Zhang Yuyan has already gone to Xiao Yuan's side. With the real female lead there, I believe there won't be any problems. As for Licelin and Suing Luo, neither of them has made any moves yet, so there's no rush. So, this was the first time he had ever laid a hand on a man. Shouldn't we do more preparation? As he pondered this, Li Shun opened the system and glanced at his balance. 2.1 million villain points. Then, after sensing the fully charged demonic descent talent, he felt relieved. When a lion hunts a rabbit, it uses its full strength. He wouldn't make such a basic mistake. Once he sets his sights on a goal, he'll use every means at his disposal. Crush the opponent mercilessly. Chapter 69 Gathering at the Foot of the Mountain. Farmhouse Entertainment Club. Gu Minghang sat at the table with a gloomy face and shouted in a muffled voice. They still haven't caught Zhang Xiaodong. Seeing his angry expression, everyone around him stood still, none of them daring to say a word. Are they all deaf? Hearing his roar, the butler wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and mustered his courage to step forward and speak. Young master, it'll be ready soon. How long is soon? What am I raising you guys for? You can't even catch a thug who's competing. After Gu Minghang finished speaking, he became angrier and angrier. He, the second young master of the Gu family, was actually forced to stay at home by someone from 3 years ago. Bang! Enraged, he smashed the teacup on the table onto the ground. I'm giving you one more day. If you can't catch this Zhang Xiaodong, I'll chop you all up and feed you to the dogs. Upon hearing his words, the butler's forehead broke out in a cold sweat even faster. But at this moment... Gu Minghang suddenly straightened up, as if he had been electrocuted, and let out a shrill scream.
Upon seeing this, the butler quickly took out the prepared sedative and skillfully injected it into the other person. Clearly, this wasn't the first time the other party had done this. Ever since the day Li Shun left, he has been frequently having these unexplained convulsions. We consulted doctors and had various tests done. The diagnosis was a psychological problem. After hearing this news, people said that he had done too many bad things and was now being punished.
And on the second day,
a man rushed into the villa and, without saying a word, frantically searched for Gu Minghang.
He acted as if the other party was his most wicked enemy. Anyone who didn't know better would think he stole his woman. Actually, it's true that she stole his woman.
This man is Zhang Xiaodong, and Gu Minghang is the rich second generation who took Xiao Ying away 3 years ago. However, before Zhang Xiaodong came in, Xiao Ying said she was scared and didn't come in with him.
Actually, she went to give a report in secret.
So the housekeeper and his team verified Zhang Xiaodong's identity based on his appearance. He was a free-fighting fighter from Southeast China 3 years ago.
As for women, Gu Minghang had long forgotten that he wouldn't recognize even 10 Xiao Yings, let alone one.
He owns so many businesses, he has dozens of clubs alone, plus bars, karaoke rooms, and all sorts of other shady establishments.
How many girls do you meet in a year? Besides, Xiao Ying didn't come in either.
Even if he came in, at most he would recognize that this girl was the one he had given to Li Shun before.
As for where it came from?
He went to Southeast China to buy goods that time, and since they looked good, he took them with him.
She's definitely not the only one buying goods. How could she possibly remember everyone?
In addition, Zhang Xiaodong came in.
Upon receiving the news, Shun called Li Shun.
The order they received was to make a show of it on the outskirts, and they did not enter the mountain.
After discovering this situation,
Zhang Xiaodong decided to stop running and simply found a place to stay in the mountains. Now, whenever Gu Minghang goes out, he's met with an ambush. The Green Mountains were chosen for their seclusion, but now they become the protagonist's hunting ground. At the foot of the Green Hills,
when Li Shun arrived, hundreds of armed personnel had already gathered around him. Young master,
Shueyao, Yayan, Jin Wen and others stood beside him and called out. Li Shun glanced at the crowd lined up in front of him.
Those strong physiques clearly showed that they had all undergone training.
I have only one request today, no matter what means you use, kill Zhang Xiaodong.
Yes.
With a wave of his hand, the people in front began to move and quickly disappeared into the mountains and forests.
Regarding these talents cultivated by the Li family, to be honest, Li Shun didn't have much hope.
Zhang Xiaodong is, after all, a male protagonist with great fortune.
If he could be defeated by an ordinary person, it would be too cheap.
Upon seeing this scene, Dean Chen adjusted his glasses and asked curiously,
"Is this person really that amazing?" "You'll find out in a minute."
After Li Shun finished speaking, he opened the system notification. Because the host stole one of the female leads, Su Wanyan, Zhang Xiaodong lost his business support, his luck was depleted, and 40% of his luck value was plundered.
Current target luck value, 20%.
Although he hadn't met Zhang Xiaodong yet, the system had already begun plundering his luck. Li Shuaning could feel that as he completed 2 missions, the system's locking range had significantly improved.
But how is Su Wanyan a business associate? Didn't her family go bankrupt a long time ago?
Moreover, even if it hadn't gone bankrupt, the renovation company wasn't very large, which was somewhat mismatched with the scale of a chosen one.
Could it be? Does system refer to potential?
Li Shun thought about it and felt that this explanation was the most reasonable.
Power, business, the Bureau of Investigation, plus the physical enhancement from the crystallization of life.
They have power, money, and strength. This Zhang Xiaodong, if left unattended, once he develops, he'll truly be an incredible role model. Unfortunately, the most difficult power to deal with was destroyed by Li Shun right from the start. After all, this is a matter of great importance, and it would be quite difficult for him to do it.
Of course, if you ask your parents for help, there shouldn't be any problem. As a world-leading company, Tianyu Group, surely no one really thinks it's just a purely commercial empire?
But even if he's a villain, the act of contacting the parents feels a bit shameless.
Yayan, this is for you.
At this moment, Li Shun took out a female protagonist enhancement liquid from the system and handed it to her. The other party took it with both hands and said hurriedly,
"Thank you, young master. You deserve it."
After all, Yayan had previously learned about the special medicine. The level of madness they displayed. This made Li Shun decide that he should stop teasing her, or she might really go crazy.
Soon after Yayan drank the female protagonist enhancement liquid, some obvious changes occurred in her body.
For people like them who exercise regularly, their figures are naturally very slender, with no excess fat on their thighs or waist.
However, there are shortcomings in some areas as well. Just like the words slim and plump. Under normal circumstances, these are contradictory and would not appear in the same person. However, thanks to the influence of fate, they have now come together perfectly.
In addition, her temperament also began to become more pronounced. Every smile, every gesture, gradually takes on an elegant charm.
"Yayan, come here."
Li Shun waved and led the other person into the car.
"Anyway, waiting is boring, and I guess I won't find Zhang Xiaodong anytime soon. Why not take a break?" Chapter 70 surrounding Zhang Xiaodong, Rebirth from Despair. 2 hours later.
Zhang Xiaodong rushed to a clear stream in the mountains.
Damn it, why are they here again?
After gritting his teeth and finishing speaking, he looked at the mountains and forests not far away, a deep hatred flashing across his face. As usual, he was preparing to confront Gu Minghang today. As the male protagonist, he has his woman stolen away. This kind of hatred, etched into one's very bones, can never be forgotten.
However, the other party always hid like a turtle, never coming out.
This made him decide to try his luck at the mountain resort again.
But
just now, Zhang Xiaodong suddenly felt a faint sense of crisis.
To find out what happened, he started walking down the mountain, and there he ran into a group of burly men. Things happened too fast.
Xiao Ying was left behind in the same place, and no one knew if anything had happened to him.
Bang! Gunshots rang out again from behind.
Zhang Xiaodong gritted his teeth, deciding to ignore Xiao Ying for now and find her after escaping the pursuit.
So he ran in another direction. And this direction. This is exactly the direction for agritainment and entertainment clubs. Even though he's being hunted down now, he still wants to kill Gu Minghang. I think this might be an opportunity, a chance to muddy the waters.
Fishing in troubled waters requires luck.
However, Zhang Xiaodong is still very confident about his good fortune. At the foot of the mountain, Li Shun got out of the car and looked at the flashing red dot on the locator. Proceed in this direction. As expected of the male lead, he didn't even run away while being chased. After he finished speaking, Yayan got out of the car.
Upon seeing her, Li Shun stepped forward and said, "You can stay here and rest today." "Thank you for your concern, young master, but I feel much better now."
"All right."
Li Shun was puzzled by her words, but looking at her eyes and brows, it seemed that the pain had indeed disappeared.
"Yes, young master, I feel that my recovery ability is much stronger than before." Female protagonist enhancement fluid? Wow, it works so quickly.
Although he had seen this ability to recover quickly in Xinyu and Wanqiu as well. However, he believes that it won't happen immediately and that it will take some time to improve one's physical condition.
But I never expected this. The power of luck is so strong. Okay, let's go together then.
After Li Shun finished speaking, he led the group into the car and drove towards the agritainment club.
Inside the villa,
Zhang Xiaodong snatched a pistol from somewhere and was shouting towards the house.
"Gu Minghang! Get your ass out here!"
Around him stood the servants from the manor, as well as the people Li Shun had brought. Hearing his shout, Gu Minghang, who was hiding inside the house, spoke through the crack in the door.
"You're crazy. Who do you think you are? You think I'll just leave because you tell me to?"
In his opinion, the other party's reckless behavior was simply incredibly stupid. To expose oneself to the public eye. With so many people around, the other side has no chance of escape, it's a certain death situation.
Not long after,
the roar of car engines could be heard outside the villa. When Li Shun came in and saw this scene, he couldn't help but lower his eyes. When Zhang Xiaodong saw him come in and noticed the way the people around him were acting as if he were the leader, he couldn't help but curse viciously.
"Young Master Li, it really is you. Why are you doing this to me? I don't think I've ever done anything to offend you before."
Upon hearing his question, Li Shun shrugged helplessly and said in a very casual tone,
"I haven't provoked them. Then why did you send someone to kill me? I understand why you didn't help me when I asked you for help last time. But you don't have to treat me like this."
Seeing Zhang Xiaodong acting like a mad dog, he couldn't help but be speechless.
Then, Li Shun looked around and pulled a small knife from Shueyo's thigh. "Ah!"
A scream suddenly rang out, but the person clutching the knife. But they were brought by Li Shun. The other person looked puzzled and weak from blood loss, and knelt on the ground asking,
"Why?"
Li Shun continued in a low voice, "What did I say in the beginning?" The other person recalled for a moment and said, kill Zhang Xiaodong."
"Yes, I remember."
As Li Shun spoke, he scanned the crowd and reprimanded them in a very unfriendly voice.
"I thought you'd all forgotten. You're playing house here."
At this moment, those he saw all raised their weapons and pointed them at Zhang Xiaodong,
etc.
Upon seeing this, the butler wore a fawning smile and spoke very politely. "Young Master Li, our young master is still inside.
Could you please hold off on making any moves?"
Upon hearing this, Li Shun glanced at the crowd who had stopped moving and suddenly understood something.
Luck.
Even in the most dangerous environments, the protagonist has a chance to survive.
If there really isn't one, then just switch the two forces.
Originally, he and Gu Minghong's men were all going to kill the male protagonist, but due to the influence of fate.
Is the other side now trying to protect the male lead?
Although this is not a subjective thought, it is based on the current situation. The other party is protecting Zhang Xiaodong.
Damn it!
"Why did you kill me?" Zhang Xiaodong shouted, still unwilling to give up. Looking at the other person's appearance, Li Shun pulled out a small knife from Shuiyao's other thigh.
Then he tossed it to the butler.
Faced with his power, the opponent had no time to dodge and was immediately lying on the ground howling in pain.
Since fate wants to protect the male protagonist in this way, let's just do it together. Anyway, this is a remote mountain area. If everyone dies, who would know? You still don't understand. Does killing someone require a reason?
After Li Shun finished speaking, he waved his hand lightly, and a sharp, piercing gunshot rang out instantly.
Ah! Warning, Zhang Xiaodong's luck has exploded.
Warning, the male protagonist's passive ability Rebirth from Desperate Circumstances has been activated.
Rebirth from Desperate Circumstances, a passive skill exclusively based on luck.
Effect: for a short period of time, your luck value will increase significantly, and you will receive the favor of heaven.
Target's current luck value, 2000%. Chapter 71, Keeping Zhang Xiaodong. 2000?
Li Shun's pupils contracted as he looked at the warning that suddenly popped up from the system.
Jumping from 20% to 2000%. That's seriously amazing. Li Shun, I won't let you get away with this.
Hearing the angry roar coming from afar, Li Shun could only wave his hand to stop everyone. Faced with this level of luck, let alone using guns, even bombarding with cannons probably wouldn't kill it.
System, how many times can he use this resurrection from despair ability?
As long as the target has luck points, this will automatically trigger when encountering a desperate situation.
So that means unlimited use? Grass. Why didn't you say so sooner, system?
Li Shun stood there with a gloomy face, a dark light flashing in his black pupils. The situation is now quite clear. Xinyu, give me the tracker, and you guys clean up the scene. Upon hearing this, the other party handed him a display screen. Then, Xinyu looked at the devastated scene inside the villa and asked, somewhat puzzled. Young master, should we spare their lives?
Certainly.
As Li Shun spoke, he suddenly remembered the women here. He had experienced quite a few of them last time. Although he was a villain, he couldn't do anything ruthless, so he changed his words.
Keep it, you can clean it up as usual.
After he finished speaking, he turned on the screen and looked at the moving red, which was Zhang Xiaodong's location.
It was installed by Xiaoying.
The other party never questioned where the food he ate every day came from.
Xiaoying said she had friends at the resort, and Zhang Xiaodong actually believed her. If this isn't enough, how could Xiaoying, a girl, possibly hunt prey in the mountains?
You should know that the animals in the mountains are very different from the livestock raised in the market. They are extremely aggressive. I really don't know if they're brainless or just too confident in their own fate.
But
a cold glint flashed in Li Shun's eyes. Once he's done something, he naturally won't give it up. We absolutely have to take Zhang Xiaodong home today.
Return it to the embrace of destiny. Mountains and forests.
After running out, Zhang Xiaodong glanced at his tattered clothes and felt a surge of anger.
Damn Li Shun, I will kill you. Everyone connected to you must die.
Judging from his strong voice, it was clear that he was not injured. Even though the clothes were full of holes, there wasn't a single trace of blood.
The protection of fate is terrifying. After glancing in the direction of the villa, he ran towards Xiaoying's location with a resentful expression. A hidden cave. Xiaoying took out her phone and saw a message notification.
No matter what method you use, keep Zhang Xiaodong. After watching it, she hid her phone again. Then he looked around and picked up a relatively thick branch, breaking it off. Looking at the sharp edge of the broken end, Xiaoying hardened her heart and stabbed herself in the ankle.
Ouch! That really hurts.
Clutching her bleeding wound, she was in so much pain that tears almost welled up in her eyes.
But in order to keep Zhang Xiaodong, she couldn't think of any other way.
Especially now, having just been chased by Li Shun, they naturally want to leave.
But then, Xiaoying suddenly remembered a question. She seems to be. There's nothing to bandage it with.
Looking at her bleeding ankle, she suddenly panicked. She didn't want to risk it all just to save someone.
Do you want to ruin yourself?
Xiaoying was anxious and wanted to tear off her clothes to bandage her wound, but she was too dizzy to tear them off. Besides, it would be difficult for a girl to tear her clothes even if she wasn't injured. Finally, she had no choice but to take off her clothes, disregarding her shame.
Not long after, when Zhang Xiaodong returned, he saw Xiaoying huddled in a corner, trembling. Half of it hurt, and the other half was from the cold. The temperature inside the cave is not as warm as it is outside. Not to mention she was bleeding. Right now, I'm only wearing an underwear on my upper body, how can I not be cold? Xiaoying, what's wrong? Zhang Xiaodong rushed over and asked.
However, when he saw the blood-soaked clothes on the other person's ankle, he understood.
How could you be so careless?
He took off his clothes as he spoke. They were tattered, but at least they kept him warm.
Xiaoying opened her half-closed eyes and said in a trembling voice, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not blaming you.
After draping a coat over her, Zhang Xiaodong looked at her weak appearance and couldn't help but feel sorry for her. At this moment, Xiaoying pointed to the fire next to her and said with concern, I caught a pheasant today, you should go eat it. Listening to the other person's intermittent voice, Zhang Xiaodong looked at the roasted pheasant on the tree branch, and a ripple of emotion stirred in his heart again. He believed that Xiaoying was injured because of this. It was to find him food. Zhang Xiaodong rubbed the other person's forehead and said, you should get some rest. After he finished speaking, he went over and started eating. After what had just happened, he was indeed a little hungry. But Xiaoying watched him eat, a cold glint flashing in her eyes, and silently thought to herself. I'm sorry, Xiaodong, you can't give me the life I want. Since Li Shun is preparing to make a move, she will naturally use this move as well. So the amount used today, it's 100 times more than before. This roasted chicken, though called a roasted chicken, is more like a death trap. Because before it was roasted, it was soaked and stewed with various poisons, this kind of thing. Even the male lead probably couldn't handle it. A moment later, Li Shun's figure appeared outside the cave. Seeing the flashing red dot on the screen, he knew Zhang Xiaodong was inside.
"I've found you."
After saying that, he threw away the tracker and a dark light flashed in his eyes.
At the same time, the demon's active talent has also been activated.
Inside the cave, Zhang Xiaodong felt a sudden sense of crisis. But just as he put down the roast chicken, he was punched away by a figure who rushed in.
"It's you!"
When he saw the figure in front of him clearly, he roared uncontrollably.
"Damn it! How did you find this place?"
Faced with his question, Li Shun remained silent and launched another attack. He doesn't have the habit of talking nonsense. If he had to say something, he would only want to say it to the other person's corpse.
Hateful.
Zhang Xiaodong quickly dodged his attack, then began to exert force from his waist, assuming a free fighting stance.
As a combat athlete, he's not afraid in a one-on-one fight. Bang!
Zhang Xiaodong launched a high, curved sidekick, which was blocked by Li Shun's arm. Then, taking advantage of the opening below him, Li Shun kicked him straight away.
How is this possible?
Zhang Xiaodong, clutching his stomach, wore a look of pain and shock on his face.
He noticed that his reactions had slowed down. If there were a mirror,
Zhang Xiaodong could see that his lips had turned bluish-black. In addition, a faint black aura rose from the parts that had come into contact with Li Shun.
This is the corrosive power of the demonic descent.
Li Shun closed the system notification, a cold smile curving his lips.
A miraculous escape? The power of luck is terrifying, let alone 2000%. But Li Shun is not afraid of luck. During the mission, the system will be blocked. Chapter 72: The First Male Lead. Ah!
Zhang Xiaodong roared as he stood up, feeling a mysterious power surging within him.
That was a blessing from heaven. Bang!
Just as Li Shun was about to attack, he was suddenly hit by falling rocks from above. This made him look around warily. A chill was palpable even in the dimly lit cave. At the same time, the passive ability of the demon's descent also conveyed a sense of malice, as if the world was targeting it.
That feeling was incredibly oppressive. It was as if even the air hated him, didn't want him to breathe,
and didn't want to enter his respiratory system.
It's the favor of heaven.
A glint of light flashed in Li Shun's eyes as he charged toward Zhang Xiaodong once more. Of course, he was more careful this time. Because he knew what was going on and that luck couldn't affect him, he started resorting to underhanded tactics. For example, change the surrounding environment. Like the falling rocks just now, strictly speaking, they weren't targeted at him. The way of heaven is like this: if it doesn't like a rock, it wants it to fall down.
And Li Shun happened to be standing below.
However, the amount of good fortune required to exert such influence must be enormous. Most male protagonists couldn't do that, but Zhang Xiaodong's luck value is 2000% right now. In addition to the favor of heaven, this phenomenon of the world helping him has been created.
However, the two clashed again. Li Shun couldn't help but feel an urge to curse.
The other party's incredible luck is absolutely disgusting.
Her seemingly unintentional turn always managed to evade his attacks.
Add to that the constantly falling rocks, and Li Shun felt like he was being ganged up on. But he couldn't bring anyone with him, otherwise he would be affected by luck, and the bullets he fired would only hit him and would never hit the other party.
As for why he didn't use a gun?
It might be useful under normal circumstances, but given Zhang Xiaodong's current condition, it's clearly not going to work. The system's shield only applies to him personally, the gun is in his hand, but the bullets he can fire are not.
System, redeem the slaughterer.
Congratulations, host, you have successfully redeemed your item. 800,000 villain points deducted from the host.
Remaining villain value, 1.3 million.
After the exchange was successful, a faint crimson tinge appeared in Li Shun's pupils.
All tissues and organs in the body enter a state of extreme excitement.
With the enhanced vision of the mysterious eye, all of the opponent's movements instantly became incredibly clear.
What?
Zhang Xiaodong suddenly exclaimed in surprise. He unleashed a horizontal punch at close range, but it was completely countered by his opponent. Then, Li Shun used the momentum to turn around and delivered a powerful downward elbow strike, knocking him back hard.
Before he could react,
Li Shun launched another fierce attack on him in an instant, each move aimed at a fatal vital point.
Throat, temples, chest, perineum.
Even when affected by the surrounding environment, his offensive rhythm was not disrupted in the slightest.
Zhang Xiaodong couldn't help but feel a moment of surprise.
The other person has changed so much. At the beginning, the opponent attacked using their superior physical abilities.
However, they are relatively weak in terms of techniques. But now, he felt like he was facing a killing machine. Even if he hits his opponent, the opponent can risk dislocating their arm and retaliate with a chop to the back of his neck.
The back of the neck, at the base of the skull, connects to the spinal cord. Once infected, it can lead to cervical spine fracture, brainstem damage, cardiac arrest, and other adverse effects.
It is one of the most fatal parts of the human body.
Faced with this style of fighting that trades injury for life, Zhang Xiaodong quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. In addition, there were the poisons he had taken during this period, as well as the corrosive power of the demonic descent.
With a scream, the earth began to tremble. Heaven is about to reveal its trump card. Landslide.
It couldn't bear to watch the chosen one die, so it prepared to force Li Shun to retreat.
If Gu Minghang hadn't cleared this mountain, there wouldn't be any large wild animals. Otherwise, Li Shun would really be beaten up by the mob.
Fortunately, it was in the mountains, where there were few people.
If it were in a city, that would be terrifying. Gunfire filled the air, steel bars fell from high-rise buildings, and trucks with failed brakes. Just thinking about that scene. Forget about it, Li Shun isn't stupid. Boom.
As the earth trembled, the cave began to collapse, and the falling rocks all crashed down in one place.
As for which one? There is absolutely no other possibility than the top of someone's head.
Faced with this situation, Li Shun did not choose to evacuate.
He has only one thought in his mind right now. Kill Zhang Xiaodong. Once the goal is set, use every means possible. Crush them to pieces. As for the rest, he only wanted to stand on the other person's corpse before he could say anything else. You're insane.
When Zhang Xiaodong saw that the other party was rushing towards him instead of running away, he couldn't help but shout angrily.
Madman.
Upon hearing this, Li Shun gave a cold laugh and said in a low voice, "If you say so, then so be it. Those who wish to kill must be prepared for the consequences. If you don't give up your life first, what else is there to say?"
Boom.
As the cave collapsed,
behind Zhang Xiaodong, a pair of eyes gleaming with an eerie light appeared. A road in the mountains.
After discovering the commotion, Xin Yu and the others prepared to evacuate the mountain. At that moment, Ye Yan looked at the location displayed on the computer and shouted loudly.
Wait! Young Master is still on the mountain. What?
The others rushed over after hearing this.
On the electronic map on the screen, a red dot was flashing at the mountain peak. This is the tracker that Li Shun threw away.
Xin Yu bit her lip tightly and said in a low voice, "We go back." Although the location on the map hasn't changed, there's a possibility the tracker has been discarded.
However, there is also the possibility of being trapped and unable to escape. No matter what, she has to go back. Even if it means dying alongside the young master.
Upon hearing this, Shueyo, who was driving, immediately turned around and rushed towards the collapsing mountaintop.
But
when they were halfway there, the mountain suddenly stopped shaking. Without any warning, it was as if the pause button had been pressed. Faced with this strange phenomenon, they looked at each other in confusion.
Is this mountain sick? It starts suddenly and ends suddenly, isn't that just like having a seizure? Although she was puzzled, Shueyo continued driving towards the mountaintop.
After Xin Yu and the others got off the bus, Li Shun stood alone on the rubble, his tattered clothes fluttering in the wind.
The male protagonist is dead. Chapter 73, Settling the Male Lead's Rewards. Take care.
Li Shun looked up at the sky, murmuring softly, as if commemorating something. But then he remembered a question that Zhang Xiaodong often asked, and he muttered to himself.
the reason I want to kill you. It's because of our different identities. You're the male lead, and I'm the villain. What was said has become a reality.
At this moment, Li Shun actually stood on Zhang Xiaodong's corpse and explained to him.
And the male lead. They could only listen silently beneath a pile of rubble.
That's much better. The other party can neither refute nor get angry, saving themselves from getting upset. Li Shun bent down, gently stroked the ground, and said, "Let's leave a monument here."
Leave a monument.
Shin Yu and the others who had come over asked with some confusion, "Do we need to leave any words?" "Just write those who defy will perish." After saying that, Li got up and left. Shin Yu and the others who remained in place understood what was going on after hearing those 3 words. Then, they looked down at their feet.
If I'm not mistaken,
there's a person buried inside.
The person who could get the young master to speak personally must be quite easy to guess. Zhang Xiaodong.
Aside from that, the most likely thing the young master would say is to tell them to clean up the scene. After all, Li Shun had penetrated her soul. They all had a certain understanding of him. At that moment, a glint of light flashed in Dean Shen's eyes, and he instinctively adjusted his glasses. Clearly, he was very curious about the male protagonist. Previously, they could ignore firearms in the mountain villa, but just now they could cause a landslide.
I really want to study this.
Back in the car, Li Shun felt a wave of weakness as soon as he sat down.
Slaughterers unleash the body's potential, pushing all tissues into an overloaded state. However, after the first use, the body will experience an instinctive overdraft.
However, the upper limit has been raised, and this phenomenon will gradually disappear. Open the system prompt. Congratulations, host, for killing the male lead, Zhang Xiaodong.
Settlement in progress. Settlement complete.
Because Zhang Xiaodong was in a resurrection from the brink of death state before his death, the host's mission rewards will be greatly increased. Congratulations, host, you have gained 20 million villain points. Congratulations, host, you have obtained life essence.
Congratulations, host, on acquiring the power talent. Congratulations, host, on acquiring business acumen.
Congratulations, host, for acquiring advanced combat techniques. Note, Zhang Xiaodong received divine favor during his rebirth from despair, but the host's killing behavior has been condemned by the Heavenly Tao. Warning, host image damaged. Note, this behavior will not adversely affect the host, no fix is available. Upon seeing the system's final message, Li Shun ignored everything else and immediately looked at the rearview mirror in the car. After a moment, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief and muttered to himself with a sense of relief.
Thankfully, I didn't turn into an ugly monster.
With such a handsome face, Li Shun absolutely couldn't accept it if heaven were to disfigure him.
But he looked him up and down again. It seems there's a faint, almost imperceptible, malevolent aura about it.
Well, it's still the same face, but the feeling it gives off has changed. Previously, the original owner of this body had a gentle and refined demeanor. After all, he's a second-generation rich kid. He received a lot of education from a young age, so naturally he developed this kind of temperament.
But now it's completely gone.
Just looking at Li Shun's current appearance, one feels a chill run down their spine. And then there were those pupils that gleamed with an eerie light. No wonder the system gave that prompt. As Li Shun spoke, he stroked his chin, looking himself over with great interest.
He can accept this change. As a grown man, the original owner's gentle demeanor was just like that of a sissy. Now, this dark, chilling, and sinister aura makes him even more like a major villain.
After seeing the changes in his appearance, he looked at the other prompts from the system. A combination of life's essence, a talent for power, a business acumen, and advanced combat skills.
Goodness, the system has given Zhang Xiaodong the protagonist template.
He was just thinking that next time he met the male lead, he would definitely deplete the other's luck points first. Otherwise, being reborn from a desperate situation and having your wealth multiplied 100-fold would be too terrifying. That feeling of being targeted by the world is just like Final Destination. Even with blocking, it's the same. To reiterate, shield him from any influence, and shield him from any bad luck.
There is a fundamental difference between the two. But if you manage to kill the enemy under these conditions, you can directly obtain their main character's configuration. Li Shun pondered for a while and decided that it depended on the situation. If there was little left, it would be fine, but if there was a lot left, that would truly be like the Grim Reaper coming. If an earthquake, tsunami, or meteorite falls from the sky, people will be cursing. Although there is a system blocking, these are not targeted at Li Shun, nor will they chase after him. As long as he runs fast. Who can escape this thing? So it seems that the system's blocking is useless, but without blocking, can a normal person kill a chosen one? Absolutely impossible. Let alone killing him, you couldn't even hurt him. The system utilizes advanced combat techniques and life crystals. Advanced combat techniques have been implemented. Life crystal has been used. As the system notification sounded, Li Shun felt a flood of combat experience appear in his mind. It was as if it were something he had experienced since childhood. Every move he made became a river of memories, flowing through his body. At the same time, after the life crystals are integrated, a faint golden glow appears under the skin, and the muscle tissue begins to be rapidly activated and reorganized. As mentioned before, the life crystal is a form of physical enhancement for the male protagonist, which can improve his physical fitness. However, for Li Shun, his body had already taken a physique enhancement drug, so its effect would be somewhat reduced. A long time. Li Shun opened his eyes, snapping out of his reverie. Then, he stretched his stiff body. Listening to the humming sound from the bones, it was clear that their density and toughness had greatly improved. Although this time was quite dangerous. But the improvement is also enormous. That feeling was like a volcano about to erupt. Chapter 74 Cold Viciousness. While Li Shun rested, a disheveled woman walked towards them from a distance, leaning on a wooden stick. As the other person approached, Jin Gwen, who was guarding outside, immediately recognized who she was. Xiaoying. When I stayed on the mountain before, I needed to deliver some necessary food to Zhang Xiaodong. Since it concerned the young master's important matter, Jin Gwen personally went to deliver it, and that's how she got to know Xiaoying. Don't be nervous, they are not the enemy. After she finished speaking, Shueyao and the others put down their weapons. Sister Jing, please save me. Hearing Xiaoying's weak voice and seeing her limping gait, I felt a sense of relief. As Jin Gwen stepped forward to help him up, she couldn't help but ask curiously, "What happened to you? You scared me to death. You have no idea how terrifying it was just now. I almost died." Xiaoying looked terrified, and her body was trembling uncontrollably. During the confrontation between Li Shun and Zhang Xiaodong, she realized that the situation was not good and wanted to leave the cave first. However, due to a foot injury, movement became very difficult. After she finally managed to lean against the wall, she slowly walked out of the cave. Then they discovered the damn mountain had collapsed. Faced with this life or death crisis, as adrenaline surged, the pain in my foot instantly disappeared. But after she had run for a while, the mountain has stopped collapsing. Isn't this just messing with her? Once Xiaoying recovered, her adrenaline subsided, and she collapsed to the ground. Looking at my bleeding ankle, it was burning with pain, like it was being roasted on a fire. Given her condition, it was clear that she couldn't get down the mountain, and she was just falling into despair. I heard the sound of a car. So he found a stick to support himself and limped over. After hearing her story, Jingwen's lips twitched involuntarily. They didn't die, what great luck. You rest here for a while, I'll take you to the hospital later. Wait. Upon hearing her words, Xiaoying was about to ask what they were waiting for when she noticed the car next to her. Through the half-open car door, you can see Li Shun resting. But that profile. It contains a chilling aura. Okay, I'll wait a moment. After Xiaoying finished speaking, she subconsciously swallowed and sat down on the ground, somewhat frightened. Nighttime, at Hanhai Villa. After leaving the others behind, Shueyao drove the car back. After the group went upstairs, they saw Suing Luo watching TV in the living room.
Wearing a short skirt, not caring whether it was revealing or not, she put her two long legs on the table.
It's obvious. This female protagonist no longer considers herself an outsider. Brother Shun, you're finally back.
As Suing Luo spoke, she sat up from the sofa, put on her slippers, and ran over to hug Li Shun with her long legs. Wanxiu wasn't at school with her today, and said she was busy when she called. She was bored in her dorm, so she decided to come to the villa to wait for them.
Hey, brother, what's wrong with you?
At this moment, Suing Luo, who was in his arms, raised her head, looked at Li Shun's appearance, and spoke with some doubt.
There's no change in appearance. But why does it feel like? It's like you've become a different person?
Seeing that she reacted the same way as Xinyu and the others, Li Shun couldn't help but chuckle and say something.
What? You don't look like me anymore.
No, a brother is a brother, and he'll always be someone else's Shungage, Brother Shun.
After Suing Luo finished speaking, she buried her head in his arms again. Then, the two sat down on the sofa.
Seeing Suing Luo put her legs back on his chest, Li Shun couldn't help but chuckle.
Although this behavior is rather rude. But if it's the female lead, then it's fine. After all, the female lead's skin looks incredibly smooth, almost glowing. As for foot odor? Just kidding, how could the female lead have smelly feet?
But at that moment, Suing Luo suddenly grabbed his hand and said somewhat shyly.
I'm on my period.
Seeing Suing Luo with her head down, a hint of surprise flashed in Li Shun's eyes.
No, how could the female lead do that?
It seems the female lead is also a woman, so there are some things she really can't be immune to.
But. Holy crap!
Li Shun instantly felt his mood vanish, collapsing onto the sofa with a dimmed look in his eyes.
Seeing his appearance, Suing Luo couldn't help but curiously lean over and ask him a question. Brother Shun, what's wrong? It's nothing, it's just an attack. Then I'll go find you some medicine.
Suing Luo, who was just about to leave, was pulled back by Li Shun. But the other person had come to see him today for something, so he grabbed the other person's hand again.
Try catching me again, Li Shun said with a gloomy face.
At that moment, as his tone changed, a fierce aura instantly erupted from him.
It was a chilling coldness, like that of an abyss.
It's like the dark side of the world, carrying a biting cold, giving people a sense of gloom and danger.
Shun, brother Shun.
Suing Luo was so frightened by this scene that she could barely speak and almost burst into tears.
Call.
Li Shun took a deep breath, pulled the other person close to him, and asked, Speak, what is it?
I. After a while.
She felt like she had come back to life, gave the other person a resentful look, and said,
I'm going home in a while. Chapter 75 Negative Emotions Surge. 2 days later.
Li Shun stood on the balcony, watching the busy servants in the villa, and murmured in a low voice.
The way of heaven. What exactly is it?
His expression was one of suppressed emotion, and a faint, eerie light emanated from his dark pupils. Ever since he was disliked by the heavenly Tao, he could feel that something was wrong with his body.
It's not related to health.
Rather, it is a change in one's mind.
The most obvious manifestation. This is the passive effect of the demon's arrival. The amount of demonic energy absorbed has increased exponentially.
Desires fueled by negative emotions such as greed, hatred, and fear are constantly surging forth.
He seemed to have become a collective.
Everything that is abhorred by the way of heaven begins to converge upon him.
Under the influence of these emotions, Li Shun originally planned to take a few days off and relax after finishing his first leading role. But now, he seems to be getting more and more depressed.
At this moment, Xinyu, wearing a red halter dress, walked in from outside the balcony door.
Young master, Miss Su is waiting for you downstairs.
Upon seeing her, Li Shun waved, and she obediently walked over.
Xinyu wore a long, strappy dress mainly for convenience.
This is a long dress with a deep V-neck and slits on both sides of the skirt, the height of which is.
They drove it almost as fast as they could. As for why the color is red?
This is easy to guess. Red can cover up other colors, such as bloodstains.
After a long time, All negative emotions were instantly cleared away. Fortunately, he had medicine. And there are many.
Otherwise, under such repressed emotions, Li Shun felt that his mind was about to become twisted.
Any news about Liceland?
She has a press conference in 2 days, and many entrepreneurs in Shanghai have received invitations.
2 days later.
Li Shun frowned slightly upon hearing this. According to intelligence, this Liceland has been in Haishur for some time. But he had been busy with Su Wanyan's mission, and after completing it, he went on to kill the male lead. So he didn't pay much attention to her and let her off the hook. As a submissive servant, he has no manners whatsoever, and hasn't come to see his master for so many days. They should have been taught a lesson long ago.
But if it's 2 days later?
When Suing Luo said she was going home that night, Li Shun realized that it might be related to the mission.
A divinely ordained mission. Her appointment was set for 2 days later.
It's not that the time can't be changed, the private jet is already prepared, so we can leave whenever we want. What Li Shun was really worried about was,
this task will have time requirements.
Just like a limited time lottery in a game, you can't get the reward if you're not within the same time period.
This is what he is worried about.
After all, given the extent to which fate dislikes him, this possibility is quite significant.
Alright, let's go down.
Li Shun gently ruffled Shin Yu's ponytail and led her downstairs.
To be honest, even though he's the villain, he's surrounded by female leads that feeling. Absolutely amazing. There is a special desire to conquer.
Heaven disapproves of him, yet he possesses the daughters of heaven, allowing them to.
An indescribable feeling. If I had to say something. Deceiving heaven? Yes, that's roughly the idea. The universe is vast, yet we defy it. Downstairs.
Suing Luo sat on the sofa and once again put her 2 long, beautiful legs on the table.
You rascal, when are you going to school?
Upon seeing Li Shun come down, the other party spoke in an angry tone.
Since that day, she has often.
Therefore, Suing Luo changed how she addressed him, no longer calling him Brother Shun but directly calling him bad guy.
This caused him a lot of suffering.
But being the female lead, her recovery ability is truly remarkable. She was able to stand up and bounce around the very next day.
Go to school. After sitting down, Li Shun continued, why are you asking this? You're not even in the same classroom as me. I've been so bored lately because you and Wancho haven't been at school. I don't know who to hang out with.
As Suing Luo spoke, she hugged his arm and began to act coquettishly.
Looking at her like this.
Li Shun shook his head helplessly. This naive female protagonist is someone who never learns from mistakes. No matter how you treat her, she's not afraid.
She could even roll her eyes at him. What can we do then? We can't really kill her, can we? Alright, I'll go to school with Wancho to keep you company today, Li Shun said. Yay!
Upon hearing his words, Suing Luo immediately showed a happy expression, and even changed her way of addressing him.
Brother Shun is the best.
Seeing the other person throwing themselves into his arms, a glint of malice flashed in Li Shun's eyes.
The opponent's current luck value is 160%. However, it will be somewhat difficult for him to complete the ultimate mission without destroying the other person's innocence. But that day in the hospital ward, Su Wanyan did give him an idea. Family.
If the female lead's parents could agree, it would definitely have a significant impact on Suing Luo.
After all, the male protagonist is typically an orphan. But the female lead doesn't have that kind of setup.
At this moment, Yeyan walked in from outside the gate carrying a silver-white metal box.
Young master, you have a quick message. Express delivery.
Li Shun was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. Looking at the tin box, his expression turned cold, and he asked, who sent it?
My mother. My mom?
Upon hearing that the other party was Gong Yuehua, Li Shun's expression immediately relaxed. He initially thought it was another assassination attempt. After all, the villa's current facilities are vastly different from what they used to be, making ordinary assassinations impossible.
Unexpectedly, This time, surprisingly, it wasn't a new trick. Why do I feel a little disappointed?
As Li Shun pondered, he suddenly realized that the emotion rising in his heart was disappointment. This caused a strange look to flash across his face.
Nobody likes being killed. Is it the influence that heaven dislikes? As he whispered, bursts of frenzied demonic thoughts echoed in his ears. Anxiety, shame, jealousy.
These negative emotions began to disturb his mind again, making Li Shun feel a sense of oppression.
Young master, are you feeling unwell again?
Seeing the change in his expression, Ye Yen hurriedly came over to help the young master.
No need yet, we haven't reached our limit.
But at that moment, Li Shun stopped the other party.
Although I feel a sense of oppression now, it's not as severe as it was before. After all, Shin Yu had just helped him. The reason he refused was that he wanted to use the suppressed emotion to temper his mind. This situation is actually quite easy to resolve. Chapter 76. The potion that Gong Yuehua sent was the kind that could explode. Ultimately, it's a lack of mental strength. As long as one's mind is strong enough, these negative emotions cannot affect him at all. The method is also very simple. Li Shun only needs to exchange for a high-level physique enhancement potion from the system to solve the problem. Although the high-grade potion is very expensive, costing 10 times more than the intermediate-grade potion, it costs a full 12 million villain points. But he had just completed the male lead's mission and was rewarded with 20 million villain points, plus what he had left over from before. It has 21.3 million villain points. Since the price was fine, why didn't Li Shun exchange it immediately? It's because of a certain function of the advanced potion. A spiritual transformation. It can materialize the user's mental energy. If the foundation is high enough, it is entirely possible to break through the limits of the human brain's capacity. Just like the female protagonist in the movie Lucy, her brain development level has exceeded 100%. But Li Shun will not disappear. First, unlike CPH4, physical enhancement agents are not completely uncontrollable by the human body. Secondly, his physique, after being strengthened by primary, intermediate, and advanced potions, is extremely resilient and can fully accommodate this spiritual power. But if your foundation is weak, the effective spiritual transformation will become very low. At most, it can keep a person awake for several days and nights, and they can still be lively and energetic. It belongs to the type with neither upper nor lower limits. The specific transformation will depend entirely on the individual's foundation. It might sound fantastical, but in the real world, the super rich have long since embarked on this kind of madness in their quest to prolong their lives. That's why Li Shun is now using negative emotions to hone his mental strength. If you really can't stand it, just go and release it. If you can still stand it, who can resist the allure of special abilities? At this moment, Suing Luo saw his gloomy face, grabbed his arm, and asked with great concern. What's wrong with you? It's nothing, just a relapse. After Li Shun finished speaking in a somber tone, he waved his hand, signaling Ye Yen to open the tin box. As for what his mother will give him, to be honest, he was indeed a little curious. This is a potion. Inside the box was a test tube filled with a deep blue liquid. Although he knew his mother was a scientific research expert, he still had some questions. They didn't even provide an instruction manual. God has no idea what this thing is for. System, do you know what this is? Testing the properties of this potion requires a payment of 1 million villain points. Are you crazy? Does this require 1 million villain points? Upon seeing this prompt, Li Shun felt an urge to destroy the system. It's just checking an item, yet it costs so many villain points. This is highway robbery. Once the properties of the medicine are identified, its effects will be quantified. Datafication? After seeing this prompt, Li Shun thought for a moment and understood what the system meant. This is equivalent to giving the medicine an introduction. Of course, this introduction is different from the false introductions in the real world. If you say that something can achieve a certain effect, then it definitely will. I understand it, but it's still too expensive. He chose Just call. Hey, Mom, what's the medicine you sent me for? Li Shun asked. It's for treating kidney deficiency.
Upon hearing these words, Li Shun's hand holding the phone twitched involuntarily.
Didn't I say that last time?
As he was saying this, he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have hung up the phone directly last time.
Anyway, I'm fine.
Son, you used to never touch women, but now you've suddenly become interested. I'm very happy about that, but you're too unrestrained.
This will put a strain on your body. Hearing Gong Yuehua's words,
Li Shun turned his gaze to Ye Yan beside him. After the other person noticed, she opened her mouth slightly and slowly uttered a name.
Nana-chan. It really was her.
Although Shin Yu and the others were also raised by the Li family, the ideological education they received from childhood was that everything should be done with the young master as the primary goal. Suppose that Li Shun has a conflict with the Li family. They will then follow Li Shun's orders. This is not about turning against each other, but rather that only in this way can we cultivate true allies. After all, in some families, it's not uncommon for sisters to fight each other and brothers to quarrel. Not to mention these rich kids, who are sometimes capable of anything to fight for their inheritance. Push her down, Li Shun said silently to Ye Yan. After seeing it clearly, the other party turned and left.
I understand, I will drink this medicine.
When the time comes.
Gong Yuehua's voice was somewhat hesitant, as if she felt embarrassed, as she continued to speak. This is my first time conducting this kind of experiment, and the clinical results suggest that you'd better be well prepared. Make more preparations.
Yes, a few were not released in time, which caused them to explode. Upon hearing this, Li Shun's pupils widened in shock.
Blow it up, is that what he understands it to be? No. Mom, are you serious? How dare you send this to me?
You don't even care about your own son's life. Based on your situation, turning Hanhai Villa into a women's kingdom is no problem.
A land of women?
All the girls who had been bullied at the university in Shanghai were arranged to come here by Suing Luo. Furthermore, when he demanded people from the Mahists, the conditions he set were all women.
In addition, there are armed personnel currently stationed at the villa.
The people Xinyu had previously arranged were all from the same organization as her, namely, the Roses within the Blood Roses. Because she knew the young master liked beautiful women. Given Li Shun's position, the organization had no choice but to agree to his request, no matter how reluctant they were.
Thinking about it this way, it doesn't seem like there's any problem with calling Hanhai Villa a matriarchal society.
Are you really sure it will work? Li Shun's tone was somewhat frustrated. After all, this matter concerned a man's dignity. Just in case, he would succeed.
Dongfang Booby? Tui. Impossible. With his physical strength, how could he compare to a normal person?
Don't worry, I only added gene editing, cell fusion, light trapping, and direct transformation.
This is only.
Upon hearing his mother's words, Li Shun couldn't help but interrupt her. As the other party's son, the original owner had previously learned about some scientific research techniques.
Gene editing can modify genetic information.
This was probably added by Gong Yuehua because the original owner didn't touch women before.
Optical trap technology can enable cell division. Direct conversion technology can rapidly and efficiently produce large quantities of specific cell types. As for cell fusion. Mom, what kind of cells did you fuse with? Fur seal.
Upon hearing those two words, Li Shun couldn't help but gasp when he looked at the medicine again. Normal people may not realize how dangerous seals are. But it is universally recognized.
Kidney King. No wonder this thing exploded. With Gong Yuehua's techniques, which normal person could withstand it? Chapter 77 Nana-chan's Punishment. After ending the call,
Li Shun sat on the sofa, staring at the medicine in front of him with an uncertain expression.
This thing is really effective. After hearing Gong Yuehua's explanation, he was even too afraid to drink it. Or, why not just spend 1 million villain points and let the system quantify it? Given its strength, it's estimated that it could reach an intermediate level after being digitized. It's not that I look down on Gong Yuewa's skills. Rather, the basic levels in the system correspond to the top levels in the real world. Intermediate level is already a rather exaggerated estimate. Thinking of this, he glanced at the villain value balance in the system, 21.3 million. The system needs to be digitized. Checking item attributes. Test complete. Name, unnamed drug. Effect, significantly enhances male sexual performance and forcibly recombines gene sequences, making the user intensely interested in females. Warning, once this drug reaches its peak efficacy, there is a risk of uncontrollable cell division. Note, the drug's effects have been adjusted for the host. Note, for human use only. Rating, intermediate. 1 million villain points deducted from the host. Remaining, 20.3 million villain points. After reading the system's notification, Li Shun breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness I didn't drink it directly. However, when he saw that the system had actually rated him as intermediate, he gained a new understanding of his mother's skills. Even such a small medicine can utilize advanced cell and gene technology. That origin project. Perhaps the day will come when humans have free control over their gene sequences. It's really possible. At this moment, Ye Yen had brought Nanachan over. The girl knelt on the ground, bowed her head, and called out, Shun Jun. Upon seeing this, Li Shun put away the potion that had been modified by the system, as it wasn't the right time to drink it yet. After all, judging from the effects, if I drink it now, I won't have to do anything today. Nanachan, do you know what the consequences are for leaking my information without my consent? I know I was wrong. Upon hearing this, the other person immediately kowtowed to the ground, displaying an attitude of admitting their mistake. Upon seeing this, Li Shun pondered for a moment. Nanachan's family, the Hata family, belongs to the Mo family in Japan. So for her, they could not refuse the Mahist orders. But I understand, but there must be punishment for doing wrong. If there had been no punishment, he would never have had the idea of trading his life for another in his previous life. He would never risk his life to kill Zhang Xiaodong. He can kill the other, and the other can kill him. Who wins and who loses is up to fate. No, the term fate is inappropriate. After all, destiny is the way of heaven, and it stands on the other side. It should be those who comply prosper, those who resist perish. Cut out her tongue. As Li Shun finished speaking, Nanachan's trembling body visibly relaxed. Clearly, she was already prepared when she received the Mo family's order. But she really couldn't refuse. And so she knew that her life might be coming to an end. However, Shun Jun didn't kill her. Nanachan raised her tear-filled face and sincerely said to Li Shun, Thank you, Shun Jun. Even if this is the last time she will ever have the chance to speak. But at this moment, Suing Luo, who was standing next to her, objected. She grabbed Li Shun's arm and said, Brother, Nanachan is so kind, can you please not cut her? If not hers, are you going to be cut off? Fine, then cut mine. Li Shun watched as the other person raised their head, revealing an indifferent attitude, and said in a somewhat gloomy tone, Don't think I really can't. I disagree anyway. When Suing Luo came to the villa before. Whenever Li Shun is busy, it's always Nanachan who keeps her company, plays with her, and gives her treats. She had long considered this kind young woman a friend. After all, Nanachan's upbringing was different. She needed to receive various training and education, and didn't have the childhood that a normal child should have. So, the two very innocent girls naturally started playing together. Li Shun was aware of this as well. Shueyo had reported everything that happened in the villa to him. However, Shueyo is a bit of a stickler for details. She even told him what kind of underwear everyone was wearing, and whether there was any bleeding. Brother, didn't you want to get it cut? Then I'll go with Nanachan to get it cut. At this moment, Suing Luo seemed to have thought of a way, walked over and grabbed Nanachan's small hand, trying to pull her up from the ground. Ingluo-chan, you don't have to do this. But Nana-chan shook her head and refused, saying slowly, "This is my fate, I accept it." "What kind of fate is this? You're practically mute now." Hearing her words, Suinglua's pretty face turned red with anger, and her tone became very anxious. "He's going to cut off your tongue, right? Then let's go cut it off ourselves, I'll go with you." "Inglua-chan, this is Shuinjuan's punishment for me, how could I possibly make you accompany me?" Looking at the two of them, Li Shun couldn't help but show a strange expression. He knew Suingluo was innocent. Even the most innocent person wouldn't cut their own skin. So what the other person was talking about definitely wasn't cutting this, so what were they talking about? "Suingluo, you should know that what I've said is irreversible," Li Shun asked. "I know, but I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer." Hearing this, Li Shun couldn't help but be curious, so he simply said so. "Nana-chan, go with her." "Yes, Shun-jun." Only after obtaining his consent did Suingluo pull Nana-chan up from the ground. Then, he grabbed her and tried to run outside. "Young master, is this really okay?" Yayan, standing beside them, watched the two figures disappear into the distance and spoke with a hint of hesitation. "There is only one Suingluo in the world. If anyone else does this, just kill them." Li Shun leaned back on the sofa, rubbing his temples as he spoke in a somber tone. "As a leader, if you can't keep your word, it will affect your authority." And he naturally understood this as well. So, if someone makes the same mistake again, it will have to be rebuilt with blood. "Come here and rub my head." Upon hearing the young master's words, Yayan took off her high heels and sat down on the sofa. Then, she gathered up the hem of her dress and gently placed Li Shun's body on her lap. Because she was wearing the same red halter neck dress as Xinyu, they were both always ready. "Did you inform Lyslin?" "We've already notified her, but she hasn't replied, so we had the organizers notify all the entrepreneurs that the time has been changed to tomorrow evening." After hearing Yayan's answer, Li Shun couldn't help but mutter to himself. "Just pretend you didn't hear it." Chapter 78. The eldest son of the Gu family appears. Noon. Bathed in the warm sunlight, Li Shun gradually woke up in Yayan's arms. It must be said that the opponent's technique was excellent. Those gentle fingertips, the subtle fragrance of a woman, accompanied by a comfortable and pleasant feeling. Li Shundu fell asleep without even realizing it. "Did you specifically learn massage?" he asked after sitting up. "Yes, we've been learning anything that the young master likes lately." As Yayan spoke, she moved her numb legs, which had become stagnant from not moving for so long. "Besides this, what else did you learn?" "Yoga, dance, and Kegel movement." Upon hearing the last name, Li Shun's expression changed, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up. "Good, have you all learned it?" "Yes, I've learned them all." "Let's see what you've got tonight." Upon hearing his words, Yayan blushed slightly. At this moment, seeing that Li Shun had woken up, Xinyu walked over and said something. "Young master, Gu Minghang just sent a message, inviting you to meet at the Moshang Hotel." Gu Minghang. Upon hearing the name, he thought for a moment and then asked, "Didn't he book a farmhouse entertainment club?" "No, he shut it down there." "It's off." "Yes, he also said all the women that the young master had taken a fancy to hear." Upon hearing this, Li Shun couldn't help but chuckle. Although it was he who led people to vandalize the agritainment business in the past. But for these rich kids, as long as they are safe and their fundamental interests are not affected, they are content. As for the rest, they simply don't care. However, this way. The Hanhai villas are more like a matriarchal society. Take them all in, and treat them the same as regular employees. A normal employee? I understand. Xinyu agreed, somewhat surprised. Based on the standards of Hanhai villas, the salary of an ordinary employee is 80,000 yuan per month, plus various subsidies. All things considered, it amounts to around 150,000 per month. With the added prestige of Hanhai villa, everyone in Haishur now knows whose property this is. Those who come out of there have a different status than ordinary people, and basically no one dares to mess with them. These conditions were an exceptionally good treatment for the women in this snowy place. "Get the car ready, let's go to the Moshang Hotel to meet this Gu Minghang," Li Shun said, getting up. Since the other party had given him a gift, he felt awkward refusing it. After all, he was quite satisfied with the gift. Moshang Hotel. It is a very well-known hotel in Shanghai, with a rich history of over 100 years. According to the official website, every brick and tile inside has withstood the test of time. When Li Shun arrived here, looking at this historic building, one immediately senses its profound historical significance. He became quite curious as he watched. Given Gu Minghang's past behavior, he doesn't seem like someone who likes this kind of place. He said he frequented entertainment clubs, Li Shuanxin. But the appointment was made here. Could it be that today's main character is someone else entirely? As this thought came to mind, a smile suddenly appeared on Li Shun's lips. This is the hotel private room at this time. Gu Minghang was speaking flattering words to a man, his expression filled with respect. The man sitting in the main seat. He wore a black shirt with the collar slightly open, revealing his sharp, defined collarbone. The fingers holding the cigarette had their sleeves casually rolled up, revealing long, strong arms. "Minghang, I won't care what kind of shady things you've done in Haishur over the years." Thank you, big brother." Hearing the other person's cold voice, Gu Minghang subconsciously scratched his head. There was clearly an instinctive fear of him. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a knock sounded on the door, and the waiter said from outside, "Your guest has arrived. Come in." After receiving permission, the waiter opened the door and led Li Shun and Xinyu inside. "Young Master Li, you've finally arrived." Upon seeing him enter, Gu Minghang hurriedly stood up and spoke with a smile. Li Shun ignored him and focused his gaze on the man next to him. His deep pupils, like a ghostly light in the cold night, exuded a chilling and ruthless aura. As for his identity, Gu Mingxian, the eldest son of the Gu family. At the same time, he's also an arms dealer. Li Shun walked over and sat down, saying, "It's been a long time." "When did you get back?" "Last night." After the other person finished speaking, he put out his cigarette and continued, interested in making a deal. "Trade." Li Shun gazed at him and pondered for a moment. In the original owner's memory, she had met Gu Mingxian at an exchange conference in Kyoto. It left a deep impression on him at the time. Especially the other party's coldness and decisiveness. Their ruthlessness towards enemies can reach the point of being relentless and determined to fight to the death. "Tell me, I'm quite curious about the purpose of your return this time," Li Shun said. "Tianyu Group has been making too many moves overseas lately. Many families and forces have come to me, expressing their desire to have a negotiation with you and ask Tianyu Group to stop." Hearing his words, Li Shun couldn't help but smile. "My father is handling this, why are you coming to me?" Upon hearing this, Gu Mingxian spoke in a low, somber tone. "Does it matter who I contact?" Seeing his expression, Li Shun narrowed his eyes, as if he was thinking about something. As an outsider, Tianyu Group must take certain measures if it wants to gain a foothold overseas. As for the peace talks mentioned by the other party, that's a complete lie. Given their status, why would they possibly speak up about peace talks? After a while, a cold glint flashed in Li Shun's eyes, and he said in a calm voice, "Lower it by 2 points, I'll go talk to my dad." "Can." As the two finished speaking, Gu Minghang breathed a sigh of relief and then ordered the dishes to be served. Albanian white truffles, yellow croaker. Various expensive ingredients began to be served to the table one by the waiters. Judging by appearances, this meal could cost millions. However, the people present were all rich kids and didn't care at all. But after the dishes were served, several scantily clad girls slowly walked in. She wore a light pink ruchuan, a type of traditional Chinese dress, with a layer of gossamer thin gauze over it. With their gentle steps, their fair skin was faintly visible beneath the light gauze. "Young Master Li, this is a specialty of the Mo Shan Hotel, they are all university students majoring in history." As Gu Minghang finished speaking, a delicate, soft female voice called out, Young Master. Chapter 79. Attending the party. The following evening, at the Kwanhai Hotel.
The entrance was already filled with all kinds of luxury cars, and many people who had appeared on TV showed up.
They walked in twos and threes, forming a procession.
I heard that young Master Lee is coming tonight.
I've heard about it too,
and I heard that he changed his schedule, otherwise the press conference should have been tomorrow night. This young Master Lee is far too frivolous.
Who can argue with that? Changing itineraries randomly, one of my clients got angry about it. Alright, that's what happens when he's the heir to the Tianyu group. He shouldn't say anything out of line later.
Listening to the crowd's varied opinions, most of them expressed dissatisfaction with Li Shun's decision to change the time. Although the other party was of noble status, they were still prominent figures.
In summary, it's about living a long life. For most CEOs, their 40s or 50s are the typical age range.
Even if a young man in his early 20s is rumored to be incredibly capable, one would subconsciously underestimate him.
The interior of the hotel.
Lyslin sat in front of the dressing table, looking at her delicate features, and bit her red lips.
Damn Li Shun. After cursing angrily, she looked down at her lower body and saw a knee-length silver-white dress.
Because she doesn't dare wear short skirts or shorts anymore. Those clothes are too short. If you walk fast, they'll show your 2 tattoos.
Although it's not all the writing, it's not recognizable on its own.
But those few marks were particularly noticeable on her fair skin. Once, while walking down the street, she could feel the strange looks people were giving her. As a result, she never wore short skirts or similar clothes again after that. Third Princess, are you really going to reveal this technology to the people of the Dragon Kingdom? A blonde, blue-eyed man next to her asked very respectfully.
Well, Gong Yuehua contacted our country a while ago.
Since she wants the gene mutation technology, let's just release it in Haishur.
If I remember correctly, Lady Gong Yuehua should be in Kyoto.
Why is the third princess making a statement in Haishur?
Because.
Lyslin reached up and lifted her long skirt, looking at the 2 words below, and said through gritted teeth. This man is in Haishur.
You mean Li Shun? But can he represent Tianyu Group?
If he can't come up with a satisfactory price, what about the leaders of Countria?
Don't underestimate him.
Lyslin recalled the previous intelligence. Li Fantian, the founder of Tianyu Group and Li Shun's father, has transferred a lot of the family's assets to his son. Looking solely at the percentage of shares held,
Li Shun owns 38% of the shares. It's even higher than his father's shareholding.
Of course, shares are just shares and do not mean that Li Shun can control Tianyu Group. However, judging from this attitude,
it's absolutely true that he's the heir. Let's go, it's about time, we should go down. Lyslin said, getting up.
The banquet hall of Kwanhai Hotel. The moment you step inside, you're greeted by an atmosphere of luxury. The materials are opulent, the chandeliers are crystal, and the reflection of the flowing river can be seen outside the window.
Only.
After Lyslin came down, she glanced around with her beautiful eyes, revealing a strange expression.
Because Li Shun doesn't seem to be here.
She asked the foreigner next to her, didn't you say that Li Shun had already left?
Yes, third princess, our spies around the Hanhai villa said they set off 2 hours ago. Where is he? Hearing the other party's slightly angry tone, the blonde, blue-eyed man quickly said, I'll go check.
As he finished speaking, the door to the hall was then opened. Li Shun, dressed in a black shirt, strolled in leisurely with Shin Yu and the others, whose legs were weak. Upon seeing him, everyone in the hall fell silent for a moment. Then, the people closest to him immediately stepped forward with their wine glasses, speaking with smiles.
Young Master Li, you finally arrived. We were just talking about you.
Yes, young Master Li, I never expected you to be so young. Listening to their polite words, Li Shun waved his hand impatiently.
Look at that impolite attitude. Like shooing away annoying flies.
Seeing this, everyone around was frozen in embarrassment.
They are renowned entrepreneurs, and to be treated like this by a young man, they were mortified.
Young Master Li, you've arrived.
At this moment, Lu Jia, dressed in a black openwork evening gown, walked over.
As Tanya's general manager in Haishur, the other party naturally received an invitation as well.
Li Shun looked her up and down and nodded. This outfit is nice, it looks good.
Especially the sheer, semi-transparent material perfectly accentuated her assets.
You came alone? Didn't you bring your daughter? Noticing his gaze and hearing his words, Lu Jia couldn't help but give him a charmingly disdainful look.
She went to a bar, she doesn't like those old-fashioned occasions.
That's just like me. Li Shun also didn't really like these kinds of occasions.
After all, given his status, once he arrives, he'll basically be subjected to flattery.
It was just a bunch of old men spouting flattery. Where else can you find the soft, sweet voices of the girls at the Hanhai Villa? Forehead. He wouldn't like it if I said that. It doesn't sound like words, but rather like a person. Young Master Li, I wonder when you'll be available. The company has some plans that need your approval.
Upon hearing Lu Jia's words, Li Shun couldn't help but smile slightly. Unfortunately, he has to go to Suing Luo's place tomorrow, so he doesn't have much time for the time being.
Wait, something's not right. Giving a report. It seems like it doesn't have to be at the company. I have something to do tomorrow.
Just as Lu Jia showed a hint of disappointment after Li Shun finished speaking, she heard him continue.
But now, I can take some time to give you some guidance. Here. Upon hearing this, the other person's mouth opened slightly, their voice filled with disbelief. Of course you don't want to. No, it's because I want to. Sai, you really are my little nemesis.
After Lu Jia finished speaking, Xinyu, who was standing next to her, showed a look of sympathy. Judging from her appearance, this woman clearly works in an office and is the rather delicate type. Even these elite warriors, who train regularly and are enhanced by the female lead's enhancement liquid, couldn't keep up with the young master, let alone his opponent.
Xinyu could easily imagine what this woman would be like in a moment. Ahem, welcome everyone.
At this moment, Lyslin, standing on the podium, addressed the crowd in the hall.
Chapter 80 Gene Mutation Technology. The reason we've gathered everyone here today is to announce a gene-related technology. Following Lyslin's eye signal,
the foreign man next to me projected a video onto the big screen.
Gene mutation technology. Its core function is to alter the gene sequence within an organism.
For example, nucleases can cause double-strand breaks at specific sites in genes, which are then repaired using the cell's own mechanisms. Next, during the repair process, the DNA sequence will be cut and then recombine at non-homologous ends to achieve gene breakage and stratification.
Ultimately, it will be done in a human-made way. A powerful gene sequence has mutated.
After watching the video, Li Shun's expression changed. It's clear that this technology was needed by his mother, or rather, by the Origin Project. Moreover, Gong Yuehua contacted him last night and told him some of the secrets behind it.
Make sure he succeeds in getting rid of the genetic mutation this time.
Besides Li Shun, the other entrepreneurs present also had a change in their expressions after watching the video. This technology holds immense potential in fields such as medicine, genetic testing, and warfare. The war aspect might be difficult to understand,
but it can be explained in one word. The strongest individual soldier.
Their genes are naturally stronger than others, and their actual combat power is absolutely at a level that can crush normal people.
Everyone present was incredibly excited about this tremendous business opportunity.
And of course, there's the most exciting part.
Life.
Since this technology can mutate genes, it can naturally also change the activity of stem cells. There was once a top-tier tycoon abroad who slowed down aging by getting blood transfusions. His blood records even contain the names of hundreds of people. But technology is developing and times are progressing. Modern high-tech methods no longer require those primitive approaches.
Ms. Carlo, how are we planning to collaborate on this technology? After the video ended, one of the entrepreneurs couldn't wait to speak. President Ren, don't be in such a hurry. What, Mr. Tian, are you interested too?
Of course, this technology is not only useful to your Runcon Pharmaceutical, but Changming Bioenergy is also preparing to get involved.
I knew Mr. Tian wouldn't be honest.
Faced with such a tremendous opportunity, Mr. Run, please don't blame us for being impolite.
Mr. Shun, don't you agree?
Of course, our Huan Yuan Biotechnology is also very interested in this technology. As the crowd began to argue, a tense atmosphere gradually spread. This scene brought a smile to Lyslyn's sexy red lips. Since she wanted to release this technology, the entrepreneurs she invited were naturally all screened. Haishur, as one of the core cities of the Dragon Kingdom, has a considerable number of wealthy people.
According to the Global Rich List, Shanghai has nearly 100 entrepreneurs with assets worth billions of US dollars.
These things alone are already quite astonishing and are enough to prove the formidable strength of Hai City. Moreover, the people she invited tonight included not only wealthy individuals from Shanghai, but also from other cities. But what they all have in common is that they all need gene mutation technology.
It's easy to imagine how fiercely they'll fight for it. Li Shun, didn't you want to be my master?
Then let them see how you would handle this group of entrepreneurs, Lyslyn murmured softly.
Regarding this situation,
she knew that Gong Yuehua would not give up the technology of gene mutation, so as her son, Li Shun would naturally take action as well.
However, Li Shun is ultimately just an heir and cannot fully represent Tianyu Group. Normally, these entrepreneurs can be persuaded to give face.
But when it comes to disputes of interest, or even matters of life and death,
who would still show mercy? There's an old saying, obstructing someone's path to wealth is like killing their parents. Not to mention it can block someone's lifespan. So this press conference was actually a setup orchestrated by Lyslyn. A calculated scheme targeting Li Shun.
However, when she saw what Li Shun was doing, she suddenly froze. The other person was pulling Lu Jie to sit on the sofa next to them.
Even if there are many people present.
At first, everyone's attention was drawn to the video, but now they're arguing over every little thing. They basically ignored the surrounding situation.
But that's way too daring.
Even in more open-minded foreign countries, Lyslyn had never seen anything like this.
Li Shun noticed the other person's gaze. A strange smile suddenly appeared on his lips.
He naturally understood the situation on the field, and he now knew Lyslyn's purpose as well.
But so what?
He's not afraid of real games, but he's not afraid of bluffing. He'd love for these people to play dirty tricks. This is a good opportunity to teach them a lesson and show them how to behave.
After a period of time, the crowd gradually quieted down.
The blonde, blue-eyed man took the stage and said, "We plan to develop this technology in a collaborative manner, which means that you can participate in the core technology development process from start to finish." Upon hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but feel a sense of surprise.
Country A, when did it become so generous? This is tantamount to handing over the fruits of genetic mutation to someone else. Actually, Lyslyn couldn't refuse.
She came to China for this very reason.
In Country A, Tianyu Group began its full-scale invasion after acquiring the territory.
It was the leader of Country A who called for the suspension of the Origin project at the international conference.
Gong Yuehua was furious when she found out.
This technology that could change the civilization of all mankind is actually being sabotaged by someone.
The reason is that they are afraid of affecting their status as the world's hegemon.
Therefore, Li Fantian led all the elites of Tianyu Group to attack Country A.
Under pressure, the leaders of Country A ordered the Carlo family to bring the gene mutation technology to Country Dragon. But if they gave it directly to Gong Yuehua, Country A is utterly humiliated.
Therefore, Lyslyn contacted all the forces in the Dragon Kingdom during this period and organized this press conference. A press conference for Li Shun, the heir to Tianyu. Ahem, the bidding for this collaboration on gene mutation technology development is now open, and the highest bidder wins. As soon as the foreign man finished speaking, Mr. Ren, the general manager of Runkong Pharmaceutical, shouted first.
100 million. 200 million. 500 million. Soon, the surrounding entrepreneurs also began to make their moves. Some people are aware of the shady dealings behind this collaboration opportunity.
the conflict between Tianyu Group and Country A. But they are businessmen, and they have the right to buy and sell freely. Even Tianyu Group has no right to interfere.
At the same time, they are also people from the Dragon Kingdom. Country A only said it would give the technology to Country Dragon.
It was never said it was for Tianyu Group. If they can obtain it, Country A would be very happy to see this situation.
Chapter 81: A group of profit-driven merchants. After a bidding process.
A blonde, blue-eyed man stood on the stage, waving a small gavel and shouting like an auctioneer. President Shun of Huanyuan Biotechnology Company offered 66.6 billion.
Are there any higher bids? The record price of 66.6 billion yuan was announced. The expressions of everyone present gradually turned solemn. This price is already very high. Even top companies like them felt a bit of pressure. President Shun, your Huanyuan Biotechnology is really going all out. If I remember correctly, your revenue last year was less than 100 billion, which is equivalent to your profits over 6 years. We're willing to spend 10 years on biological mutation technology.
A man in his 40s stood in front of the crowd, staring at the gene mutation technology displayed on the screen with a determined look in his eyes. Then let me, Changming Bioenergy, see if President Shang has the guts to do that.
70 billion. Another man next to him, about the same age, spoke in a very deep voice. Clearly, the current price is putting some pressure on him. After all, now, Li Shun of Tianyu Group hasn't made a move yet. They've already reached this point, so it's very possible that they'll break through 100 billion in the second half. It's important to know that Liceland is from Country A. So all the prices quoted on site are in US dollars. 70 billion is equivalent to more than 500 billion. If it breaks through 100 billion, that's equivalent to almost reaching a trillion. Trillions. Even for these top companies, coming up with trillions at once would be a challenge. And when they started making offers, Li Shun had already sat down next to him, with Lu Jia lying on the table beside him. He looked like he was shivering from the cold, and he was panting heavily. Although it's quite alarming, the entrepreneurs who are constantly monitoring the situation don't seem to care much. Lu Jia is indeed the general manager, but in the end, she is also an employee. Her employer is Tianyu Group. They are different from general managers like them. Young master, should I make a quote? Xinyu, who was standing next to him, asked. It's not the right time yet. After Li Shun finished speaking, he looked at the people present, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Several companies rank among the top 10 in China. Li Shun didn't believe they couldn't explain the shady dealings behind this bidding process. But even knowing that, we still have to do it. Businessman. Prioritizing profit over sentiment. This perfectly illustrates the saying, there are no permanent friends, only permanent interests. Faced with profit, they have forgotten the language of the masses and live only in their own circles. In other words, for their own benefit, they would do anything, regardless of family, friends, or the people. They can all be discarded. It is precisely because of them that so many people are exploited to the point of collapse. They try to gain their sympathy by sharing their suffering and pain in exchange for a brief respite. But can they understand it? Can't understand. Once there is no longer any benefit or value, no matter what you have given before, there will always be only one path waiting for you. Dismiss. Living in their own circle means they will never learn to communicate with ordinary people. Whether they are biological siblings or adoptive parents, they are capable of killing each other for profit. Let alone ordinary people who have no value. Speaking of which, although Li Shun is also a second-generation rich kid, he has a very fundamental difference from these businessmen. He was a time traveler, having experienced the lowest levels of society and witnessed scenes beneath the mud. He would not punish others for personal gain. They only punish people for doing wrong. Otherwise, without a standard, in Li Shun's view, that would be completely a mental illness. They'll be killed sooner or later. Like those female protagonists, aside from the conflict of identities. Zhang Yuyan's mistake was believing in justice, while Su Wanyan initially intended to handle the situation normally. only suing Luo.
Because of her innocence, she remained unchanged even after being surrounded by money and applause. Therefore, Li Shun's attitude towards her was clearly different from that of the other female leads. He did not try to destroy her mind, but instead used normal methods.
Thinking of suing Luo,
Li Shun recalled the scene from 2 days ago when she took Nanachan out.
I don't know where those two went, they haven't come back yet. No matter what, Nanachan was wrong.
Leaking his information without his consent, even if the recipient is a member of the Mahist school or his fiancée, will not have any serious consequences.
But this behavior is wrong. They must be punished. If suing Luo cannot give him a satisfactory explanation, then Nanachan will not be able to escape. After a period of time,
looking at the situation on the field, Li Shun saw that only a few companies were still competing, so he nodded to Xinyu.
100 billion.
As her voice rang out, everyone present turned to look in her direction.
Tianyu Group has finally made its move. Young Master Li, we are all businessmen. Even if a deal falls through, we can still be on good terms. Please forgive us.
After Mr. Tian, the general manager of Changming Bioenergy, spoke in a low voice, he was about to raise the price again when he heard Li Shun's voice.
Sometimes, if you stretch out your claws when you shouldn't, you'll have to worry about them being chopped off. You agree, right, Mr. Tian?
Upon hearing his words, the other person's expression clearly changed slightly.
The meaning is already quite clear. It's practically saying outright that anyone who dares to bid again should be prepared to have their claws chopped off. Young Master Li is truly an interesting person. There's nothing wrong with fair bidding, President Tian said in a low voice.
Upon hearing this, Li Shun slowly rose from his seat and spoke as he walked.
Yuer, give me a knife. Upon hearing this, Mr. Tian's expression changed instantly. Is the other side preparing to make a move? To make a move in front of so many people. Young Master Li, as the heir to Tianyu, you should know our identities. If you provoke us, the Dragon Kingdom will not let you off the hook.
I know, Li Shun said calmly.
If you leave the Dragon Kingdom with all your possessions, the Dragon Kingdom's economic level will regress by 100 years. But that's China's reason, not mine. Like you said, it's business competition.
Where there is competition, there will be disagreement. Where there is disagreement, there will naturally be lessons learned.
After he finished speaking, several shrill screams rang out instantly. Ah! My hand! Ah! You bastard! You're a lunatic! Ah! Call a doctor!
The ground was covered in blood, and several people were clutching their wrists, their faces contorted in pain.
And these people. These were the most aggressively priced offers just now.
At the same time, Li Shun could sense the dark demonic thought in his heart with every utterance.
That's why he didn't let Xinyu bid, he wanted to see who else was bidding. Young Master Li. You're ruthless.
Several bosses reprimanded him in deep voices. Accompanied by her secretary, she kept a close eye on Li Shun before leaving.
A dog that bites doesn't bark. Given their status and experience, they are well past the age of whining and complaining. Moreover, there are more important things to do now. Go to the hospital to take over. Chapter 82, Taking Lyslin Away. Aren't you afraid of their retaliation? Upon seeing this, Lyslin's pretty face showed shock as she slowly stepped forward and spoke. She had witnessed Li Shun's methods before. I know the hands of this group of people. It's impossible to reconnect it. Because the knife in the other party's hand had a faint, eerie black aura on its surface. This is the corrosive power of the demonic invasion.
Li Shun has significantly reduced the precast time for using this talent.
After all, once you're despised by heaven,
he doesn't even need to absorb negative desires, they will come rushing in from all directions on their own.
As for why it can't be connected? This is because the cells at the cut surfaces of these people have been completely eroded away. It looks like it was just broken. But in reality, it looks exactly like a hand cut off from a dead person. No matter how advanced medicine becomes, it is impossible to reattach a hand that is as lifeless as a dead object. Revenge? They'd be better off playing games, that way I can teach them a lesson. A lesson that only happens once in a lifetime.
Li Shun stared toward the doorway, a cold glint flashing in his dark pupils. This group of people are, after all, people of status, many of whom have appeared on television. Cutting off their hands, the Dragon Kingdom wouldn't care, but killing them without any reason.
The resulting chain reaction will cause unease among all businesses in the Dragon Kingdom.
They were afraid that Tianyu's heir was a madman, afraid that Tianyu was planning to annex them.
There are so many things I'm afraid of.
If Tianyu, as the #1 enterprise in the Dragon Kingdom, has a truly insane heir, the Dragon Kingdom will be the first to take action. It's not even a question, someone who controls such enormous wealth and power.
Once you go crazy, this is absolutely a catastrophic upheaval.
To protect the safety of its people, the Dragon Kingdom was the first to take action and beat him up. But if they play tricks, this is tantamount to handing a knife to Li Shun. Whether he lives or dies, no one will care. As the saying goes,
when you're in the right, you can go anywhere in the world without fear.
This principle can refer to more than just reason, it can also refer to justification, ideals, physics, natural law, and so on.
So, did Li Shun let them go? That's definitely not it. When they realize they can't reconnect, can they remain indifferent? Let alone these top entrepreneurs, even an ordinary person would know they are going to become disabled. Can he just pretend nothing happened? If you don't have this much guts to build such a big business, how could you have achieved it? Murder is not something you can do without thinking. Otherwise, what's the difference between you and a complete idiot? Hearing his icy tone, Lyslin couldn't help but feel a chill.
This man is really ruthless. Unexpectedly, even after gathering all the powerful entrepreneurs in the Dragon Kingdom, they still couldn't defeat Li Shun.
The main problem is that the other party doesn't follow the normal procedures at all. If you just flip the table, which entrepreneur would dare to continue? They're afraid of dying too. You win.
The gene mutation technology belongs to Tianyu now, Lyslin said dejectedly.
You won.
After Li Shun finished speaking, he looked at her with a smile on his lips. Seeing his smile, Lyslin naturally understood what he meant. Victory is often accompanied by spoils of war. And I will become the spoils of war, Lyslin said slowly, biting her red lips.
Master. Kneel down. Bang.
Upon hearing this, she did not hesitate at all and immediately knelt down in front of the other person.
It is human nature to admire the strong. Not to mention someone like Li Shun. Lyslin recalled that eerie black aura, its methods like those of a demon. They didn't even have the slightest thought of resisting anymore. Moreover, she knew that what she had done this time would definitely displease the other party. One can only act obedient and compliant in order to gain the other party's mercy.
After being in Haishur for so many days, do you still remember who you are? Li Shun said as he walked up to her. He is the master's obedient slave.
I still remember.
As Li Shun spoke, he gently traced the blood-stained knife across her pretty face.
I thought you'd forgotten. Ah.
At that moment, Lyslin let out a sweet cry. A trickle of blood flowed from her fair forehead, and the pain made her whole body tremble.
Master, spare me.
Hearing Lyslin's painful pleas for mercy, Li Shun's lips curled into a slight smile.
After a long while, a clear black character appeared between Lyslin's eyebrows. Slave. With the corrosive power of the demonic invasion, the black text was branded onto it like a mark. Unexpectedly. The Darkin race's innate ability to corrupt everything, he used it in this way. When Li Shun stepped back to admire the view, as he walked, Lyslin's figure came into view. Bloodstains ran down her pretty face, along her snow-white neck, soaking the dress on her chest. Ah! The third princess. Upon seeing this, the foreign man next to him roared and was about to rush over. Bang! Li Shun didn't even need to lift a finger for such a trivial matter. Shinyu simply raised her long, straight, beautiful legs. He kicked the other person away with one kick. Don't be fooled by how slender and beautiful those legs are, they can be quite strong. With Shin Yu and her group's physical abilities, they could easily crush an ordinary person's head. Fuck! The foreign man who was kicked away cursed angrily and got up to draw his weapon. However, Lyslin remained unmoved by this scene, which made Li Shun ask her some questions out of curiosity.
He's not one of yours.
Yes, but offending the master deserves to die.
Good, you've finally come to terms with your identity.
Upon hearing her answer, Li Shun couldn't help but show a satisfied expression. Then, she threw the blood-stained knife in her hand directly into the foreign man's forehead. The other party had just pulled out a gun from his pocket, but before he could even act, his pupils suddenly dilated. When he unleashed his murderous intent,
the ending was already predetermined.
Everyone looked at the fallen foreign man, then at the smiling Li Shun, and couldn't help but show expressions of horror.
This person is too ruthless.
Although they had seen this kind of thing before, after all, with such a large business, how could they possibly have clean hands? But this kind of open and aboveboard. That's truly quite shocking. Fortunately, when they came in, they saw some of the top entrepreneurs and knew they were just there to make up the numbers.
So she didn't say much the whole time and behaved very well, otherwise.
Look at the bloodstains on the ground, then look at the foreign man lying stiffly on the ground.
This is what happens. Lyslin, pass on the genetic mutation technology to my mother, and then come back to Hanhai Villa with me tonight.
Taking the wet wipes Shin Yu handed him, Li Shun wiped the blood off his hands as he spoke to her.
Yes, master. Chapter 83 Paradise Villa. Nighttime, at Hanhai Villa.
Li Sun lay on an open-air hammock, looking at Nana-chan with a strange expression. Standing beside her was Suing Luo, who had returned with her.
Brother Shun, what do you think of my method?
Upon hearing her words, Li Shun looked hesitant, but finally said helplessly.
Can this even be considered? Just tell me whether it was cut or not. Speechless, Li Shun didn't know what to say. Nana-chan's tongue was indeed cut, but not in the way that normal people would understand it. There is a special kind of entity, I don't know if you've heard of it.
It's called a tongue split surgery.
It's a kind of plastic surgery, usually used to change the shape or structure of the tongue.
This surgery can split the tongue, creating an appearance similar to a snake's tongue.
So Nana-chan really did have it cut. But how should I put it? That's weird. If Shunkuin is not satisfied, Nana-chan is willing to accept the initial punishment.
Upon hearing this voice, a hint of surprise flashed in Li Shun's eyes.
He then sat up and looked at Nana-chan. Because this voice is so beautiful. It's completely different from her original voice. It possesses an ethereal beauty, dreamlike and enchanting, full of mystery and allure. No need this time, come here. He reached out and lifted the other person's small face, speaking in a low voice. From today onwards, you are the brand new Nana Hatano-chan, got it?
Yes. Nana looked at Li Shun's face, and a strange light flashed in her eyes under the night lights.
Shuinjuan's meaning is quite clear.
Hatano-chan, who submitted to the Mo family, died while completing her previous mission.
From now on, she has only one master in this life.
At that moment, a sound came from the pool next to Li Shun, about 3 or 4 meters away.
The other person was none other than Lyslin.
However, after seeing that the other person came out but didn't go back down, Shueao jumped into the pool.
Continue, the training isn't finished yet. As Shueao's sweet voice rang out, Lyslin dived into the pool again. This is her duty tonight, to make the other person practice holding their breath. The longer it lasts, the better. For the average person, without professional training, the limit for holding their breath is probably between 30 seconds and 2 minutes.
Professional divers, or people with naturally high lung capacity, can extend their time to more than 5 minutes. If you insist on arguing about those world record holders who have lasted nearly 30 minutes, then there's nothing you can do. Lyslin had never even had any diving training before, and they made her hold her breath for 30 minutes. She'll just float it right there for you to see.
Moreover, 30 minutes would be a suffocatingly desperate situation. There was absolutely no chance of survival.
On the contrary, 10 minutes gives people a glimmer of hope,
at least they can see the possibility of making it through.
Although it's insignificant.
But at least there's something to it. Since there is hope, there will be effort, and that's what makes things interesting. Otherwise, Shun wouldn't have come to watch the show in the middle of the night.
2 minutes later.
Unable to bear it any longer, Lyslyn's urge to breathe surged again as the carbon dioxide levels in her body increased. So she surfaced from the pool again and called out to Shun.
I'm almost at my limit.
After listening to what Lyslyn said, Shun turned to look at her and said calmly,
Limits are meant to be broken. Hearing this, the other party asked Shueyo with some reluctance. How long can you hold your breath? 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
Upon hearing this, a look of shock flashed across Lyslyn's eyes, and then she dived back down. It's obvious she wants to compare herself to the other person. However, even if she tried her best to suppress her instincts, for an ordinary person like her,
2 minutes is about the limit. In the end,
she vaguely saw her sister Safina and remembered the days they used to live together.
And then,
her slightly dilated pupils even saw her mother, who had been dead for many years. The other person seemed to be waving at her, and the familiar voice of her family gently rang in her ears.
Lyslyn, come with me. Mother.
Lyslyn, who had been pulled out of the water by Shueyo, murmured unconsciously. However, when she heard the other person call her mom, Shueyo patted the other person on the shoulder, feeling a little strange. They were all young girls.
Suddenly called mom.
Shueyo had a strange feeling, as if she had given birth to a daughter who was older than herself.
Am I in heaven?
Coming to her senses, Lyslyn looked around in confusion.
Heaven.
Upon hearing this, Shun raised an eyebrow and continued, That's right, this is my paradise.
Hanhai Villa. It seems like I really could change my name. Paradise Villa. Chapter 84 Heading to the Mountains of Shanshur. The next morning.
As the sunlight shone on him, Shun, who had just woken up on the grass, slowly opened his eyes. I must say, I slept very well. The warm sunlight streamed down, complementing the beautiful scenery surrounding the villa. Such a beautiful scene really does resemble a scene from a comic book.
Master, you're awake.
Jiang Yuyan, carrying a breakfast, walked through the surrounding area.
You're back. Where's Xiao Yuan? Shun asked. Young master, I'm here.
At this moment, Tang Xiaoyuan also walked over from the side, holding a coat in her hand. Judging from her appearance, she was probably worried that Shun would catch a cold, so she went back inside to get it.
Seeing this scene.
Although, given his physique, the chill of the morning was nothing to him. He wouldn't refuse if someone did it for him. So he simply rested his head on her body and began to eat breakfast while being served by Jiang Yuyan. At this moment, Shun turned around and glanced at the pendant in front of Tang Xiaoyuan. It was intact, so he asked directly. How are the people from the Shadow Society doing? Sister Jiang arrested them all and brought them to the investigation bureau.
When Tang Xiaoyuan spoke, her gaze toward Jiang Yuyan was filled with respect.
Shun was not surprised by this result. Although the Shadow Society is quite powerful, being one of the largest organized crime groups in the country.
But Jiang Yuyan is the true female lead.
When faced with good fortune, turning adversity into opportunity, achieving a comeback against all odds, and saving the day are all things they excel at.
Anything can happen.
The female protagonist's bodyguard team, which was originally conceived, has finally reached a certain size.
There are 3 official female leads and 3 fake female leads. With their help, many things become much simpler.
It wasn't for nothing that he put so much effort into completing the extreme mission. Now we're finally seeing the results.
As for the female lead in the future? It depends on my mood.
If someone meets your expectations, you can consider recruiting them into the female lead's bodyguard team.
If it doesn't meet the requirements,
I really want to see a group of female protagonists kill another female protagonist or male protagonist.
That scene. It's interesting to think that luck will ultimately prevail. The collected blue crystals.
When Li Shun spoke, he paused, indicating that he had already used the complete version of the life crystal.
These fragments. Forget it, let's give it to my mother. She'll probably be more interested in this kind of thing.
Yes, young master, Tang Xiaoyuan replied. As for those Shadow Society members, you should know what to do, right? He noticed Li Shun's gaze. A cold glint flashed in Jiang Yuyan's beautiful eyes as she spoke in an icy tone.
I know. Anything that has been recorded will be handled in the same way as before.
Yeah, don't let them die too easily. Rest assured, master, given the crimes they have committed, I will make them wish they were dead.
It's hard to imagine. A female protagonist would say something like that.
Under Li Shun's guidance, Jiang Yuyan's thinking has completely changed.
Justice is justice.
But it is justice in the darkness, tinged with pain and fear, like the darkest flower in the dawn.
I've almost finished eating.
Hearing Li Shun's words, Jiang Yuyan looked at the breakfast in her hand with some confusion.
That's not much at all. Why does the owner eat so little? After a long while,
a long Rolls-Royce ghost drove out of the gates of Paradise Villa. Driven by Tang Xiaoyuan, Li Shun and the others headed to Suing Luo's hometown.
Mountain City.
Suing Luo, who woke up in the car, looked at the luxurious interior around her and couldn't help but be a little lost in thought. The seats are made of calfskin leather, and the ceiling lights are a dazzling starry sky design. There is also a car bar, TV, restroom, and more. Besides that, there's the most important point.
Suing Luo knocked on the car window.
The sound produced was not the sound of glass, but the sound of my own fingers.
This car is outrageous.
It's actually an armored car with a home protection system. Brother, I'm worried that the family might damage this car if you drive it back, Suing Luo said somewhat anxiously.
It's okay, it's broken, so what?
Li Shun picked up his wine glass and took a sip, his tone carrying an ambiguous meaning.
How could a group of mountain folk possibly destroy a Rolls-Royce armored car? That's right, Suing Luo's hometown is in a mountain in Shanshi.
It can be described in just a few words.
It is a poor and remote area with a backward economy. This raises a very strange question: how was the female protagonist conceived under these conditions?
You should know that her grades were excellent. I scored 738 points on the college entrance exam. He was only 12 points away from the perfect score of 750, making him an absolute top scorer in the province.
It's not that I look down on people from the mountains.
In terms of genetics, they simply do not possess such excellent genes. Of course, gene mutation is also possible.
But how come she just happens to be the female lead?
Li Shun recalled the intelligence he had seen before, and a shadow crossed his eyes. Then he picked up his glass and took a big gulp. This world will need to be cleaned up sooner or later. Only after witnessing those bloody truths can one understand what darkness truly is. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but recall the rich second generation he had once summoned on the rooftop of Shanghai University.
Is he evil? The answer is yes.
Li Shun has awakened and completely unleashed the darkness within his humanity. But a very strange phenomenon occurred. The darkness this person created.
It's not more than before.
Through this experiment involving the eye of the underworld and human nature, he drew some conclusions.
True evil. It's not evil. Rather, it is the endless abyss beneath that kindness. Evil forged in the name of justice is far more terrifying than real evil. Ironically, people are unaware of this. A large mountain in the city.
As the Rolls-Royce ghost drove by, the two-tone body design exudes a distinct sense of luxury and grandeur. This caused the people working around to unconsciously look up and curiously observe. Young master, we're almost there. Shueya, who was driving, glanced at the desolate surroundings and called out to Li Shun behind her.
As for Tang Xiaoyuan at the beginning?
Having not seen each other for so many days, I couldn't contain my joy any longer and ran over to Li Shun's place. Of course, Jiang Yuyan was the same as her.
Okay, then let's go home with Suing Luo first. Chapter 85: Suing Luo's Sister. A dilapidated mountain village. After Shueyao parked the car, the surrounding villagers all came out to watch.
This vehicle is so long, it must be able to carry a lot of people.
Of course, see that little man symbol on the front of the car? That means there are a lot of people. Oh, I see. Honey, you know so much. This car must be expensive, right?
It's not cheap, it could buy several cows.
Several cows. That's so expensive. The Su family must be sending rich relatives.
Having changed her clothes, Suing Luo looked at the small house outside the car window, her expression becoming somewhat excited.
Let's go pick up your sister.
After Li Shun finished speaking, he also looked out the window. The walls are made of grayish-yellow mud bricks, some of which have peeled off, revealing the rough bricks and stones inside. The roof was covered with some mottled tiles.
As the group got off the bus,
the group of beautiful women with outstanding figures and graceful demeanors surrounding Li Shun instantly attracted everyone's attention. Long, straight, snow-white legs that seem to be able to steal your eyes. In addition, she has a curvaceous and beautiful figure, as well as exquisitely sculpted stunning looks.
Oh, fairy!
The surrounding villagers all stared intently at their impressive figures, waists, and beautiful legs.
If sight could be of any use.
It is estimated that Zhang Yuyan and the others were wearing dresses, stockings, underwear, high heels, and other clothing.
Turned to ashes in a matter of minutes. Younger sister. Just then, hearing the commotion outside, a girl came out of the house in front. Around 20 years old.
His skin was wheat-colored, which made him look very healthy. He was wearing a black short-sleeved shirt and long pants, which looked like they had been worn for a long time and were faded from washing.
As for appearance,
although her outfit wasn't great, judging by the proportions of her facial features, she was still quite good-looking.
Elder sister. Upon seeing her, Suing Luo couldn't help but run over and hug her. Little sister, you're finally back.
I've missed you so much these past few days.
I miss you as well.
The two sisters hugged for a while. Holding Suing Luo's small hand, the other person asked with concern, "How are you doing out there?
Have you been bullied?"
Don't worry, sister, no one dares to bully me.
I don't know what kind of person you are. You'd be helping someone count their money even if they were being scammed.
Really, I'm an adult now, Suing Luo said, looking embarrassed.
Grown-ups.
The other person was somewhat surprised upon hearing this, then looked down at her legs and frowned. With a hint of suspicion, she asked, "You haven't already, have you?" His name is Li Shun, his family is very rich, and he came back with me today. Before Suing Luo could finish speaking, the other person's expression turned very somber.
Okay, I understand.
Hearing her sister's somewhat cold voice, Suing Luo pouted, looking a little unconvinced. At this moment, Li Shun and the others also came in. When the other person saw his appearance, their pupils dilated.
Then, a complicated expression appeared on his face. No wonder she found someone so good-looking, no wonder she got you.
After muttering a few words, the other person ran to the door, put their hands on their hips, and shouted very loudly.
What are you all looking at? Nothing to do at home? How about I set you up in a fire and give you something to do? Get out of here now.
As she shouted her curses, the surrounding villagers all left.
He was clearly somewhat afraid of Suing Luo's sister. Because of this girl. If you say you'll set a fire, you really can. Don't let her good looks fool you. If you touch her, she'll chase you down a mountain road with a shovel. That attitude was like they wouldn't give up until they ripped your skull open. It was under her protection that Suing Luo was spared from being harmed by the scoundrels in the village. Otherwise, her older sister would have come knocking on our door in the middle of the night with a torch. Back inside. In the rather cramped space, Suing Luo only brought Li Shun in, while the rest of the people stood guard outside the door. However, there's a dog in the yard. It belongs to the large wolfhound category. After Suing Luo and her sister left, they immediately started barking wildly at Xinyu and the others. That appearance. It looked like they wanted to pounce on them and bite them. Only. Zhang Yuyan waved to it, and the dog immediately jumped over. Then, he lay down at her feet and sniffed her small feet in high heels. A human-like smile appeared on his face. This dog. When Shinyu saw it licking Jiang Yuyan's feet, a strange look flashed in her eyes. The dog will come closer, this is a sign of affection. But this behavior of licking feet. Shinyu was somewhat confused. Inside the house. Looking at the dim surroundings, Li Shun was pulled by Su-Ing Luo to sit down on the kong, a heated brick bed. Sister, he is my boyfriend, Li Shun. This is my older sister, Su-Ing Yu. After Su-Ing Luo finished her introduction, she said to her sister, Li Shun is very good to me. You're so good to me? I saw you were almost unable to walk just now. Hearing her sister's words, Su-Ing Luo's face turned somewhat embarrassed. This isn't an adjective. Sigh, no matter what, I can't protect you forever. Su-Ing Yu sighed, her expression turning somewhat somber, and continued speaking to Li Shun. Li Shun, right? Ing Luo has never suffered much hardship since she was a child, so you must protect her. Don't worry, she won't suffer in the future, Li Shun nodded and said. It might taste bitter if you eat it once. But eating several rounds of it definitely won't be bitter. Sister, Dad is gone. Why don't you move to Haishur with me? Su-Ing Luo said, holding the other woman's hand. Seeing her sister's hesitant expression, Su-Ing Luo asked again with some confusion. What's wrong? Didn't we agree on this over the phone? I thought you meant. Su-Ing Yu looked up at Li Shun. Her initial understanding was that the two sisters lived together. Although they couldn't afford to buy a house in Haishur given their financial situation, they could rent one. But now it seems. This younger sister means she lives with Li Shun. He who eats another's food is bound to him, he who takes another's money is bound to him. If she were to actually move in, she would be naturally shorter than Li Shun, and she would be too embarrassed to scold him if anything happened in the future. Actually, that's overthinking it. She would dare to scold Li Shun, even if he was Su-Ing Luo's sister. They all deserve to be hung up and whipped. The kind with chili oil on it. If Su-Ing Luo dared to stop her, then hang them up and whip them all. There's a price to pay for insulting him, that's the rule. They could ask Lu Jia for advice on this. Her daughter got into trouble because she told Li Shun to get lost. The result was on that day. Her mother gave a presentation all afternoon. Chapter 86. Two female protagonists climb into the doghouse. A cemetery on the hilltop. Unable to refuse, Su-Ing Yu agreed, and the two sisters came here to bid farewell to their parents. Of course, the main reason was to worship his mother. A woman who is incredibly outstanding. Seeing the above portrait, one can understand why Su-Ing Luo's grades were so good. And the two sisters' beauty, why are they both as beautiful as phoenixes from the mountains? Just because. A phoenix once fell here. Judging from the portrait, he was probably around 35 years old when he passed away. She was very pretty, and her face alone gave off the air of someone from a scholarly family. But this delicate girl. They were left forever in the mountains. Her two children came to her grave today to bid her farewell. The two are about to leave this mountain. Unfortunately, she will never see this day. Mom, my sister, and I are leaving now. I've done everything you asked me to do. My sister is doing well now, and I promise I won't let her be bullied. Su-Ing Yu knelt on the ground, gently stroking the portrait in front of her, her eyes gradually reddening. Su-Ing Luo, who was standing next to her, had already started to sob when she saw her mother's grave. Seeing the two girls crying, a hint of coldness rose in Li Shun's eyes. When he wanted to accomplish his mission through Su-Ing Luo's family, he found their information. Su-Yun Luo, a woman of exceptional talent. She was kind-hearted, but it was precisely because of her kindness that her life was ruined. As for the man next to him, if I'm not mistaken, it was Su-Ing Yu who killed him. This older sister is capable of anything to protect her younger sister from being persecuted by beasts. Even if it's patricide. Of course, given the two sisters' good looks, they're probably not the only ones in this mountain who would want to take action. This whole area is
The overgrown mound of earth holds the eternal sleep caused by greed.
Judging from the appearance, no one has cleaned it at all. This place is completely different from the clean and tidy place in Su Yunluo's area. After all, they even have a frame for their funeral portrait. Made of glass, small and exquisite, it's clearly the work of a girl.
When the two had finished crying, Li Shun stepped forward and said, I will move your mother's grave to Haishur, so you can visit her anytime you miss her.
Thanks.
Hearing his words, Su Yingyu hugged her younger sister and nodded to him. As the group prepared to leave, Xinyu, who was standing nearby, began to contact professionals. Although they belong to the Blood Rose organization, they have received extensive training since childhood.
But digging up graves, they really haven't studied it.
And we need to be quick, because this place is about to be cleaned up by the young master.
Literally, it means cleaning. All those who have committed evil will be annihilated. As for those who haven't done anything wrong?
As mentioned before, with the intelligence capabilities of the Mahists, they could even find out whether a child wore open-crotch pants. They will be taken to another place by the relevant departments of the city and start their lives anew.
The benefits and compensation are definitely better than here. But
from the moment he descended the mountain until he reached the small house in the village, Li Shun's brow remained furrowed.
What about the task? What kind of divinely ordained mission is this? Did he guess wrong? This mission has nothing to do with Su Yingluo's hometown? System, the special sense you mentioned before, you weren't just lying to me, were you? I don't feel anything at all. System? Good grief, I'm just ignoring him.
Li Shun looked around and saw that there was nowhere to hide.
Where exactly is that opportunity?
After much deliberation, he still felt that this mission should be related to Su Yingluo's family.
If it's not in the yard, could it be in that doghouse? If it really is an antique, the people here wouldn't know to use it for dogs. That seems plausible. But who is he? How could you climb into a doghouse?
Zhang Yuyan, you seem quite close to this dog.
Go check what's in its kennel. Ah.
Upon hearing Li Shun's words, a look of surprise flashed across the woman's beautiful eyes, and she was completely bewildered. Then, Zhang Yuyan glanced at the dirty doghouse and then at her clean dress.
But regarding Li Shun's orders, she really couldn't refuse. So, with no other choice, I squatted down, stuck out my buttocks, and crawled inside. Young master, can't we just tear it down?
Seeing this, Xinyu asked in a somewhat puzzled tone. As sisters, seeing each other climbing into the doghouse.
To be honest, she really felt a little reluctant. Then you should come along too.
Young master, can you pretend I didn't say anything? Xinyu said, sounding somewhat aggrieved. But Li Shun smiled without saying a word. Xinyu sighed, tied the hem of her halter dress, and then followed her over.
They dismantled the doghouse.
Li Shun certainly knew such a simple method.
But the main problem is that I don't know what it is. What if it's something very brittle? What if it gets smashed to pieces? So, we can only ask these two female leads to make do.
Oh, one female lead, and one pseudo-female lead.
But watching them twist and turn like that is quite amusing. After a while.
After helping her sister pack her luggage, Su Yingluo came out of the house and saw this strange scene.
Brother Shun, what's going on with those two? They're training. Training? What kind of training is this?
Li Shun turned to look at her and said with an ambiguous expression.
Intensive training, do you want to join us?
No need, I can find my position myself, no need for training. Su Yingluo scratched her head, finished speaking, and then slipped away.
As for the dog? Yan has already tied it up with a rope. As an elegant woman, she wouldn't want to touch something so dirty.
However, the wolfhound tied to the tree watched as its den was being ransacked.
That whimpering sound.
There was a strange sense of desolation.
A moment later,
Zhang Yuyan and Xinyu, covered in dust and dirt, crawled out of the doghouse with a bunch of things in their hands.
That appearance.
A few strands of hair fell across her forehead, and her small face was covered in noticeable dust.
It looks like. Squat down and put your hands on your body. As Li Shun finished speaking, the two exchanged a helpless glance and then did as he said. Good. They really look like two. Cough cough, all done. Li Shun nodded to the two of them, and they immediately ran towards the car. Needless to say, take a shower and change clothes. There is a restroom and spare clothes on the bus. All sorts of strange and unusual styles are available. After all, Li Shun would never miss out on cosplay. As for the car windows? That goes without saying. One-way vision glass is practically standard equipment. After the two left, Li Shun looked at the pile of junk on the ground. Yes, you can tell at a glance. There are no cultural relics at all. Chapter 87, You have 1 minute. Inside the house. The Su sisters had finished packing. They didn't actually have much stuff, just one suitcase was enough. After they left, Li Shun walked in alone and began to close his eyes to sense his surroundings. I don't feel anything. The special sensory ability the system mentioned. That's like talking nonsense. Li Shun frowned, looked around, and finally decided to ignore it. After we've cleared this area, let Dajuan lead the search party to the mountains. These kinds of chores are not allowed. Wait, something's not right. These kinds of chores really have to be done by the female lead. After all, when it comes to finding bargains, normal people can't compare to these female protagonists. As for if it's blown up, that's the fate of this antique. Since he's already searched and hasn't found it, he might as well just disappear completely. Li Shun turned and walked out of the small house. Arrive at the car. I saw Suing Yu arguing with several middle-aged women, and a little boy was standing next to her. Judging from the situation, it seems the child scratched the car. Because Li Shun had previously said he would move their mother's grave. Therefore, Suing Yu developed a liking for him, and naturally became very angry when she saw someone scratching his car. Certainly. This isn't the kind of affection I'm talking about. It's just normal friendly affection. After all, no matter how outstanding Li Shun is, he is still his sister's boyfriend. Given Suing Yu's favoritism towards her younger sister, the things that hurt her. Even if you beat her to death, she still couldn't do it. Similarly, if her younger sister asked, she could wash it clean and deliver it to her door in no time. After all, her genes are what they are. Judging by the proportions of her facial features, she was a natural beauty, but now she's somewhat obscured. As Li Shun approached, he could hear what the group of people were saying. He's just a child, he doesn't understand anything. What are you arguing about here for? The old woman said. Xiaoyu, we're all neighbors, and you've watched this child grow up. Can't you be a little more considerate? Another older woman said. Your sister is a college student, and you, as the older sister, don't even understand such a simple principle, said an older woman. You can't be so petty. You'll suffer for it later, said yet another older woman. We'll apologize on behalf of the child, and that'll be the end of it, said yet another older woman. Hearing what these middle-aged women were saying, Suing Yu's face turned red with anger. Although she's fierce, she's not bad with words. How could a young girl in her early 20s possibly out-argue a group of middle-aged women? Meanwhile, Shin Yu and the others nearby. Leaning against the car, her sexy red lips slightly upturned, she looked like she was watching a show. Even though the little boy was still holding the dresses they had just taken off and thrown away. It's currently covered up on my face. Judging from the look of it, it's breathing heavily. This one action alone sealed their fate. As for why they didn't speak? Given Shin Yu's and others' personalities, after receiving Li Shun's education, they all understood one principle. If you can take action, try not to argue. It's just that Suing Yu started cursing first, otherwise these people would have been meeting their maker long ago. Mom, this smells so good. Upon hearing the child's words, the woman snatched the dress and prepared to throw it away. After all, in her understanding, how much is a tattered skirt worth? But the moment she touched it, the obviously extraordinary texture took her by surprise. At least she's not stupid.
This dress was personally designed by LV's chief designer and is worth over 800,000 yuan. It's no exaggeration to say that the clothes worn by Xinyu and the others alone are enough to buy this entire mountain. Then, the woman secretly stuffed the dress into her pocket, clearly intending to keep it.
Want some fun? I'll give you 1 minute, then come up here naked. If you're even a second late, I'll slap you with a belt.
Upon hearing Li Shun's words, Xinyu and the others immediately wiped the smiles off their faces.
With the young master's strength. Apart from a few of them with strong recovery abilities, wouldn't everyone else have been torn to pieces? Then, Suing-yu witnessed a truly shocking scene.
The feeling one gets from seeing this group of stunningly beautiful women changes instantly. Cold, dangerous, and exuding a chilling aura, it swiftly reaped the lives of the surrounding villagers. If I had to describe it in one word:
messenger of hell.
Her graceful figure and cool gaze seemed to possess an irresistible charm. Only 30 seconds had passed. As they exerted all their strength, the people around them silently collapsed to the ground.
Look at that peaceful appearance, it's like someone taking a nap. After all, they belong to the Blood Rose. Its most effective fighting style is to launch silent attacks through vital points. Temples, back of the head, carotid arteries, etc. These are the places they prioritize attacking.
Suing-yu's eyes lit up when she saw this. At the beginning, my sister said she had a boyfriend, and I was worried about one thing. He had killed someone himself. I don't care what happens to me, but if my sister is looked down upon because of this,
even if it means death, she can't forgive herself.
I can't even face my deceased mother. To protect her younger sister, the older sister has become someone whose hands are stained with blood.
My only wish in this life. It's also that my sister can live in the sunshine.
As for the dark and dirty side behind it all, let your older sister bear that responsibility.
We got into the car.
Li Shun watched Suing Luo packing her luggage and a thought suddenly flashed through his mind.
That antique. Could it be a small item? With this idea in mind, he went over and opened Suing-yu's suitcase. A moment later, I sensed something. Brother Shun, why are you holding my sister's underwear? Suing Luo asked with a strange look. Cough.
After coughing lightly, Li Shun put the black clothes back in his hand.
Look at the size.
I didn't expect the other party to be so knowledgeable.
Censor error, please continue scrolling. A while later,
Suing Luo said somewhat awkwardly, Brother, if you want it, I can help you, but could you please not take my sister's? Hearing her words, Li Shun glanced at the lace panties in his hand again. Judging from the style, it was probably bought by Suing Luo for her sister, since she had seen this style on her before.
Damn it!
His perception is so pure. Before the brain can even react, the visual senses are drawn to it, and then the tactile senses immediately take effect.
Next, smell and taste. But how could this thing be an antique? Based on ancient standards, it should at least be a belly band. Wait, this looks like a belly band too. Chapter 88 Ancient Tomb discovered in the mountains. Young Master, we're back.
After completing their mission, Xinyu and the others immediately stood obediently in the car.
Look at the expressions on their pretty faces.
Her eyebrows furrowed slightly, and her eyes darted around all signs of fear.
After all, the consequences of being even a second late. It's not that I'm unwilling. They were willing to accept any punishment from their young master.
But that doesn't mean they enjoy being punished.
This doesn't mean they aren't afraid of pain. What are you doing?
After Suing-yu got into the car and saw this scene, she asked with a strange expression.
Ah. What are you doing?
Then she saw that Li Shun had opened her suitcase, and she quickly went over to cover it up.
She is, after all, a girl. She saw others admiring her clothes.
I'm still very shy. At this moment, Suing Luo, who had received a look from Li Shun, pursed her lips helplessly and spoke.
Sister, I opened it. Suing-yu looked puzzled. Yes, it's been so long since I've seen you. I want to see if you've grown up. Seeing Suing Luo's curious expression, the other person got up and, "If you want to see it, just tell me directly, there's no need to go through all this trouble." Upon seeing this, Li Shun raised an eyebrow. "It's actually quite interesting." However, looking at Suing Luo's calm expression, she spoke as if it were the truth. This reminded him of a saying: "Beautiful women are born to lie." Even this kind of innocent female lead. But that mission, he practically dismantled everything, and still couldn't find it. The special sensory ability the system mentioned. What on earth is this thing? Forget it, never mind. As time goes by. As the ghost drove into High City Province, Li Shun suddenly received a phone call. "Young master, we have discovered an ancient tomb beneath Suyun Luo." "What? An ancient tomb? What is the size of the tomb? Can you determine what dynasty it belongs to?" Li Shun asked over the phone. "It's not large in scale. Judging from the structure of the tomb chamber, it should be an earthen cave tomb, belonging to the Han Dynasty." Han Dynasty. Upon hearing this, Li Shun thought for a moment. The historical background of this world was not much different from that of his previous life. In his memory, the Han Dynasty fell in 220 AD. And the time it was established. It was probably around 202 BC. According to the timeline of this world, it was around 2000 years ago. Of course, if we calculate based on the time of its extinction, it would be 1800. But who calculates the time it takes to perish? Where's the stuff inside? Did you find it? Well, we've already hired professionals to go down into the tomb, but they haven't come up yet. After hearing the other party's reply, Li Shun realized he had been a bit too hasty. After discovering the tomb, the process of finding people, conducting surveys, and developing plans takes a considerable amount of time. The fact that the other party was able to confirm the information so quickly and report it to him is already quite impressive. "Okay, is there any trouble?" "Not yet, we have enough staff, and it should be ready in about 3 days. 3 days?" Li Shun interrupted. Yes, young master. The Cultural Relics Administration just approved our application. While ensuring that the tomb chamber is not damaged, we still need to clear those mechanisms and secret passages. 3 days is the limit." Upon hearing this, Li Shun lowered his gaze slightly. After a while, he picked up the phone and spoke again. "I will send ancient architecture companies from all the cities along the way to the mountain city to ensure that the contents are delivered to Paradise Villa by tomorrow night." Paradise Villa. It's the old Hanhai Villa. "Yes, young master." After hanging up the phone, Li Shun thought for a moment and then made a few more calls. Of course, the most important one is: the cleanup plan is suspended for now. I will notify you of the specific time later. Suspended? But the relevant authorities have already. Don't make me say it a second time. Yes, young master. He had previously arranged a time to clean up the evil in that mountain. But now an ancient tomb has been discovered. Then the timing must be changed. Otherwise, we'll blow up everyone who went into the tomb. After hanging up the phone, Li Shun turned to look at the Su sisters. The older sister looked distressed and gently stroked her younger sister's forehead. Influenced by suing you, the system actually issued a notification just now. The female lead, Suing Luo, loses her composure in front of her sister, stealing 20% of her luck points. Current plundered luck value, 180%. Sure enough, his initial idea was correct. Under the influence of relatives, it is possible to plunder the female protagonist's luck value. As for the remaining 20%? He had an idea. It is said that there is a special telepathic connection between sisters. Of course, this claim has not been scientifically proven. But what kind of science is needed? He encountered luck, systems, and even absurd things like time travel. Which science can explain this? When we get back, we can give it to suing you. No, it seems he doesn't need to do anything else. All you need to do is bring up Suing Luo, and this woman will figure out how to win herself over. Back to Paradise Villa.
looking around at the scene of beauties everywhere.
They were all dressed in the same uniform dresses, walking lightly with their skirts swaying gracefully. Then rolled down the car window. Listening to the warbling of orioles and swallows in my ears.
That clear, melodious laughter, like the sound of silver bells, can instantly lift one's spirits. Especially as the vehicle drove further in, the people around became more and more scantily dressed.
It's like stepping into a colorful and vibrant painting. This scenery, it's simply heaven.
After the vehicle stopped. As Li Shun alighted from the carriage, the maids around him immediately came to greet him. "Young master, are you tired? Would the young master like to change his clothes first?" Listening to the soft whispers around her, sweet with a hint of coquetry.
"It makes you feel so sweet inside. I wasn't that tired before, but what you all said makes me feel a bit tired now."
Upon hearing Li Shun's words, Suing Yu, who was coming down from behind him, couldn't help but roll her eyes.
Is he tired? What's he tired of? Chapter 89 Mental Transformation, Sixth Sense. Back in the living room. There's a saying that goes, no matter how old you are, you should always keep a childlike heart.
When you have free time, you can go to the amusement park and ride the carousel.
Be a teenager until you die.
At this moment, seeing Li Shun sit down on the sofa, Wanxiu, who had stayed behind to watch the door, spoke. "Young master, after you left, we caught several people investigating near the villa."
Investigate? To find out who's behind this.
It was arranged by companies such as Huan Yuan Biotechnology and Changning Bioenergy, which were involved in the last auction.
Them.
Upon hearing this, Li Shun revealed a meaningful expression.
Judging by the time frame, they should have consulted all sorts of renowned doctors, both domestic and international.
But in the end, you'll find that there's only one way to reattach a severed hand.
That's just a dream. Apart from that, you either get reincarnated sooner or you have to be reborn. But now that they've taken action, they can't blame anyone else for what happens. Li Shun looked around and asked Wanxiu. "Where is Su Wanyan?" "I just went back to the hospital to be with his father." "He went to the hospital?"
Has his father, Su Fani, not been discharged yet? Li Shun was somewhat puzzled upon hearing this. According to the effect of nightmare tears, the other party woke up from the vegetative state. He should be able to be discharged from the hospital soon.
After all, he didn't have any physical injuries, so why would he need to be hospitalized?
Miss Su said that her father's mental state has been poor since he woke up, and Dean Chen suggested that he be hospitalized for observation, Wanxiu said.
Your mental state is not good.
Upon hearing this, Li Shun couldn't help but recall the hint from Nightmare's Tears.
Forgotten lands.
If we borrow the explanation from Inception,
human dreams can actually be divided into two layers, a shallow dream and a deep dream.
The first and second layers of the dream created by the main characters included scenes of spatial instability and gravity changes.
However, if someone dies, they can wake up.
Therefore, they can all be classified as shallow dreams. In the third and fourth layers of the dream, whether it's the hospital on the snow-capped mountain or the city the couple built together,
once dead, you will fall into the world of limbo.
Therefore, both of these layers are deep dreams. As for the lack of a concept of time, consciousness would be trapped in the endless chaos of the limbo world.
This is what the system refers to as the Forgotten Land.
This world no longer belongs to the human world, much less to the dream world.
Just as the system indicated,
it contains the deepest memories of all living beings.
If a person's consciousness is impaired inside, they will be unable to wake up in the real world, to become what the world understands. A person in a vegetative state.
Su Funny's poor mental state is most likely due to something that happened in the land of oblivion.
Actually,
Li Shun had noticed something was wrong with the other person when they were at the hospital last time. Even if the other person is sleeping soundly, it's impossible for them not to wake up when someone is talking.
But he just didn't wake up.
Li Shun even suspected that he was faking it, so he pinched Su Wanyan's arm hard.
With his strength.
The other person was shouting so loudly. If the kitchen range hood hadn't been on and the soundproof door hadn't been closed, Aunt Yun would have run out. But even with that sound, the other person still didn't wake up. Let her join Dean Shen, and they can go to Tianyu Company in Haishur together tomorrow.
Okay, Wanqiu replied.
After Li Shun finished speaking, he pondered for a moment.
Then, rubbing his head in frustration, he waved for Jiang Yuyan and Suing Luo to come and sit down.
There were too many negative emotions, even though I released them all the way back.
But when I try to think, I feel dizzy. That's almost the limit.
Li Shun looked out the window at the darkening sky, a glint of light flashing in his eyes.
Spiritual transformation.
Whether we can gain similar superpowers depends on tonight's results.
Nighttime, the rooftop of the villa.
Li Shun stood up, looked at the stars in the night sky, and slowly exhaled a breath of stale air.
System, exchange, and use advanced physique enhancement potions.
12 million villain points deducted from the host.
Current remaining villain value, 8.3 million.
Congratulations, host, on your successful redemption. Physical Enhancement Agent, Advanced, provides a massive boost to physical fitness and enhances mental strength, granting a chance for spiritual transformation.
Warning, the enhancement effect this time is too great.
You may experience discomfort during the process, so please prepare yourself mentally.
Feeling unwell?
Upon seeing this prompt, Li Shun immediately felt a sense of foreboding. Before he could say anything, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his entire body.
That feeling.
It's like his mother breaking all his bones. Just that alone made Li Shun grit his teeth, and dark shadows began to appear before his eyes.
You can continue. A needle-like sensation also came from my brain.
It felt like there were several hedgehogs fighting inside, giving me an urge to crack my skull open.
5 minutes later.
Li Shun felt like every second was an eternity, his whole body was trembling, and sweat dripped down his cheeks.
That disheveled appearance. It looks just like it was pulled out of the water.
But gradually, the pain began to disappear, and a very peculiar feeling appeared in my mind. It's like someone who has been walking in the desert for days, almost dying from thirst, suddenly drinking water.
An unparalleled sense of satisfaction. A blissful feeling where the soul is being elevated.
Congratulations, host, you have completed your upgrade. Congratulations, host, for successfully merging your experiences from 2 lifetimes during your spiritual transformation, triggering a shift in brain electrical activity and granting you the special ability of a sixth sense.
The sixth sense, one of humanity's primal instincts. What is it? Primary instinct?
After it was over, Li Shun's mental energy relaxed, and he collapsed on the rooftop. Then, staring blankly at the virtual prompts in my pupils, I became somewhat lost in thought.
Sixth sense. Human beings' primal instincts. But if it's instinct, shouldn't it be the same as the other 5 senses? But
sight, hearing, touch, smell, and taste, these 5 senses are all things that everyone can use independently.
Unfortunately, my sixth sense is completely useless. At most, you might foresee the future in a dream, and then actually encounter it in real life. But this is entirely a probabilistic event, and its accuracy is questionable. Who knows if it's accurate? Therefore, it cannot be considered as independent use at all. Could the key point be initial?
These 2 words are easy to understand: the earliest humans, the most primitive humans.
In order to adapt to the social environment, humans make self-adjustments during the process of evolution.
Li Shun knew this, it was the theory of biological evolution.
That means, in the process of evolution, humanity has lost some things.
Chapter 90, heading to the Haishur branch.
After a long while, Li Shun looked up at the moon in the sky. The matter of sixth sense should not be explored too deeply, otherwise it will involve too many problems. For example, where did the earliest humans come from?
Based on existing history, the sixth sense has always been a vague and elusive concept. No country has ever recorded the use of the sixth sense.
Does that prove it? The earliest humans. It's much more ancient than we realize.
If we continue down this line of thinking, we'll start to doubt whether this world is even real. After all, most of the historical artifacts on Earth have already been excavated.
Since no more distant records can be found,
that would prove that humans may not have originally lived on Earth at all.
System, are you kidding me? Li Shun couldn't help but murmur to himself.
It's one thing that he underwent a mental transformation but wasn't given any superpowers like mind control or telepathy. It just so happens that it gives everyone a sixth sense that everyone knows, but no one can use.
This sparked his curiosity. The next day, Tianyu Group in Shanghai.
Because he came during the day, there were many people in the building, and Li Shun didn't try to keep a low profile.
A black car exuding the scent of money, plus 2 luxurious Porsche 918s. It stopped right in front of the building. This car could it be?
A female office worker who had just bought coffee was about to return to the company when she saw this scene. After expressing her surprise, she immediately used her other hand to open her phone and start looking up information.
After a while, the female employee covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Wow! My God! The Bugatti's night sound."
At this moment, Li Shun also got out of the car. His cold, aloof appearance, black shirt, and a subtle, menacing aura.
Like a god in the night. After expanding his mental strength, negative emotions could no longer affect him. But that menacing aura was impossible to shake off. This is because it's a kind of aura, and it has nothing to do with mental strength. Just like some people. Even if he's dead and lying there, they all give people a sense of authority without being angry.
Li Shun walked up to the female employee and waved his hand in front of her eyes. The other person then came to their senses and lowered their head with a flushed face.
Just when she thought that praying to Buddha and the god of wealth every day would bring her both romantic luck and financial fortune. Other side. Pick up a cup of coffee from her bag. He just left.
This stunned her. She had just opened her mouth to strike up a conversation when she stood there dumbfounded, her face full of astonishment. Then, he looked at the bag in his hand and then at Li Shun's back. A moment later, he uttered a classic greeting. "Grass." Meeting room. Su Wanyan asked Dean Chen somewhat uneasily. "Dean, is my dad really alright?" "Yes," Su Funny's mental health evaluation results show that